What's up everybody, it's Critical. I'm playing Omegle. Let's do this shit. Now I know this is not really a game, but I made a game out of it. The objective is to be as polite as possible and still have the other person leave. We have made contact. Alright, now I want to sound nice, formal, and normal. Greetings. You see, I think that's a good way to spark a nice, sophisticated conversation with someone that you're meeting for the first time. Now let's see what this stranger is all about. Let's see what they're up to. So they're super horny and looking to be wet, needs assistance. I believe I saw an ad in the newspaper not long ago similar to what the stranger just said. Well, you have ventured into the proper territory. This is my realm of expertise. Seldomly am I not wetting myself, so I believe I can help. I believe I can be of some use. Well, hello, Jenny. My name is Torvalds. Oh, she's gonna see through that like a soiled diaper. I've gotta add some clarification. Fuck, I am really gonna need some concrete evidence to support my chosen alias. Otherwise, Jenny will know Torvalds is not my real name. Either that or she'll think I'm some type of foreign cereal. Torvalds. Taste the titties with every bite. I think this might be hook, line, and sinker. She's typing. Maybe she thinks I'm Torvalds. Gabby. Another girl. So it's a threesome now. All those bumper stickers were right. Threesomes can happen anywhere at any time. Luckily, I am prepared for just such an occasion. I have strategically placed sea sponges on my body. Sometimes I'll even use sea urchin if the price is right. But the one sea critter I will never use for a threesome is a sea star. Those bitches have got the most mal-lubricated, rough underbelly in existence. And then they also have these weird ass cheeks that are extremely spiky, that jab into your skin if you try and wear them. Then their fucking exoskeleton is harder than steel, so if you try and equip the sea stars for a threesome, it'll be like sex with a garage door. Ginny is sexually deprived? Now that is just an absolute bowl of stir-fried shit. You see, that's just ridiculous. People just don't understand how important reproduction truly is. First I'm gonna let her know how important it is to make her aware. Once she's aware, then she'll be pulling on my pubic hair. Alright, she is typing. Ginny's probably gonna tell me something really scientific. Like if you piss into a beaker of sulfur, it's gonna smell rancid. Been around 10 minutes. I don't think Ginny is typing. I think she left. Alright, fuck it. There is no way Ginny is typing something for this long. Ginny has won this round. Alright, stranger is typing ASL. Well, fuck you, not even exchanging pleasantries? I will retain some degree of civilization. And what the fuck does ASL stand for? Asparagus? Sex? Live? If that's the case, why is it a question? Am I being asked if I want to watch asparagus have sex live? And since when are vegetables even in the pornography industry? Age, male or female, location. Yeah, well, let me just go ahead giving all that information out. You want me to slide in my social security? Fucking weirdo. I mean, there's no reason for me to just go handing out my portfolio of human shit. Alright, I've got to continue to be polite, though. Maintaining polite integrity is the key. Alright, there we go. Now the conversation can progress. Alright. They are not typing, so they are probably digesting the information. I won! I won a round. Alright, here we go, here we go, here we go. Horny female. Small world, I was just talking to a horny female not too long ago. You are talking to the right man. Alright, Miss Horny. It is your turn to type. I'll bet she's pressing the keys on her keyboard with her nipples because she is that horny. Hello, do you have a fuck is that? Is that like an ancient cave painting or does that say Volvo maybe? Is she asking if I drive a Volvo? I don't drive a Volvo. And no, fuck it. I'm not even gonna apologize for not driving a Volvo. I don't want to drive a Volvo. I like my car. There. Hopefully I deciphered that fucking enigma. Alright, she's typing. Alright. Waiting for her to respond. Do you like to talk dirty? Do I like to talk dirty? Is that even a question? That's like asking a telephone if it likes ears. Let me show her just how dirty I like to talk. You are now entering the dirty zone. Fuck, I spelled separate wrong. There we go. Alright, here we go. She has just opened the Pandora's box of dirty. There it is. Is that dirty enough? Does that meet the dirty criteria? She hasn't even started typing yet. Perhaps it was too dirty. I think they bit off more than they could chew. Alright, it's been about 8 minutes and they haven't even started typing yet, so I'm going to go ahead and assume they left, which means I have won the match. Well, that's the end of this video. Remember to rate the video, comment the video, and subscribe if you want to see videos similar to this one. See ya. Yahoo Answers is a name that'll put a smile on the face of anyone who's been on the internet for a long time. Yahoo Answers is said to have existed before the internet was even created. Shit, some speculate Yahoo Answers existed before the fucking Big Bang. Just to bring you up to speed on the lore, in case you don't know, it was a site that was used for people to ask questions and have the questions answered by members of the Yahoo community. I know hearing Yahoo and community in the same sentence is shocking because that kind of thing doesn't fucking exist anymore. I can't believe the website is still even up, but for a while it was a very, very popular site, one of the most popular on the internet. So by having a forums where people could ask questions and have them answered, it was really popular. But it was also the most inefficient place to get answers ever. You would get nothing but the worst answers from the most unqualified people to answer your problems. It was the most unhelpful website ever created. I know these days Reddit has the reputation for giving shit advice on the internet, but it will never be as bad as Yahoo Answers was in that department. There was a time not too long ago where any question you typed into Google would bring up Yahoo Answers first, and you just roll your eyes and puke because the answers you would get were so remarkably awful that it just ruined your day. It's as if the only people who ever answered questions on that site were on the verge of an overdose, like they just popped 50 Xanax, cracked their knuckles. Alright, time to help somebody out. Go on there and just slam their fucking head on the keyboard, passing out, and then that'd be their response to the question. I've made videos going through Yahoo Answers shit before, as well as other viral videos that popped off covering these questions, such as like, how is Perginant formed in Curse of the Weggy board, which was people misspelling Ouija and misspelling pregnant. It's just like this horrible, not just misspelling those words, but the questions were some of the dumbest shit of all time. So the website's always been well known, and unfortunately on May 4th, they're shutting the site down for good. They're pulling the plug on it. They're taking it behind the barn and putting it down. And it's really fucking sad to see it go. It's been a staple on the internet for a long time. Even before I started making videos, I would go on Yahoo Answers, like on the school computer, and just read some of the goofy shit and giggle with my friends. It's always been a website that's been near and dear to my boners. Like, it's sad. Where are the people going to go to get answers to the important questions such as, I made Jesus-shaped pancakes and burnt them. Am I going to hell? The answer is obviously yes. This man has been condemned to hell for an eternal damnation. But this is a question he can't ask anywhere else. If he asks this on Reddit, he's just going to be hit by wubba lubba dub dubs. Like, this is the only place that this troubled young man can get an answer to this question and have that peace of mind to know that, yes, he's going straight to hell. It's just a shame because there are still people that use this site. In fact, I was on it just a moment ago and people are still asking some brain busters and asking some really important questions to help better their life. Is it okay to date a woman with a high IQ, 120 plus, if my IQ is around 80?
The answer is no. You're too stupid for her. You're a fucking idiot compared to her, and you should not even be near her. You shouldn't even look at her, in fact. You probably make her sick. Your IQ is too low. How do I get rich? The answer: find something you are good at. Get the education/training necessary to perfect your skills. Work at it 60 to 80 hours a week for decades and you will be rich. Everything in life has some sort of price tag. If you're willing to pay that price, you get the reward, whether it is money or love. Classic Yahoo Answers with the absolute dog shit advice. You want to get rich? You start selling pictures of your feet on OnlyFans. How do you promote your OnlyFans feety pics? You post about it on Twitter. And how do you get traction on your Twitter? You try and capitalize on some outrage that's going on. It's a foolproof strategy to put money in your pocket. Today I got rejected 11 times at the mall. Why is this always me? Well, first of all, asking out 11 different people in a single mall outing, you're doing everything right. So it's not you, it's them. Clearly, society has trained the people that you're trying to ask out to not like a nice guy. So my advice to you would be, A, pump up those numbers. Asking out only 11 people, it's not enough. You're going to need to at least double, maybe even triple that in order to increase your chances. And you're going to want to change your entire persona. Stop being such a nice guy. Start smoking cigarettes, wear a leather jacket, maybe some studded boots and a studded belt and bracelets, and you should be good to go. After that, I think you're going to be finding a lot of success. You see, the more I go on the site today, the more I realize just how important this site is to people. There's people that need these answers. And goddammit, where are they going to find them once it goes down for good? I understand there's plenty of other places to get it, but nothing is reliable as Yahoo Answers. I mean, that's where you get the truth of things, you know? So it's fucking sad to see the site go. I'm probably going to be on there quite a bit, just trying to collect as many good questions as I can and just stockpile them somewhere so that way they're never lost to time. Yahoo Answers was truly something special, and it always will be. So yeah, I just wanted to just give a nice little goodbye to Yahoo Answers today, and thank you for your time on the internet. Thank you, Yahoo Answers, for everything you've given us. And that's about it. See ya.
What's up, everybody? It's Critical, and it's that time again. That special time where glory hole operator Charlie hits Yahoo Answers again and tries to help people out. This time I'm going to the family and relationship section to see what helpful advice I can offer. How to get better at sucking dick. I'll just go ahead and leave my phone number in the comments on this one. How to help my wife stop choking on my cock when she performs oral. It sounds like she needs a smaller cock to suck on, so I'll go ahead and leave my phone number on the comments of this one as well. Should I have sex with all of my 20-year-old daughter's friends? I like how it's not should I have sex with some of my daughter's friends. This man is so confident in himself that he can fuck all 20 of his daughter's friends. You know what? If you're that confident, go for it, buddy. That's up to you. I don't think your daughter's gonna be too pleased, but imagine the comebacks you would have if you ever argued with her. You would be unbeatable because you'd always have that trump card. Oh yeah, Susan, huh? I'm a washed up has-been. I fucked all of your friends. Did you forget that? Every single one of them. Do you think one of these boobs would be too big for your palm? Well, I can't say for sure since no pictures are provided, so I'll just give you the dimensions of my palm. It's about the size of 2 chicken tenders touching end to end. So you do the math. Put chicken tenders on your tit and see if it would fit. I can't really say for sure. I'm still a virgin. I have high standards. Sorry. No need to be sorry. I forgive you. It's okay. Is it wrong to watch incest porn? I don't really need to read any more of what you've said here. However, just know a wise man once said, it's not incest porn if the sound's off. Then it's just porn. Poll. Did you know I banged your mom right up her black arsehole? Yeah, you and everyone else on Xbox Live, buddy. Take a number, get in line. Is it okay to shave your 15-year-old child's genitals? Shit, that's a lot of reading there. I don't really feel like reading your whole story there, so I'm just going to answer this question at face value. No, there's nothing wrong with that. My father used to shave me up until I was 18. I remember those days. Those were the good days. We would put on our football helmets, and then I'd bend over in the bathroom like I was the center, and he was the quarterback, and I'd hike up the razor between my legs, and then just display my chocolate starfish. And then he'd just shave my asshole really nicely. And then I'd stand up, he'd spank me on the ass, say, good game, and then we'd headbutt each other with our football helmets on. Is it bad to make myself throw up so I won't have to hang out with my friends? I made myself throw up so I would have an excuse to not hang out with my friends so I can just play video games. Is this a really weird, bad thing to do? Am I antisocial?
No, you're just fucking stupid. Why would you even bother making yourself throw up? Just say, hey, I threw up. Are they gonna dispute you? Did you send a picture of your vomit or something? Why did you have to go through the steps? You're a real fucking method actor, kid. Come on, be smarter than that. I choked on my boyfriend's when I was giving him head. He didn't warn me, and he was laughing, saying sorry his balls were full. Was he right? Well, this really isn't a matter of right or wrong. You gotta learn to swallow it. Spitters are quitters. Swallow that shit. Come on. Take one for the team. Whether or not his balls were full, that can be up to the scientific professionals to decide. How to surprise my husband. My husband and I have been married going on 8 years. We have 4 amazing children and a wonderful relationship. We also have a phenomenal sex life, hence the 4 kids. Ugh. World's already overpopulated as it is. Stop having so many fucking children. This being said, we have been together 8 years, so I'm pretty much out of tricks and surprises in the bedroom. We are going to have some us time tonight, and I'd love to blow him away, pun intended. Any kinky, fun tips, preferably from men, but if any women know of something that their man loved, I'll take all the advice I can get. Thanks. Well, I think the best thing you can do here is redecorate the whole house in an anime-style fashion. I'm talking posters on the wall, a bunch of manga, some DVD box sets of some very popular animes. And then when he gets home and he's pretty excited about what he sees, he loves the redecorating, that's when you come out of the bedroom in a full My Valentine from Yu-Gi-Oh! Cosplay, and you challenge him to a duel in the bedroom, and then you play Yu-Gi-Oh! For a little while. He'll certainly see none of it coming, so I'm sure he'll enjoy it as well. I ought to spice things up a bit. I feel like creative insults are a lost art on the internet these days. You go on Twitter, and if someone says or does some dumb shit, 9 out of 10 of the replies are just gonna be regurgitated memes and gifs you've seen a million fucking times, had your ass blasted with inside and out for months. Okay, boomer, hose mad, shit like that. Not a single creative thought going into that, but that's what insulting and roasting is kind of boiled down to. It used to be you had to have some fucking neurons fire and come up with something to say to someone if you wanted to roast or make an insult, but today you have this instant gratification slot machine where you can just choose a handful of gifs to express your thoughts and disapproval, which I think makes it all very boring. That being said, you all as a community have not fallen for this trap, and I am so proud to say that you all have maintained the integrity of creative wordplay and insults. Now, what I mean by this, as most of you know, I have not cut my hair in almost a full year now. I started this experiment out of spite because we had some fucking professional barbers in the comments section saying I need to get it cut, and I said, no, fuck you, you can hold the dirtiest part of my asshole, so I started growing it. And I kept growing it until I actually started to like it, which is where I'm at now. But over this course of my hair growth journey, the creative insults against me have been nothing shy of spectacular, and I am very proud of some of the bangers you all have come up with. Now, none of them have been truly mean-spirited, which I appreciate and I find very sweet. It's all just been good fun, but they have been so creative, in fact, that the subreddit called Rare Insults, which is a community dedicated to preserving the last remnants of good creative insults on the internet, has been inundated with screenshots from the comments section over here of your roasts of me. Now, I don't want this video to encourage the comments section to devolve into this cesspool of people making some very half-assed and pitiful attempts to get on the Rare Insults page. I don't want to open that Pandora's box of turning this into some type of shitty competition where everyone tries to make like the same goddamn jokes or something to get on there. I just want to highlight some of the good ones that have come out over the last year or so in the comments section. Now this one's actually the top post as of this moment. This is from the newest video. Charlie looks like he just got out of the shower and simultaneously hasn't showered in weeks. Now, to be fair, this super sleuth is onto something. When I recorded this video, I did just get out of the shower and my hair was quite greasy that day. I had worked out twice that day and I was feeling a little stinkiness in me. So yeah, my hair does look a little bit like a badly drawn anime character here. It looks very wet, very damp. It's like Schrodinger's wet hair. I get it. No, I totally understand. I do get it. It's a decent one. That hair can protect you in a motorcycle accident. He's not wrong. I don't even remember my hair at this stage of growth. Maybe I'm trying to block it out of my memory because this looks atrocious. But that's the price you pay when you grow your hair out from being very short to being very long. You go through this awkward stage like I had here where I looked like a side character in a Pixar animation. You look like if John Wick was a gay fitness instructor from the 1970s. Now, I have to be honest, I think the John Wick and Keanu comparison stuff is getting a little bit stale. It's just been used so many times that there's not a whole lot of wiggle room left for creativity. That being said, at the time that this was posted, it was pretty fucking fresh. As was this one, which was featured in PewDiePie's video. Critical looks like if John Wick gave up after they killed his dog and started a keto diet. This one's actually from Instagram, which is surprising. You look like a 17-year-old kid who went to get weed and remembered it was Father's Day, so you grabbed the closest thing you could find. Now, while I appreciate the creativity on display here, I mean, come on, don't insult the gift. That is a fantastic gift, suitable for all fathers of all sizes. That's a koozie that says world's greatest dad. Like, come on, that's a great fucking gift. And my dad likes koozies. He's not exactly what you'd consider a collector or anything, but that's a quality koozie. I was pretty proud of that gift. Especially considering the normal gift you give someone is money, so that way they can buy what they want instead of what you think they want, which is just far more efficient. I thought it was a much more personal gift this time, though. Charlie is starting to look like someone tried to draw Keanu Reeves from memory. Yes, I know it says sometime, but I'm pretty sure they meant someone, and it sounds a lot better with someone there. I think that's pretty much the best Keanu Reeves comparison, creative, rare insult there is. I really liked this one. I thought that one was extremely clever and very cute. Charlie's starting to look like the mop I threw away 20 years ago. And this still image that they have from the video here is not doing me any favors. I look like Billy the Exterminator's more emo cousin. When it comes to Twitter, I'll usually read a tweet, get a frown on my face, and then forget about it 2 or 3 minutes later because Twitter is just a constant stream of the dumbest shit all the time. It's just an actual cesspool of diarrhea constantly flowing through it. But occasionally there are tweets that just stick with me. And there's one that's just been living rent-free in my ass for the last 2 weeks, and I just want to talk about it today. It comes from Seth Rogen. I'm sure you already know what tweets I'm about to mention because I'm super late to this one, but I don't care. Just like puking while having a bad hangover, I've got to get it out of my system to feel better. So our story starts just like every other fairy tale, with a robbery in LA. Casey Neistat makes a tweet. So our cars got robbed this morning because Los Angeles is a crime-riddled third world shithole of a city. But tremendous appreciation and gratitude to the hardworking officers at the LAPD West LA, who not only arrested the motherfucker, but they got all our stolen goods back. That's about all there is to it. That's all she wrote right there. This fairy tale has a happy ending. Shrek gets the girl, case closed. Like, there's really not a whole lot to really dissect here, and you wouldn't expect this to be a controversial thing to say. His car got broken into, people got arrested, and they got their stuff back. I mean, that's a complete adventure right there. Like, the only people that could really be offended about a tweet like that would be the people that got arrested. Like, if they're on Twitter on their phone in jail, like, hey, fuck you, buddy. I would have got away with it, too, if it wasn't for that meddling dog. But then out of nowhere, from the top turnbuckle, comes Seth Rogen making a surprise appearance at WrestleMania on Twitter. I guess he's like the head of tourism for LA, because he got mad that he called LA a shithole of a city. That's what he took issue with. So Seth Rogen replies, "Dude, I've lived here for over 20 years. You're nuts, haha." Actually, I'll do the Seth Rogen laugh. Yeah. It's lovely here. Don't leave anything valuable in it. It's called living in a big city. Bro, just don't get your car broken into. It's that easy. It's called living in a big city. You should expect your shit to be constantly violated because you're living in a big city. Don't leave anything valuable in your car because you're gonna lose it. Duh. Dummy, fucking idiot, this is your fault now. You're the one that is to blame for this. You don't want your valuables stolen? Don't leave them in the car in LA. LA's wonderful, but just expect all your shit to get broken into, so plan accordingly by keeping less valuable stuff in your car. Love LA, it's great. It's such a stupid thing to come in and say out of nowhere. Even Casey Neistat, who plays nice with everyone, is taken aback by it. He's like, what the fuck is this? It's so outrageously stupid. Very rarely will you see somebody defend LA like tooth and nail. Obviously, there's people that like LA, especially extremely wealthy people like Seth Rogen who found crazy success there. But it's pretty rare that there's someone as delusionally off the mark so consistently like Seth Rogen, and this is the perfect example of it. He finds the one spot and the one opinion that almost no one agrees with. He's also just not really shy about showing that he feels superior to the average person. Like, he took personal offense that Casey Neistat said LA was a shithole, and then like shames him for being upset that his car was broken into. Bro, just get another car. Get other valuable things. It's that easy. So Casey Neistat responds, I can still be mad though, right? Feels so violated. Asking his permission to be mad, like, oh, if Seth Rogen says I can't be mad, then I guess I'm okay with it. So then Seth Rogen replies, yeah, oh yeah, you can be mad, but I guess I don't personally view my car as an extension of myself, and I've never really felt violated any of the 15 or so times my car was broken into. This dude is just leaving his car out like a candy bucket on Halloween, it seems. Once a guy accidentally left a cool knife in my car, so if it keeps happening, you might get a little treat. This is certainly up there with the wackiest, stupid shit I've read on Twitter from a celebrity. It's baffling that not only did his brain come up with this as a tweet, but it passed the filters that his brain has to post it. He's like, yep, this looks good. And he hit tweet, and it's still not deleted. And I'm glad it's not. I'm glad that he's just going to stick to his guns and leave this shit up. This is something that I feel is going to haunt him forever, because he is still getting clowned on to this day for this tweet. It's been 2 weeks now, and I don't think it'll stop anytime soon, because it is just that outrageously stupid. Because Seth Rogen doesn't view his car as an extension of himself, he's totally fine with people using it like a fucking fleshlight. They just treat his cars like a cum dumpster, and they dive right in, and Seth Rogen gives them a nice thumbs up, I suppose. And I'm assuming that extends to everything in Seth Rogen's life. As a lot of people have also pointed out, how does Seth Rogen feel about, like, his house? Is that an extension of himself? Because if not, why not just have a bunch of people go into your house, Seth, and take all your shit? Just let everyone have a field day. If your car's not an extension of yourself, your house, your property, it's not either. So I'm assuming he's just going to open his doors and let people come take all of his valuable possessions and high-five them on the way out, baby. I also love how he's defending LA by mentioning his car's been broken into 15 times in the time that he's lived there. That doesn't make people excited about LA, Seth, you fucking psychopath. Not everyone can afford to replace all their valuables after their car's been broken into 15 times, you goofball. And I also love that he closes it off by saying that one of them even left a knife in his car, as a little treat, a tip. To me, that sounds like either a threat or they're trying to frame you for a crime. They fucking left a tool that they used at some other crime scene in Seth's car, and these fucking idiots just manhandling it, getting his fingerprints all over it, hangs it up on his fireplace mantle. Eventually the cops find it and connect him to some unrelated crime. Seth goes to jail for life or some shit. Like, I don't know who gets excited about someone leaving a knife in their car after it just got broken into. Like, it's just, the delusion here is unbelievable. So the conversation starts to fizzle out here, but it continues. Casey Neistat says, I didn't get any treats, he just took the decorations for my daughter's 7th birthday party and left bloody handprints. Yeah, obviously he's not going to get any treats. It's not like the Tooth Fairy broke into his car and left him some money for what they took. Like, it was a robbery. I don't know how Seth can possibly justify it by saying just let your car keep getting stolen and eventually you'll get a knife. Like, it's fucking silly. And then he says, serious question, how did you get your car broken into 15 times? Which is a great question, because you really have to go out of your way to get it broken into that many times, I feel. Seth says, I lived in West Hollywood for 20 years and parked on the street. Also, it sucks your shit was stolen, but LA is not some shithole city. As far as big cities go, it has a lot going for it. Yeah, especially if you're a burglar who knows what kind of car Seth Rogen drives, because apparently you can just go in there and take all that shit with no consequence, because Seth doesn't give a fuck. His car is getting broken into almost once a year at this rate. This is where the interaction stops, and you just have to wonder, what was Seth Rogen thinking? Like, who did he think this appealed to besides, like, the extremely rich Hollywood elites? Like, there's no normal person that's going to read that and be like, wow, how noble of Seth, just giving away his shit like that and accepting that beautiful knife. I don't know really what he was expecting to happen. But it got me thinking, what is the worst tweet I ever made? And I think I found it. I tweeted this back in 2019. I said, what the fuck, the chupacabra is real, he just fucked my grandpa. I don't regret posting the tweet, but I do really regret that I misspelled chupacabra. But anyway, I just wanted to talk about this because I've been thinking about it a lot recently, and yeah, that's about it. See ya. There's no worse feeling than when you engage in an internet argument with some anonymous asshole, and then it turns out that that asshole is extremely talented. Today I have a very sad story to share with you where the villain gets the last laugh. Real life isn't like anime, where the good guys always win. Sometimes the bully comes and puts your head in the toilet and flushes. So it all starts with this video. A YouTuber posts their best performance of an impossible piece of music called Rush E. obviously I'm a fucking Neanderthal when it comes to piano. I don't know anything about any major pieces except from like your big ones like Mozart and Bach. So I had never heard of Rush E before, so I did a little research. Rush E was actually a song created as a meme that is quite literally impossible for any human being to play. And I don't mean that as like it's extremely difficult, I mean it is genuinely impossible. You would need 15 fucking arms and even then you would struggle. Let me go ahead and show you where it started, the genesis of Rush E. If any human being actually performed this song as written here, it would probably end the world on the spot, or bring about the heat death of the entire universe. It would signal Armageddon. It is quite literally an impossible piece of music that was made to be a joke. However, some piano players on YouTube tried their best to kind of change it around a little bit, mess with the arrangement in order to make it almost possible to play on the piano, which is the video I just showed you there, which is giving a very spirited attempt at making it happen. And I thought it was very good. Of course, I'm not a piano expert by any means, but most people that watched it also agreed that it was extremely impressive what he was able to do. And this spawned an argument in the YouTube comments. YouTube comments are the cesspool of the internet. It is absolutely fucking deplorable down there very often. But in this comment section, it was overwhelmingly positive. But just like everywhere on the internet, there has to be that douchebag that comes in and shits on everyone's fun, just ruins the entire positive atmosphere of everything. They drop their pants and goatsy themselves and just makes everyone feel worse. Their presence making everything more negative. Keep in mind, this piece is literally impossible to play. You saw it. It looked like a Toho bullet hell game. But that didn't stop some enlightened Redditor from demanding perfection. It actually comes from this comment, which is a very nice comment from a guy named Just a Guy Who Likes Hentai. He says, "How can you dislike this? I don't see anyone else actually playing this." You know, that's just a very wholesome thing. Like, this is so good, I can't imagine someone not liking it. It's just being nice, Obviously, there's going to be people that don't like it, but it's just a very encouraging comment. But it summoned a demon. A piano-playing demon named Fanshin. Fanshin replies to that comment saying, "Probably because it was mediocre, no offense." Yeah, no offense, buddy, but you just fucking suck and you should be embarrassed that you posted this video. It actually made me physically ill. I puked and was so offended by your awful mediocre playing that I broke up with my own girlfriend in protest. This isn't constructive criticism. I saw a lot of people defending this saying he was just offering criticism or answering the question. No, he's just being an asshole. There's nothing constructive about this. You just saying that it's not good without saying like where they could improve isn't really constructive criticism. It's just you being a douchebag. And obviously he wasn't genuinely answering the question in the comment of how can anyone dislike this, because it wasn't a real question. It was just an encouraging statement. It's like when you get told a story like, "Can you believe my parents got divorced?" And then your friend responds with, "Yeah, I can, because your parents are fucking selfish sluts." It's like, well, I wasn't actually asking you if you can believe it, It's not like a real question. It was just a supportive comment. So there's really no justifying being a douchebag here other than just being a dick. So then the guy responds saying, "Was it? I'd like to see you try. So come on, give us an awe-inspiring performance." Spoiler alert, he would soon regret issuing this challenge. Fanshin responds, "Oh boy, you will embarrass yourself. I'll show you what a good performance of this piece sounds like." To which the hentai fan says, "Then do it, stop talking, and do it." Now, 10 times out of 10 on the internet, when some anonymous asshole makes statements like this, you don't expect them to follow through on it, and even less often you will expect them to be good at anything. But this is the exception. This is the anomaly. This is probably the first time in history someone has actually followed through on a statement like this and actually been good at it. Fanshin responds saying, "Maybe you can pay me, then I'll be motivated, LMFAO. He's pretty arrogant and pompous," to which Hentai responds, "So being known as a jealous, contrarian liar until you post your own rendition isn't a good enough motivation for you? Sorry, but that's all you're gonna get." And then Fanshin again, he's twirling that cartoonishly evil mustache and says, "Haha, sure, why not? Fun summer project. Maybe I'll get more views." And then other people kind of come in here and tell him to shut up. They don't really like his negative attitude. The comment section starts to gain a little bit of infamy, so more people come in with the popcorn to watch from the sidelines. You can see the war has erupted. Now we're watching the commenters fight. Another challenge was issued saying upload something by Scott, that guy, other than MLR or Entertainer. Again, I'm not familiar with piano pieces, so I don't even know what that challenge is. I'm assuming it's difficult. And then eventually Fanchin comes back and says, wouldn't have the confidence to upload a performance that I'm not pleased with, but yes, props to the guy for attempting it. It's just this could have been played with much more accuracy had he spent more time polishing, which is something I will show. It's pretty much learned a tempo, but I'm striving for consistency and clarity. So he finally gives like almost a constructive criticism there, and then he gives his rendition of this piece. And unfortunately, it fucking slaps. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if the hentai guy deleted his channel after that. I mean, it's unlucky that the guy that he was arguing with was the only person on the internet who happens to talk shit anonymously and be able to back it up with real talent. You really hate to see that. You hate to see an anonymous internet asshole turn out to be really good at something. That's a horrible feeling. I know when he watched this video, like when he dropped the video, he was probably still so confident, like, yeah, this is gonna fucking blow. And then he started listening, and as his erection grew, he felt more and more shame. Hentai guy was just sitting there stewing in anger, like, fuck, he's actually good. Damn you, curses! Because, I mean, that's how I felt, and I wasn't even involved in the argument. But I think this also illustrates an extremely important point. No matter how talented you are, it can be overshadowed by a shitty attitude. A lot of the comments here, and even in the Reddit thread, were just kind of saying the same meme of pretty mediocre, no offense. Like, not even respecting his very clear talent because they don't like him. If you're insufferable and unlikable, people aren't going to respect your skill. And I think that's... Now, granted, it's not everyone because the video is still overwhelmingly liked, but it could have been a truly positive experience had he just gone about it in a much better way. Like, you know, this wasn't the best rendition of the song, but I do appreciate the effort that went into it, and in fact, it inspired me to want to learn it myself. And then he drops this video, and then, you know, that's a lot better, I think, and you'd have more people on your side as opposed to just people brushing off your extreme level of talent here because you were an asshole in the comments to someone that was just proud of their own rendition of the piece. Like, his arrangement of this is like a custom arrangement, obviously, because you can't play it as written. His arrangement is extremely solid, and his performance is unreal. Like, absolutely unreal. And to have that just thrown to the side because he was super unlikable is a real shame, I think. So, I mean, this was a pretty wild experience because I've never seen this before. Like I said, 10 times out of 10, when you're arguing with someone on the internet anonymously, that person behind the keyboard's usually a coward that doesn't really have a lot going for them. But in this really rare instance, that anonymous guy was a fucking piano prodigy. So yeah, I just wanted to share this with you all. That's about it. See ya. Hi, I'm Charlie, better known by my alias Genghis Swan, world-renowned author and poet. Today I'm going undercover to answer your questions. It's actually me. Reddit.com. Fuck. I hate this goddamn elementary school thinking exercise. I don't want to be a part of this corrupt system, a slave to the neural network here training the AI, but I have no choice. Quora. I always hated this website because it used to give me the wrong answers to my homework when I was in college, but here I am to answer questions on Avatar, The Legend of Korra. Genghis Khan. Who's that imposter? I don't know if he's gay. Facebook. Twitter. All I Want for Christmas is The Man Who Forgot How to Poop by world-renowned author and poet Genghis Swan. Good taste. Boy oh boy, this was a lot of fun. This is Genghis Swan and this is actually me. What's up everybody, it's Critical. I'm feeling extremely horny, so I think I'm gonna hop on my premier source for meat-beaten materials, fanfiction.net. But this time I'm gonna mix it up. No more going to the mummy section and just reading the poorly written fanfiction there. This time I'm gonna go to the Yu-Gi-Oh section, but I'm gonna go to a different language and then translate it to English. Because sometimes understanding what's going on just doesn't make ejaculating fun. Here we go. This looks like a winner. I have no idea what these hieroglyphics mean. All this gibberish has no meaning to me. In the spirit of Yu-Gi-Oh, it's time to decrypt this shit. Morbid night swimming. Alright, here we go. Let there be light. I can understand it now. Yugi, get off the net. It is in the spirit of true night swimming. Well, I'm not sure whether I want to see naked Kaiba. For God's sake, it's not as if I want to see your nakedness. Well, for God's sake, let's just no one took off goal. We solved the problem. But it is not in the spirit of true night swimming. I respect Taya here, she really wants to keep the spirit of true night swimming intact, she really values it. If you so desire. But I still do not want to see naked Yugija. The fuck is Yugija? Is that Yu-Gi-Oh! Godzilla? So you do not have to look at me. It's not as if I will stare at your thing. Okay, but if I see you looking at me, drown you. If you have agreed, we can then finally go swimming. And then they took all nice and entered the water, where Yugi accidentally saw Kaiban thing. Oh no, he accidentally caught a glimpse of the Kaiban thing. I'll drown you, idiot. Yugi was troubled and began to swim towards Tay. You cannot escape me, I'll get you and drown you. Do not kill me, I have not seen it on purpose. It was an accident. I do not believe you, since you know you're looking at my pants. Why is he wearing pants if he's in the spirit of true night swimming? That definitely goes against those values. But you saw my... I regret it. Why? It's so beautiful. Never mind the beauty of our things. I was going to drown, and I will. Wow, that just... Come on, Kaiba, don't kill yourself like that, please. You have so much to live for, don't drown yourself. Kaiba, do not you think you are not serious? Partially. What do you mean? So nice I'll drown or not to end. And what is it with me and talk about my life? I'm going. You're so impatient. I've never seen anyone waiting for me to kill him. Oh my god, Osiris. Pleading with the Norse gods now. Yugi hid behind T, or Kaiba decided not to stop at anything, so he decided to kill T. Hearing this, Yugi encourages and decides to drown Kaiba. Hey, wait a minute. You should kill me, but I love you. Drowning will be mutual. If we mutually drown, then there is a good chance that we both die. It would be best to reconcile and watch each other naked. Hallelujah. And so they take a bath, while Yugi Kaiba not caught staring at the thing. Why are you staring at my thing? I think you've got fleas. I do not have fleas. The ticks. Why do you have ticks? So when the other day I hunted in forest, Marika picked it up. What are you chasing, a goal? I did not. They get on my legs. What a horrid accusation. Are you chasing a goal? Oh no, I would never. I have no goals. Why did you not take ticks and why you ever hunted? I killed them because they should go to the doctor, but it scared me. Do not ask why I should not kill myself. I'll just wait for their own waste. He killed them because they needed to go to the doctor. He really cut out the middleman there and just didn't even bother sending them to get professional help. He just fucking destroyed them. Marika I hunted because I had one stolen nerd pants while we were at the gas station by the woods, so I had to hunt through the forest 2 kilometers before we returned the pants. You stupid bastard. Yeah, you dumb bastard. How did that not make any sense? And what were you doing there? We went to Ishizu, said that something divine? Okay, well let me get away, and ticks off your face and everything will be fine. Yugi and that hurt? Well, of course. They continued to swim, Kaiba not looking at Yuji's ticks, Yugi thinking about their painful ticks, T thinking about Ujiha were ticks and serenity on Kaiba. After 5 minutes. Swimming Yugi is something noticed. Kaiba, what is sticking out of your ass? Worms. Must have picked those up from the Nerd Pants gas station too, I guess. And how did you get worms? Bakura, we planted their larvae in the food. And how do you know? I do not know, but I had to say something. So you just fucking made it up? That's quite an accusation there. So what are you doing then? I have no idea. Since you do not have a clue? No. And you now know why you attacked me at all? All I do not understand how you do not know from where these living organisms in the gut. I guess they like my ass. And when did you find out about them? Before 2 minutes. What does that mean? Like before the 2-minute warning in football? What the fuck do you mean before 2 minutes? Well then, you'll go tomorrow to the doctor with Jim. Just so you know, you're not afraid of doctors, right? Please, without insults. Again, all continued their swim until he came shark and white shark. Sea vermin. I appreciate the clarification there. I was a bit confused for once. Then the sea vermin Cabrin bit off his leg. See, Kaiba, this is your foot in his mouth. What? Oh well, Kaiba, calm down. I promise to pay you back leg. What is this great comfort? You know, I have heard losing your leg is one of the most enjoyable experiences you can go through. Then Kaiba fell unconscious. Yugi, Tei Serenity, and decided to go into search of cabin food. First, they Kaiba sent to the hospital and then on his ship went looking. Is not this fun quest for Kaiban food? Do not say that about his leg. What I will do to him if he is a disabled person. Drive him around in a wheelchair. Do not fool around with it, if you please. Hey people, I think I saw a vermin. Oh, where? Oh sorry, it was just a killer whale. No big deal. And so they drove around and around, a 2 hour before they saw the vermin which bit off Kaiban leg. And where is the foot? Obviously eaten. Let's hope it is not chewed. Oh god. Please do not chewed because it would serenity with disabilities, Kaiba. Exactly. My thoughts, you know, I agree with that too. That really hit the nail on the head. Now I get it. Then the heretic demeanor Yugi took the gig and jumped for vermin that, when he saw Yugija, began running around the water around and around. At the end of her intimidate Yugija... They just keep giving Yugi different fucking nicknames here. Prowess and froze and let him enter in the womb and pull Kaiban precious feet. So the thing ate the foot all the way to the womb, giving birth to the foot. I don't get it. Then Yugi happily returned to ship holding a Kaiban unchewed leg. This kind of reminds me of this story idea I had a while back, where there would be this woman who just kept giving birth to herself over and over again, and she just lived forever. Except it's about a foot or something. I don't really know what this is about. Thank God that is not chewed. You. Yugi, your hero. Of course I'm a hero. Who else was I saved Kaiban unchewed leg? Then they returned to the harbor where they met KC Helicopter. My favorite rapper, KC Helicopter. He's got some fucking bars. And drove them to a government hospital where she accidentally ended up miserable Kaiba. There they meet the state doctor who wanted to sew Kaiba leg. Here, state doctor, here's your foot that I took out from the bowels of those vermin and wore it proudly in the air all the way. He wore his foot, you fucking sick fuck. Ed Gein over here. Okay, thank you. You're welcome. Then state doctor went sew Kaiba leg. Do not fail him. It seems that he did not know how it works and his Kaiba leg fell off, then Kaiba returned conscious. Ah. You are good. Ah. Obviously you're unfortunately not. Yugi, it's your fault. See what they did to me? Immediately leads me to my private hospital with my private doctor. Then Kaiba fell unconscious and Yugi summoned his helicopter was still on the roof of the hospital to take him to Hospital KC. All are eagerly awaiting the arrival of Kaibanog, private doctor. The fuck is Kaibanog? Oh, it's my favorite Christmas beverage. Move over, eggnog. Here comes Kaibanog. So where is that stupid Kaiban family doctor? Will, from a distance. Ah, from way downtown. Obviously, it's not good. We'll wait a little longer. 2 hours later, Kaiban private doctor. People, Kaiban is fine, leg happily sewn up. Will be will be able to go home in about 2 years after rehabilitation and all other crap. It may initially be grouchy because his leg was in the belly of the sea vermin. Oh, do not worry, he is always grumpy. 2 years later, Kaiban Big Day. After coming out of your damn private hospitals. After getting out of your damn private hospital, he. And are you happy now? What, you do not notice my strong laughing? Who would notice? You are laughing at me? What do you think? By the way, what about your worms? Shit, I forgot about them. How could you forget the worms? Hello, man, but I was busy rehabilitation. For 2 years, during rehabilitation, he didn't once think about the worms in his asshole? Come on, Kaiba. But you've been in rehab 2 years. In the name of heaven, did you not see that these worms in the ass? That's pretty much what I said, Yugi. He's echoing my thoughts. We're on the same wavelength now. I did not, and now what? Nothing. I'm just a little bit strange. 2 months later, finally they all returned to the crime scene. Kaiba no longer had worms because it is Yugi month, bothered about it, and had to Kaiba decide to solve. Oh yes, before I forget, Yugi to their ticks also solved their even 2 years ago in 1 month and 29 days. Serenity was happy because Kaiba is not invalid, so it will not have to push a wheelchair. Ateya was happy to be with Yugi Jim, and so they all stood at the scene and thought of the past 2 years, watching the sea vermin that eat other people's feet. Fuck. Now that's a classic. That should be a children's book right there. That's some solid shit right there. So who else ejaculated during that? I came on here for masturbatory purposes, and I definitely got what I came for. That was good fan fiction, easily a 10 out of 10 there. Goodreads would definitely give that a perfect score as well. Alright, well, that's it. See ya.
What's up, everybody? It's Critical. I think I have laryngitis, or maybe I've been poisoned by Bud Light for giving away their secret ingredient, which is urine. But either way, I figured I might as well strike while the iron is hot and read a weird fan fiction story and play the part of a man going through puberty while reading it. So I chose the Jurassic Park fanfiction known as Root Her by Michael Collins. Robert Muldoon was not a man to be trifled with. For years, he had plied his trade as a big game hunter in Kenya, utilizing every scrap of his savage cunning and imposing physical frame, as well as his arsenal of highly explosive weaponry to outsmart, outmaneuver, butchered that word there, holy shit, and out-explode some of the mightiest and most dangerous creatures known to man. I'm gonna skip around. I haven't read this yet, but that's a very boring start, except for out-exploding the fucking dinosaurs, whatever that means. The velociraptor had parted her jaws and looked about to strike, but suddenly she stopped as if unsure of herself. Joffrey was confused. Why hadn't this hot Cretaceous babe mauled him like the filthy descendant of a wretched shoe-like thing that he was? Why was he not being lovingly absorbed by the digestive system of this perfect, carrion-scented Aphrodite? Almost as if he dared not speculate, he glanced up at her, still expecting the final strike that would end his sexually confused mammalian existence, and saw at once that it would not come. Her eyes were still marked by a ferocious hunger, but it was not for shredded meat she seemed to savor. She clearly wanted the meat intact. Joffrey couldn't believe his luck. Slowly she backed away from him. Wow, I'm really fucking struggling on this word. Then coyly turned around so her bird-like hips were on full display, mere inches from his face. From this angle he could see her smooth, hairless slit. As he began to drool, she started to shake her hips from side to side seductively, and my laptop just got a blue screen for absolutely no reason. Wow, my laptop was so disgusted at me for reading the story, it fucking self-destructed. I'll deal with that another time. For now I have to see how this sexual renaissance of sorts will unfold. Where was I? Hairless slit, side to side seductively, delicately spraying him with gallons upon gallons of dinosaur sexual pheromones, so she had in some gland that all velociraptors had, but that didn't get fossilized with the rest of them because it was too soft somehow. Cautiously at first, lest he somehow alarm her or turn her off, Joffrey began to lightly rub the area around her velocigina. Wow, what an incredible word. With his chin, nuzzling the rough, pebble-like folds of skin surrounding it with his tongue, the creature howled with a terrifying, primordial delight and thrust herself back against Joffrey's mouth, knocking out his front teeth and ramming his lower jaw deep inside her. Joffrey whispered seductively as he continued to work his magic on her with his mouth parts, delicately teasing her harsh, sandpaper-like clitoris as he did so. That's the exact same noise I make during sex, that just at the height of my climax, just really when I'm in the zone, just really in the mood and feeling it. It's a really good strategy. I'd recommend implementing it into your coitus adventures. The velociraptor continued to bellow and howl and echo her savage, predatorial joy across the construction site as Joffrey brought her halfway to climax. With one exaggerated movement, she threw her hips violently to one side, dislodging Joffrey's lower jaw from her deep hot minge and hammering against the side of the cage. Winded, he collapsed to the floor, his face a brutal-looking mess of blood, bone, flesh, dinosaur sex pheromones, and primeval vaginal juices. The velociraptor was a merciless predator, but she was not a selfish lover. It was time to reciprocate. As Joffrey lay battered on the cage floor, barely able to move, she approached him and lightly rested her perfectly shaped foot on his crotch. Even though his dislocated muscle, she could feel the bulge. She grinned, as all velociraptors are pretty much forced to do because of their bone structure, and with one deft flick of her curved toe claw, she tore through the lining of his pants and exposed his engorged, throbbing member. Joffrey mumbled with ecstasy through his maimed features as the creature appraised him. She was mildly disappointed at the lack of insemination barbs on his manhood, but she had come too far now. Invested too much time to stop the process this close to completion. It's like some type of fucking ritual. Man, sex with dinosaurs must be some type of ceremonial adventure. Wrapping her tail around his waist, she pulled him to his feet and slammed herself against his erect cock, moaning wickedly as it pushed apart the sides of her opening and entered her. Little bubbles of pleasure formed in the red-black foam on Joffrey's mouth as she forced herself further back, taking him deep inside her. On top of the cage, I don't care about this weird man filming them. There, the velociraptor was grinding and bucking back against Joffrey with terrifying savagery now, and she could feel the warmth beginning to build up in her nether regions as his rod-hard dick slammed in and out of her orifice. Fervently, she rocked against the side of the cage, ignoring any water. This is just too hot and steamy. Fervently, she rocked against the side of the cage, ignoring Joffrey's impassioned, gurgling noises as she brought herself closer and closer to a meteoric climax. Finally, the raptor could take it no more, squealing as if she intended to drown out all the sounds that had ever been made by anything in the history of ever. She came hard and fast, her vaginal walls constricted around Joffrey like a vice, as wave after wave of putrid velociraptor love Tabasco squirted everywhere, dousing the floor and walls of the cage in a layer of horribleness half an inch thick. Joffrey screamed in agony as his frail, warm-blooded member was crushed by this merciless barrage, and tried desperately to pull it out of her, but it was too late. In a final act of climax, she spun around again, taking him with her, and cracking his spine in two. Acting on pure instinct, she sank her powerful jaws into the sides of his skull, and bit down hard, ripping his head clean in half, and scattering flesh and blood everywhere. As her teeth entered his brain, they triggered his pleasure and pain senses, sending him at once into the most disturbingly intense agony a human being could possibly experience, and bringing him to such heights of ecstasy as humankind can only dream of. Then he died. I don't really want to continue reading because that was just so perfect. This right here is a literary magnum opus. I don't know about all of you, but I am extremely erect. I'm glad I read this. I'm gonna go not talk for the rest of the day, so that way my voice doesn't continue to sound like a 12-year-old boy just ate a cactus. So, thank you for sharing on this marvelous dinosaur sexcapade with me. And I hope all of our cum will be ever putrid, prehistoric, and savage. Alright, see ya.
What's up, everybody? It's Critical. I thought it'd be fun if I hopped on Yahoo Answers today and perused that cesspool to see if I can offer any helpful advice or answer some troubling questions some of the 9 people that still use that site have. So let's just dive right in. Pregnancy and parenting, that's my bread and butter, that's my specialty. I'm not an expert in a lot of fields, but when it comes to pregnancy and parenting, I'm a fucking connoisseur. I wrote the book on how to be a good parent and a good pregnant person. So let's see what we got here. Let's see if I can diarrhea out my cornucopia of knowledge in this subject and help some people. Also, I need to make it clear I don't have a Yahoo account because I'm not stupid. I don't want to just have all of my personal information leaked because of Yahoo. So I'm just going to answer these questions in this video and hope the people that ask the questions find this video. There we go, perfect. This seems easy enough. Don't tell anyone I cried today, okay? Okay, you got it. That'll be our little secret. What's it mean if as a man is touching your body, he is able to know that you are on your period? He didn't feel a pad, just from my legs, etc. It means you found a superhero. Probably not one of Stan Lee's best creations. I don't really see the benefit of a superhero that could know when a girl's on her period. Not exactly something that would help fight crime. This actually sounds like some type of lame party trick a college student would use. Ah, hello ladies, gather around. I can tell which one of you is on your period and which one isn't by just grabbing your ass cheeks. Please, I have 50% accuracy with this. I'm pretty good. Have you ideas for keeping teenagers from being a nuisance on the streets? Update. Our local kids hang out near the local McDonald's, but they have been banned. They need something to do that is inexpensive, keeps them safe, and reasonably warm in the winter. The fuck? Is he just kicking them out onto the streets or something? I'm very confused right now. They also need to want to be there, if you know what I mean. Just looking for ideas for kids who don't want to be too organized. What the fuck are you asking for advice on? What are the answers here? Don't let them drive? Is that the answer to this riddle? I don't know. I can't help you with this one. What does this have to do with pregnancy? Did you get semen shot in your mouth last night? No. Is yellow poop good to drink? Well, you see, there's always been this saying in my family when it comes to eating shit. If it's brown, go to town. If it's yellow, hold on a second, fellow. Why do cows have so many penis? Cows have 4 penis. If one of them front ones touch a back one, is cow's milk gay? You see, I don't think this question was asked in genuine curiosity, because cows have 5 penises, and at no point if those penises touch is it gay, since it's the cow's penises. If I had 2 dicks, I'd slap them together like those thunder sticks you hear at hockey games. It's not gay if it's your dicks. The sheer amount of people asking the same question here. Did I lose my virginity? Did I get her pregnant? I was moving wiener close to vagina, touched vagina, went inside of vagina fully. I came inside vagina. Did I lose virginity? Are we pregnant? Fuck. I've seen so many of these. I want some good questions, damn it. My son calls himself Jizzle. He's 22. Is this normal? Yeah, it's perfectly normal behavior. I'm 22 and I'll sometimes call myself Turbozal. Are you disqualified from a farting contest if you poop yourself? Unfortunately, I haven't really brushed up on farting contest rules in quite a while. However, I don't think that would be grounds for disqualification, more or less just a redo, perhaps a mulligan even. I assume it's just an accident that can happen in the line of duty here, just part of playing the sport, part of the risk involved. Never know when you might gamble on the fart and lose. But, I think I've helped a lot of people here today on Yahoo Answers. Hopefully these people see this video and have their questions answered. Yeah, that's it. See ya. What's up, everybody? It's Critical. I decided to go on TripAdvisor.com and look at foreign restaurant reviews and translate them into English. Let's do this shit. Eat a representative, professor of Uzbek cuisine. Damn, I've been waiting my whole life to eat a representative of Uzbekistan cuisine. Whether the power is insufficient, but was a meal in dim, we had a truly delicious professor. But it is inconvenient is a little place because the civilians are the normal taxi. Instead, in Uzbek is good to use. That's quite a place. You're eating professors and you're using civilians as taxi, so I guess they just give each other piggyback rides from restaurant to restaurant. That's the kind of shit I can fuck with. Seen the place to make the national dish Professor of Uzbekistan. This is a reoccurring dish throughout most of Uzbekistan restaurants, I'm noticing. That must just be extremely common, like a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, except a professor that you eat. You can see where you are making the professor has lined up a big pot are some outside of the cafeteria. The taste is delicious, but is a sheep entering? That's a question I ask myself every day. Man, it's a lovely day outside, but is a sheep entering? Not good people would be better to be careful. In addition, we were able toppings such as boiled eggs in addition to professor. Since the place where locals gather, it was good to be seen every day. It is good to be seen every day. But I'll tell you, the taste is as good as a sheep entering. I'm booking my fucking flight right now. I need to try Professor of Uzbekistan. A culinary experience, writes the New York Times. We chose the 5-course dinner with drinks in Icelandic. It was super, baby. However, on the pricey side, but we found it good value for money. That certainly does sound super, baby. Both was good food atmosphere. By that, do not take reservations, and waited about 30 minutes in the full house. Very friendly, and have been cut and fill brisk 2 people of the uncle of the serving. The cuisine is the dessert was delicious. It is recommended. This reads like it was written by a fucking serial killer. Oh yeah, don't worry, I'm just gonna cut you and fill 2 other people with your entrails. And even if you say uncle, I'm not stopping. I mean, I'm not too sure I'm sold on this atmosphere, to be honest with you. If I'm going somewhere for food and I'm ending up getting cut, I'm giving that probably a 2 stars. This one just says whale meat. Someone was very excited about that. I went in that shop where whale meat is eaten. There was a little smell. We had delicious. I'll give you that delicious. I guess this TripAdvisor member is just looking for a place to stay while giving a review of this restaurant. Ray Kabir, large in the city. The owner is very kind, and Adam. I ate like a cod dish, a little small quantities. It came out as potatoes, was delicious. Chinese world here too. The locals scoping miraculously Asians. I don't even know what to make of this one. From the sound of it, he ordered a cod dish that came out as potatoes but was still delicious. And then miraculously, Asians. Reasonable price, tasty meals. At least once during a 4-night stay in Reykjavik is Sepuena. Reported a decent restaurant. Restaurant Spring probable select Dimian. Murderous prices paid in Iceland. Well, that was a dark segue into the underground hitman ring where people are paying hitmen to murder people at restaurants. It was cooked cod and lamb cooked with red wine, especially cod dishes, was very satisfied. Open for dinner from 6 p.m., notwithstanding, gone on Monday. Unable to get a table if you do not book in advance. We recommend that you visit Hwangaheseo. Please reserve ahead of time the day before. Sounds like a quality place. Wolfgang Puck gives that one 2 ass cheeks way up. It is Iceland price, but delicious. If you hello there, of course in the fact that Iceland price will be a pretty price, but it is somehow, if only the main. Photo of salmon was delicious, but it was expensive and 3,400 ISK. Well, this confused food critic ate the fucking picture of the meal that he wanted to eat. This man just got the menu and just ate the picture of the salmon. Hats off to this guy. He saw what he wanted and didn't even wait for the actual food. He just ate the fucking picture and was satisfied. Gave it 4 stars.
What's up, everybody? It's Critical, professional reptile psychologist, and it's time I take my expertise right back to Yahoo Answers and see how many people I can help out here today. Alright, so my original intention was to go to the beauty and style section and help out in that aspect. However, going there is nothing but people posting pictures of their titties, pussies, and wieners and asking us to rate them. So I'm just going to explore a lot of different categories this time around. Do you have big, beautiful T-ides? I don't know if he's referring to some type of ancient philosopher in this question, T-ides, or if he's just asking if I have big breasts. Would it be easier to walk on 1 leg or 3 legs? I'm sick of having 2 legs and was wondering if I should get rid of a leg or add a leg to my body. I didn't know Mr. Potato Head posted on the Yahoo Answers forum here. Man could just fucking snap off a leg or put one on.
Honestly, I think it'd probably be easier with 3 legs. I don't. You'd look like some type of weird spore creation, but it probably would be easier. Can I shove a football into my butt? You can shove anything into your butt as long as you're committed to the art. I don't know if you've been practicing any anus stretching activities, but I'd recommend working your way up to the football. Start with something small like a strawberry, and then gradually increase on the scale, go up to pineapples, and then dabble in footballs and other types of large objects. Now this question's pretty innocent enough. I've asked this question a lot. I used to talk to my parents about this one. But for some reason, one Yahoo Answers poster, this was a straw that broke the camel's back here. They just fucking exploded. Fuck you, Yahoo Answers. I hope you puke your stomach inside out and die from choking on this piece of shit site. This must have brought up some bad memories for this person. They came on here for some real questions where they could offer some real knowledge and help real people, not come on here and talk about footballs and assholes. Did Jesus ever suck dick for meth or food stamps? Really asking the hard-hitting questions here. It's never really been directly addressed in any of the testaments, so I guess it's open for interpretation. I don't think he'd suck dick for meth, though. It was simpler times back then. Meth was plentiful. They grew it on their farms and they had it in their classrooms. If you wanted meth, you could simply ask for it. There'd be no need to suck some penis for it. But then again, I'm not a religious expert here, so maybe he did. Maybe he was just like people today, who start sucking dick for meth or food stamps, but then they keep sucking dick just for the love of the sport. My husband keeps buying porn. He spends hundreds of dollars on porn, and this has been going on for 6 months now. He promised to not purchase any more porn, and yet I still found receipts from an online store in our bank statement. How should I approach this? We'll start with the easiest thing here. Call him stupid for paying for porn. Are you dating a fucking Neanderthal? Who's paying for porn these days? Dump this homunculus. You kidding me? Goodness gracious, did I time travel back to 2003? Paying for porn. You got me fucked up. Now you need to understand that some people are addicted to different things. Some people addicted to porn, some people addicted to the makeup they put on the animal actors in Hollywood movies. Your best bet in putting the kibosh on this is just to sit him down and laugh in his face for paying for it. Semen Live? I love the title of this question. It's like some type of webcam service or maybe a spin-off of Xbox Live since that's starting to go under. Ah yes, only available on Semen Live, the new Call of Duty. If I put fresh NRE semen, which is alive, came straight from my penis, and put it in the fridge, not freezer, how long would the sperm live? I'm not and never going to do that. I just want to know how long they live. Thanks. Yeah, I'm sure you're never going to do that. Just like I never did it. Truthfully, I don't know how long they'll live. It's not like it's a food you'd buy at a grocery store with a Best Buy date. I guess you just have to eyeball it and see. I think I've given enough helpful advice on here today. This is Professional Motorcycle Masseuse Critical checking out. That's it. See ya. No one, not even Nostradamus, could have predicted the 2018 season of YouTube drama unfolding the way it has. The Logan Paul drama has transcended just YouTube drama and become actual news, actual drama, which is incredibly surprising. There's petitions being signed by hundreds of thousands of people to get Logan Paul kicked off YouTube. Let me just tell you right now, that's not gonna fucking happen. He makes YouTube far too much money. Your signature on the petition is about as effective as signing your name on some used toilet paper and mailing it to YouTube. It doesn't mean shit, petitions don't do anything, but I do respect the sentiment, and everyone's saying how this whole thing's gonna end Logan Paul's career. Well, I'll argue the contrary because he's been gaining more subscribers and views now than he has in a very long time. So he's not exactly suffering, but you know who is suffering? The booger-eating children that are vehemently defending their god Logan Paul in the comments section from all of the evil adults that are shitting on him. And these poor heroes are suffering from carpal tunnel and muscle strain and puberty as they fight in the comments for their hero. So let's go ahead, and that's what I wanted to do today, and go through my favorite Low Gang Knights comments on my Logan Paul video I made recently, because reading these comments from these brainwashed cult fart huffers has been fucking amazing and has given me a real hoot. So let's go over the best ones. Well, I had a ton of pictures of my favorite comments from the prepubescent zombie Low Gang members that were defending him, but unfortunately, they're not here anymore. So instead, we'll just go over my favorite comments from the last day. You shouldn't criticize Logan. How would you react to a dead body? And you should take down your YouTube channel. Your voice sounds like a dead whale trying to speak. P.S. Logan's hair is beautiful and Logan rules. Fuck you. Well, Megan, how would I react to a dead body? Well, I think I'd react in the same way as any sane person. I wouldn't laugh at it. I wouldn't bring out my camera and start filming it and zooming in on it from all types of different angles like some type of fucking Bollywood action movie. I think what I would do is I'd contact the authorities like any person should do in that situation. I'd then go home and feel absolutely awful for what had happened that day. How would you react to a dead body, Megan? Would you do what Logan Paul did and start filming it and then do everything shy of putting the dead body into a dabbing pose? You're heartless. Well, Nikki, I'm sorry to say that's the wrong form of you're, so I can't take you seriously anymore. However, I do understand what you were trying to say through your horrible grammar. I know they don't teach you that till 4th grade, but even still, I can't let that slide. Also, I like how it's now heartless to criticize the man laughing at a dead body and making light of the situation. That is truly the crime here. He's not a douchebag, so stop making jokes, you headless chicken. Which glass. So you can shut up, dickhead, and you're the horse crap. On the surface, J. Corn Thomas's argument here seems watertight, bulletproof. I mean, there's really nothing I can say here. He fucking nailed me. And he's put it in the most elegant way possible. However, I have to point out, that's the wrong form of you're again. Unbelievable. You knew Logan Paul fans were dumb. You knew Logang was fucking stupid, but did you know they were this stupid? I don't think so. Use the correct form of you're next time, kids. Also, this comment makes me feel old because I don't know what the fuck which glass means. Sounds like some type of old ancient incantation for some type of spell, or maybe Naruto hand signals when you're throwing up ninjutsu signs. Fuck you, the man that's speaking. I hate you. Alright, let's calm down here, Yoda. I think you're acting like a bit of a douchebag in this comment. Logan Paul uses jokes to cope with bad stuff. Fuck you. King Super Destroyer 123. What a fucking name. That's a name that'll strike fear into everyone on the playground. I can already see it going down now, John Wick style. Whose juice box is that, Cody? Whose juice box did you take? Well, it's King Super Destroyer 123's. Jesus Christ, Cody. It's game over. But anyway, they're saying something here that I've seen all the little champions defending Logan Paul saying. It's how he copes with things by making horrible, not clever jokes at the situation. That doesn't really make it okay. That's not a respectful way of coping with things. He should try and learn a new way of going about things. I understand everyone reacts to things different ways, but I think on camera you can be a little bit more respectful and cope with things that way off camera because it portrays the whole situation horribly. You know, what if Logan Paul's way of dealing with situations that were stressful was by jerking off a fat nut? If in this same video, he started jerking himself off and coming onto the dead body, but it was just his way of coping with things, would that make it okay? I don't think so. So why should him making jokes at the fucking poor man's expense be acceptable just because it's Logan's way of coping with it? It's fucking silly. It's a horrible excuse. Horrible defense. Oh, and by the way, you're a fucking touch noodle. He's more runner and more awesome than you dick. I clicked on this video to see how you're gonna prove this bullshit, you dumbass clickbait asshole. Well, Chloe, you shitty grammar Neanderthal, you used the wrong form of your twice, outshining your peers. It's amazing. Cannot a single low ganger use the correct form of your, even just by accident one time? God, it's fucking sad. But anyway, I don't know what a touch noodle is. I also don't know why she thinks Logan Paul is a better runner than I am. I think I can probably outrun Logan Paul. In fact, I'm challenging Logan Paul to a race right now. If you don't take me up on it, Logan Paul, you're a fucking pussy. I will outrun this shit out of you. And not only do I think your grammar is objectively shitty and the spelling mistakes make this damn near incomprehensible, I also think you are just dumb by not understanding what half the words you say mean, because the video is not clickbait. The title is Logan Paul laughing at a dead body. If you click on that video, you will see Logan Paul laughing at a dead body. No clickbait there. Hey, you can suck my fucking dick. Fuck you. I will beat the shit out of you. Douchebag McGee. Well, now I have to sleep with one eye open because Justin said boss track sass, whatever the fuck that name is coming for me. Yikes. You heartless stupid piece of crap on the street, Logan Paul. How hypercritical can you be? Well, shit. I initially thought this was about me, but reading it back, I think he might be talking to Logan Paul. I don't know why people are trying to have a conversation with Logan Paul in the comments of my video here. But when I first saw this, I thought he was talking about me. But now upon reading it out loud, I'm not too sure. It's really impossible to tell what half of the Logang people are trying to say in the comments because they're all damn near illiterate. But anyway, I like hypercritical here. I thought that word was great. Now I decided to save the only one that actually had thought put into it for last. So let's read Gavin's here. Dude, STFU, IDKYPPL wanna bring him down. Can you guys just leave him alone and forgive him? And I promise you that he will never ever do that again. I guess this is his mother speaking. He's talking about Logan like he's a dog. I will promise you that Ruffles will never shit on the floor again. This is absolutely kissed me the fuck off. Please stop kissing Gavin off. Can you guys just lecture him and get over it? He won't do it again. If you tell him what he did wrong in the right way, not just fucking call him stupid ass names and hate on him. I'm just saying that if you are going to try and make him realize what he did wrong, then do it in a non-bitch ass way. BCS saying shot about him ain't gonna do anything but make him angry and sad. Maybe if all this hate gets to him and he will kill himself, BCS of depression, ever fucking think of that, dumbass bitch? Well, Gavin, can't say I did think of that, because a person like Logan Paul, he will never ever feel anything. He's a sociopath, Gavin, I'm sorry to tell you. But please stop talking about Logan like he's some type of animal you own. You don't know him. You're not his best friend. To Logan, you are just a number on his view count. So anyway, I wanted to show a lot more and a lot better comments that I had been saving images of over the last couple of days, but unfortunately, like I said, I don't have them anymore. So I thought just over the last 24 hours would still be fun. So yeah, that's it. See ya. Now, I've seen a lot of people say that I look and sound like a Redditor, which is one of the most insulting things you can ever say about another human being. But what if I force-fed you a hard truth? What if I told you I don't really use Reddit? My narwhal doesn't bacon at midnight. I'll occasionally go on there just to see if there's any breaking news that I might be unaware of, but it's very infrequent. And I never, go into the swamp of a comment section on the platform. Until today. I don't know what possessed me to do this. It must have been some kind of divine moment that just grabbed me by the shoulders and possessed me, told me that I needed to read some comments today, and I am so thankful I did. I stumbled upon true beauty with an argument that could only ever happen on Reddit, that perfectly encapsulates the quintessential Reddit user. In this moment, I am euphoric, thanks to finding this fucking angry Redditor and everyone who engaged with him on this day. It started in the most unsuspecting location, but then again, that's where all good fairy tales begin. In the place you least expect them. So, it was a clip posted from this podcast. Now, the clip doesn't matter. I'm not going to play the clip. I'm sure you probably already recognize the person here. Her name is Bobby. She runs a podcast where she interviews famous celebrities, and her whole shtick is she makes things awkward, which is a very hit or miss format, so it's led to a lot of debate on why is she so popular. Also, is she an industry plant because she seemingly blew up overnight? She landed an interview with Drake while she was still relatively new and not massive, so it just started raising a lot of red flags, and a lot of people started saying it must be an industry plant, and then she started getting even more superstar celebrities. Like this clip is from an interview she did with Lil Yachty, and it's just been a lot of hoopla around her and her content. The only reason I'm even giving you this lore dump is because it is necessary to put into context what started this argument. And it's the entire reason I went into the comment section, really, of this video. You see, Bobby's content is very polarizing. On TikTok, people love Bobby. They're cheering her on, pumping their fist. Go, Bobby! Let's get it! Fuck yeah! And then on Twitter, it's boo! Oh, brother, she stinks. Get out of town, scram, this is garbage. So two very different responses to her content on two different platforms, but I've never really seen Reddit's opinion on it. I've never seen them weigh in, and curiosity got the best of me. I marched into Mordor, went to the comments in order to get an answer to the question, and most of the comments were pretty negative towards the interview. But there was one comment that spawned a whole series of dominoes to fall. So let's begin our journey. I'm going to blank out their name here. I don't want anyone to go harass anyone involved in this situation. So this individual comes forth and says, "What grown man sits down and watches this bullshit, then have the nerves to repost this garbage to Reddit?" Now this comment received a lot of love, over 400 upvotes, which is nothing to scoff at. That's a lot of high quality karma. Unfortunately, no Reddit Gold, Reddit Platinum, or Reddit Silver was gifted to it, so we weren't blessed with the edit "thanks for the gold, stranger," or anything like that, but still, the community responded very positively to this comment, and most of the comment section here echoed the same sentiment that they didn't really understand the appeal of the clip. Now, all of this doesn't matter. You can wipe your ass with all of this now, because going forward, this comment spiraled into something that had nothing to do with the original post anymore. And it went fucking insano style. Now we're introduced to our primary antagonist of season 1. So, from out of nowhere, our main character gets challenged. Someone steps in and says, "Lol, you're on the Hot Wheels sub, dude. Weird to take shots at what grown men should be into when your interests include Hot Wheels. Different people like different things. Leave it be." So he goes into the post history of this individual and notices that they are a frequent poster on the Hot Wheels subreddit, and he's using it to take some shots at him to try and showcase, like, hey man, you say grown men shouldn't be into that, but I could also say grown men shouldn't be into Hot Wheels. You see how that works? And he's not wrong. He's coming for the throat here. You could absolutely say the same thing. What grown men would be so into Hot Wheels that they'd go on to Reddit and talk about it all the time? I personally have no problem with that at all, and I don't think this poster does either. He's just using it to make a point. I think whatever hobby you're into, whatever you collect, I think it's great. I think that shit slaps. Having something that you're passionate about that you would collect it, I think is a cool thing. I mean, I have fucking cards framed on my wall from Yu-Gi-Oh! And Pokemon, right? Like, I get it. But this really struck a nerve with this guy. He responded by saying, "Grown man liking cars? Who would have thought? I see you ignored all the other subs. Maybe I should waste my time on rap and movie subs like all the other low IQ Redditors across the pond." And if you're an astute observer, you'll notice that he's no longer enjoying the luxury of some updoots. The subreddit has turned against him, thrown him to the wolves. He is now being flooded with downvotes. And a downvote is a fate worse than death to a Redditor. It's kryptonite to Superman. The downvotes start hitting him, over 100 downvotes. And I can see why. This feels very insecure to come at him like this. Like, his point was pretty clear, but then he, tries to, I don't know, explain away why it's, really in line with being a grown-ass man because he likes cars. He's like, oh, well, yeah, grown men like cars, Hot Wheels are cars, duh. I mean, maybe I should just go to rap and movie subreddits like you low IQ plebeians. It's really, really cringy Reddit behavior now. The bad boy comes back with a tough-to-swallow pill. Hot Wheels aren't cars, mate. They're toys. Talk about low IQ, haha. You're not better than anybody else, sorry to tell ya. To which he responds, "The fact you had to come back and edit that pathetic response, LMAO." And then he just says, "Go play with your vroom vrooms." His collection of downvotes is starting to eclipse his collection of Hot Wheels cars at this point. They just keep pouring in. As you can see, most people are rallying behind the other guy who's just saying, brother, they're toys, not real cars. And he's right. He is fluent in facts. He is spittin'. They are not real cars. They are toys. There's nothing wrong with collecting them or liking them, but I don't understand why this goofball is talking about it as if they are real vehicles. He's like, got this bravado going on, like this machismo, like, oh yeah, grown men liking cars, who would have thought? It's Hot Wheels, man. They're still collectible toys that you can play with, and they are made for kids, but there's nothing wrong with liking them or collecting them as an adult. Fucking Pokemon cards are made for kids too. I collect them. There's no shame in it, but you're acting so insecure about it and pretending that it's something that it's not. And he does the classic Reddit 101 when it comes to argument, where he doesn't actually address what was said. He just says, LMAO, edited your pathetic response, big L, basically. His response wasn't pathetic, it was totally fine. You didn't counter it or anything at all. He just made you look foolish, and you continue to make yourself look like even more of a clown here. In response to the vroom vroom comment, he says, "I'm changing spark plugs on my 700 horsepower F-150 right now. I will when I get done, though." And now, here enters the sidekick to our main supervillain here, who chimes in and says, "You're trying too hard." To which this guy responds, "Actually, I'm low on boost. If I was trying too hard, I'd be at 950 horsepower range." It doesn't get more Redditor than that. Oh my fucking god. I could feel the fedora tip through the computer screen here. Milady, my horsepower is quite low, actually. It's just, shit. It hurts to read. It really does. The guy's absolutely right. He is trying so hard. I half expected him to go into the Navy SEALs copy pasta. What'd you say to me, you little bitch? I've got 500 confirmed Hot Wheels with 6,000 horsepower and 400 RPM turbo booster NOS accelerators. Brother, It's Reddit. You're not Dominic Toretto. You're talking about Hot Wheels. It's not that deep. Even if he was being honest and was changing the spark plugs in his F-150, why would you say that? It just makes you look like such a fucking loser to say that during your heated little scuffle online. It's so cringy. If that's what you were actually doing, keep it to yourself. You don't need to try and like prove that you're a man to a stranger on Reddit. All hell breaks loose right now, and the cringe is rated E for everyone because he starts just lashing out at anybody in the thread. So someone else made a comment and he went through his post history, I believe, and found that he was on like the WWE subreddit. So he calls him out saying, WWE isn't real, bro, sorry to tell you. Maybe you should pick up a real hobby like learning about cars. To which they respond, toys. A slam dunk, he's right. It's all fucking about Hot Wheels so far. So then he comes back and says, yes, I'm not delusional like you, Mr. SmackDown vs. Raw. That's not even an insult. The WWE is extraordinarily popular. Hot Wheels Henry is just really scrapping for any morsel, any crumb of an insult that he can, slap together. And it's not working. It's not. He's fighting like 16 different battles from all fronts here on this comment thread, and he's losing every single one of them. Our boy then goes full armchair psychologist. You actually are ashamed deep down. That's the whole reason you chimed in on my comment. You felt attacked when I said, what grown man watches this? It brought back traumatic memories of you being bullied for liking WWE in this day and age. And he's like, no, I commented just because of the toxicity. To which he says, I'd rather have a Hot Wheels collection in my garage next to my turbo truck than have Rey Mysterio and Triple H posters all over my wall. I don't know who's getting bullied for liking the WWE in this day and age. It's extraordinarily popular. Maybe like 10 years ago, but today, no shot. I think he's fighting ghosts with that one. You're much more likely to get bullied for collecting Hot Wheels cars as a grown-ass man. Case in point. Though, he's not actually getting bullied for that because no one really has a problem with what you collect as a hobby. The reason people are making fun of him here in the subreddit is because of his attitude, where he views his hobby as just superior to whatever else everyone's interested in. Oh, you see, no, I actually collect Hot Wheels cars, like a real grown, grizzled, strong, big-muscled man, not this lame garbage. Like, it just sounds like pinky up, high off your own fumes, sniffing your own farts kind of garbage where you view yourself as superior than others just because you think your interests are better. So you're just shitting on everyone else who called it out. Like, no one cares if you collect Hot Wheels cars in your garage and it's right next to your fucking Optimus Prime truck. Yeehaw. That's great. You're just being an asshole about it, which is why people are just making fun of you in the subreddit. His rampage continues, and this time he's pissing on sacred, hallowed ground. He insults RuneScape. He says, you drive a stock car and play RuneScape, I know you're drowning in pussy. He's saying it sarcastically. So he checked the comment history of this guy, saw that he played RuneScape, and he's using it to attack him. Which is a wild one. Like, yeah, RuneScape's got some, less than stellar things about it, but there's nothing wrong with RuneScape at all. It's still an extremely popular MMO that is well loved to this day. And the guy's like, I don't understand how a dude who plays with toy cars thinks he's above people on movie and rap subreddits and people who play RuneScape. We're all on the same site getting in our respective nerdy communities. What makes toy cars better than talking about media or playing a game? Which is fair. I mean, that makes a lot of sense. And then he just goes, you don't understand because you can't even turn a wrench on your own car. Of course, a mechanic is going to be into Hot Wheels considering he works around cars all day. Do you need me to further break it down for you to understand? Oh, just that aura of insecure loser is very potent. It's like in Bleach when they first meet Kenpachi and his spiritual pressure is so strong that it just glues people to the ground. They can't even stand up. That's what his loser aura is doing to me right now. It's rough. Why do you feel the need to defend your hobby when no one's actually attacking that? They're attacking your behavior, where you think what you do is better than everyone else and can't understand that different people are going to like different things and there's nothing wrong with that. That's the only thing people are picking apart. That's what started this whole thing. You were saying, who watches this garbage? What grown man would do this? And one other guy was like, hey, you're a grown man who plays with Hot Wheels. You understand? Like, different people like different things. It could have been so easy to just meet in the middle, shake hands, and be like, oh, okay, I get it. Yeah, this wasn't for me. Just like Hot Wheels collecting, maybe not for you. But he just refuses to accept that reality. Instead, he's just going, no, 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 you don't understand because you can't turn a wrench in your own car. He just keeps diving in on things other people like. Do you just really call RuneScape a fun multiplayer game? Responding to someone saying that it was a fun game, there's nothing wrong with it. You're not playing COD, dude. You're playing a game that's synonymous with virgin weirdos like yourself. Deaf embarrassing. He's just trying way, way, way too hard. I can feel the tears in his eyes as he types these comebacks. Now, up until this point, I had a big smile on my face reading these for the first time, but when I read his next response here, I let out an audible gasp. So the guy, once again, is still going in about RuneScape, like, you know, it's just an MMO, you know, whatever, you're being a judgmental prick, and can't handle it when people roast you back. So you start combing through comment histories, massive Redditor mindset. And his response is, I can definitely handle it, LMAO. I just shit on 10 different no-lifes, including you, that wanted to be relevant. There's multiple comments saying who watches this, but of course you want to reply to mine for the free clout and upvotes from the Fim girls. I don't even know what fantasy land this guy's in. He just went into Narnia, and he's not coming back, I guess. We've lost him for good in delusion. Farming the free clout from a Reddit comment section? What clout? And where did the Fim girls come from? And I don't understand. There's so many layers to this onion, I don't even know where to begin with picking it apart. So, first of all, he can't handle anyone roasting him back. He has showcased that very beautifully. He's had a full-blown conniption over this. He did not shit on 10 different people. He just made a fool of himself in response to 10 different people. And he says that they just wanted to be relevant. So I'm guessing this guy has a huge ego, and he thinks that he's some kind of Reddit power user, perhaps? Like, his karma speaks for itself, right? Like, this is a big guy. And you guys are only responding to him because they're trying to suckle some clout from his teats, his big, ample bosom of relevancy. It's wild. It's so wild to me. So I went to his account because I did a double take. Is this like a big Reddit user? No, he's not. Like, I don't know what like the highest upper echelon of Reddit karma farming is, like the biggest karma accounts, but his is not very high. Like, I don't know where this is coming from. But even if it was, if he's the #1 Reddit poster, there is no such thing as Reddit clout for commenters. That doesn't exist. Like, Reddit is the only social media platform where if you're extremely active, the #1 account on Reddit, it doesn't do dick for you. It does less than nothing for you. If you get Twitter famous, you can at least turn that into some kind of like sponsorship revenue or lead people to other platforms to maybe follow you. Now you can even make direct ad revenue from engagement, I guess. TikTok, obviously, you can make a whole career out of. Even Facebook, obviously, YouTube, Twitch, every other social media platform, if you are a power user of it and get like a big audience on there, you can make a whole career out of it. Reddit, if you dedicate your life to being a Reddit power user, all you do is get laughed at. That's your big reward. You get insulted for wasting your time. It is the only social media platform where you cannot make a career out of being a power user of it. So even if he was the #1 user on here, it wouldn't matter. And there's no clout that anyone would be able to get from this exchange. This was just one of the most bafflingly out of touch comments I think I've ever read on that platform. Now, another Redditor came in and said, no way you just said free clout when referring to Reddit comments, also stunned by the statement, and he double responds here saying, your plan worked, dude. You got all the femboys wanting to suck you off. And since we're on Reddit, I'll just go ahead and do it. You used the wrong form of your, actually. And then his next response is, y'all should become friends and play together. Y'all would fit in perfectly with the rest of the RuneScape community. I'm at a loss for words. This is kind of where the whole thing ends. And man, what a banger of an exchange it was. It's just such an adventure. All starting from someone mentioning his Hot Wheels hobby. And look at where we ended up, huh? Look at us now. Who would have thought? This is a wacky argument. Probably my favorite Reddit argument that I've got to actually find for myself. I got to come into this in the wild. I didn't get linked to this. No one told me about this. I just happened to be perusing the comment section and then saw this argument unfold. And I got to go on an unexpected journey with it. And I really just had to share it. I had to. So yeah, that's really about it. So yeah. This is the most hostile comment section on YouTube, and I feel like I can say with a high degree of certainty that this is the longest argument ever in a YouTube comment section, lasting an entire year and spanning roughly 500 some replies. Now, with this kind of anger, you would expect the video to be some kind of politically charged video, or maybe somebody said anime should be illegal or that lollies are a crime, something that really puts a hate boner where someone's flaccid cock once was. But what if I told you that the video that all of this is taking place on, the most aggressive comment thread on YouTube, was actually on a Paper Mario song? I'm going to take you on a journey through this war zone here. We're not going to read every reply just because there is so many. This thing's longer than the fucking Bible, honestly. But we're going to go through the big parts, the big moments here in the manga, make sure we get the gist of what's going on, because this may be one of the greatest stories ever told. It's got it all. It's got a little something for everyone. A story of betrayal, violence, love, terrorism, action, drama, mystery, and most of all, Mario. Chapter 1, The Catalyst. This is where it all begins. This is ground zero. Lunar1314 leaves a comment saying, I don't care if I get hate because of this opinion, but this is my favorite Paper Mario final boss song. A bold and brave hot take. Someone didn't tell Lunar that opinions are illegal on the internet. It's not the most controversial thing to say, it's simply a matter of liking a song. But this is the internet, and you can't like something that somebody else doesn't like. A lesson our boy Lunar here is about to learn the hard way. Enter the villain, Oromaru 1837, because you're like 9, haven't even played the other games, I guarantee you. And now, just like the Powerpuff Girls when the hotline rings, our hero rolls in, Dave Matthew. These are our primary characters. Of course, we get introduced to other important side characters throughout the season here. The lore gets very deep, trust me. But this is basically the Batman and the Joker, Dave and Oromaru. Dave sweeps in defense of Lunar. How about we agree that you are a jerk? Everyone can have their own opinion, and that is the internet, so no one cares about your opinion to begin with. Also, instead of throwing insults at me, why don't you try to get me to see things from your perspective? It would be a lot more time efficient and, unlike insults, actually accomplishes something in the long run. Or you can continue to assume that I am a mere child that does not know of the 5 other Paper Mario games, or was it 4? Or has even played them, both opinions being completely wrong. But as I said, it's the internet. We can go in circles all day and night and neither of us would get anywhere. So let's not, okay? Dave trying to get out ahead here and squash the beef, giving a fair warning to Oromaru that you do not want to fuck with Dave, but, spoiler alert, Oromaru pokes the sleeping bear. You never gave your side, dumb fuck. All you did was come on here talking about some damn opinions or some shit. Pretty clear you didn't intend to accomplish anything. Also, you haven't played any other game, have you? It's not hard to know how many Paper Mario games there are, kid. 64, Thousand Year Door, Super Paper Mario, this garbage, and Color Splash, which was actually not bad, but was too weird gameplay-wise to be called a Paper Mario game. And it's this comment right here that makes a good boy go bad. You do not question Dave Matthews' understanding of the Paper Mario franchise, and you do not do it on a public forum like this, and be an asshole about it. The opinion haver that started all of this comes back in here, kicks open the doors to the Church of Paper Mario with tears in his eyes like he just watched his parents having a fight, saying, all I said was, this is my favorite final boss song in the Paper Mario series, but it turned into a huge fight and I don't understand that. And then Oromaru hits him with a hard dose of reality. You said you don't care if you get hate, so obviously you do understand, dumb fuck. Unfortunately, Lunar just doesn't understand that his initial comment was like the assassination of Franz Ferdinand, and now he's started a massive war. And in war, Lunar, there's casualties. I know you can say whatever you want, but please, can you please calm down and make a nice comment to people? Like I said, please not say about 1,000 cuss words with this reply, please. It's not hurting you to read a quick fuck. Look, I'm understanding everything you're saying. I'm just here to calm you down. Not everything in the world is solved by anger. Jedi Brooklyn Green comes in here and tries to reason with Sith Lord Oromaru here about how anger's not the key, but it's all for nothing because Oromaru has already been consumed by his anger. Like I said, I am cutting out a couple things here because there is so much of it. It'd be like a 10-hour video if I read the entire chain. Basically, in a nutshell, Dave was saying this is pointless, it's an internet argument, let's just drop this. And he concludes his monologue with, Well, since we both agree that this whole thing is pointless, let us just agree to disagree and be on our way then. Aramaru. Cool, so fuck off. Peace was never an option. Nah, seeing your pointless insults because you can't come up with an actual comeback to my remarks is rather funny to me. Heh, I thrive off your pointless rage. Thought it was done. Why you still here, idiot? As I said, I thrive off your rage and anger. You want me to stop? Stop being angry. Easy. Dave Matthews is slowly accumulating power like a spirit bomb fueled by Aramaru's rage. He is laughing in the face of Aramaru's anger. Not angry, dumb fuck. Piss off. See? Angry. Not angry, dumb fuck. Piss off. I see that you're running out of comebacks. I can give you a few if you need them. Dave, of course, being one of the world's leading comeback dealers. Not stressful, you're just annoying, lol. And there's plenty of music better than this shit, even from Color Splash. Uh-huh. Why don't you go back to your 1,000-year-old game and super overrated Paper Mario game? Your screen, oh boo-hoo. Let me play a sad song for you on the world's smallest viol... Oh wait, I broke it. If this was done, why did you reply? Metal Mario coming in here just spitting straight venom in the face of Aramaru here, lighting him on fire with the world's smallest violin comment. Nice try, dumb fuck, but I haven't even played any Paper Mario games except Color Splash. Now fuck off with your shitty excuses for jokes. People have better shit to read. When I initially made it to this chapter the first time and got blindsided by this plot twist, I fucking recoiled into my chair, threw my arms in the air. I was just so absolutely shocked. I felt like I was witnessing history, like I Am Your Father level twists here. This is subverting expectations done extremely well. Not Game of Thrones Season 8 bullshit. This is how you surprise a reader with a narrative plot twist. Who could have seen this coming? If you remember back to the genesis of this whole mess, it started with Aramaru melting down and breaking shit in his room over the fact that somebody liked a Paper Mario song he didn't like, and then accuses them of not having played any of the other Paper Mario games, and then only a short 100 replies later, he himself admits he's only ever played one Paper Mario game, and it's not even this one. It's so fucking remarkable. What an incredible twist. That is character development right there. Now we're getting a little bit of the origin story of Aramaru here, which only makes him even more mysterious. Well, I see my sympathy was misplaced. You seriously judge a game on what other people say about it? You sure have missed many a good game. Also, shame on you. Don't give out criticism if you don't actually have the knowledge to back it up. It's just stupid to say something's wrong and then give no evidence at all to support your theory. And that's researching 101. This guy Reddits. Also, it appears that you really do only know how to spit out insults. I'm gonna have fun with this. Hello again, my old friend. I see you're here to argue once again. Too bad this will end with you weeping, because your argument is less than the dust I'm sweeping. But you will not give up yet, because you don't realize that it's the internet. The internet. So you might as well be voiceless, as all arguments here are practically worthless. Dave Matthews goes full Robert Frost here with this personalized slam poem to Aramaru. I get that it's supposed to be a Sound of Silence parody, and it's executed wonderfully. A special song poem about the argument you still persist on despite the flaws in your argument. P.S. You still haven't told me what your favorite song in the series is. Did I ask? No, bitch, I didn't. Fuck off. Shut the fuck up. I didn't even read what you said because I just know it's dumb as shit, lol. Come on, man, he took the time to write an entire parody song for you. The least you could do is read the lyrics. For about 4 days, there was peace in the comment section where people were going over things they liked and didn't like about the game, and then Aramaru comes in full fury here, pitchfork in hand, ready to slap shit around. He reignites the argument by saying, "Obviously do if yo pussy ass won't just leave the conversation." Dave says, "Pff, ha ha ha, now I remember why I stick around. I'd love to see what kind of pathetic retort and comeback you are going to make at me that I can easily tear apart. Really, it is rather satisfying to see what you come up with." Once again, there was a truce called in the comment section for about a week, and then Aramaru came back, and Dave immediately noticed. He's like the NORAD defense system, able to hone in on Aramaru's presence and then attack. "Oh, hello there. Ready for round 2, my little whiny failure? Round and round the argument goes, when will it stop no one knows. That meme has been dead, fucking idiot. I'm ready for you to piss off, you worthless fuck. I did not drag your pride through the mud and make you look like a brainless, arrogant maggot. You did. You destroyed your own argument. You ignored the statements that made you look like a fool. You chose to spit out nothing but insults. Your fault. Your stupidity. Deal with it. Or stick around and continue to look like a moron. It's entertaining. And besides, we win either way. And you lose either way. Dave hits him with some kind of superhero monologue right before he throws the bad guy in jail. And Aramaru says, "Don't care to read your arguments, lol. As a matter of fact, I only read the first reply, lol. Quit wasting my time and fuck off." "Then you are nothing but a bottom-barrel fool who will have no success in life. As I said, you don't bother to defend yourself at all. That makes you an idiot." "Also, why should I? You have no power here and you never will. The fact that you think you do just displays your idiocy for everyone. Besides, I already gave you the requirements for my departure. Or are you incapable of reading as well, my little maggot?" Everything Dave has been saying thus far sounds like the Rick and Morty copy pasta from Reddit. I mean, I think Dave is in the right here because Aramaru is a huge fucking asshole, but man, he's really going about all of it in a terrible way. A month goes by. Is he finally gone? Yeah, he is gone. Is he gone if your dumbass would just quit replying? I didn't even read shit you said. I told you that I would only leave if you either apologized for being rude, or if you went 10 comments without swearing. You're not good at remembering things, are you, my little maggot? Hello, little maggot. Just letting you know that I am still in this comment chain, just in case you thought you were rid of me or that you actually won this argument. Okay, bye now. This was after a month of him not replying, so Dave just really wants to continue this, and nothing makes me more uncomfortable than reading Dave keep calling someone my little maggot. Like, this must be how it feels for some girls when they hear the word moist. Every time I read him saying my little maggot, I just get like tingly and uncomfortable and break out into like a little profuse sweat. It's just yucky. I feel like I'm reading some old woman's fanfic where she's describing some weird sexual intercourse she had at a biker bar or something, and it's just making me uncomfortable. I don't know why he keeps calling this guy my little maggot. I don't give a fuck where you are, dumb bitch. Just like no one cares about you, my little maggot. This will be the last time you see Dave with this kind of confidence because he's about to meet the actual muscle here. Mr. Hater. If Aramaru was a supervillain, then Mr. Hater is a fucking turbo villain. He's a galactic villain, a universal threat, a divine being of villainy. I don't even know what to call him, a fucking raid boss of villainy. Because he comes in here and just starts slapping shit around. He's a big asshole as well, of course. But he brings Dave to his knees here. This is like when you're reading a comic book and the hero's in trouble. So Mr. Hater comes in here with a full chub, full erection, red alert. He calls out Dave in front of the entire classroom. "I see you have a superiority complex and are very self-centered. How very hypocritical. You're no better than him. Guess I gotta clean house and deal with little keyboard warriors like you myself." That is honestly like some Marvel's Thanos shit right there. Dave is still riding the high after he seemingly defeated Aramaru, so he replies to Mr. Hater with a large amount of confidence and a bit of arrogance, saying, "Heh, you poor naive fool. When did I ever claim that I was better than little maggot? That I'm better than you? Oh, to live in your little fantasy. Can you not see what I am doing? Or are you just as blind as he is? Of course, I can tell you're cut from the same cloth as my little maggot, so I'll humor your attempts at insulting me and everyone else present. Let's see how long you last." Dave's still under the impression that he's the king of this Thunderdome, but what he hasn't realized yet is Mr. Hater's not locked in here with Dave. Dave is locked in here with Mr. Hater. "Oh, I know your intentions very well, and I intend to stop it. I mean, what the hell is wrong with you? Just look at your comment, you poor naive fool, to live in your little fantasy. These are things that a narcissistic, self-centered man-child would say. How am I or anyone with half a brain cell supposed to take you seriously? There's a reason the other guy left. You won't last long, Dave. You won't last long because underneath all that bravado, you're just a sad little boy with delusions of grandeur, who, by the way, can't talk for shit. So here's a piece of friendly advice. Turn away now and stop wasting Aramaru's time, because if you don't, by the time this is over, you'll be my little maggot." No response. Guess I must have hit one of your soft spots, Winky. "So you actually have some bite, do you? Good. Let's see what you've got. I will compliment you on your use of insults, as well as how you get straight to the point." Dave is immediately showing that Mr. Hater has hurt him. You can't do that, Dave. You can never show weakness to a man like Mr. Hater. He can smell blood in the water. He can smell cum in a bathtub. He will pounce. and you can't let him find any amount of scrapes on your armor. Dave, he showed a weakness, and Mr. Hater exploited it, unfortunately. Heh, of course you didn't realize. I wasn't talking about Lunar. I was talking about you and me. We don't care what others think of our opinion. We just say whether we agree or disagree with someone's opinion. In that way, we are alike, you and I. Don't you agree? I love this exchange here. This is like the season finale here when the two characters are monologuing at each other before they start beating each other with like a stick or something. Ah, I see you're trying to get on my good side. As you know what they say, if you can't beat them, join them. How about this, Dave? Write a full paragraph apologizing to Aramaru, and I might consider agreeing with you. And, by the way, it has to be real nice, so no calling him my little maggot. Otherwise, I might just start calling you that myself. That would require me to have a single shred of respect towards little maggot, and in case you did not read the whole conversation, I did apologize to him. He threw it back in my face and used it to insult me without responding to it whatsoever. You, on the other hand, are actually participating in a discussion, while my little maggot only responds with the same insults like he's a broken fax machine. You, I respect, little wasp. I forgot to click read more for the screenshot, but it said, I do not respect little maggot. So now Dave, for some reason, is calling Mr. Hater Little Wasp. I don't understand where he's getting this from. Maybe like from old 60s movies or something where it was cool. And then he references a fax machine, which hasn't been in use for the last 30 years. So I just don't know what's really going on here. Maybe Dave is caught in a time vortex and he's communicating with us from the past. And he's only able to communicate through the comment section of Paper Mario Final Boss Song. But yeah, just really fucking love this part here. This feels like the climax of the entire argument. Dave going with the whole, we're not so different, you and I. We're one of the same. It's like some shit you'd see in Naruto Sasuke right before their final fight. It's fucking wonderful. You make a fair point. I shall apologize to him, but do not expect a paragraph. You make sound arguments, Mr. Wasp. I'm not one to call someone by childish names, but you are very hypocritical after all, so I expect nothing less. Anyway, do go ahead. Where's the apology? I don't see it. Mr. Hater's trying to rush this. It hasn't even been a full day at this point. Mr. Hater, he wants that apology ASAP. So now you can see Mr. Hater has assumed control of this entire argument. The entire tone has shifted here, and now Dave is at the mercy of Mr. Hater, and he wants his homework. Do not rush me. It's been 2 days now, so no excuses. You aren't gonna apologize, are you? I figured as much. If you wish to continue arguing, then be my guest, kid. Dave is starting to panic a little bit. He doesn't want to write this apology because he does not respect Aramaru, but he is afraid of Mr. Hater, so he's caught in between a rock and a hard place here, and he's treading water in the comment section. 1, I have a life at the moment. 2, you need a little bit of patience. 1 word. College. You don't go to college, David. Then you clearly set your expectations of me far too low. A shame, really. I thought you would be smart enough to not do what little maggot did. Stop lying to yourself, David. How about you tell me what's actually going on? College, as I said before. Do you not listen, or are you refusing to believe that I have a life outside of this? Now, if you excuse me, I have a music class to attend. I really don't understand why Dave even feels compelled to keep answering at this point. He doesn't want to write the apology. He shouldn't write an apology, honestly. He just doesn't have to reply to Mr. Hater. He can just wash his hands of this whole thing and still come out as the victor. But for some reason, he keeps engaging with Mr. Hater in here, and Mr. Hater's pressure is somehow like leaking into Dave's real world, it seems, because it feels like he's stressing about this apology, which he shouldn't write in the first place. Mr. Hater goes in on Dave, starts poking holes into his claims about college because 4 months ago it was still coronavirus shutdown, so classes weren't going on, so Dave feels the need to defend himself again. And then he kind of just explains he just doesn't want to fucking apologize, which he shouldn't. I'm glad he doesn't. Dave says, 1, truthfully, I don't want to apologize to Armu because I know for a fact it would not be genuine, and no matter how much I hate a person, I'm not going to insult them by giving them a mocking, half-assed apology. And 2, online classes are a thing that exists, and I'm not doing just a music class. Who is the antagonistic one here? Because it definitely isn't me. You poor, pathetic whelp. barking and baying like anything you say will ever matter. No, your words don't hurt me because they are artificial, fake, designed, and spoken for the sole purpose of inflicting pain without putting actual feeling behind it. Ha, ha 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 ha. No, your words are hollow and do not deserve the electrons my brain cells would have to burn to process them, just like you. You're not special, you're not unique, you're not important, and you never will be, not now, not ever. So go ahead whelping, keep making a fool of yourself. I'll just watch the show, laughing all the while. And in your ivory tower of hypocrisy, did you ever once realize I never denied what you have been saying? You are a parasite, Mr. Hater. Something that must tear everyone down to justify their worthless existence. Perhaps I am one too, but that's where our similarities end. You lash out at anyone you see as below you. I lash out at people who do what you and Armu did. Insult and tear into someone because they dared to have an opinion you did not agree with, or lash out at people who defend themselves from other people like you. I never said I was better. But does it really matter in the end? At the end of the day, one of us looks like the bad guy to everyone else, and since I haven't been antagonizing everyone participating in this, it most definitely not me who's the bad guy. Try to say I'm wrong here. You're not wrong, Dave. Not at all. And people like Aramaru and Mr. Hater, yeah, they suck a lot of fat ass. It's sad that someone cares this much about someone's opinion on something that doesn't matter. 100%. Agree with you entirely there, Dave. But the way you're handling all this and then putting this huge, presidential speech here is not good either. This is the wrong way of handling any of this. And there's really just no point in arguing in a YouTube comment section to begin with. There are no winners here. Mr. Hater breaks down his response line by line. You lash out at anyone you see as below you. Dave, don't be ridiculous. I'm not as narcissistic as you, or at all for that matter. I lash out at anyone who do what you and Armu did. A mistake you will regret, as you have started all of this, and I aim to end it. The two go back and forth about the apology that Dave doesn't want to write. Mr. Hater just keeps picking apart each line of everything he says. My words are said solely to get you to leave. That's never going to happen, Dave. I've grown very persistent over the years, and trust me, persistence pays, and I will stay here for months if I had to. Will you? Yeah, big guy, I'm sure your persistence pays, living in a fucking comment chain for months. How productive and incredible. There are just some people who live their life to argue online, and it's sad as shit. This guy is the perfect example, willingly saying, I will stay in this fucking thread for months because I have nothing else going on in my life. That is pathetic. That's fucking sad, Mr. Hater. Apology seems unlikely. Then you will perish here eventually with me, as it's either you apologize to Aramaru now and we'll be on our way, or we're going to be staying here for a long, long time. So, with that being said, let's just start all over on a positive note. We aren't going to start all over on a more positive note until you start apologizing, Dave. Are you going to apologize for your own hostility? Short answer, no. Unlike you, I did nothing wrong, Dave. So it's either you apologize to Aramaru and behave, or you slowly perish with me for months. Either way, I consider it a win-win. And this is where the story stops. I mean, it goes on a little bit further, but nothing is more pathetic than this mic drop from Mr. Hater. These are the people you argue with online, people that have actually nothing better to do. He considers it a win-win if someone is perishing, wasting their time in a comment section with him. That's so fucking sad. He considers it successful if he wastes somebody else's time and wastes his own time because he's already miserable in the first place. Oh, actually, I almost forgot. 3 months after all of this went down, as the dust was starting to settle, Mr. Hater and Dave just stopped communicating with each other, and there was just momentary bliss as everyone read through the thread, and then Yoshi comments, tagging Aramaru, and Aramaru's been tagged this entire time. Yoshi just points out it's been 10 months, but 64 really good, kind of basic, 1,000 Year Door, bop, and all this. Just kind of breaks down his opinion of the music, and then Aramaru, from out of fucking nowhere, comes out of retirement to deliver one of the most powerful conclusions to any story ever given. I don't give a fuck about your opinion, this song is still shit. What a beautiful way of wrapping all of this up. But yeah, anyway, the last interaction between our main characters was 4 months ago. From what I checked today, there wasn't any new developments that I noticed. A few more people have been made aware of this because it was posted on Twitter. That's how I found it. And this has just been truly a joy. Delightful to read through. So just keep all this in mind next time you think you're confident enough to leave an opinion on a Paper Mario song. That's about it. So yeah. What's up, everybody? It's Critical. I love laughably bad modern journalism. Right now, my go-to golden goose is Polygon. It's just a fucking cornucopia of entertainingly abysmal articles. Christmas came early many years ago, and Christmas never left. This is the gift that keeps on giving. It's like the fucking Allspark, just giving life to new, awful articles, and I love it. But today, out of nowhere, the delightful children from down the lane published a real prostate-tickling article on CNN called Why Kids Love Fascist Cartoons Like Paw Patrol and Thomas the Tank Engine. And man, is this one hell of a read. This article really sums up 2017 nicely. This is pretty much what American culture has devolved into. Everything's fascist, everything is Nazi, everything is bad, everyone is evil, and here's why. This article is the perfect representation of what 2017 was all about. Let's dive right the fuck in. I'm not going to read this whole thing to you verbatim like it's a fucking bedtime story. I'm sure all of you out there have at least a 3rd grade reading level and can understand author Alyssa Strauss's writing here. It's not very complex, it's not Shakespearean, it's not even good writing. It's a shitty fucking article, and I'm sure you can read it just fine. So let's go ahead and start. The first thing she talks about here is, all parents want their children to be part of this utopia where unicorns are pissing out rainbows and the rainbows are shitting out flowers and the flowers are getting bukkakied by butterflies. Perfect world, nothing ever goes wrong. No one gets hurt, there's no boo-boos. But unfortunately, our kids are just born evil and perverted by popular culture, and one of the biggest culprits is the cartoons. And then she goes on to say 2 of the most divisive shows are Thomas the Tank Engine and Paw Patrol. Since when? She says this with such confidence that it's common knowledge that parents are afraid of Thomas the Tank Engine and Paw Patrol like it's some type of modern day boogeyman. Oh, if you catch your kid watching Paw Patrol or Thomas the Tank Engine, it's already too late. You might as well just put the child down. They've already become Hitler. And then she tries to poke a hole in your condom and give you this baby of false knowledge that she's not the only insane person that thinks these shows are divisive. She says prestigious publications have essays on it in social media and it's getting eviscerated by grown-ups on discussion boards. None of those are reliable. The prestigious publication essay she's talking about comes from fucking BuzzFeed. It's not like BuzzFeed is the holy grail of good journalism. They're not like this fucking Excalibur cutting through the bullshit and saving the world of modern journalism. And bringing up grown-ups on discussion boards, yeah, that's reliable. Let me just go ahead and hop on Yahoo Answers and see what Smegma Sailor Steve has to say about fascism and cartoons. Alyssa's lunacy knows no bounds as she goes on to try and explain why these shows are causing kids to gas their pets and poop on sidewalks. The first target in this maniac's crosshairs is Thomas, as she links equally horrible articles that explain how it's classist, sexist, imperialist, anti-environmentalist, racist, and it makes me want to fist myself. It's so fucking dumb. Then she goes on to Paw Patrol and says it's equally as polarizing. Well, I don't exactly think it's polarizing to rational people. Then here comes BuzzFeed, where it's once again cited as proof that it is a bad show made by bad people and turns children into bad people. And she continues her plummet in insanity by saying the main character is a megalomaniac with an unstoppable god complex. That just makes me laugh because it's clearly like written out of spite. She's very jealous of this character. And it's sad. It's genuinely sad, Alyssa. I feel sorry for you just even reading this thing. Then, this is very tempting for us intellectual parents who are aghast at contemporary politics, as she takes a sip from her coffee mug in front of a fireplace with an open robe. And just really goes on, this is a source of comfort for our children, but it shouldn't be because these shows are evil. Apparently the possibility that kids are just watching these shows because they're colorful and the characters are cool since it's a fucking train and it's fucking dogs, both of which kids like. They like fucking dog. Well, they don't like fucking dogs, I hope, but they like the fucking characters. It's cool to them. And this idea has just eluded Alyssa that kids aren't watching these shows based on any type of underlying messages, and I don't think they're being subliminally conditioned to want to start throwing up concentration camps or some shit. I don't think Alyssa was ever even a kid. I think she was just a robot designed to be outraged by everything and look for meaning where there is none. And if I'm wrong, Alyssa, feel free to try and prove me wrong, but I think I know what kind of kid you were. You were probably the type of kid to remind the teacher of homework if she forgot, and you probably told your parents that Santa Claus wasn't real because you didn't want to have any fun on the holidays, didn't want to be deceived by the fascist notion of Santa Claus existing. It continues talking about how children are sponges and they struggle with these ideas of good and evil, and they're at this constant battle with themselves. Am I bad? Am I not bad? And stupid shit like that. And then it goes here. On the other hand, children take comfort in the idea that someone is in charge. To them, Ryder isn't a megalomaniac, and Sir Topham Hatt of Thomas isn't a neo-colonial autocrat. What fucking stupid children, am I right, that can't even recognize those characters as megalomaniacs and neo-colonial autocrats? Raise your kids better. Jeez, man, everyone's getting dumber these days. And then to put the cherry on top of this ice cream asshole, we gotta finish it off with this. And the fact that these leaders, both white males, oh, you can't have an outraged, controversial piece without those white males thrown in there. That word's gotta be in there somewhere if you want to be taken seriously. Look like most figures in position of authority in the real world and is not lost on children. I'm so certain it is lost on children, Alyssa. I'm not even going to go any further into that. You are so fucking off the mark there. It's fucking sad when the children in this story are smarter than the author. The children can look at the show and take it at face value the way it's supposed to be taken and recognize these characters aren't evil megalomaniac neo-colonial autocrats or shit like that. They're plot devices. They're just there to serve as something that's fun for kids and progress the plot of the show. Meanwhile, you have these lunatic parents that are sitting crisscross applesauce in front of the TV with a notepad, 10 iPads open, taking notes everywhere. They got a cork board in the background, little notepads and strings connecting all these dots and then leading to this overblown and way off the mark character analysis. It's just baffling to me. They look for everything to be controversial and they make everything controversial. It's the stupidest shit in the world. And then they can never understand why people don't take them seriously, and the people that do take them seriously are fucking scary, weird people. Alyssa, read the title of this article. Read your article. Who the fuck is gonna take this seriously? Why kids love fascist cartoons like Thomas and Paw Patrol. Are you fucking kidding me? That sounds like something that would have been a joke 5 years ago, but unfortunately in 2017, an article like this is like gospel to some people. I saw some people celebrating this shit. Oh, finally, Alyssa speaking out on the real problems in the world. Fuck the Hollywood sexual abuse epidemic going on here. This is what people should be talking about. These fascist cartoons. Unbelievable. Finally, someone brave enough to talk about it. It's so fucking sad. I have absolutely nothing to say about this pretentious part of the article here. I really just don't even know where to begin. This is so full of shit. You're welcome to read this on your own. And if you're a rational person in even the slightest capacity, you can see why this is just so laughably bad. I don't want to go into detail on it. It's just too fucking dumb too. And then here's more dog shit from the article. They have Catherine DM Clover here, who has this moral conundrum that keeps her up every night in cold sweats. Should she judge Thomas the same way she would judge something she watches? And that makes no sense to me at all, Catherine, because if I turn on Nickelodeon and I'm watching Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, I'm not going to dock points or think less of the show because there's not blood and guts flying all over the place like the action movies I like to watch. So why am I going to grade it the same way? Just doesn't make sense. But at least she lets him indulge in Thomas every now and then when the full moon strikes. Then there's some more pieces from some other parents that I doubt even exist. I feel like Alyssa made them all up just to have both sides of this argument here, even though I don't even understand how there's a fucking argument made from this at all, but it's here. Finally, we reach the end of this nightmare and get to the end of the article, and man, do we get a nice way to send it home. Here's an idea for the creative team behind Paw Patrol and Thomas. Should they want to broaden their appeal to parents without alienating their fan base, I'm sure that's what they want. All of the creators out there with their billions of dollars is probably trying to look for ways to appeal more to the parents. I imagine that's what they want to do from a marketing perspective. Makes sense, Alyssa. Ryder and Sir Topham Hatt retire and are replaced by their equally domineering sisters. God, that's the saddest thing I've ever read, Alyssa. She's fucking calling for the resignation of these two characters. She's fucking jealous of them or something. And then she's okay with the way the characters exist as long as they weren't white males, because she's calling for them to be replaced by the females. And apparently then it's going to be okay. Then the show won't be fascist if the main problems here are replaced with females. Can't say I understand that, Alyssa, but hey, after all, it is your world. We're just defending you in it. This, in turn, boosts the social status of all non-male characters. Children would still get the satisfaction of immersing themselves in an orderly universe where rules are rules and everyone is in his or her place, just without the white guy on top. Oh, so there's the real problem with the cartoons. There's a white guy on top, apparently. I don't even think that's accurate for these shows, but according to Alyssa, the problem is the white devil. That's the real issue of these shows. Everything before this is useless. All you need to understand is the problem is the white guys. Fucking pathetic here, Alyssa. Really just sad. Overall, just so incredibly sad. She understands nothing about why kids like the shows, and she just looks for this controversial statement where it's a fascist show and the white males have ruined it and just converted their children to Nazism. it's the worst piece I've read so far this year. And I say that without exaggeration, and I've read a lot of Polygon articles, but this one I think is the most outlandish and laughably bad one. So yeah, that's it. So yeah. If you've ever gone into a YouTube comment section over the last couple months, the title immediately made sense to you what this video was going to be about. If you've ever wandered into the comment section on any of my videos or plenty of others across the platform, no doubt you have seen this at the very top about Isabella, a 15-year-old from California with cancer, and how the survival rate's really low. They're very scared, and they made a video talking about the struggle, and it'll be the last one they make. That has been the top comment on every one of my new uploads for a couple of months now. And it's also the top comment on a ton of other videos I've seen across the platform. It is always at the top because the likes are botted. It's always from different accounts because the accounts keep getting banned, because they're fake accounts. This is clearly a bot. I don't even think the most senile octogenarian would see that comment and start shedding tears about how it tugged on their heartstrings because they believed it. I promise you, the amount of people that have read that and actually, like, you know, responded like they just got a fucking Amber Alert, like, no, Isabella! They fucking sprint out the door to try and support this channel to the best of their ability, is probably very low. You can probably count the amount of people that have fallen for it on one hand. But it's still very annoying. It's just a big headache that is also a symptom of a larger problem that the platform struggled with for years, which is bots. I've covered this at least once a year for the last 5 years because of how bad it's gotten, and it ebbs and flows. Sometimes it gets extremely bad, like where bots were sharing illegal material through the comment section, and then it seemed like YouTube kind of put the kibosh on it on the back end. But now those bots are back, and now even more bots seem to have infested the comment section with like the Isabella shit, and also the porn bots that'll just copy a real comment and paste it as their own. Like, it is a huge issue, and every single time, like clockwork, that it starts to get really bad, flares up, people blame the YouTuber. So right now, people for a while have been saying I've done nothing about the bots in the comments, talking about how I'm just letting it rot down there. Even leading to people putting their words in my ass about how I'm doing it on purpose. Well, you see, Charles is doing this because it helps boost the amount of comments, which is good for the algorithm. So he's clearly okay with these bots down there because it helps the video. He's totally fine with letting it go to the birds because it helps boost the comment numbers, which is a crazy take, but it's spoken with so much authority and confidence from people that are so wrong that I almost can't help but be impressed by the hubris. This is something I literally talk about once a year, because there is only so much you can do. When these bots start getting this out of control, it's not as easy as just somehow banning all of them. There are tens of thousands of these accounts and new ones being made every second. That's just not feasible. Not even Queso could ban that many accounts. So what you do instead is you ban words and characters. So last time this was a huge issue, Matt and I did this massive repository of so many words and phrases and like characters that people use to try and get like around the like blacklist filter so they could like still spam all of the terrible shit. And we blocked those. But clearly, they have now found ways around it. Thus, a new solution needs to be brought into fruition here that I have yet to find. I could ban the word Isabella, but they'll just change the name. So it'll go from Isabella to Gertrude or something, but it doesn't actually solve the bot problem. It is a very difficult problem to tackle because of how widespread the issue is. YouTube itself would have to do something on its back end to try and make it more difficult to have all of these botted accounts making millions of comments all the time. It's difficult, and it's not something that I'm just like ignoring or unaware of. I clearly see it. It's just there's not a ton of ways for me to combat it beyond what I'm already doing and what I've already done. They are always getting more and more sophisticated and finding different ways around the protocol to stop them. So it's just tough. Also, another thing very interesting about the behavior of the Isabella bot in particular is you'll notice on almost all of the top comments from it, it is edited. So another thing it does is it doesn't always bot likes. It'll sometimes copy and paste a legitimate comment that was gaining traction, post it as its own, give it some kind of boost, and then people will organically like it, thinking that it was like a real person that made it. Then they edit the comment to be Isabella. So it's not always the same every single time. Oftentimes it'll be like a bait and switch, like, you thought I was just a normal bot copy and pasting? Actually, Isabella. So these bots are not as simple as a lot of people make them out to be, and they are not as easy to stop as a lot of people say they are, with just like banning them or like blacklisting some of the words. That is what we have tried, and they are still finding ways around it. And you can't ban every single bot because, again, it takes less than 5 seconds for these bot farms to just make a new one and just start a new account. So it is a tricky thing to fix. And yes, despite what a couple people will lead you to believe, I am trying to do something about it, so it stops being all over the comment section on every video I post. It's just not easy. Anyway, though, that's really about it. So yeah. A clout-obsessed goofball on TikTok just ate parasites for views. He turned his stomach into Coachella for tapeworms when he knowingly ate tapeworms out of a fish that he was filleting, which to the surprise of no one apparently gave him a very serious parasitic infection here. Who could have seen that coming? He was eating tapeworms out of the fish like it was popcorn. I'm exaggerating a little bit. He did try to cook it to make it a little safer, but then I'll get into it a bit deeper in a moment. I'm getting into spoilers here for the anime arc. But anyway, his name is Nick, and his insatiable appetite for great high-quality fish was eclipsed by his gluttony for TikTok attention. I learned about this from a YouTuber named Atozi, so I appreciate him shedding light on this story because I wouldn't have seen it otherwise. So let's just get into it. Actually, pump the brakes real quick, hold your horses. Sorry for the blue balls. In Atozi's video, he censors the part that shows the tapeworms because there's a lot of blood there, because obviously he's filleting a fish, so there's going to be blood. I don't know if you have to do that on YouTube, but I'm not going to for this. I feel if I don't show the tapeworms, then there's always going to be that question in the back of people's mind on, is it fake? Because most things on the internet are fake these days, but this one, I don't think is. It would be very impressive props here to have a fish with tapeworms that look like this.
Let's go fishing in the hurricane. I'm gonna be using a whopper flopper, which is a topwater lure. This guy's coming in at 13 inches and a quarter. He has some nice fillets on him. There's blowing all over the place. I'm realizing that he has tapeworms, so it's going to be pretty tough to eat. I looked it up, and apparently if you cook the fish thoroughly, the tapeworms shouldn't affect you, but I can't say that I'm not experiencing problems after I ate it.
So everything was business as usual here. Nick is a big TikTok creator. He has over 6 million followers, and it was just a normal filleting of a fish until he saw the tapeworms, and then, oh boy howdy, he got some dollar signs in his eyes, and he started to recognize that that is the gold right there. He just got the jackpot, because now he had something that he could do that's a little different that would generate some views for him. Eat the tapeworms. Because for some reason, everyone's like so poisoned with content brain that even something that is detrimental to your health, like eating a tapeworm, is something that people think is a good idea because it'll get extra views with people pointing and laughing at you or calling you an idiot, and that's all that matters, is if you're getting extra attention. So he does it.
This is the fillet I got. I seasoned it, threw it in the pan, and then presented it right next to the tapeworms, which was a mistake. Yo, low-key, like, the tapeworms add some flavor. They're pretty good. This might be TMI. It's been 2 days and I've not stopped going to the bathroom. I'm kind of afraid that I literally have tapeworms in my stomach. I've never gone to the bathroom this much in my life. I'm mildly concerned. If you know anything about this in the comments, please let me know, because I am kind of afraid that I have a parasite.
Hey Nick, I'm not a medical professional, but you ate tapeworms, so I'm going to say with a high level of confidence, you probably contracted a parasite. But, you know, I'm not highly educated when it comes to parasites. I'm just doing the old eyeball test here. Now, you can shit all over Nick like he's a public toilet seat. You can make fun of him for a lot of different things here, for all the fuck-ups with eating the tapeworms, but one thing you can't hold against him, one thing you can't say he did wrong, was his presentation. He has a talent for plating. I tell ya, that technique was flawless. The way he presented the fillet and the tapeworms was exquisite. That's something Gordon Ramsay would give his stamp of approval to. That was S-tier plating right there. It's just a shame that he was plating a tapeworm buffet.
Update on the tapeworms that I ate the other day. I went to the doctor and he said it is more than likely that I have tapeworm or some kind of parasite inside me. I'm going to the bathroom nonstop. My stomach is killing me. He prescribed me 3 different medications that are anti-parasitic. We've all seen that video of the bear that has like a 50-foot tapeworm coming out of his butt, and that literally could have been me if I didn't get to the doctor in time.
I've never seen that video, Nick. I don't even know why you'd assume that I'd see that video. I'm not looking up bear ass, and certainly not infected bear ass. But now that I've seen the clip, what a wacky one, huh? Jesus Christ. That tapeworm leaking out of its anus, that looks like it's just landed after skydiving. Like, it looks like the parachute strings when you're, like, walking away with your parachute bag and all that hanging out. That is a crazy tapeworm. Is that some kind of world record, or is that kind of normal? I don't really look into, parasites all that often, shockingly.
The doctor didn't know what kind of worm it was, so he just like gave me all the different anti-parasitic things. Some of the worms cause seizure, muscle damage, and like you can lose your eyesight because the worms get in there. If there is any lesson you learned from this, it would be do not eat worms inside of a bath.
A lesson I didn't think anyone ever needed to be taught. I feel like that's just basic, common human knowledge that everyone would intrinsically be born with. The only reason you ate them is because your mind is so warped and rotted from all of this desire for more and more TikTok attention that for some reason you were able to justify putting your health at risk here. Now, interestingly, it only gets worse from here. So he went to the doctor, apparently got, some medication to help combat the mystery worm inside of him, even though I don't think it's much of a mystery. If I was playing a game of Guess Who, I think I'd get this one on my first guess. I think the culprit is a tapeworm. I'll take the mask off of the villain here like it's Scooby-Doo. I think it's a tapeworm that you've contracted. Yeah, just a hunch. But anyway, he gets the medication. He's now got a plan of attack here to get himself feeling better. And then something very, very interesting happens. This video gets posted.
Update on the tapeworm situation with Nick. 7:30 this morning, Nick passed away at the Kaiser Hospital. I was with him over the last 24 hours and he wanted me to inform you guys on the situation. Nick was on anti-parasitic medication and unfortunately it was not working. The worm spread to his eyes and brain. By the time we made it to the hospital, it was clear that Nick was not going to be able to make it.
That's when the really dramatic organ music comes in. Doom! So he didn't survive, apparently. So this is a friend of his, I guess, announcing that he passed away from the tapeworms that he contracted from eating the fish. Much to the chagrin of his audience, who was very upset, saying things like, fly high, Nick, rest in peace, this and that. It's just a real sad situation to see someone go down this way.
Tomorrow Eternal Funeral Services is where we're going to be hosting something for Nick at 10:30 a.m. on Saturday. It is going to be an open casket. He wanted you to know. Hopefully you guys can all remember him fondly, and I'll be seeing you guys all at the service.
I apologize for the trauma I just gave you guys. I assure you I'm happy, I'm here, and I'm going to be making content for a very long time.
Oh my god, it's a miracle! He's not dead! Oh, we've been fooled! He played us like a fiddle. Wow! Just like Dino Spumoni, he faked his own death here with the ultimate goof. So, this is the cringiest shit ever. What's even wilder is the day before, or I don't know if it was exactly the day before, but the video before this, he actually had posted something about losing his brother, talking about the death of his brother here. And I think that one's being truthful. I don't think that one's also some kind of sick fucking twisted joke. So that's some psychopath shit to go from talking about the death of your brother into misleading your audience of children into thinking that you're dead. Now, no one watches the full video for things. Not on YouTube, not on TikTok. People don't even read past the headline on an article on Twitter before, clicking off and already making up their mind about it. So not many people watch the whole video for when Nick came out of nowhere with a patriotic, heroic return. So most people just assume that the guy talking in the beginning here was being honest. They just took him at his word because they don't know any better. They're young kids on TikTok. It was also super weird that they just dropped a funeral service homepage and told people that there was a celebration of life, a funeral taking place there for Nick. And like I said, a lot of people didn't watch the whole video, so I'm curious if anyone actually showed up to that place expecting a service.
Don't cancel me. Nick made me do it.
The anti-parasitic medication did work, guys. I am feeling a lot better. I am editing this video right now, and it is definitely the wildest publicity stunt I've ever done. I have officially faked my own death.
I made a joke about Dino Spumoni, which is a reference to Hey Arnold. It's a guy who actually did fake his own death. That's not what you did, though. You didn't fake your own death. All you did was just lie. Like for only like 20 seconds, too. You just had your friend come out and say that you were dead. It's not faking your own death. That's just like a really lazy, lame prank. Like, that's like the pranks I would do on April Fool's Day in middle school when I'd tell my friends Dragon Ball Z spoilers that weren't real. Like, it's just dumb. Like, it's not some clever, crafty plot that you've hatched, like some genius plan to fool everybody. I think there's a good chance the tapeworms weren't actually defeated, and his friend is right. The worms spread to his brain. Because you have to have brain worms to have come up with this idea. It's so fucking stupid and weird.
I'm really happy that you guys are holding me accountable for this, because creators lying to their audiences is not cool, especially in the manner that I did. I was under the impression that because I was at the end of the video that it would wind up being taken as a lighthearted joke. I should have definitely seen that that was a super foolish take. It was just dumb.
Yeah, he followed it up with this apology video. His audience said, "Too much cringe, I'm out, lame joke, trash, goodbye." And he's like, "Wait a minute, I'm sorry. This was dumb. I don't know what I was thinking, it was stupid." You know, I can't tell you how effective it was. I'm not overly familiar with Nick outside of the tapeworms saga here. But yeah, I just wanted to cover this story because it's just a perfect example of how delusional people have become, that they will put their health at risk just for the sake of a couple extra views on TikTok, and then follow through with even stupider plans like pretending that you died for like 20 seconds, I guess for the sake of shock views or something. I don't really know. But it's just all very stupid. I want to talk about it. That's about it. See ya. On the internet, sometimes you have to get really creative to stand out from the crowd, which births some legends, like the great Tide Pod eaters of yesteryear, or the absolute champion, the brave soul who attempted the hot coil challenge where he put his forearm on a stovetop. And these ideas are always made with the intent of getting views and going viral. And today I learned about someone who tried a new tactic, derailing a train for YouTube views.
Charges have now been filed against a Lancaster County teen accused of intentionally causing this train derailment out in Bennett. The 17-year-old even sent this video to 1011 afterwards. You see there some of those cars veering off of the tracks. It happened at the crossing at Highway 43 back on April 22nd. A criminal complaint says that between the rail itself and the train engines and cars, about $350,000 worth of damage was done. That teen has now been charged with 2 felony counts of criminal mischief, but he is not in custody at the moment. Attorneys have filed a motion to move his case to county court and to try him as an adult.
A very interesting strategy here. This sounds like some kind of lame plot that Cobra Commander would have cooked up to lure out the G.I. Joe, except here it's just used for views. There's so many things to unpack here, but one thing I'm very curious about is where he planned to go from here. Like, let's say he did get a huge audience for derailing the train. Does he just keep amping up the stakes? Like, next video, he smuggles a bomb onto a plane. Follow-up video, he drops depth charges into the Suez Canal. Like, I don't know how you keep upping the mischief to keep the audience hooked here. It seems like this is a one-and-done thing, unless he was just going to be some kind of, like, serial train derailer. Like the worst Saturday morning cartoon villain ever. So, who knows what the potential was behind this young lad's YouTube career, but he is being charged, and it looks like it's going to be very serious charges. $350,000 in damages, that's a lot of clams. He's going to have to sell a lot of Hot Wheels and maybe even his Fortnite account to start trying to make up for that.
Of also pulling a rail switch, ultimately causing that derailment. The lead investigator says the accused 17-year-old walked up during the investigation and asked what happened, later telling the investigators it was, quote, obvious that the switch had been pulled, and then showed the investigator the video you're seeing now. Railway police believe that security cameras in the area showed the teen not only driving up to the scene, but also setting up a camera minutes before the derailment.
I guess I've never seen a real-life train derailment, which is maybe the purpose behind his video, to educate us on what they actually look like. Because in my head, I always picture it the way Hollywood portrays it, where when a train derails, it's going at like fucking Mach 5 speed. And even when the emergency brake is cranked, it doesn't really do anything to stop it. So then the cars just start shooting off the tracks in every which way as Linkin Park's What I've Done plays. But clearly that's not the case in reality. So the conductor attempted to make an emergency stop, but didn't have enough time to do so before reaching the point of no return. And then it collided with an empty coal car. And it's very lucky that there weren't more damages, because I imagine in a situation like that, it's pretty common for some of the cars to start, like, not flipping over, like they're not doing like a fucking kick flip or a pop shove it and falling off the tracks, but like tipping over and shit once they get off the tracks, and especially when they collide with something huge like an empty coal car. So it definitely sounds like it could have been a lot worse there, so it was lucky that it didn't get as bad. And speaking of lucky, you can get really lucky right now by getting Goof Juice. It's going to improve your luck stat because it's the best beverage ever made. It's the best flavor. My GamerSupps Goof Juice flavor is available right now. There's a huge sale. gamersupps.gg/moist, or click the link in the description. Reading about it just makes the whole thing even stupider though, because the kid wanted to record it and share it on YouTube, so he hatched this nefarious scheme to go pull the lever after setting up a camera so he could film a train derailing, and then he stayed at the scene the entire time, and was even the one who alerted authorities to the incident. So he approached the investigator asking what caused the crash, and the investigator said he didn't know, so the suspect allegedly said, "Obviously a switch was flipped the wrong way." And I can already just imagine, like, he's putting a pinky to his mouth like Dr. Evil. He then even showed investigators the video he took, but denied trespassing and tampering with the switch. I guess he was really hoping that absolute bumbling imbeciles would have shown up that would have chalked up his presence and video recording equipment as just being some kind of coincidence. Dude shows up with like a fucking full-blown studio here to record this, and he expected the authorities to be like, huh, that's weird. Who could have done this? Must have been the fucking goat man. Like, Jesus Christ, I guess he was really expecting, like, NPCs from Assassin's Creed to show up that just immediately de-aggro when you go into tall grass, like, huh, must have been the wind. Probably wasn't this kid fucking filming everything here. So, he was also spotted setting up his camera and tripod near the crossing 4 minutes before the train derailed. And then they also found a video of the derailment posted to their YouTube channel. So, I mean, that was kind of a game point right there. That was kind of a checkmate. The 17-year-old's apparently a huge train enthusiast. That's what their YouTube account mainly dedicated to. And it's a big community on YouTube with, like, train videos, train spotting, and all of that. But I don't think anyone's gone so far as to intentionally derail a train to stand out in the community. That's definitely breaking new ground there. I am shocked, though, how easy it was for him to do that. Like, I just always imagined there'd be, like, actual security parameters in place to prevent just any old fucking Joe Schmo from walking up and just cranking a lever to change a train track. But I guess in this case, there was a padlock that was supposed to be there that wasn't there. Or perhaps this rabbit hole goes deeper. I'm going to put on the tinfoil hat here and blast your ass with a conspiracy theory. What if he wasn't working alone? What if there was an entire network here that set up this train derailment? What if it was the deep state using this 17-year-old to derail the train and cause havoc? Perhaps they were banking on even more damages with cars flipping over, maybe spilling some hazardous waste or something. So someone on the inside at the trail company, Jesus Christ, at the train company, they took the padlock away. They had a secret agent go in there, remove the padlock, and then the 17-year-old showed up and had free access to that lever, and then to film it. And this is just the fall guy that we're looking at here. Food for thought. Something worth stewing on a bit. Now only time will tell as the investigation continues what the truth of the matter was, but most likely it was just someone fishing for YouTube views through a really degenerate viral video idea. Now, there is something I want to mention about trains. I may have never seen a train derail, but I have seen a train stop. That may not be some jaw-dropping feat or an achievement. I'm sure millions of other people have seen stopped trains before, but mine comes with a story. So there was a train track that ran right outside of my university when I was in college, and one night when going to a bar, the train had broken down, and it was stopped on that train track, and everyone at the bar would go and, like, climb on it and take pictures on it. And I wanted to be part of the crowd, so I did the same. And I took a picture in front of the train with my arms crossed. I'm pretty sure I pulled this up on stream at one point, but I used this as one of my Tinder profile pics for quite a long time. And it is perhaps one of the most revolting pictures you will ever find. It's so fucking stupid, it's so blurry, it looks like a picture of Sasquatch, and it is such a bad photo of me. It's when I still had like the mutton chops for a little while. God bless, what a fucking awful idea that was. But I looked like Wolverine if he got scurvy. So I was standing there in front of the train, arms crossed and like semi on my tippy toes, so I looked a little bigger in front of the train. And I unironically used that as my Tinder profile pic for quite a while. And I just had to share that here. I'm pretty sure I brought up that picture on stream, but I don't know if I ever told the full story to it. So seeing a train derail isn't really the same as seeing a train stopped and taking a picture in front of it, but both instances do involve a train. So, felt the need to share. That's about it. See ya. I want to quickly address something that I've been ignoring the last few days. The reason I've been wearing so many black t-shirts is because my white t-shirts were being washed and I forgot that they were still in the hamper in the laundry room, so I've just been grabbing black t-shirts after my showers. That's it. There's no like deeper meaning to it. Now anyway, I want to share with you a video that is probably one of the most embarrassing things I've seen someone post on their own accord. This is a video that you couldn't torture me enough to release. Like, this is something that I would try to bury. I would spend every dollar I've ever earned in order to erase this video from the fucking internet because it is so unbelievably cringe. This is something that I would take to my grave, and even after I'm dead, would still have blushing cheeks and feel shame for having ever filmed. And this is something that they freely posted on their own. It's a group of kids that are harassing McDonald's employees.
Walk into the back of McDonald's again!
Yeah, I wasn't exaggerating. These are actual milk-drinking, diaper-shitting children. But that doesn't excuse the behavior, and it's mainly the reason I want to talk about this, because they get away with doing all kinds of degenerate shit because they know the authorities can't fully punish them, so they always just get slaps on the wrist, if that. Which just allows these clout-hungry little goblins to continue doing this degenerate shit for views on TikTok, and then they grow up into just fucking losers. I understand you can't just throw these 13-year-olds in jail for any of this, but there has to be some kind of punishment to fit the crimes. Like, okay, you kids went on video to harass these McDonald's workers, so we're going to your house and we're taking away your Xbox, and we're repossessing all of your Fortnite V-Bucks and deleting your account. There's just gotta be something, because clearly they're not getting discipline from their parents at home, probably just being sat down in front of an iPad having their fucking brains rot, so they think this is a good idea, and that the only thing that matters in the world is internet views, so they keep coming up with dumb shit like this, harassing McDonald's workers, and that's just the gateway drug. In 5 years, next they'll be doing like the fucking Kia challenge where they're stealing cars, and then next it's charging people in a Walmart parking lot with a knife, and then they get themselves shot.
As you can see, I'm walking, yeah? Let's go, let's check the inspection. It's the Mizzy. I'm a white from Alright, let's check the inspection. I'm walking, let's check the inspection. Thank you very much. Inspection.
It's a sensory overload because the kid who filmed it is also doing voiceover after the fact, so it's overlapping. It sounds like you're caught in like a Dormammu time loop. It's just constant words and nonsense. It sounds like when you're playing Chivalry 2 and people are just spamming voice lines all over the place. It sounds like when the fucking nematodes show up to the Krusty Krab. It is miserable to listen to. Also, I have no idea why they were making all of those clicking noises when they entered the McDonald's. I'm guessing that's just them trying to be quirky with their signature style. But really the background noise that should have been playing whenever they roll up on something should be circus music, because they're a bunch of clowns. Now, I know all of this sounds mean because they're actual kids, so I'm picking on children, but god damn it, the authorities aren't doing anything about it, so I might as well step in and try and, like, you know, deliver some hard truths that what they're doing is fucking cringe and embarrassing and they should feel shame for it. Like, this is awful. It's fucking stupid. They should be insulted for it. Like, especially now, so that way they'll stop doing it.
Inspection. Crazy. I have to check the inspection, I have to check the fries and everything. But man, I have to check everything just in case. And me and my bro, we got locked in there, bro. Look, me and my brother. They locked us in it. They locked us in it.
It just doesn't stop. So they're in the back of the kitchen, they're like walking around, like touching some of this shit, bothering all of the workers, just being an actual headache. Just a blemish on society here. Just for nothing other than TikTok views. It's so fucking juvenile. And yes, I know they're kids, goddammit, I get it. But this is fucking trash. This shouldn't be encouraged. Hats off to the McDonald's workers for taking swift action here. They immediately call the police and then close the door so that way they're trapped in that one location until the police get there. And also, I'm gonna give a little free advice to the kid that filmed this. Give up. Making videos is just not for you. Like, the whole idea behind this with walking to the back of the kitchen is garbage in the first place, but also you clearly have no fucking clue what you're doing. You're doing voiceover while all of the other words are being spoken, so it's just pure commotion and pandemonium. No one can make out anything that's going on here. It sounds like we're listening to Charlie Brown's parents. It's fucking awful. Just stop. Just try and commit to something else that's not fucking pranks or whatever this was supposed to be.
My legs were sinking. My heart was bum 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 bum. I was scared. Like Ronaldo. Call the police. Call the police. Sexual harassment. Sexual harassment. I'm recording this. I'm recording this.
It literally sounds like they're accidentally emoting. But anyway, you can see that these little scumbags aren't just here doing an innocent prank. Now they're saying that if the police get there, they're going to say that they were sexually harassed by the workers. That's a serious thing to do. I mean, that's a fucking crime to falsely report something like that. That's just downright evil. That's just straight up fucking evil.
Man, then we're outside in the fucking district every fucking time, bro. What? Bro, what are you gonna do, bro? Come, badness, bro. Record me. What time me? I was like, hey, yeah, record me. You might as well get my number, bro. Hey, you just walked in.
Honestly, this whole video kind of sums up the human brain on TikTok really well. It is actual constant fucking noise. Just gibberish. Literal random fucking noises at all seconds because they didn't want a single millisecond to go by without some kind of fucking noise because there needs to be perpetual jingling keys on that platform, which is why there's always like Subway Surfers underneath every video. It's kind of frightening. I really do wonder what TikTok has done to the human brain and if we're going to see any kind of wild effects from that in like 10 years. If people are just going to be completely unable to focus on one thing, they're going to need like multiple things in order to keep their attention.
You are not. Why you coming? Let me get told. Why you coming? Boss, can I go out? Why you coming? No, because someone. Boss, can I come out? Can I come out?
It just doesn't fucking stop. It sounds like listening to a team of Pikmin trying to lift something heavy. Now, I know that I kind of insinuated that I view a lot of these things like a failure of parenting, and that's not always the case, and I recognize that. It's kind of wrong of me to assume that kids like this are the product of bad or neglectful parents. Sometimes there are just people that are too far gone, like kids that get too deep into this obsession with internet brownie points, the updates, the likes on TikTok, and no amount of good parenting can kind of curb that. It's just a lesson that the kids have to learn themselves when they realize that all of that effort was wasted and that they've just turned into a fucking loser from chasing it.
Tell him again, bro. What? I ain't scared. You ain't scared. Pussy yours, bro. Come fight me, bro.
I don't know.
Open the door. Boss, you gonna let us go or you just gonna stay here? Because I'm gonna tell the police that you strangled me because you strangled my neck. I have video footage of you strangling my neck.
It's the teenagers.
Yeah, you never strangled my neck. But I just said like you strangled my
16.
neck so you could like get me out.
Another one of those false claims that could ruin a person's life if they tried that. So now, not only were they going to accuse them of sexual harassment, but also accuse this guy of strangling the kid's neck. And he even admits, like, yeah, that guy never did that, I was just going to say that. Which is fucking crazy. That's nuts. That is just evil. Like, full stop. That is just evil shit.
My neck started to do the stanky last night. Stanky last night, and I'll break your leg. Break him! Oh, you man, that was a mother. We got freed. Bow! The feds came. Bow!
Yeah, so you just get to walk out after the police get there. I really do think all of the workers handled this pretty well. They immediately called the authorities, kept them there until they got there. It's just a shame that all of that effort was moot, and the kids will likely just come back and do this again for more internet views since this kind of went viral for them. But yeah, I just wanted to talk about this because there's been like a real rise in kids doing stupid shit in public for the sake of internet views and at the expense of just normal workers. It's really frustrating shit, and it doesn't seem like it's going to stop anytime soon since the kids aren't getting punished for it, so why would they stop? They don't care about like the negative reception they get online. All they care about is the big number they see next to their views. Nowadays, it feels like kids are almost incentivized to be the biggest douchebag possible as early as possible so that way they can start farming views because outrage is the quickest way to like relevancy on TikTok and that TikTok fame that they even mention in this video. Like, they are clearly aware that by being an asshole in public, they're going to get some attention from it. So it's almost like incentivized, and there's just got to be some way to curb that. But yeah, anyway, just wanted to kind of talk about this a little bit. That's about it. So yeah, I'm about to drop a name on you like an anvil out of a Saturday morning cartoon. It's a name that you probably haven't heard in quite some time, like Hoobastank. No disrespect to Hoobastank. They had some bangers back in their day. But this is a name that you're going to have to dust off the cobwebs for to try and remember who they are. The Island Boys. Back in late 2021, they went viral for this song, I'm an Island Boy, that one. They became the punching bag of the internet, the biggest clowns that were not afraid to just keep dancing for everyone to laugh at, throw tomatoes at, and shoot spitballs at. They were the biggest joke online for quite a while. And everyone already knew that their time in the limelight was limited, but I don't think anyone knew exactly how long it would last, or rather, how short it would be. Because just like Hans Gruber at the end of Die Hard, they fell off, and in a big way. And to clout goblins, that is a fate worse than death, because that attention is the most addictive drug in the world, and the Island Boys are some very strong addicts. They need attention more than they need air. They need attention more than their body needs water. It's like the most crucial nutrient in their diet. So when they stopped getting that attention, they lost their goddamn minds. They went fucking wild. They tried everything to get back in the public eye. They tried YouTuber boxing, they tried starting drama with other internet creators, they tried everything. They even did military recruitment for a little while, which was a wild arc in the Island Boy saga, and none of it was enough to get people to talk about or laugh at them again. Man, what the fuck? So I just noticed that for the entire opening of this video, I had a booger stuck in my mustache, just hanging on for dear life there. I'm not going to redo any of this, so I'm just going to let it ride. But I'm very disappointed that none of you stopped me to tell me about it, letting me just go on, continue making myself look like a fool, a greasy loser with boogers in his beard. Yucky. But anyway, the Island Boys, they fell from grace just as quickly as they rose to popularity, and everyone forgot about them. The end, right? Wrong. Because in the Island Boys' desperation, at the deepest pits of the Shadow Realm to which they were banished to, they hatched one last nefarious idea in order to get people to talk about them again. Incest. I'm not exaggerating and I'm not lying either. The Island Boys are back in the public eye because they are making out with each other, and just today announced that they're releasing an oral sex video with one of the brothers sucking the other brother's cock. If you didn't know, the Island Boys are actually brothers. It's not like some kind of, stepmom porn genre thing, like fake incest thing. They are legitimately brothers. And their plan has been, for the last, week or so, maybe a bit longer, to just keep making out with each other in videos and keep ramping up how sexual it gets from kissing all the way till now, where one of them's sucking the other's dick. I'd be willing to bet by the end of the week they'll be fucking each other on OnlyFans as well. I guess their strategy is to farm clout off incest enthusiasts? I don't know, but they're over the moon about being talked about again. They've been making tons of response videos, even going on streams and doing podcasts and interviews about it. So they've been fully back in their press tour grind, and they have been doing everything possible to milk all the juice out of this tit. They've been giving all of these statements to publications. Initially they were saying that they're both straight and this is just a normal thing to do with your brother, which is a wild take. I can't imagine that that's a normal sibling activity. It shouldn't be. I can't picture a Thanksgiving meal where your brother comes into town bringing some food and you're like, man, food was fire. Come here, let me see that neck. And you start sucking on his neck like a vampire or some shit. It's just not a normal thing, and I'm sure the Island Boys know that. They're just saying things to get people to keep talking about them. And then the following day, basically, one of the Island Boys went on a stream and came out as gay. And then after that, I actually saw some people come forward to say that the only reason people are outraged at the Island Boys is because of homophobia, which I think is a delusional take. It's 2023. I don't have any problem with anyone being gay or anything at all. Most people in the world don't. This is incest. That's a whole new ballgame. That's an entirely different planet. And their incest is driven by the desire to get attention from people that are finding it and being understandably perturbed by it because it gets them attention. And then it gets them talking. And then the Island Boys keep feeding that flame to keep the perpetual motion machine going. And obviously that gets even more people talking about them, which seems to be the only thing in the world they care about. And it's just so fascinating to me how people's minds can be so poisoned by internet attention, to the point where it deteriorates in their brains so much that they will scratch at their neck desperately trying to think of a way to get that high of clicks and conversation about them going again. And then they resort to something this degenerate. Like, oh geez, most recent Instagram post only had 50 likes. Alright, that's it. I'm going with the nuclear option. Bro, get out your meat and your iPhone. We got business to take care of. We're not being talked about enough. We're throwing the Hail Mary. Like, it blows my mind that we are at this point in society where these two people never should have been famous in the first place. They got famous because everyone was making fun of them. And it became the most important component of their existence. And when that 15 minutes of fame finally dried up, they didn't know what to do with themselves. They couldn't imagine going forward in life without it. So for the last almost 2 years, all they've done is try to do everything possible to get people to talk about them again. And it's culminated into this shit now, where they're literally sucking their dicks because incest is alarming, obviously. And by alarming people, people will obviously start talking about it. And since people are talking about it, the Island Boys are happy. That's all that matters to them. They clearly don't care that it's negative attention. In fact, I don't think they've ever once in their life had positive attention, so this is an all too familiar feeling. All they know is negative attention and being that clown in the circus. It's so fucking sad what people will do just for attention. Like, this is disgusting stuff that they've resorted to now. They're no longer just cringe goofballs, you know, very silly goobers with some embarrassing shit and constantly making an absolute mockery out of themselves. They're no longer just on that cringe department. They've gone into a totally different realm here with all of the incest shit that they're putting out there. And I have a feeling that it's only going to continue to escalate. Eventually, people will stop talking about the incestuous island brothers here. And by eventually, I mean immediately. I think within the next couple days, people will stop talking about them altogether, forever, because now, there's nothing to laugh at anymore, it's just gross incest. So, before, the Island Boys had, you know, mainstream attention because it was something everyone could flip on, laugh at, dunk on them for, make fun of them for. It was cringy, it was silly, and even the Island Boys seemed to be in on the joke and laughing with everybody as the kings of cringe. They were all aboard the cringe train that left the station, and they were the conductors. This situation is completely different. This is just two brothers slurping each other's wieners. That's not exactly a wacky thing that people are going to share around to, like, laugh at as some kind of, like, wholesome, cringy thing. That's just something people are going to be like, no thanks. Don't really want to watch incest. So then most people just turn it off and forget about the Island Boys forever. Again. It's just such a crazy situation. To be so attention hungry, so clout driven, that you would resort to just filming incest porn with your brother to sell on OnlyFans. But yeah, anyway, that's really about it. So yeah. Oh, I've seen this girl's channel. This is a fetish. This girl just like blasts mean burps into the camera for 50-some videos. It's like really gross. Like, I burp a lot, but my burps are kind of like innocent sounding, not like revolting, repulsive shit. Her burps are like disgusting.
Hey everyone, it's your favorite. Ooh.
Yeah, I've seen this one.
Hey
She shit her
everyone,
pants.
It's your favorite. Oh, burping girl, Andrea,
Yeah.
and today we have some corn nuts, barbecue flavor. Ooh.
The comments are what always get me. Though there are still some weird ones. Can you show feet and burp on them? So. That fart was... To be fair, it was a good fart. I'll leave that a thumbs up, I agree. That fart was top notch. I could literally hear the shit hitting her underpants. How much would it cost for a private session with you to what, like just burp at him? I love farts from Brazil. That sounds about right. Porn has been taken over by Brazilian fart porn. I don't know how often you guys go on Pornhub, but like almost the only thing left on there is fart porn.
Ooh, they're pretty stinky on their own.
Ooh, listen to that stink sound. Very rank.
Crunchy.
Actually, I don't know if I've seen this one. Maybe she just like shits her pants at the beginning of all of them. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, baby. Now we're feeling it. I can hear the relief.
They're so good.
I'm like vicariously tasting them.
Ooh, these are making my burp stink.
What does it
Come
smell
closer
like?
so you can
Ass?
smell them.
Yes. Ooh, yes, corn nuts. Oh my god. How abhorrent. Yucky. What true God-given talent.
You hear that crunch?
Yeah. Oh, surprise. A little more than I bargained for. I think we're a little overdue for more Burping Girl content, but hey, if you guys aren't interested in seeing what real content looks like, then I can't help you with your bad taste.
A lot of good meat in them. There's 5 to 7 different types of meat in a turtle. Oh yeah.
5 to 7 different types of meat in a turtle? No, there is not. What are you eating? Turtle chimera? There's only one type of meat in a turtle. Turtle meat, I imagine. It doesn't look like moonshine at all. It just looks like someone's menstrual cycle that they jarred up.
You take a less chance of getting caught.
Just stop flavoring moonshine. Like, it's so worthless. No one's drinking moonshine for the fucking flavors. Ah, I put a nice little garnish on this one. Ah, this one tastes like Fruit Loops. Great. Who gives a fuck? Yeah, I hear you, chat. What do we want? More Burping Girl. When do we want her? Uh-oh. Ooh, it's gonna get stinky. Oh, she can't even make it home. Oh, she took down my internet.
I am so.
Oh, no, we're back.
When am I never? Where a burping girl can be herself.
What kind of aspect ratio was all of that filmed in? This looks like someone was looking through a box at one of the carnivals from the 80s, and they saw like pictures of boobies, but instead they just get
Hey Charlie, I just
Burping
got my
Girl.
first page.
I need more gassy food.
That was good camera work. Whoop.
Yeah, they were delicious.
To be fair, the camera work there is better than anything in the DC movie universe. My goodness. Well, I think that's probably enough. She can't get stinkier than that. She's definitely peaked with that last one. You could literally feel the impact of little dookie droplets hitting her panties. Today I learned about an inspiring story of one man's unwavering determination in order to accomplish his dreams and then finally succeeding. It's a heartwarming, wholesome story that I'm excited to share with you, but it got me thinking about a deeper message: the value of hard work. As a YouTuber, I of course know a thing or two about back-breaking labor. Being an internet content creator is often considered one of the most physically demanding things a human being can subject themselves to on the planet. Second only to maybe being a firefighter, or even third place if we're going to give second to something like a mother in labor. But even there, that's a close competition, that's neck and neck. You could have a very intense debate there on which one's harder work. You know, a mom's only giving birth like once a year, maybe. I'm giving birth every day to a brand new YouTube video. So, you know, we don't need to get into the weeds of it. The point is, going out there, entering turbo mode plus ultra and giving it 150%, just putting your best foot forward to work towards a dream is something beautiful. And for some reason, a lot of people these days are very defeatist, like, you know, kicking sand and saying, it doesn't matter how hard I work, I won't accomplish, you know, what I want to, my goals in life. And to that I say, bah humbug. I spit on that. It's like you've never watched anime and the power of never giving up. So I want to make you believe in dreams again. I want to show you the story of Josh Nally. I don't know how many of you have heard of his story, but it's pretty inspiring. Josh is a TikTok content creator who hatched an absurd idea a year ago. An idea so extreme people called him crazy. Said, this man's lost his marbles. He doesn't know his ass from his elbow. This is such a dumb idea. But you know what Josh said in response to that? Nothing. He put his head down and went on that Sigma male grind set and committed to the dream, the goal that he set for himself. You see, Josh Nally wanted to be a professional corpse. He came up with the idea of pretending to be dead every day for a year in the hopes that it would eventually land him a spot on a television show or movie as a dead body. And by golly, I'm happy to say Josh has done it. As God is my witness, Josh has pulled it off and has landed a role in a new CSI episode as a corpse. But let me walk you through the humble beginnings. It all started with a dream and a man who was brave enough to follow it. He lied face down in a small body of water as his dogs looked on concerned, and he was the most convincing dead body I'd ever seen. His acting is second to none. He looks more dead than actual mangled corpses. He somehow looks even more deceased than the legitimately dead. Josh was born with a gift, nay, a curse, that when he lie in the prone position, he is easily mistaken as dead. And he wasn't afraid to use this ability to get ahead in life. I'd like to show you a bit of a story Inside Edition just made on Josh, because I find it very touching.
This guy has been playing dead for an entire year.
Day 19.
Every day on TikTok, there's Josh Nally, yup, lifeless.
Lifeless, maybe. Dreamless, no. His faith never wavered. Anyone can act alive, but it takes a special talent to act dead, and especially to the caliber that Josh is able to perform.
Day 50, playing unalive.
Let's see if I can't maybe get into a movie or television show.
Did he say TV show? Well, guess what? It worked.
All of the hard work, the year-long commitment that Josh put into this art form paid off. He was contacted by CSI Vegas, and they recognized the skill. They needed him, so they begged him, groveled at his feet, praying that he would accept their offer to be a corpse on their show. And Josh, he said yes. So he flew out to Hollywood, and he got his role in the show. They got him in makeup. He's in like a body bag that's opened, and he was very happy with it.
His big moment airs tonight, but we've got a sneak peek behind the scenes. Couldn't resist asking Josh to play dead one more time.
This is how I play dead.
I'm never too big of a fan of people asking someone to do like their signature move or whatever, because it just feels like that whole dance monkey dance thing, do the thing. Like, yeah, I just never really appreciate when someone does that. But when you have what Josh has, it's hard to fight that urge to ask him to play dead just one quick time. Just for the one time. And you could even see in the background, the person behind him couldn't help but peek over and take a look at Josh as he was performing his play dead stunt. I have no doubt when he does the TikToks, he draws a giant crowd, all of them scratching their chin wondering, is this man dead? And that's the whole idea of it. And honestly, I just think it's commendable. He committed to a year long of this little fun shtick. It's outrageous idea, something I've never seen done before, and he accomplished exactly what he set out to accomplish, and I think that's just overall great. But this is not the only example of hard work paying off that I'd like to highlight today. If you were on Twitch yesterday, you may have noticed a new kind of stream pop off, a particular genre that really went hard yesterday. A brand new streamer hit the scene in a big way. Her name is Eileen. Now, Eileen had a pretty interesting idea as well, to try and carve out her own niche on the platform as well as gain a lot of followers quickly. She must have been taking notes on a previous streamer I've talked about and pulled a page out of her playbook. I'm talking about the streamer who had sex on stream, got a 7-day ban, and came back bigger than ever. Well, at least bigger than she was previously. Eileen, however, didn't have sex on stream. She instead went fully nude and masturbated on stream, in front of 5,000 viewers, all looking on with a smile on their face and confusion in their hearts, wondering, how is this happening right now on Twitch? Or at least that's what you were led to believe. The truth is, this channel never actually had 5,000 viewers during her masturbation. That was a claim that was falsely made on Livestream Fail. That is not the actual number. According to the Twitch tracking sites, the peak was around like 300, so that claim's wrong. But she really did spread her full asshole on stream and masturbate fully nude for the camera. And it was live for about 30 to 45 minutes based on all of the Twitch tracking sites that I've seen. That's about the average that I'm seeing. The question on everyone's mind, as they looked into Eileen's butthole, they couldn't help but wonder, how long is her ban length going to be? Because the streamer that fucked on stream got 7 days. What Eileen did wasn't super different. Is she also going to receive 7 days, or will this be a permanent ban? And I'd like to weigh in on this because I think this is a pretty open and shut case of a permaban. The account was created on November 3rd with the sole purpose of having this viral stunt. I'm pretty sure this was all manufactured from the get-go, and I'm also fairly confident that Eileen, the person in the video, was never actually like the one behind this. I would imagine this was taken from another cam site. They just took that cam girl's video and broadcast it on Twitch for this account, and then the post went viral because it's been such a talking point recently. Since there was a streamer that did fuck on stream, that was an actual streamer that did that, and it was a great publicity boost for her, and she benefited from it. So I imagine the idea here was to try and make that happen again on this account. And it's somewhat worked, at least in terms of a conversation regarding Twitch's policy on sexual content. The Eileen 1 account here wasn't promoting an OnlyFans, it wasn't promoting an Instagram or anything like that, and there's nothing even linked to Eileen 1 elsewhere outside of Twitch, so this really seems like it was just like a one and done thing for the sake of having like a viral controversy, I guess. And that seems to be it. I cannot imagine Twitch says this is like a 7-day ban when it's just blatantly porn on purpose for the sake of porn. But I guess we'll see. Maybe they fall for the old excuse that's already worked a couple times of, didn't know I was live. But I really don't think the woman that appeared in that video was the one behind that account. I really think that it was just someone else that took the video and put it on Twitch. But anyway, I just wanted to talk about that a little bit, just because I find that to be a really goofy situation that was worth at least mentioning. But yeah, anyway, that's about it. See ya.
Hi there. I keep getting asked to talk about the Tide Pod Challenge, so I'll talk about that for a moment. For those of you who don't know what it is, it's where you eat a Tide laundry detergent pod, take a video and post it online, because apparently our species is devolving, and because the Tide Pods are colorful, that means they look like candy. Now, I think it's fucking dumb. That's nothing new, that's not a groundbreaking, valuable insight or perspective, it's not reinventing the wheel, it's not opening any third eyes. I think that's an opinion shared by anyone with common sense. But I do think I'm at that age where I just don't understand the new generation. I really don't get people that are younger than me anymore. I don't understand their music with their low pumps and their nonsense mumble rap that you have to walk through Google Translate just to even get it in English, and I don't even think it was ever in English in the first place. I think Google Translate just has doomsday protocols where if it can't make out what you type in, it just throws up the closest English word to whatever verbal queefing came from the rap song. I don't get why every rap song has to treat everyone like a child by teaching us what certain things sound like. For instance, the biggest one being guns. The gun goes bang bang, brat brat, and then coming through on my car, skirt skirt. It's just so fucking childish. It's some elementary school shit, like when you press a button on one of the toys to tell you what a cow sounds like. I don't understand why everything is savage and lit now. I don't get why all the young people idolize internet personalities and worship them like boring-ass douchebags like Rice Gum and the Paul brothers. Just the worst braggadocio, fake personality pieces of shit there are. And the Tide Pod Challenge is another example of something I just don't understand. I really don't get why this would ever be an issue or a meme in the first place where people are actually dying from it and there has to be statements made by certified professionals, don't eat Tide Pods.
oh, excuse me, I have a PhD in Tide Pod abstinence. Trust me, I know what I'm saying. I've done my research. It's just fucking dumb, you know? Why do you need a fucking Tide Pod avoidance expert to come on TV and tell you not to eat them? Now, since the Tide Pod challenge has taken off in a big way, the poison control's hotlines have been ringing off the hook like a fucking 2004 radio station being requested Green Day songs by callers. And I'm no stranger when it comes to poison control. In fact, recently, about a month ago, a big fucking flying cockroach crawled up from my bathtub drain, and I had to battle with that motherfucker. It was like a clash of titans. It was some David versus Goliath shit. It was biblical. Cockroach, of course, being David, me being Goliath, even though I'm short enough where the cockroach and I would probably be eye level if on an even playing field. But anyway, for the sake of the story, I was Goliath, it was David, and I managed to trap it in a bucket. And the cockroach was definitely fast enough. It definitely had maxed out agility, 99 there. And if I had lifted that bucket, I don't think I would have been able to hit it in one swift motion and smash it. So instead, I turned to Snapchat after I trapped it, and I was asking for suggestions on how to kill it. Tried filling up the bathtub with water and drowning it. It could swim. Of course, it probably fucking brought scuba gear. It was well equipped. This was a special ops cockroach. Long story short, after a lot of other Scooby-Doo-esque suggestions, it wasn't enough to kill it. So another dude on Snapchat suggested bleach and ammonia to kill it. And like a fucking idiot, I was blinded by fear of this cockroach. I didn't think. And I did bleach and ammonia, and for those of you who don't know, it creates chlorine gas, which is, it's fatal. It can be fatal. So I'm fucking sitting there in my bathtub making chlorine gas, which, you know, it does kill the cockroach, luckily, but then I've got this fucking issue of, well, I've just poisoned my whole fucking bathroom, so call poison control and take care of that. The long story to go full circle here, I understand poison control. I've called them. That's kind of what I was saying, yeah. And now these Tide Pod stupid people are calling poison control as well. Those are some fucking heroes there at poison control with the amount of shit they have to put up with. Stupid stories like dudes making chlorine gas trying to kill a cockroach and people eating Tide Pods. Those are the fucking heroes we need to celebrate. But anyway, moving on, I kind of thought it'd be interesting to talk about how eating Tide Pods will kill you. Could kill you, not will. So what typically happens is most people who do this chew on it and it bursts. Now the second it bursts, your mouth is going to burn. Absolutely just... It gets lit up. It's going to hurt like a bitch. If you swallow the detergent like some brave soldiers out there have done, it can burn your esophagus, burns your stomach lining. Most of the time, you're going to puke it up. Almost 100% of the time, you're going to puke it up. But those unlucky people who happen to have gasped or inhaled once it burst and it goes into their lungs, they're in a bit more of a sticky situation. The people who swallow it smoothly aren't really at a risk for dying from it. It's going to hurt really badly. It's going to burn your stomach hard and it's going to feel like shit. But when you inhale it, that's when you put yourself at a real risk of dying. So it can burn your lung lining, obviously, but what can happen when that happens is it starts filling up with fluid, and then you've got a lot of respiratory shit that's about to go wrong, and that's when people die from it. Mostly kids. Kids die from it, but some teenagers have died from the Tide Pod challenge as well, and that's how. It's not really from swallowing it, which does hurt you and can cause some long-term damage, but it's not typically fatal. It's when it gets into your lungs where you have the real issue. Not that that makes it okay to do it as long as you keep your fucking nose plugged and you don't breathe while you do it. That doesn't make it okay. Because, I mean, obviously it still carries that very big risk. But the people in these stories like this I feel most bad for aren't the dumb people that were stupid enough to do the Tide Pod challenge. It's the people that get affected if they die from it. It's embarrassing, really, more than anything. Like, shit. No one's going to want to tell your story how it actually happened. No one is going to want to say, how'd you lose your brother? Well, it was the Tide Pod challenge. That's just embarrassing. That's fucking sad more than anything. So if you're going to take the Tide Pod challenge, at least have a story backed up in case you do die from it. A good story, one that your family would be proud to tell. Something like, oh, how did Jefferson die? Well, our neighbor's house caught on fire and he heard 2 cats inside and 3 children crying. The parents weren't in there, so he busted in there like the hero that he was in the flames. And then there was ninjas in there as well, so he had to fight off the ninjas while inhaling all the smoke in the flames. He managed to get all of them out alive, but unfortunately he perished. See, like, this is a good story to tell. It's a lot better than saying he died from a Tide Pod. But yeah, anyway, that's really all I got to say about the whole Tide Pod challenge thing going on. I'm excited for 2018's newest trend that'll be taking off soon. I suspect it'll be something like snorting cyanide challenge. That'll be fun. But yeah, that's it. See ya. In the never-ending pursuit for internet clout and attention, no price is too high. some degenerates on TikTok would sacrifice their own grandmother if it meant they could film a TikTok over her open casket at the funeral in order to get some followers and likes out of her tragic demise. There is just simply no depths they won't sink to. Of course, most of the shit on TikTok is fake in order to farm impressions out of it, and I'm sure you've seen it all. Fake pranks, fake rage, fake titties, but I can promise you, you probably haven't seen what I'm about to show you today. A fake suicide savior. A guy decided to try and make a viral video out of portraying himself as some kind of angel who saves a man from jumping off of a parking garage and killing himself.
On my way home from work, I noticed a teenager leaning over the parking garage. It could just be someone chilling, but it's really high up and he looks young.
What a remarkable situation we've already entered into here. This guy is a master writer. He should be working for Scorsese. A beautifully crafted narrative already. Let's suspend disbelief for a moment. So you're on your way home from work, and for some reason your attention is drawn to a teenager on top of a parking garage, and you connect dots that, wow, this guy might be up there to kill himself. How do you even reach that conclusion? And then why would you then take out your phone and film him from a distance? Like, what is the thought process there? And then also the statement of he could be chilling, but he looks young and it's high up. What does him looking young have to do with anything? Why does that matter? It could be a 95-year-old geriatric man up there. The situation doesn't change. It's just somebody on top of a parking garage looking out. It's not exactly suspicious behavior. I absolutely love that this is the best his brain could cook up. All of his neurons were firing, and this is what they produced. This is his maximum potential. This pile of dog shit. Obviously fake and scripted, yet was good enough to convince some troglodytes on TikTok that it was real. And they were patting him on the ass, telling him that he's a hero, and that the Lord chose him as a guardian angel to save that guy's life. It was actually pretty sad to read, honestly. But yeah, he's now going up to the rooftop to have a conversation, a stern talking to with the man up top in order to try and save him.
I'm going to go up there and just make sure everything is okay. Then I got there and noticed him pacing back and forth. Time to go talk. Then this happened. You never know when someone just needs a hug. Be there?
I had tears in my eyes the first time I watched this. This benevolent saint, he set up his camera and filmed himself going over there to save a life in order to teach all of us that sometimes someone just needs a hug. An overall positive message done selfishly because he just did this to farm some likes and have people praise him for being some kind of hero because they're 11 years old and don't realize it's all fake. I just love this entire thing here. He sets up his camera before going over to talk to the suicidal person. Now let's just have a little fun and suspend disbelief. Let's assume everything we just watched was real and genuine. What a silly and whimsical idea from this guy to get his phone out before going to talk to him. Like, holy shit, this guy might actually kill himself. Where's my phone? Where's my fucking phone? I need to set this up properly. Oh, the lighting's bad. Hey, loser! If you're gonna kill yourself, you're gonna jump, can you do it over there? The lighting's better. The sun's like casting a bad shadow. Can you do it over there for a better shot? My framing's off. Like, you've actually got to be fucked in the head to try and farm some internet clout out of like a legitimate suicide situation. Like, that is beyond deplorable. So obviously it's all fake. The guy isn't actually suicidal. He wasn't on the verge of jumping. It's a friend of his that was doing him a favor. It's one of his buddies. And together the two of them did a fusion dance with their smooth brains and hatched this idea for the fake suicide saving video to hopefully get some likes out of it. And it only moderately succeeded. This isn't like his best performing video or anything like that. In fact, it didn't even really get big. So he ended up just making a fucking fool out of himself for no reason and embarrassing himself publicly. But he did have about 100 or something people in the comments all praising him. A couple other people in the comments did say like, yeah, it might be fake and scripted, but it's a positive message. And you're not wrong. The message is positive, yeah. Sometimes maybe a person could use a hug, a consensual hug. And not like a just jump scare hug where you squeeze them like a tube of Go-Gurt, you know? Just a nice, friendly hug might be a helpful thing. So I guess the message overall isn't bad, but it's done because he wanted to gain from it, and he tried to play it off like this was a real thing that happens. I'd be more inclined to believe that this is a good guy trying to spread a good message if his other fake shit wasn't so vain like this.
Walking back to my car when I noticed this guy taking pics in front of it. I was totally cool with it until he started to sit on it.
Yeah. Can I see the inside? Yeah, hold on. Let me just get the keys out of my bag.
Bro, thank you, man. So crazy, man. This is my dream car.
Well, you can't find the keys, bro?
Dude, they gotta be here.
What's this then?
What do you...
Wait, it's my fucking car, bro. Get out of here.
When he's not doing the old peck dance on TikTok, he's flexing his expensive cars and his wealth and making these little fake pranks and situations around them. I also had a good giggle at that one in particular because I'm pretty sure the guy that was leaning on his car is the same guy from his suicide script, and also he forgot to remove the fucking rental tag from the keychain. That is a goddamn rented car that I'm sure they got just for the sake of banging out some fake TikTok pranks. So it's not even his ride to begin with. So it really feels like a guy that's just desperate for attention, so he really thought by pretending to save someone from killing themselves, it'd help blow up his TikTok career. But that kind of fell flat. It put it on my radar though, because I love seeing goofy shit like this and people like sinking to the absolute depths of hell to scrounge together the most awful ideas and actually going through with them. I think there's nothing more shameful than trying to pretend like you saved someone from killing themselves. There's really no justification for it. You went through the effort of making this shittily acted B-movie Hallmark thing to try and like make yourself seem like some kind of hero or great person. It'd of course be worse if this was a real situation where he actually did encounter someone going through such a hard time they were considering suicide and he decided to try and use them as a prop for his own gain. So I guess in the grand scheme of things, choosing between two evils, this was the lesser one. At least he faked it. It wasn't actually a suicidal person that he tried to farm for internet clout. But I will say he's somewhat of a pioneer, I've got to be honest. I haven't seen someone fake something like this before, and it's pretty low. It's not the worst fake shit I've ever seen online. That still goes to fake animal rescue videos. Those absolute sick fucks. For those that don't know, on YouTube there is a very popular genre of content where these absolute scumbag pieces of shit take animals and put them in dangerous situations like fighting a snake. Sometimes they even like run over their leg with a tire, so they put the animal under a car tire and then they film themselves saving the animal as if they just encountered it and now they're gonna save it and take care of it. It's so fucking gross. And those are still extremely popular on video. Fuck those fake animal rescue videos. That shit is awful. I know I'm getting a little off topic, I'm getting carried away, but that makes me just absolutely heated to know that that shit still exists. But bringing it back to the topic, faking this kind of thing I still think is extremely low, tasteless, and just downright awful. That's about it. See ya. If I asked you to think of something beautiful, where's the first place your mind goes? Your significant other? Your favorite song? A piece of pizza? Big ol' anime titties? It's gonna be different for everyone. But for me, when I think of beauty, the first thing that pops into my little reptile brain is people coming together to call YouTube out on some dumb shit they've done. And good golly, I'll tell ya, it's been a beautiful 24 hours. I bet YouTube didn't see this coming. The meteorologist in the weather report said nothing about a 100% chance of diarrhea showers falling upon them. Over the last 24 hours, there's been a lot of YouTubers coming together to talk about a problem that was brought to light this week by Corey Kinshin. And just over the last 24 hours, it's been great to see people, calling YouTube out on some of their shit. Even Io's really excited about it. She's all about, YouTube being held accountable. As you can see, she was so fired up, she's coming over here to slap the shit out of the headphone cord. So, it's just been a big day, honestly. A big week, really, overall. Corey posted this video highlighting a major issue with YouTube at the moment and something that he'd been facing, and in response a lot of YouTubers started making videos showing support and as well as doing things to try and, get some kind of response from YouTube, get some kind of answer. So far still radio silence, but I just still think it's nice to see so much support for another creator on the platform. Now, Markiplier did something pretty unique and is starting somewhat of a trend with something called the Try Not to Get Age Restricted Challenge. Isn't that right, Io? So Markiplier posted this video where it's lightly poking fun at the policy that was being called out, where Markiplier is giving completely nude massages to women, and well, it's a game. It's a game called Orc Massage. Mark himself wasn't giving the massages and happy endings or anything. At least I don't think so. I don't know if he does that in his off time or whatever, but the video is of a game where it is fully nude anime girls and you play as an orc and you like start like fucking playing their asses like bongos and like there's nudity and shit. So Markiplier posted a video of that game, called it the Try Not to Get Age Restricted Challenge, obviously calling out this whole thing. And wow. Unlucky, my power just went out. I guess those orc massages are so powerful they created the next biblical monsoon over my house here. But anyway, in response to Markiplier posting this video, YouTube got very petty. And that was remove him from their Game On segment, which Markiplier and his team had prepared a special thing for. And without warning, they just removed his whole section. And Markiplier went on Twitter talking about how upset he was. Io was distraught. You think she was mad slapping my cable? You should have seen her when Markiplier's section got cut. All hell was breaking loose. It was like a fucking, like a plague had just been unleashed. I didn't know much about cats until we got Io. I didn't realize they responded so heavily to injustice. They can smell it from miles away. I'll just quickly give a lore breakdown behind Game On. Game On was a big YouTube production. It was supposed to be a, fun little event, a couple hours, a pretty big event in collaboration with a ton of other YouTube creators, and obviously Markiplier contributed to it. And YouTube allegedly didn't like Markiplier's most recent upload, so they took him over their knee and spanked his bottom. Gave him a firm pat on the keister to discipline him for misbehaving, and removed all of the hard work he and his team put into it. It was a pretty embarrassing look from YouTube to just inexplicably remove Markiplier from this segment, because he didn't even know it was coming. Right when the Game On section aired on YouTube, Markiplier made a tweet saying, "You're not ready for this." And fuck, was he right. No one was ready for that. They completely censored him. In fact, they still had him in the description with a timestamp of where his section was supposed to be, but when you went to it, it was something completely different. They just removed him. Markiplier posted a video today with the cut content, but obviously since it wasn't part of the entire performance, you don't actually get the full effect because he came up with an interactive game with his team that can't really be played the same way since it's now not part of the event. Overall, just a really douchey thing for YouTube to do here. I mean, this does prove to a lot of people there are human beings there, because no robot could be this petty. Like, that's a response I'd expect to see from a power-tripping Reddit mod who got their feelings hurt that someone called them out in something on the comments, and then they send like a passive-aggressive DM to them. Not behavior I would expect from a multi-billion-dollar company that has a stranglehold on video sharing. This is just not professional. They didn't give an explanation to Mark. They didn't give an explanation to anyone. They didn't say anything about it. They just removed it. And they probably never will explain it. And that's something I want to briefly touch on. All of this effort to try and get more transparency or answers from YouTube always seems to be in vain. They just don't seem to have that capability. They just refuse to be transparent and explain things. Trying to get answers out of YouTube is like trying to milk a brown cow for chocolate milk. It just doesn't work. They just absolutely outright despise communication, it feels like. And that sucks because, that's the Chemical X to the Powerpuff Girls formula here. If they could just explain things, their reputation would be doing a 180. People would feel like more comfortable and less fearful. There'd be less things up for speculation if they could just explain why they do some of the shit they do. It just doesn't make sense why they're so against it. Because if someone like Markiplier, one of the biggest creators on the platform, and an amazing person who has always been deeply ingrained in the YouTube atmosphere, as well as working hand in hand with YouTube for so long, if he can be abused by the platform, what hope does everyone else have? Like, he, of all people, is getting slapped by them. It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. And after the Try Not to Get Age Restricted challenge Mark posted, Jacksepticeye made one of his own. And Jacksepticeye also made another video talking about the situation more in detail, but he followed Markiplier's trend of this age restriction thing. Once again, just shining light on this whole issue. Now, again, I don't know if this is ever going to lead to anything positive on YouTube's end. I'd like to think so, but I've completely lost faith that they'll actually ever be able to be transparent and explain shit. So, for now, I can just appreciate people coming together to support someone so deserving like Corey Kenshin. I just wanted to talk about this briefly because I think it's a great thing overall. And yeah, that's about it. So yeah. If there's one thing you need to know about me, it's that this tooth, this one right here, that little bastard, is about 1 centimeter taller than the other teeth on that bottom row. And now, anytime you see my mouth open, you won't be able to unsee it. You're welcome. And the other thing you really need to know about me is that I cannot stand when people cause problems for customer service workers, in particular, fast food employees. I've made countless videos shitting on narcissists that are fishing for clout by exploiting fast food employees for views on TikTok or YouTube through pranks or just being a general nuisance, just a hemorrhoid on society. They're just normal people and they're getting paid minimum wage to deal with the most insufferable people on the planet. Just truly degenerate assholes, and my heart breaks for them. Fast food workers get abused more than a fleshlight. It sucks. And over the last week or so, there's been a new trend that has really blown up that once again just treats these human beings as if they're just NPCs, props for their TikTok and YouTube Shorts videos. It's filming your Chipotle order being made by the Chipotle worker.
I'll get a bowl. Yeah, to go. I'll get white rice with that.
The idea is they're going to give you more food because they're on camera. And it spawned because people were starting to talk about Chipotle portion sizes being smaller than they used to be, which for the record I do believe. That is a conspiracy theory I'll put on the full tinfoil condom for, because I do think that's accurate, no matter how much the CEO likes to dance around in delusion and pretend that that's not the facts of it. I do think it is true. I used to get a Chipotle burrito after every lift in college, and I had innumerable Chipotle burritos, and over the last 3 or 4 years I've been very vocal about the quality of the food going down, in my opinion, and definitely, like when I get burritos now, it's significantly less than I remember it being back then. But I also think that's just kind of the industry norm, because I think the same thing about many other fast food places as well. But anyway, someone on TikTok came up with a cure to this small portion disease, and it was to just film these workers doing their job and kind of give them a bit of a hard time and nudge them on camera to give them more food. And this started to really pop off because a lot of people noticed that, oh, when they're being filmed, they give you more food. So that's the cheat code. That's the life hack.
Rice blanco pinto beans? We'll do pinto beans with that.
Pinto beans, any protein for you?
We'll do chicken, please.
Chicken. Any queso for you?
We need some more chicken in that.
More chicken?
Finna fire on your ass. Put that chicken in there.
Alright, any queso for you?
This one is by far the worst I've seen from this trend here. This guy went in there looking to start shit. He's immediately aggressive and confrontational. The guy hadn't even put the fucking spoon fully into the chicken bowl there before he said, no, 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 need more chicken. He's there to stir a controversy for the sake of his video. And he is just shoving the camera down this guy's throat. If the worker had bent over, the camera guy here would have given him a full-blown fucking colonoscopy. He is right up in his business to just be this insufferable douchebag that's hassling him for the sake of this video that he's filming. Now, it's filmed from another angle, but I can't find that full video. I can only find this one through Twitter.
We need some veggies. Get some green veggies. Yep, little bit more, little bit more.
No problem.
Little bit more.
No problem.
Straight up. Oh, they gonna have to hold me accountable.
When he was asked pretty politely to just stop putting the camera in this guy's face, not even asked to stop filming, by the way, just asked to like, hey, maybe don't be up in this guy's nutsack with your camera, he immediately starts yelling about it. He's immediately throwing a fucking temper tantrum. Even though it was a super reasonable request, because look at how close he's getting to this guy. He is leaning over the counter to get as close as possible. It's like he's going in for a kiss, like he's trying to fucking make out with the guy here.
Nothing else?
That'll be all. And if you got a problem, I'll fire your ass up. Hold me accountable. You're gonna have to hold me accountable.
Sir, this is Chipotle's. Why are you yelling and screaming? Why are you hooting and hollering here? Goodness gracious, it's like a hostage situation here. The worker did everything you ask. Leave them alone. All they requested is that you take the camera out of that guy's mouth. They didn't even ask that you stop filming, even though they should have. They should have walked over and slapped that fucking phone right out of your hands, douchebag. That's what should have happened. But it didn't. You still got to have your TikTok video, and you're still huffing and puffing about it. It's incomprehensible to me. Even when people who did this trend weren't harassing the worker making their food, I still don't like it. I think it is still dog shit. You're just being a nuisance to just average everyday people just going about their lives. They're getting paid minimum wage to make your food, and you're making it a huge headache for them by putting them on camera when I know for a fact they don't want to be. The reason you're getting more food shouldn't be some kind of mystery. The reason is because no one wants to deal with being shamed online. It's not like these people are just drones, AI, that are cut off from the rest of the world. These people have access to the internet, same as you. They know what this trend is. And they know if they give you anything less than fucking colossal proportions that could feed a family of 8, then they're going to get insulted in your TikTok video. So obviously they play along with it. Like, it shouldn't be surprising that you do get more food when you film the workers here and put this big spotlight on them. Because now you've turned it into a huge song and dance, and they want to do everything possible to avoid a negative situation with their life here that you have now thrust upon them for your own, TikTok or YouTube short. I think it sucks. I think it is sucked from the very beginning. I don't like that the portion sizes at Chipotle have shrunk, obviously. But what I would never do is blame the workers for it. They're not making the corporate decisions for the portion sizing or anything like that. And if you do get less than you want, you can politely ask if you can have like another scoop or something. Like, that's just normal socialization 101. You don't have to resort to the nuclear option here.
And that ain't no issue. Anybody in here can get it. Straight up. You can call the police. I ain't break no law. Wait, what? Well, why you lying like police?
This guy's fuming so hard that he immediately gave himself amnesia and forgot that he just threatened the entire restaurant. She said, all right, I'm gonna call the police because you're threatening people. He's like, you're fucking lying! Who did that? Where? When did that happen? You're telling a fib. That's a tall tale. And I don't appreciate it, Buster. Even though, literally 5 seconds ago, he just threatened the entire restaurant for some reason. He's just having a full-blown voice-cracking conniption here in front of the entire Chipotle for this trend. And I still don't even know what there is to be mad about. He got big portions on his bowl. Mission accomplished. And he successfully made everyone in that restaurant's day a little bit worse. Yippee. Wahoo! That's great. So yeah, overall, I think that this filming Chipotle workers trend is garbage. I think it is just trash. I could bring up countless other examples because it's become such a viral hit here, but they're all so annoying. They're not nearly as bad as this one. This one is by far the worst I have seen so far. The only ones that I somewhat appreciate are the ones where the Chipotle worker gives them significantly less food because they're filming. I fuck with that. I think that's great. That should be the gold standard going forward here. You come in and you start filming the workers, well, I hope you enjoy 5 tiddlywinks of rice and 1 little glob of chicken. And that's it. Put a smile on your face and get the fuck out. But anyway, yeah. Don't like the trend. Hopefully the trend is over soon. That's about it. So yeah. I've said this before, I legitimately feel terrible for young men in the modern age because the internet is constantly contaminating their mind with what it means to be good looking or what it takes or what you need to be successful as a man. There's so much I could talk about on this subject here because the young male audience is highly monetizable, so there's a lot of these ghouls that have recognized that they can get a ton of doubloons by creating a problem and selling the solution to this audience about like, you need to be having sex 3 times a day, otherwise you're a complete failure and you're less of a man for it. If your jawline isn't chiseled, if you don't have hunter eyes and a cantle tilt, you will actually never see a boobie in your life. I'm your only hope. I can be your savior if you buy my course. Otherwise, get ready for a pathetic life of virginity, you swine. And it even extends into the fitness industry. I'll blow the lid off of this one right here, so get ready. Almost every fitness influencer you see online is on gear. But some of them pretend that they're not, saying that they're natty, and they push supplements and other products onto their audience under the belief that they can look like them, even though it's impossible because they're not on the same gear or anything. But they'll still say shit like, hey, got these new pills in, it's, eucalyptus urine extract, so boof one of these in the morning and you'll have a 6-pack by night. You can use code WAYMIN at checkout. And it's all just a bunch of fucking dirty barnacles. It's all just a huge money-making scheme. The young male audience right now, I feel, is more insecure than ever. And that means that they're buying more bullshit than ever. And the one I want to focus on today is looks maxing in particular. Curtis Connor recently did a video on looks maxing, and it's a banger. I think he covered it really well. However, there was one very crucial component of looks maxing that he decided to sit on the sidelines for and not do. And I don't fully blame him, but I go where men dare to tread. I'm not afraid. He shied away from doing jelking. Looks maxing incorporates jelking, depending on whose courses you're buying or whose advice you're following. And jelking is an old friend. Well, definitely not a friend. An old arch nemesis of mine. This is an old internet meme from back in like 2009, 2010-ish, I can recall, somewhere in that general ballpark. And fundamentally what it is a penis enlarging exercise where you masturbate a certain way in order to enhance your size over time. Now, for obvious reasons, I can't pull up any video tutorials that demonstrate the technique. I can't show any of the diagrams or any of that go over this advanced maneuver. So we're going to do this the old-fashioned way, old natural. I brought a tool here, a little instrument that we're going to use to showcase the jelking jutsu. So there were a couple techniques back in the day. You know what, let me go ahead and give you my origin story with jelking, because I actually have a personal connection to it. It's an old friend. Rather, not a friend at all. We weren't on friendly terms. An old arch nemesis. If you've been around the channel for a while, you'll know that when I was really young, I got most of my advice, my life advice, through the internet. Mainly Reddit, a little bit of 4chan as well. And back then, jelking was kind of popular as a meme. But no one really subscribed to the belief that it would make your cock bigger or anything like that. Some people did it as a joke, or some people did it because, I mean, you had nothing to lose at the time. So there was a few techniques that floated around. I'll showcase both of them on this banana here, my helper. So the most popular at the time was the old hook method. And what you would do is you'd hook one finger around your cock at the base, and then you'd really, like, hard slowly go up towards the top of your penis, like you were trying to squeeze toothpaste out of the tube, and you would do this for like 10 reps, and you'd do this for like, oh. Okay. We didn't need the stem of the banana anyway, we can still continue the demonstration on this part. So you would go through this process for, you know, whatever your rep range was. And by the end of it, the idea was it would be stretching the blood vessels and stretching all the tissue in there. So over time, that would be its new norm, like this stretch state. It would grow it over time because it's constantly being forced to stretch. However, there was never any real scientific evidence backing that up. The other big one at the time was you would take like this, and you would go from top and base, and you would kind of like you were playing a fucking small accordion or something. You'd go back and forth just like rubbing it together, and then I had a little spillage out the ass end of it, and what would happen over time is the same thing again, stretching the blood vessels and the tissue and all that, and supposed to grow your wiener. But as you might imagine, it doesn't really work. It never really worked. There was never any evidence for it other than like anecdotal shit, which I'm pretty sure were just trolls getting people to keep doing this, because what it does do, and what is very well documented, is it damages your penis, and it can actually lead to impotence. And I have a personal story in regards to jelking because I have tried it. Like I said, I got most of my advice online, and being an insecure young man, I was miserable. I hated my appearance. I hated pretty much everything about myself. So I thought, why not? I'll give it a fucking whirl. So I did it, and I hurt myself. And I think I told a story not too long ago where I did like a pseudo jelking exercise one time and actually had to go to the walk-in clinic because I could no longer piss. Basically what happened is I damaged everything internally in my cock, like just threw everything out of whack. It was all cattywampus, and I was no longer able to pee, and it swelled up like a giant fucking head of cauliflower. And that is something that does happen with jelking. There's no real right way of doing it. There's ways of doing it that don't hurt you, but nothing really grows your cock through jelking. And this has been well known for over a decade. But now, since everyone is so insecure because they're constantly being fed all of this ridiculous information and all of this awful advice and all of these terrible courses from terrible people, it's led to jelking being dusted off and being preached as a real thing. So there's a lot of people that legitimately have been jelking to try and grow their cock because they're not satisfied with their size. Spoiler alert, no matter how big your dick is, you always want it to be bigger. I'm 6.5 inches and proud, yet I would love if my wiener was a little bit bigger. Every man in the world would. But jelqing is not going to be the thing that gets you there. And you also don't need it. Despite what a lot of the looks maxing community tries to indoctrinate the audience into believing, you don't need an 11-inch fucking sledgehammer. You don't need a fucking 15-inch battering ram that the police could use to bust down the door of a crack house. It's once again trying to prey on the insecurities of people online. That is the main thing right now that is generating so much money and why you see so many of these things popping up frequently. Now, I don't think every single thing about looks maxing is evil. Like, I do think there are people online that are just sharing generally good advice and calling it looks maxing. Super simple shit like brushing your teeth, taking a shower, or if you're unsatisfied with your physical body, working out and giving advice on like going to the gym, where to start, things like that. All of that's totally fine. Like, that's all good, positive stuff. Absolutely. Eating healthy, great. But then there is that evil side of it where it starts talking about if you don't have a jawline that could cut glass, you're going to be alone forever because it's the main thing women like, or the hunter eyes instead of the prey eyes, or if your dick isn't huge. And then they start like selling courses on like jelq maxing and, you know, fucking jawline exercises and shit like that. It gets really bad really quick. But anyway, jelq at your own risk. I personally wouldn't recommend it, but I'm not a doctor. I don't know what's best for you. Maybe you'd see incredible results. Who knows? I think probably not. I think what's likely to happen is you hurt yourself, but if you really are a jelqing enthusiast, then I'm not going to stop you. I'm not your dad. I'm not going to bust in there and slap the penis out of your hand or anything. You go crazy on it. I just wanted to talk about it a little bit because I could not believe how popular jelqing had become again. So yeah, that's really about it. Beware of jelqing. See ya. I've been debating talking about this topic for the last couple of days, but it's such an awful situation I really didn't want to. I was hoping that it would have settled down by now, but it's only been getting more popular, so I figured I might as well at least discuss it before it gets fully out of control. Right now, the worst content creators on YouTube are getting millions of views and making thousands of dollars by following one disgusting, shameful trend. And I know that sounds like one of those old banner ads on porn sites. This ugly piece of shit's fucking hot moms in your area, and you can too. Doctors hate him. Click here to find out how. But unlike those ads, I'm not making this up or exaggerating. Right now, there are tons of degenerate loser scumbags that are trying to use the passing of Technoblade as a way of gaining subscribers and making lots of money, either by clickbaiting videos with Technoblade in the title, or by making 10 or 20 plus videos all about the passing of Technoblade in order to get the maximum juice for the squeeze from the AdSense. It's so disgusting and shameful. It's fucking vile. I'm certain all of you have heard by now, but just in case, Technoblade was a very large creator on YouTube. He had a massive audience and was a very influential and inspirational creator to a lot of people and channels. And unfortunately, he passed away recently. His father made a heartbreaking video going over the whole situation, and it's just been really sad. So obviously a lot of people on the internet have been mourning the loss of Technoblade. However, there's been some extremely twisted, sick fucks that have tried to use this situation as a way of financially gaining. It's like some actual villain shit. Like Mr. Krabs with dollar signs in his eyes once they saw that Technoblade passed. They immediately started making videos on it, clickbaiting him, and really trying their best to capitalize off the passing of an absolutely great person. I'm not going to show you very many of them because obviously a lot of it is just done for the attention, like the rage clicks. They just want to farm as many views off it as possible, so I'm only going to show a couple here. This first example comes from a channel named It's Owen, and of course this video they posted isn't real, it's just clickbait. And I was actually familiar with this channel before they posted this video, because this channel was notorious for dog shit clickbait. He'd constantly post things like, I met Mr. Beast and he was very mean to me, even spit on me, parentheses, very rude. Or, Mr. Beast forgot to stop recording and his wiener fell out, yucky. Oh, and then also some shit like, a fan asked PewDiePie for an autograph and ended up in the hospital because PewDiePie beat him within an inch of his life, parentheses, not nice at all. Just awful garbage. I have more respect for shit stains in a gas station urinal than I do for Owen, but at least there's a happy ending here, because Owen did get banned for this, and he's whining on Twitter about it right now. He checks in almost hourly to see if YouTube's decided to overturn their decision, and we can only pray they don't. Justice has at least been somewhat served with Owen being off the platform, but from what I understand, he actually has another account, or even a couple other accounts. Going back on his Twitter timeline, it seems like he has a side hustle of creating YouTube accounts, posting absolutely abominable clickbait on them in order to gain subscribers quickly, and then selling those accounts, as well as the play buttons associated with them. I will say though, I am a little bit skeptical of the Twitter account here because it only has 560 followers despite the YouTube channel having almost 4 million. But I could also see why it wouldn't have any followers since his content is only clickbait that people click on for 10 seconds and then leave. Even like 4-year-old toddler baby brains on autoplay. And then they'll just accidentally subscribe. So they wouldn't exactly follow him to Twitter. And he is having like a dialogue with YouTube, so I'm assuming this is the legitimate account. His newest post is also super embarrassing. It just says new bitch with him pinching a girl's ass. I don't know how people get delusional enough like this to think that these pictures are cool. I guess in his head he thought this was pure epic style flex, but in reality he just looks really goofy and silly. He's wearing a fucking hat that says icon on it, despite no one knowing who he is. He is a faceless clickbaiter, and I wouldn't be surprised if this girl has no idea who he is. He just convinced her, like clickbaited her, into thinking that he was the brother of Napoleon Dynamite. But of course, Owen isn't alone in being this shameless. Yes, he was a massive hemorrhoid that YouTube has thankfully removed, but there's still plenty more plaguing the butthole of the platform. I'm not going to show many others, but there are a ton of other YouTubers that are making content just like Owen did that he got banned for. Clickbaiting the passing of Technoblade. Now let me move on to the next big channel that I'd like to show you. This is Dream SMP Official. Except it's not official, and it's just doing the best it can to monetize the passing of Technoblade. They have posted 25 Technoblade videos since his passing.
My heart goes out to his family and loved ones. Hug those that are close to you. Tell the ones that you love them.
That's the content that he's posting around the passing of Technoblade. A screenshot of Dream SMP member posts being read by text-to-speech. And he posts a video on it and monetizes it. He has made thousands of dollars from this over just the last 4 or 5 days. And I believe Microsoft Sam is entitled to at least a good portion of that because he's got text-to-speech working overtime on this shit. Posted 25 videos on the passing of Technoblade. And this is operated by one person whose name is Runalong. And they were confronted in Discord about it. This is confirmed to be run by Runalong because if you click the Twitter associated with his account, it goes to his Twitter and the Discord. So it is not actually owned and operated by Dream SMP. It is just someone that's piggybacking off it and profiting big time. So in a Discord interaction, a user says, why don't you have the charity link to the side? Like, look at this video by Techno. And they mention the feature where you can add fundraisers to videos, which immediately put a donation option for viewers, which is right to the side of the video. It's used by a lot of people. And when asked about this, Runalong says, people can donate with or without it. I'm still giving a portion of my money away. Going a bit deeper, he says that he'll provide screenshots as well when he receives it. To which they respond, but I have another question. Why so many videos about Techno? I counted 17, so this is probably like 4 hours old because he's already posted an additional 8 videos since this interaction. I understand it's important and breaking news, but 17 is so many. He says, the more I get, the more I can give back. And to which they respond, and the more goes into your own pocket too. Which is absolutely correct. Since he's only giving a portion away, the more videos he makes taking advantage of Techno's passing, which is such a fucked up thing to even say out loud, the more he does that, the more money he is making. And yeah, I suppose by extension, the more money he gives away to charity, assuming he even does that, which I highly doubt. But regardless, this is dog shit. Every person right now, YouTube commentators who have made 9 or 10 videos on Techno's passing, all of them are hiding behind this, I'm giving the money to charity though, so I'm a good guy thing. All of them are using it as a way of deflecting criticism, when in reality it's blatantly obvious all of them are vultures trying to use this situation as a way of gaining subscribers and engagement. That's just the pure, factual meat of it right there. There is no way of justifying making 9 or 10 or 25 videos on a tragic situation like the Technoblade situation. There's just no way of ever convincing me that what you're doing actually has a noble cause. There's one commentator in particular who's been in some hot water recently, being called out by a lot of different channels. I'm not going to show them because, again, mainly they do these things for attention and just cheap clicks, and plus I don't want anyone to go over and harass them or anything. But they've posted, I believe, 9 or 10, maybe even 11 videos all on Techno, and they have been trying to take this high road of all of the money that these are generating is going to charity. And then they gave an update saying, we've raised like $1,000 for charity thanks to these videos. But the videos have like, in total, like 3 million views, so bare minimum, that should be like 2.5 to 3K. So they're already being disingenuous with what they're actually making off the situation. All of them are using this as a way of milking a very great YouTuber's unfortunate passing. And they know it, the audience knows it, but they're trying their absolute best to spin it in a way that helps them sleep at night or doesn't make them look like an irredeemable piece of shit to their audience. As this was rendering, I think it's only fair that I mention that the YouTuber I'm referencing posted a video showing that they donated 3K to the charity in the Technoblade tribute. The videos actually earned about 2.7K, which he showed, and then he put in an extra 300 of his own money to get to 3K. And that's cool, that's good, money going to charity. But it doesn't at all change my opinion of him or what he was doing. It doesn't matter if you give every penny that those videos generate to a charity, because that's not the only way you're profiting from the situation. This commentary channel I just mentioned has gained 16,000 subscribers over the last 4 days, where usually they experience 1,000 subscribers per month. So in 4 days, they have 16x'd their normal monthly gain. That's fucking wild. What are you gonna do? Start donating subscribers to a charity as well to make up for it? You're not the good guy, no matter how hard you pretend to be. It's more than just profiting like actual dollars from AdSense. You have gained so many subscribers off of this situation. And even if all of the videos were not monetized, like if all of the Dream SMP videos weren't monetized, all 25 of them had no monetization at all, same with the commentary videos, even if none of them were monetized, you are still directly putting your mouth on the teats of this and milking it and capitalizing off of it. It's always great to celebrate a donation to a good cause, but that doesn't mean you have to celebrate the person that did it. Now, I want to make it clear before things get mixed up here, I don't think there's anything wrong with making a video on Technoblade, like a tribute to Technoblade, talking about them, going over what they meant to you, as well as just the internet as a whole. I think all of that's very positive and wholesome and can be great. And donating the money that those videos make through AdSense to charity is even better. But there is never a situation where you're gonna do that 8, 9, 10 times genuinely. Like, there's just no reason for it. That's milking it. That's taking advantage of it for your own personal gain. There's being respectful, and then there's being shameful. And it's very clear where most of these fall. Videos like what I just showed you from Dream SMP, from Owen, as well as touched on from commentators, where it's exceeding like this crazy amount of content all surrounding a tragedy, that's absolutely milking it and being disrespectful. And while we're already on this topic, there's another really awful trend that I want to bring up in this same general ballpark, and this happens with every celebrity passing ever on YouTube. There's always going to be those children that come from loveless, broken homes that'll make a video talking about why it's a good thing the celebrities died, or summoning that dead celebrity at 3 a.m., or they're in hell, burning in hell, all of that awful, disgusting shit. That's unfortunately been happening with Technoblade, and a lot of people have been posting that content all around the internet, and people have been sharing it in order to go to the video and leave hate messages, and that's exactly what they want from you. The reason those videos get made is for those hate messages in the comments. They're done in order to get quick views from people that are outraged by the content. They're doing it as outrage bait to farm engagement that way. So the best thing to do with that is completely ignore it. That's existed for a few years now in like a big way, and it's probably going to continue to exist, and the only thing you can do is not go over there to give them any sort of attention at all. It'll eventually just die out once they realize no one gives a fuck about them. They're faceless losers in real life, but online they can have some kind of presence by making people mad at them, and that attention is the only thing that gives them some level of comfort in life. It's sad, it's pathetic, but you have to just be strong enough to resist the temptation to insult them on the video, because by going to that video, giving them that view, giving them that comment, you're doing exactly what they want from you. So I just wanted to put that out there. I hate that shit, but you have to just ignore it. I think that covers pretty much everything I wanted to talk about today with this awful trend going around on YouTube. And yeah, that's really about it. So yep. Hello there. Today we'll be taking an educational look at the species known as douche-tubers. The douche-tubers phylum consists of members that possess no soul, no morals, and no creativity, and definitely no entertainment. In this phylum, you'll find members such as the Rice Gum and the Paul brothers. Douche-tubers are composed of mainly 5 characteristics. 1. They are all douchebags on YouTube who got popular by being douchebags on YouTube for children. 2. Bragging. Always bragging, or flexing. Flexing, for those of you who aren't 12, is when the money is thrown in the face of the viewer. Look how much money I have that you don't. I just fucked a hooker that cost $5,000 because girls usually won't look at me without money in my hand, so I paid for it. You don't have this kind of money, I have this kind of money. So it's just bragging about your money to the children that watch you, which is kind of just shitting in the hand that feeds you. But kids like it. 3. Just being a big fucking douchebag. 4. You're still a big fucking douchebag. 5. Always threatening to fight your haters or roasting them. Optionally diss tracks if you want to be an extreme turbo super douchebag YouTuber. Douchebag YouTubers are something I've talked about in the past. They're probably the biggest content creators on the site because kids live vicariously through that kind of content. They see this man who's successful because they watch them. So they feel like they had a part in that person's success. And when they get flexed on, they feel like they've earned that. Like, when they're getting flexed on, it's like, hey, I gave you that. Yeah, use it wisely. Kids like that kind of shit because they might not have it, and it feels good that they were able to help someone else achieve it. I understand it. It makes sense. That doesn't mean I respect it, though. It's a very toxic thing. And the reason I'm making this is because I found the perfect example of a douche-tuber today. Memulus made a video on a man named Ryan Franklin who is the epitome of a douche-tuber. He does it all. And I want to take a hard look at his channel here to show you exactly what douche-tubers are and why they're a bad thing.
As for shoes, my shoes cost more than your whole outfit, so yeah, easy.
First, flexing. I'm only going to show one Ryan Franklin clip per point to illustrate it because I don't want to show more than necessary because I understand not everyone has a war-hardened stomach like I do that can hold on to vomit when they see abysmal fucking content like this. So I'm only going to show as much as necessary to get the points across so you are not tortured with more Ryan Franklin content than you need to be. In nearly everything that Ryan does, there's some degree of flexing. In a video it'll be, oh, look at this Gucci hat I just bought, or oh, hey dad, I just spent $2,000 on this Louis Vuitton trench coat. On Instagram he'll post, just bought this extremely expensive pair of shoes, these Yeezys. Oh, check out this Gucci condom on my micro penis, #blessed. He is always flexing. And flexing is one of the main things with douche-tubers. I really personally don't understand why people will just stand for that. That's just so insulting and spitting in your face. Hey, you've supported me. Now I'm going to brag to you that you don't have these things. So fuck you. I don't get that, and I think that's just a really bad thing to do. Unhealthy more than anything. It shows nothing but insecurity or a sense of holier than thou, which all douche-tubers have. They always think they're more important than all of their viewers, and they always have this belief that the world owes them everything and they're entitled to everything the world has to offer.
I'm a hypocrite, which, you know, like, cool, whatever, like, I don't actually care, but apparently I'm a hypocrite because I complain about people doing clickbait, but then proceed to do clickbait myself. Now, I sort of get your point, but at the same time, your points are irrelevant, alright? They're dumb, they're stupid. I mean, I do the odd misleading thumbnail, the odd misleading title here and there, and if you're dumb enough to, like, you know, be misled and, like, actually go on to the video, like, I've clickbaited you, I won, I've got the extra view, like, you're so dumb if you've gone onto the video thinking...
I am in firm agreement with Ryan on this point here. If you are a fan of Ryan Franklin, you are dumb, and you are stupid. As you can see, this illustrates my point I just made, where he thinks he's better than all of his viewers. He thinks they're all very dumb for even falling for his clickbait, and most douche tubers feel the same way. Hey, my audience is so dumb I can clickbait the shit out of anything even if it makes no sense. Aliens invaded my boners at 3 a.m. while watching SpongeBob? Haunted, super scary, you won't believe number 6, 10 million views. So yeah, I agree the viewers of these kind of people, I wouldn't necessarily call them stupid, but they're naive because they're children, they're being exploited with this misleading shit, which is fucking awful in my opinion.
I don't see the attraction. Like, I'm not overly like, oh, like...
Now, one of the main things he does is he always insults any of his haters based on their appearance. He always goes right for appearance insults, and he does not discriminate. It doesn't matter your age, sex, race. You could be a fucking alien. You're still a target. Everyone is equal in his eyes. Here he is taking on a 6-year-old, and he showed no mercy. The full wrath of his clever roasting was laid down upon this 6-year-old. He was merciless.
What's wrong with your hairline? Your hairline is so ugly.
Right. Hair jokes. I mean, I've never heard those before in my life. If I had £1 for every single time someone mocks my hair for the colour or the style or anything, it doesn't matter, I'd be living in the Bahamas.
I wonder why you get so many hair jokes. I honestly can't imagine. I'm gonna go ahead and pile on it though. You look like Bert from Sesame Street. I'm sure you get that one all the time, so that's nothing new. Your hair looks like Anthony Sullivan's Smart Mop after it was used to clean up a pile of Chaz Finster's pubic hair. I'm actually really glad you chose that hairstyle though, honestly. It lets people know you're a douchebag without ever having to talk to you. Your hair looks like 3 rusted slinkies that had an orgy on top of your head that you just decided not to stop. So you're welcome, there's 4 more for your Bahamas fund.
Guys, this person right there, the ugliest man alive.
And do you know what's the most awkward thing is when this calls you ugly.
Oh no, look out, we've been invaded by Ryan Franklin. No, I'm just kidding. That's not Ryan Franklin. That's Watto from the Star Wars prequels. Ryan is way too much of a pussy to confront someone directly. He's already privated his Twitter account and shit because he's a big old pussy. But you see what I did there, Ryan? I compared you to Watto, and Watto is known for not being super great looking in The Phantom Menace. So I'm calling you ugly. You get it? You know, because that's what you do. Man, you really took that 6-year-old down to size, man. What are you, like 19 or 20, and you're just calling a fucking child ugly? Are you out of your fucking mind, man? Holy shit.
Well, I opened up some fan mail. This is a letter from one of you guys. I think her name's Jessica. I haven't opened that fan mail in 2 years.
What a cool guy. He couldn't even be bothered to read who the fan mail was from. He's had it for 2 fucking years and hasn't opened it. What a piece of shit. I honestly don't think that fan mail is actually from somebody. I feel like he just wrote that himself as Jessica. I don't think this guy's getting fan mail or ever has in the past.
You do want me to get maybe like another PO box, that sort of thing, so you guys can send me in letters, maybe like candy from your country, then, you know, I'll definitely do it.
Oh yeah, that's what we want you to do, Ryan. Open up another PO box so they can send you letters that you'll never fucking read for 2 years. Great idea, you stupid son of a bitch. Amazing. Hey guys, you want me to open another PO box so you can send shit that I ignore? How's that sound? Great, huh? Again, just further proving he does not give a shit about his fans or anyone for that matter. Unbelievable.
Now, I don't intentionally flex on my fans.
How the fuck do you have an accidental flex? Oh, whoopsie. I accidentally just started taking pictures of all of my expensive possessions and saying how great they were and then accidentally uploading them all over everything that I own. Damn, what a silly mistake. I mean, there's no correcting it now. It's already out in the wild. Shit, I'm sorry, guys.
First one was a joke to Ruby Roo because obviously during the summer I made a few videos on her. And yeah, the video's done well in terms of, you know, views. Got me money, okay? So I was doing a joke, like that tweet is a joke, like the whole Yeezy thing. It's a joke. You don't realise, actually, like, I feel that I'm quite misunderstood. I said this in yesterday's video.
This is always the fleshlight these douchebags start to use once it starts backfiring with all of their douchebaggery and bragging. Oh, it's just a joke. I'm just playing a persona. Ha ha ha. I'm not really a huge insufferable asshole. It's just a joke. Lighten up, guys. But it's very clear it's not a joke, because none of it's done in a comedic way or anything entertaining at all. It's just being an asshole. Jokes on you guys, I'm not really an asshole, ha 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 ha. If you have to keep reiterating that it's a joke time and time again, maybe it's not a good joke, or maybe you're the joke. It's just fucking silly, because it's very obvious to anyone that you're not kidding. You're just being a douchebag. Now, this was a National Geographic look at the douche tuber, and I hope you've all learned something about this abhorrent species. I really have no respect for these kind of people at all, and hopefully you're walking away with this knowledge and also forming an opinion that, hey, maybe these aren't great people that I should be letting either my kids or my brothers and sisters that are young watch, because it sets a bad example for them. It really does. 100%. That's it. See ya. There is no bigger crime on YouTube than making a video on a topic another YouTuber has already covered. If you do that, you should honestly have to uninstall your fucking internet and be thrown in the slammer. You should be branded with something that haunts you for the rest of your life, like on your fucking permanent record. You should have to register like a sex offender registry, but for YouTubers that steal content ideas. It's disgusting, you filthy vermin, stealing ideas. Oh, man, I really hate that idea where if someone talks about something, everyone else is forbidden from talking about it. Yesterday I posted the SNL is awful video, but 2 hours before I posted it, Drew Gooden posted something about SNL. I didn't know he was making that. He didn't call me on the phone telling him that he has reserved rights to talking about SNL. So I didn't get the memo. I was unaware. It just happened to be a complete coincidence that I had made that earlier in the day and it went live just after his did. Just pure coincidence, and I truthfully, I apologize. Please don't arrest me, FBI. It was just a mistake. I didn't mean to steal his idea. I hope you understand. So again, I want to apologize for accidentally talking about something someone else talked about on YouTube. Luckily, the Internet Justice Police in the comment section let me know that I stole the idea, so that way I was made very well aware that I am a criminal because of what I've done. And this happened 2 days before that, where I did something on Neil Breen's scene, and it just so happened PewDiePie had talked about the same Neil Breen scene a couple years ago, and I didn't know. So again, I guess I'm just stealing fucking ideas all over the place. Everyone knows on the internet when someone does something, no one else is ever allowed to do anything even closely associated with it, and I'm embarrassed to say that I broke that sacred rule. I didn't know that I was stealing ideas. I guess I just didn't do enough thorough research throughout every corner of the internet to make sure no one had ever talked about any of the things I did. I really should have done my due diligence. I should have hired a team to figure it out or something, and I'm truly embarrassed, so I'm sorry. I'll drop the sarcasm now. People that truly believe someone steals someone else's idea just because they cover the same topic or something close to it, they can suck the filthiest part of my butthole. I hate that mentality. I really do. Gus Johnson sent me a Twitter DM not too long ago because he made jokes about a Blockbuster video that I made jokes about like a year or two ago, and he was very upset. He apologized to me profusely for no reason, and it's because his comment section got on him for copying something I did. I don't own the rights to making fun of that Blockbuster video, just like Drew Gooden doesn't own the rights to talking about SNL. He wasn't upset about it, and I don't think Gus was either. It just so happened that, you know, people sometimes come up with similar content ideas, and I fucking hate how the comment section just assaults people that cover similar topics to each other. It's so dumb. No one's stealing from someone else unless they're blatantly just plagiarizing the video, which I don't think very many YouTubers do because it's really obvious when that happens. It's so silly that, you know, PewDiePie talked about Neil Breen once, so thus no one else ever is allowed to talk about Neil Breen. Well, you know, PewDiePie also talked about Flex Seal way after JonTron talked about Flex Seal, and PewDiePie got shit on for stealing from JonTron. It's just so dumb. I don't understand it. When someone makes something, that doesn't mean they are exclusively the only person that is ever allowed to make something in that field ever again. They didn't put the fucking flag down on the moon there and now own it. People are allowed to talk about the same topics or make videos on the same type of shit. I don't understand why you'd want it to be where only one person holds the rights to do something. Because if that was the case, then no one would ever be allowed to let's play a game after the first person does it. No one would ever be allowed to make a joke reacting to a TikTok video. Although if we are going to go down this route, I own the rights to making fun of every single TikTok since I was the first one to do that. So you can suck my dick if you want to play this ball game. I own all of the TikTok insults. That's my side of the playground, you pussies. It's just dumb. And I hate that, and I hate that mentality, so you can suck my fucking asshole if you really think that it's bad to cover a topic someone else has covered in a different way. I hate that shit. That shit makes my dick real soft, really soft. And I just wanted to vent about that and just tell you just how silly and ridiculous that train of thought is. That's it. Don't forget to go to twitch.tv/moistcritical, baby. Nothing but originality and hot shit flying everywhere. Take it easy, everyone. See ya. Code babes? Now we're fucking cooking, baby. Oh, I thought it was a TV show. Build an Android app faster than you can fap with Code babes.
Is that an Android phone in your pocket, or are you just happy to see me?
You're too late. I've already come.
Welcome to the Code Babes
I've been
Android
clickbaited.
Virgin course. Let you pick clean.
What
or
the
dirty.
fuck is, like, what is the point of this channel?
Let's get started. I promise to be gentle.
I feel bad for this girl. She wanted to be an actress, but she only landed a Code babes gig. That sucks. Well, this project didn't go very well for them. They haven't done anything in 3 years. What's their most popular babe coding? The views on their stuff is pretty good for coding. I don't know why they stopped. They had a good thing going.
Want to learn to code, but you're having trouble
Nope.
paying attention?
I'm here to jerk
Welcome
off.
to your solution.
Hey, now we're cooking.
Pass the quiz, and your instructor removes one piece of clothing.
What?
How much clothing, you ask? Enough to motivate you. But let's not get carried away here. We're in
Strip coding?
So join a
Wait just a minute here.
Code Babes and start your web
I've been learning all wrong.
today.
Ah, well, I'm gonna go ahead and bookmark that page. I've been meaning to learn a little HTML5. This is gonna be straight up porn now. They just dropped the whole coding thing. The website still works. Am I an internet virgin? A CEO virgin? An HTML do I have to be a virgin for all of these? The professor will not find me attractive. Oh, there's comments here. That's bold. From Coding Ninja. Glad I already knew Android. Just did quizzes to get to the end. Me too. Cute smile. She's sexy and I'm imagining my dick up her ass. I'll pull it. This seems safe to pull up. It should be fine. And if not, I won't mind taking a little risk for the old Code babes. So we were on the Android happy ending. And I was reading some comments. So I left off here. She's sexy and I am imagining my dick up her ass. I wanted to see what was under those bikinis. I was kind of disappointed when there was no nude. I would be too. If I went through that entire course and I didn't at least see a nipple, I'd be so upset. Damn you, Code babes. I expected at least boobs. I love you, ma'am. Look at all these happy customers excited to learn how to code. Miss you, baby. Such a hot and sexy website. Keep it up. I started missing you already. When are the advanced courses, babe? I've just finished all the courses. When will you launch a new virgin code course, babe? Why isn't this... This should have been far more popular. Jesus. This should have been the college courses. We'll start at the beginning. Well... What the fuck is this? You're at the wrong place, John, to be talking about FTP method in Microsoft. We're here to look at tits. Great work, babe. See, thank you, Lola. Ew, lesson! But, there's no reason not to do it. Did I win? I'm not seeing no strip for you. You got something wrong. Damn you, professor! You know I'm a virgin. I need positive reinforcement. What have I got? Do we have any Code Babe veterans in here? What if I answered it incorrectly? I didn't read any of these, but... Can someone just give me the answers? I put false for 3 already. Christ, we're way past this. Please! She's getting cold. You guys fucking suck. I'm never gonna see a human breast. Come on, what is wrong? Does anybody know how to code? Title for 4th? Where are we at? What the fuck is this? This is YouTube. There's no titties on here. I've been scammed! It was all just a ploy to get me to sign up to their newsletter. The community must be outraged with this. What do they have to say about that one? Ready for the hard stuff? Nope, I'm ready with the hard stuff. Just kidding, hope you bring more courses. Melissa, you are so hot. Why the strip is too short? I want Melissa. Melissa is sweet. We want Melissa in upcoming courses. Want Melissa to appear in future courses. Fan favorite. Melissa, are you in the chat? Can't believe this shit actually exists. You're not naked, lol. Not naked, though. I spent 5 hours to learn this shit and you're not even naked. What the fuck? How do you make your website faster? You're in the wrong place, Luis. We're not here for real advice. Well, I feel like I've learned a lot. And at the end of the day, that's kind of what it's all about. Thank you, Melissa. And all of the hard-working coders at CodeBabes. I wish they didn't give up on this. Now's the perfect time for this shit. Project Melody going wild, they could absolutely get in on this. On YouTube, you can find all kinds of people doing the most dangerous shit imaginable. Slapping raw meat on their body and swimming in the ocean open waters. Taking bug bites and stings from poisonous creatures just to feel the pain and rate it on a scale. Jumping out of planes and waiting to parachute to the last possible second. Giving a hot take about some type of drama going online. You can find people doing absolutely death-defying stunts and shit. But above all of this sits the most dangerous niche of content on the platform. Backyard wrestling. There are so many channels that I've found that have like less than 100 subscribers that are doing these backyard wrestling events where they are just beating the shit out of each other for real. Now, of course, everyone knows that, you know, WWE, AEW, it's sports entertainment. It is wrestling entertainment. The outcomes are predetermined, the moves are choreographed, but that doesn't discredit the athleticism required or how brutal the stunts are for the human body. So those are professional athletes doing it, and even they are breaking their necks, breaking bones, concussions frequently. So you take that kind of activity and bring it to people that can't even spell their own name, and you get a fucking disaster. For anyone that grew up in the 90s, you probably remember just how crazy backyard wrestling was. You had extreme backyard wrestling like the CZW, which I believe stood for Combat Zone Wrestling, where they were taking real barbed wire bats and just actually annihilating each other with them. I watched one where a guy took a weed whacker to someone's stomach and split his stomach open. Like, you know, breaking beer bottles on each other's heads. Backyard wrestling was about as wild and wacky as it could get. And while it's not as popular now as it was back then, it still is a pretty popular niche on YouTube in terms of how many backyard wrestling organizations there are. And I'm using the term organizations lightly because these aren't like official entities or anything like that. It's like three brothers and one of their friends who set up a kiddie pool in their backyard and start hitting each other with mailboxes and call it the fucking South Alabama Home for Badassery Wrestling Federation or something like that. But there's so many of them that do that, and they do it for real. They actually just start brutalizing each other. It goes insano style. And there's one channel in particular I want to talk about and show today. A channel where the wrestlers are, without exaggeration, risking their lives for YouTube views and wrestling fame. To die in the ring and be sent straight to the wrestling Valhalla. It's called POR Wrestling. Prophets of Regret, I believe is what it stands for. Maybe it stands for probably overdosed right now wrestling. Actually, if that was it, it would actually be porn. I didn't even plan that, but what a beautiful coincidence. But the thing is, these wrestlers are risking everything. All to an audience of 7,000 subscribers they've built up over the course of, I believe, 5 years. So they're getting roughly 1,000 subscribers and some change per year for this level of danger. It seems not worth it if you ask me, but they just fucking love it. It's an extreme sport, extreme entertainment sport activity. They call it POR stunts, and they got into wrestling. And I'd like to show you the clip that I found initially from them that blew me away and actually scared me. I still think about it from time to time.
It's lit on fire.
Ladies and gentlemen,
oh my God, what is this? Holy crap, he just blasted Jamal
wizard
with a flame.
He just blasted the wizard!
Oh my gosh, I'm almost out of it, ladies and gentlemen.
Holy shit! Holy shit!
Oh my God! Oh my God! Out of nowhere, a car just slammed into Jamal the Wizard. Holy crap, Jamal is...
Yeah, this dude just gets absolutely blasted by a speeding vehicle going 20 plus miles per hour. And there's no smoke and mirrors here. The man just actually takes a full-blown hit from a vehicle. Now, of course, the guy in front, the one that hit him with the flaming bamboo stick, he wanted no part of it. So you could see him try and like pretend like he got hit. So he like jumps out of the way and like flops on the floor like a fish. I think what was supposed to happen is they both get hit by the car, but at the last second, this guy's like, this dude just put a brick on the accelerator. I'm getting nowhere near it. So he gets out of the way and jumps. But the other guy commits to it. He's like, you know what? If I'm going out doing what I love. So he takes a full hit from a car. No safety equipment or anything. Now, of course, him getting hit with the flaming bamboo stick wasn't real. He didn't, like, fully hit him with it or anything like that. But all of the blood on his face is, because the match prior to this was using sharp objects and shit. So it's about as real as it can get while still being, like, loosely rehearsed. But I'm pretty sure him taking a direct hit from a fucking time-traveling DeLorean going 88 miles per hour was probably done on the first take here without any prior rehearsal for it. He probably just signed up on a whim saying, fuck it. Yeah, you can hit me with a car, that's fine. After he just finished butt-chugging 5 moonshines in his bathtub. And, you know, they did it live. They really did go for it and pulled it off.
Oh my god, James, this is the craziest thing I've seen in wrestling. Is he even alive? Oh my god. Oh my god. Look who it is. We should have freaking known. JJ Escobar just ran Jamal over with a car. What the hell is he doing in here? What in the world? I know Jamal and JJ. Look at the carnage.
They show a replay on the Jumbotron, but I'm not going to show that. It is a very real hit that he takes. I'm pretty sure he was okay based on what I've read. However, he did not return to POR wrestling from what I've seen. His name was Jamal the Wizard, and I think he retired after this. Whether or not that was by his own choice or highly recommended by his doctors. I don't think he is still competing. I haven't seen him return, and from what I've read, he was okay from this incident, but just didn't want to continue in the league, which I think is understandable. When you take a hit from a car like this for, 11,000 views on YouTube, whatever this was, it's probably one of those things where you have to weigh the pros and cons, like, is it worth it? Maybe not.
Hit that leg!
Let's go, Seisky. Let's fucking go, baby.
Oh, shit.
Yep, this is another very real stunt involving a speeding vehicle. This one looks like it's pushing like fucking 40, 50 miles per hour here. This bad boy was zooming, and it blasts through a camper and crashes into like a garage in the back or something. It looks like a scene out of the Dukes of Hazzard. The danger in this one was astronomical, not only for the wrestlers, but everyone even around the vicinity. All the spectators could have just died. Like, there were so many ways that people could have been hurt here. I don't even know where I'd start with naming them. It could have shot glass and debris at the crowd, which I'm sure it did, but they don't care. You know, they're probably so fucking drunk they didn't even feel it. You know, hey, Grandpappy, you got a piece of that window lodged in your oblique. You alright? He's like, yeah, I don't feel it. It's fine. Let's see what's happening over here with the wrestlers. He might get a 3 count on this pin. And speaking of the wrestlers, the dude hits him with like this crazy atomic power bomb through 2 tables and 12 light tubes. And I believe those are real light tubes. They're not using sugar glass or anything like that. As far as I know, they're using like actual light tube fluorescent lights. So the little glass there. And it knocks the guy out. He ends up unconscious and bleeding. And he does get the 3 count, not to spoil the ending. So the guy with the mask wins. But it feels like everywhere that guy goes, it's like the GTA 5 Chaos mod where cars are just shooting all over the place. It's fucking crazy. Another extremely dangerous stunt for so little views on YouTube. It just really feels like it's not worth that risk. But even as of today, they are still going and the danger is still there. They posted 3 weeks ago as of the time of me making this video, and they are still just as fucking extreme as ever from what I've been able to tell. It's wild. They do not let up. They have a passion for danger, and my God, nothing's gonna stop them from it. I still can't even believe the level of stunts that they do here, because it's not just like a life or death situation for the people involved in the actual, extreme entertainment showcase. It's anyone around them. That car could have absolutely, while speeding at the camper, taken a bad swerve by hitting like a slick in the mud there, or hitting something and swerving into the crowd and just hitting them like bowling pins. There's just so much that could have went wrong there, and they just said, fuck it, let it ride anyway. But yeah, I just wanted to briefly talk about this because I started thinking about backyard wrestling again. Because, I mean, growing up, I used to be a fan of it. I used to watch a lot of it. I even had the old Xbox game, Backyard Wrestling. It was fun. And somehow it's still around and probably more extreme now than ever, maybe. I don't know. It's kind of a bold claim to make, but it is wild, and I just wanted to talk about it a little bit. That's about it. See ya. Flying elbow drop onto toaster. Hold on a second.
This is super. Fuck this shit! Oh my fucking god! Oh my god! Oh.
Gets a like from me? Fuck yeah!
Microwave. This is for chocolates and chocolates.
He has that intro perfectly. It's the same every time.
Fuck this shit!
Why did he get the fucking toughest microwave available? He like fucking jumped onto a brick. What the fuck is that, a titanium microwave? Just listen to this clunk.
Fuck this shit!
It would have been lighter to jump on a bed of broken glass. It would have hurt less. God damn. It's like the Nokia of microwaves. This guy's awesome. How do I know that's barbed wire?
Fuck this shit! Oh, fuck!
I don't know if it was real barbed wire or not, but he sold the performance. That'll get a like from me.
This is super.
I just love the title.
This is for Chicolo.
Butt Buster onto mini cactus toy cars.
Fuck this shit! Oh, my. Whoop, whoop.
Does he just jump into the dumpster, or is there like a WWE stunt here as well?
Whoop, whoop. Oh god!
Oh, I could do that too.
Oh.
That gets a like, whatever. Underwhelming compared to his other stunts, such as elbow strapping a microwave, but whatever, it's fine. He even throws the shirt in the same place.
God! Oh, fucking
Damn, he really caught a bad angle there. Oh, I forgot to leave it a like. Like, his body is made for these flying elbows.
Fuck this shit!
Oh,
fucking god!
He missed it with his elbow. Should make him my stunt double. Yeah, for when I get into the WWE tricks.
Let's do this. Whoop, whoop.
This guy's getting sponsors for this? Fuck yeah. Hope they're dropping him a crisp 10K for this stunt. Reimbursing him for the hospital bills. Don't do it! Well, as advertised, it's not even a bush. That was like one plant and then dirt. It's not even a stunt. I can do that. What I can't do is fucking powerbomb onto a microwave. I didn't like that one. Don't brace. Don't brace. Don't brace. Braced.
Oh my fucking god! Oh my. Oh, fuck.
Try watching Room Raiders or Man vs. Beast.
I'll excuse that one because that mousetrap fucking shot out like a cannon. It's like someone hit a piñata, like his belly was the piñata and they got mousetraps out of it instead of candy. Drinking hot sauce and running into metal gate. Why is this NFL style? Since when is the NFL known for drinking hot sauce and running into a metal gate? I don't really know that from the John Madden's playbook. Oh my god, just like the NFL! Holy shit, his form is flawless. Well, I'll leave it a like for the NFL style. If this was real NFL style, he'd be beating his wife as well. He's not even committed.
This is super shit to that mic.
Hey, why is he wearing glasses? Did he do a flying eye drop onto a microwave? Yeah, get him. Get him! I'll leave it a like. It was just really quick and to the point. Fair enough. So he's only improving.
Fuck this shit!
He hasn't even reached his full potential. Like, that one's a real stunt. Like, that one definitely be hard to fake. All 150 pounds is hitting that microwave of steel. It's the unstoppable gamer versus the immovable force conundrum all over again. Reddit's darkest corners. Let's ride.
Quick.
Thanks,
The first
Carney
announcement is
in blood.
600,000 subscribers. The last video,
This channel's
I was freaking
popping
out about
off.
500,000. Thank you to all the newcomers that are coming from Critical's channel. First of all, Charlie, thank you so much. I know I told you thank you in DMs, and by the way, guys, the fact that I spoke to
He's such a
Critical,
sweetheart.
literally a dream come true. I sound
Unironically,
like
he's
a
such a
broken record,
sweetheart.
but I feel like let's just go even deeper than the surface. This video will be a little.
You
bit
don't
different,
want to
but I
go
asked you
deeper
guys
than the
over on my
surface on
community tab
Reddit.
to help me out. r/Jizzy cards.
Jizzy cards.
37 members. Oh boy, we're starting off strong with this one. Okay, r/Jizzy cards. If you had to take a guess of what that even meant, go ahead, take a guess.
Alright, I bet I can nail this. I would imagine it's people doing cum tributes on old video game cartridges. I would say it's people that like, I love Ocarina of Time so much, here's the N64 cartridge. Just fucking blast it. That would be my guess.
Certain you wouldn't have guessed men ejaculating onto video game cartridges and
But I did. I fucking did.
discs. For fun. Yeah.
Yep,
pretty
but I
much.
did.
There's only-
I know these communities so fucking well. I've never heard of Jizzy Carts. I know this shit so well. Because there's other communities like this. Like I mentioned cum tributes. This is huge for like figurines. It's like U2's. U2's has their own cum tribute community where people will get U2's of their favorite YouTuber or whatever and they'll literally just cum on it. They'll put it in jars and shit. Yeah, it's huge. It's fucking huge. So I knew right away Jizzy carts had to be video game related. I bet most people go to like shopping carts or something of cum, but I fucking knew exactly where this was gonna go.
The main user posting these images goes
Oh, I want to read the request. What did he want? If it wasn't Donkey Kong 64, they fucked up. That's a cool cartridge. Oh, better yet, Majora's Mask. That had the holographic. Good to see a rareware game being humiliated like this. I would shoot a load on Conker's Bad Fur Day, but I'm low on money at the moment. It costs nothing to ejaculate. Unless you have to put like a quarter in like a jar at your house like for every time you sin. I don't know what you mean. I guess like he has to buy the game.
User snapped fingers. This story begins with the user claiming that they can see things that aren't actually there, like paranormal things, and that they were told by experts on Discord that they have to make a sacrifice.
Experts on Discord, huh?
In order for the interdimensional beings to leave them alone. Discord experts? Like...
Yeah, that's what I said.
The things they describe
That's definitely a red flag.
Dark figures, that of Worthless 319, which we already covered on the channel, so make sure to watch that after this video. Eventually,
Wordless 319 was the video we watched. It's about the Redditor who claimed he blew his cock off to save the world with a gun. I'm pretty sure it was all a hoax. I looked into it further after the stream. I'm almost 100% sure that was all just a big, like, ooh, so edgy kind of thing. The pictures weren't even of like a dick that had been shot by a gun. It was just more of like a really deformed, weird wiener. I don't know how to describe it. But yeah, that was definitely not like a real thing. But the penectomy shit is real. There are people that do actually cut their cocks and all of that, but it wasn't that Redditor doing it.
Snapped Fingers questions the reality of there being a hell portal in the Paris catacombs and explains that they're booking a flight to put an end to this. Thus, the former limestone mine
Someone got
from
lost in the
became
Paris
a space
catacombs and
referred to
died.
as the catacombs. So yeah, it's a
I think
very
there's like a
creepy
YouTube
place
video
which you
about
can
it.
actually go visit some of it. I used to run track back when I was in junior high school. I can likely outrun any possessed people. I am excited to finally close this chapter of my life and shut that blasted portal off for good. Now, personally, I do think this person was suffering from schizophrenia. Or, I could be completely wrong. This could be someone just looking for attention. The thing with these Redditor stories...
Most likely attention when on Reddit.
We don't r/coming on figurines.
35. That's what I was just fucking talking about. This is where they'll do like U2s, Marvel figurines, all kinds of shit. I was just talking about that. Yeah, this one's kind of popular. They go kind of wild. All right.
/cum tagging, 2,000 members. So yeah, this one's just the guys splurging on objects. Men splurging on objects. I mean, that's it. There's nothing more to explain to that. We have public trash cans, airport toilet paper holders, campus bathrooms.
I actually...
Yeah.
So, I don't know about cum tagging, but I do know there was a... I don't want to give too much away about the guy. I've talked about it before. We've talked about it before on the podcast. We used to have this thing where we talk to people from the Patreon podcast, and one of the people that was a regular is a U.S. soldier, and he was on a submarine. He was one of the nuclear subs. So in between his tours, he'd come on to the hangout with us, and he'd always tell us the stories about like the people on the subs to pass time will literally just like come on things in the sub. I don't know how real that is, or if it was just like his degenerate crew or whatever, but it's apparently like super common, at least on that vessel, because he would talk about it like pretty much every time he came back. Do we have any other like submarine boys in here that can confirm or deny? What episode? No, it was like just hangouts where we just talked to people. It was a while ago. We haven't done that in a couple of years now. I heard living on those is fucking horrible. Oh, it sounds absolutely miserable. Yeah, it sounds true. I can't imagine a worse career than being on a submarine. You can't leave it. You're confined to such tight space, and apparently all your friends are just ejaculating on everything. Sounds terrible.
I found a lot of subreddits that are now archived. They don't exist anymore, right? But we have r/beating women. We have r/r-wording women.
Jesus Christ.
Hate women. We have r/just r-word. I'm not gonna go through what. I mean, you guys can imagine.
Yeah, I can pretty much take a guess.
Look at the suggestions.
Oh my god, what the fuck is this? There's a thing on Reddit where like almost every sub has the same moderators. I wonder if they were mods on here. I imagine at least one or two of them were. There's only like 100 mods on all of Reddit, and they happen to mod every other subreddit on that fucking site. Like there's some mods that are literally a power mod of 100 other different subreddits. Was that first one Tub Girl? I didn't read it.
Gone wild. 1.2 thousand members. We fuck shit up. This community is for the dedicated sink pissers who want to take their game to the next level.
Fuck yeah, finally.
2019. This is a subreddit dedicated to people peeing in sinks.
Finally, my kind of people.
Is pointless at this point.
My brethren.
Reddit. And I'm sure some of them are gonna watch this. My videos get very popular now, and if I'm offending any of you, I'm sorry. I don't want any of you to fucking pull up to my house and start peeing in my sink.
True, you don't want to fuck with the sink pissers.
It's not like I have a piss kink or anything. I don't. I mean, imagine going to a friend's house and then thinking, oh boy, I can't wait to take a piss in their sink and record it for
I'm sure everyone's pissed in a sink at least once in their life. Like, let's not mince words.
Make sure to leave a like, and if you're not subscribed, make sure to subscribe.
We've all been 2 or 3 Bud Lights deep, 19 years old, and
an extremely sad story.
It's a little wacky.
Last word. r/jailbait. The Urban Dictionary
definition. Oh, that was a big one back in the day.
Female who is under the age of consent.
That shit was fucked.
Acts, and at the time, Eric Martin.
They used it at the front page almost every week.
Subreddits, including jailbait, by claiming that it was one of the side effects of promoting free expression on the web. Reddit administrators took down the subreddit after a user shared a picture of an underage teenager, saying that he had nude photos of her as well. And many users were requesting, send me. Yeah, it's just pretty disgusting stuff.
Yeah, he's underselling how popular that was. Back when I first found Reddit, I would have been, a junior in high school? Jailbait was usually on the front page. That was a massive fucking subreddit. What year would that have been? 2011-ish? It was fucking crazy. Yeah, and that was like, for some reason on Reddit, that like was totally normal. And I remember someone made a big hoopla. I don't remember, it might have been r/atheism to be honest, because that was also huge then. Someone made like a huge hoopla, like, why the fuck are we just allowing like open pedophiles on the site? Like, super transparent. And they're like, no, jailbait's fine. Jailbait's good for Reddit, actually. And it was like a huge controversy when people were like, we need to get jailbait the fuck out of here. But they fought tooth and nail. That was on there for a long time. Like a really long time, much longer than you would expect.
Alright guys, that's going to be it for this video. Don't click off yet.
I knew almost all of those.
People were saying that
he didn't even cover True Cells, which is surprising.
And I just cover them in a mediocre way.
Do you guys remember True Cells? That was a little bit before the big incel explosion. Wow, most people don't seem to remember it. True cells was basically, they were the progenitor to modern incels. They had a lot of very sad dudes that would post shit like women should be kept on farms and men should be allowed to buy women to fuck them. Like really horrible stuff, like incel shit, before it became mainstream. That one was pretty wild. They had like full websites full of like hundreds of pages where people would like write some real gross shit and their weird view on the world. Oh, that was another one he didn't cover. The sounding subreddit. That actually might still be popping off. I remember the sounding subreddit was pretty wild in its infancy. There was a guy that stuck like a pretty sizable dildo in his cock hole. Of course, it wasn't like full sized or anything, but it was still like a fucking impressive feat. Yeah, sounding is when you put things in your urethra. And there was a subreddit for it. I'm assuming it's still there. Did it hurt? I don't know, man. I'm not that guy. I would imagine it would. Yeah. I would guess.
Shitting on Fortnite content isn't brave. It's the lowest hanging fruit on the internet. The content is fucking abominable and we all know this. You have those incredible trends such as 1 kill equals 1 centimeter of my girlfriend's areola that I'll show on camera. Doing Fortnite dances in real life while nude. Subscribe to my channel for a Ghoul Trooper skin, 10,000 V-Bucks, and a personal rim job from my mouth to your asshole. And then you've got conspiracy theory videos like, is Area 51 actually just a cover for the Fortnite cube? Just absolute shit is what I'm getting at. So me shitting on it doesn't make me a hero. But I'm gonna shit on it some more. Atop the Mount Olympus of suck-fucking Fortnite content, there stands one champion. His name's Exility. It's all just clickbait nonsense like, Fortnite will fuck your wife while you're asleep, and here's how. Oh, and then the follow-up video, Ninja will fuck Fortnite's wife while Fortnite is asleep, and here's the evidence. And it's all just clickbait bullshit that's all padded for 10 to 20 minutes longer than it should ever possibly need to be. This is from one of his newer videos. Fortnite's gonna be offline for a while.
The East Coast is in a declared state of emergency because of Hurricane Florence, which is on a fast track to North Carolina and headed directly for Epic Games offices. If Epic Games doesn't do a good job preparing for this catastrophe, Fortnite servers could go offline for months.
He makes it sound like Hurricane Florence was targeting Epic Games, like God himself created Hurricane Florence to demolish Epic Games and steal all of our V-Bucks. It's amazing. He spends this entire video under the premise that Epic Games is going to be destroyed. It's going to be a pile of rubble and ash and every employee is going to be fucking destroyed and sent straight to hell because of Hurricane Florence. He treats it like it's Voldemort. And then he has the audacity to pad this video over 10 minutes to talk about every single previous hurricane that's ever hit the United States. It's fucking horrible. It's the worst history lesson I've ever heard in my life. It's 3 a.m. and I've been watching Exility videos for the last hour. Probably gonna have a fucking dream of Exility clickbait. How Charlie woke up 6 inches taller, and then I'll wake up and I'm not 6 inches taller, I'm still 5'6". Anyway, I'm gonna finish this video in the morning. It's not a Fortnite YouTube video without an obnoxious, shitty intro. And Exility's intro is like if Allier's intro fucked a children's electric xylophone.
If flooding like this occurs in Carolinas, Epic Games and Fortnite are going to be out of commission for a while. On top of the flooding and the storm surge, there's also extremely high winds.
Yeah, no shit, Chief Meteorologist Exility. If Hurricane Katrina flooding happened in North Carolina, I'm sure the office would get a little soggy. It's a statement you can make about anything. You could show a video of an intense thunderstorm and say, but what if this happened in North Carolina, right over Epic Games headquarters? What if a lightning bolt struck Epic Games, caused the entire facility to explode, killing every single worker there? There would be no more Fortnite, and this could happen, here's why. It's just fucking fear-mongering to make children afraid and click on his video because they think their beloved Fortnite's about to go offline for a few minutes, which didn't even happen. I mean, Hurricane Florence didn't destroy the USA, it's not underwater now. USA and East Coast hasn't become Atlantis. It was just a blatant fear-mongering to capitalize off the hysteria from the latest hurricane, and it's a shitty research video here. It's like a children's book report that is just padded for word count. If someone submitted this to me and I was the teacher, I'd give this a D. I wouldn't give it an F because they clearly put a little work in here in terms of editing,
but other than that, there's just no substance here.
TSM Myth was one of the most viral Fortnite creators on YouTube and Twitch. However, over the last couple months, his YouTube views have dropped dramatically. His streams aren't performing as well, and he's unknowingly been killing his YouTube channel and career overall.
It was actually this video right here that convinced me that Exility is just a big old pile of filthy dog shit, because this is just so clearly baiting a bunch of people into clicking on it because they read that and go, hey, wait, TSM Myth hasn't lost his career, he's still extremely popular, what is this guy talking about? What was that one simple mistake? Then you watch this entire 17-minute insufferable video with this man's screeching, nasally voice, and he has nothing to say about how he lost his career. He keeps hyping it up like, he made one simple mistake. Oh, and we'll get there. Don't worry. It'll be towards the middle of the video. You get to the middle of the video? Oh, we're almost there, guys. We're just getting to chapter 3 here, act 4 of this play that I'm creating, and milking as much YouTube dollars as I can out of watch time, but trust me, it's coming. And then, you know, you get to the end, and it's not there. This video is basically like one of those virus ads on a porn website. Click here to find the one simple trick that scientists don't want you to know about getting a bigger dick. That's what this video is. He shows one clip where he's like, this is the one, this is what cost Myth his career, and it's a clip where he falls off a cliff once, and then he's like, yeah, but this didn't really cost him his career. So the video said, this is how Myth cost himself his career, this is how he lost his entire fucking career, this is why he's homeless, this is why the mafia wants to kill him. You go through the whole video, and at the end he's like, yeah, well, obviously Myth hasn't lost his career, he's still extremely popular, but I mean, what if? What a convincing argument, bulletproof, watertight. What if Exility held the dirtiest part of my butthole? At least with that guy who became the meme for the Burger King ass pickles or whatever it was, he had like a cool voice and way of talking. Foot lettuce, that's what it was. At least he had a cool way of talking. There's nothing cool about this guy. There's nothing that draws anyone in here, except maybe his uber epic gaming challenges that he issues to his viewers in the middle of his videos, putting them to a dead stop to do this fucking stupid challenge to try and game the system and get more likes out of it. Let's check the one that he threw onto this Myth video.
Did. The next thing we're going to talk about is the fatal mistake he made after his decline began, and a specific clip that was very instrumental in his downfall. But real quick, I've got a challenge for you guys, and you only have 5 seconds to accomplish it. Drop a like and subscribe, and if you're able to accomplish this in the next 5 seconds, then you will have 5 years of incredible luck. Just the luckiest things will start happening to you, so just trust me, try it. It really works, and let's get back into the video.
Hey, what's up, fam? Let's get those swag likes on this video and smash that subscribe button with bell notifications annihilated on, and you'll receive 10 years of pussy. Yahoo! This dude's fucking channel banner is begging people to turn notifications on and subscribe. And another big pet peeve, every single video he uploads, he hashtags Exility, hashtag Exility, as if a single child that subscribed to him is subscribed to him because they support him. They just like all the people he clickbaits. He's a brand new channel, it seems like, for the most part, in terms of content, but he's got the system figured out. If you want to really explode on YouTube right now, you take the most popular internet people and you make up some bullshit about them, or you do some cheeky bullshit where you count their donations, and that's how you do it. He's playing the game well, and he's not the worst Fortnite content producer there on the site. There's definitely worse ones and more insidious ones, but this one's just such a frustrating one for me personally, because I think this is just the laziest and shittiest content there is. At least when you're doing like strip challenges in Fortnite, you gotta actually strip, and there's something to that. Whereas here he's just leeching off of actually, you know, talented people and people that others want to support, which is why they're clicking on these videos, because they're trying to learn about the person that they like. No, I'm sure everyone that watches Exility's videos don't even know they're watching an Exility video, because they don't give a fuck. They just want to hear about the content, that they want to hear about the producer that he's talking about. But yeah, I mean, this is just some more shitty Fortnite content that I thought I'd talk about. So yeah. I decided to go through the YouTube trending page today. What a fucking disaster of content I found on there. But there's one video in particular I'd like to look at today. Is it real or is it chocolate, from the Dobre brothers? I was unfamiliar with who the Dobre brothers were before I saw this video, but now I'll never forget these 4 kids that look like rejected Backstreet Boys members. And I'm sure you're familiar with the premise of this video. You remember that viral video clip from a Japanese game show where they fished around just biting on objects they thought could be chocolate? Yeah, you remember how entertaining that was? Well, the Dobre brothers took that and then made it the most boring thing imaginable. Let's go ahead and watch this together.
What's up, Dobre Army? Dobre Brothers back here for another vlog. Today, we're gonna do something really fun and interesting. Today, we have a very interesting game we're gonna play. Our friend, the cameraman, Steve, went out and bought some crazy random tools.
Oh, holy shit, what the fuck? Stand back. You see that crazy assortment of tools? Those are some crazy fucking tools. Jesus Christ, Steve, you really went wild and let loose at the hardware store. These are 4 kids who have clearly never seen tools in their life. Oh, what the fuck is this? A Grinch? Isn't that a movie? Oh, a wrench. Oh, do you have to use it yourself? What? Do people not have their own personal Jeeves to take care of it for them? Ugh. What is this, used by lower class people? It's going to contaminate my table. Are you sure, Steve? Well, if you think it'll be good for views, bring it on home, Steve. Bring me that shit.
But some of these tools apparently are not real. Some of them are chocolate. That's right, chocolate.
Did you have to reiterate it and say it twice? It's not exactly hard to believe that they might be made out of chocolate. That's definitely within the realm of possibilities. It's the 21st century. We have that kind of technology.
That's just a little later.
I'm gonna say this is chocolate.
Oh!
You hear the doink sound? Oh, oh, those good sound effects. Steve got him real good. That wasn't chocolate at all. It was a real crazy tool there that he just bit on. What a fucking idiot.
Are you okay? Yeah. Oh, this was real. Maybe didn't bite hard.
Wait, the chocolates are kind of hard, so try biting it, Luke.
Are you sure?
I don't think so, man. That's not chocolate. I think I broke my tooth.
Yeah, so this is definitely real.
Gosh. This might actually be a little bit more dangerous than we thought.
No, I mean, it's about as dangerous as a 4-year-old would expect it to be, because it's not really hard to distinguish what would be chocolate and what would be real here. They're gonna weigh completely different. The dude even fucking banged it on his hand and you hear metal against metal. It's really not that fucking hard. But I don't even know why I'm trying to poke holes in the watertight plot of this video. All of them clearly know what's real and fake, and you'll see that as the video progresses. If you don't take my word for it, let the proof be here in the shit pudding.
Lucas, maybe you should go next because you're so hard-headed.
Alright.
How do they come up with it? What a stinker. What a real stinky joke. Is that the best you can do, Dobre Brothers? Is that comedy on the Dobre Brothers channel? You're so hard-headed you should get hit in the head with a hammer? Knee slapper.
That's chocolate.
I feel like that is chocolate.
Who's that? Who is that? Anyways.
Yes, who is that? Look at that fucking loser out there doing work for money. Pathetic. Working. Disgusting. Disgusting.
Lucas, don't give yourself a concussion.
Yeah,
we need you for our next YouTube video.
It's chocolate, bro.
Maybe lick it.
Oh, it's chocolate.
Take a bite.
Alright.
Some nice cacao, chocolate milk.
Oh! Yeah. I got it right. 1 point for Lucas.
Well, that was certainly fun to watch. Man, it really is. It's extremely entertaining. For sure.
Marcus?
It looks like chocolate.
Yeah, this is definitely look chocolate. Like chocolate.
Ow! It wasn't chocolate.
This is pretty sharp.
Are you serious? It wasn't chocolate. Yeah, it was.
I was gonna say.
Fucking pranked. He got you good. He got all of us good. I don't think any of us expected that.
That is real. You didn't have to take a bite out of it. Don't bite it. It's real.
Oh! It was chocolate.
I have feeling that was chocolate.
How'd you know?
How did he know that was chocolate? We're gonna have to find out when they break the magician's code and reveal how that trick was done. One of life's greatest mysteries right there we just watched unfold. One that puts the fucking Zodiac Killer mystery to shame. How did he know that shit was chocolate?
Oh, it's real. No, it's real. It's real.
I'm sure. I see your tooth mark in it.
Oh!
It's not real.
He just missed that. What if it was real? He would have been gone.
Clickbait. Yeah. I broke a wrench with my head.
Yo, chocolate.
No! Wait, that one was real. They look pretty similar.
What a fucking savage. He didn't know for sure if it was real or chocolate. He just took a risk of just fucking bashed it on his head and he got real lucky. Just one of those frat douchebags that'll bust a fucking, can of brewskis on their forehead and then just chug it. Man did it with a wrench. And then his brother tried to emulate it, but it was a real wrench and he fucking nearly bludgeoned himself to death with it. You see how hard he was hitting himself in the skull? Fucking denting his noggin in? Just fucking attacking his forehead with the same intensity as a pillow falling on a memory foam mattress.
Which feels pretty heavy. But I mean, they're both pretty hard, so you can see how...
Oh! Yeah, they would have both broke if they were both chocolate.
It's science.
Do I have to take a bite? Yeah.
I think that's real. Yeah, that's definitely not chocolate.
Is my tooth bleeding? Cyrus. Oh, dang. Nah, you're good, Darius.
This is the... Now, what in tarnation? I think I saw something there. Hold the phone. I don't think he really bit down on that there. Let's go ahead and take that shit to the replay booth upstairs. I'm throwing the challenge flag out on this play. Let's go ahead and take a closer look at this. It pains me to say this, but upon closer inspection and after sending the footage away to the top laboratories in America, we have conclusive evidence that it's fake. He didn't actually bite the tool. As convincing as his acting after the fact is to sell you on it, he didn't pull it off. You see, he did a very slick move that most people wouldn't catch. The naked eye just can't register it. My eye's not naked. If you look closely, you can see that he slides it away from his teeth right before he clinches down, and he never even fully clinches down either, by the way. It's almost as if he issued this as a direct challenge to me to attempt to debunk it, which I fucking have. All in all, it's a lie, it's a fraud, he's a sham. He's fibbing. He's taking us for fools. He thinks we wouldn't notice, but I noticed.
If you guys would like us to do another one of these videos and get even crazier stuff, comment down below and let us know what you think.
Crazier stuff than those common tools? You got me fucked up. I don't even think that's possible. Where's Steve gonna find something crazier than these tools? Such an item doesn't exist. Unless he finds Excalibur or something. You're not topping these tools. Nuh-uh, not at all. The video ends shortly after, but... I mean, what more can be said about some high-quality YouTube trending content, am I right? Some pretty good shit. I can see why it's so popular. So yeah. I've said this many times over the last couple of years, but just like my high school basketball coach, you don't take me seriously. Every time I try to preach this gospel, you think I'm joking. I'm not. Wipe that smile off of your face, Buster. I am going to scream it once again with my whole chest. Cringe is the ultimate evil. It's the only unforgivable sin. Through the eyes of the internet, the ultimate crime is being cringe. So why am I talking about this? Well, it's because 2 videos have just gone viral for being cringy, and everyone has been dunking on them. The first one absolutely blew up, and it's become one of the most divisive videos I've seen hit the internet since the fucking Yanny and Laurel debate. It's this woman celebrating getting her pancakes by doing a little boogie. I have to mute the audio, so I'm just gonna beatbox for this. On Twitter, this video has well over 100 million views. This is the biggest tweet from it, saying we're all the person at the next table, and it's that woman in the background who's looking on confused and disgusted and annoyed about this. And the video has over 100 million on Twitter, but then an additional like 30 million or so on TikTok. And boy howdy, has this led to an unbelievably large and aggressive conversation. Mortal Kombat 1 came out, but the fatalities in this debate have been far more brutal than anything in that game. I tell you what, sports fans, this shit has been wacky. It's her pretending that she's super excited to get food, my hangriness leaving my body, and she's doing a little goofy TikTok dance. It's very artificial. It's not real. Like, is she actually having fun here? Who's to say? That's a secret between her and God. I have no idea if she's actually having fun, but it's clearly performative for TikTok updoots. She's looking for the internet likes. And it's not really bothering anyone because she's just doing it herself. The only one that's directly involved here is the staff that's bringing her the food, and she's subjecting them to cringe, which could be considered terrorism to a certain extent because cringe is, it's a fucking weapon. I don't care what anyone says. Weaponized cringe is some of the most potent Geneva Convention violating warfare we have at our disposal. So yes, the staff is exposed to her like pretending that she's super excited to get food, so the staff brings it over and she starts dancing like a toddler here with her happy dance of food, and it's all fake, right? But she's not really bothering anyone. The girl at the other table is just looking on confused and annoyed, which is a very normal response I think most humans would have, because this is a very weird thing to do as an adult. If you want to be treated like an adult, then you need to dress like an adult. Me. That's right, we're doing a me costume for Halloween, so you can wear me like a goddamn flesh suit, so it comes complete with the long hair, even's got my tattoos 1-to-1 for temporary tattoos, and then just like a fun little shirt to go along with the whole collection. So that's the new merch drop for this Halloween. It's available now. I'll put a link in the description. Oh yeah, also the beard. You don't want to be a clean-shaven Charlie. That'd look really weird. And there's nothing cringy about that. If you don't want to get made fun of, then that's what you need to dress like for Halloween. Anyway, the point here is, a lot of people were extremely upset about this video. There was a lot of hostility both in people defending the action and those attacking it. Me personally, I don't like it. It does bother me. I've said this a million times. I think the current climate of things where everything needs to be a fucking song and dance that you put on for an online audience of TikTok people to give you attention is trash. Everyone competing for internet attention at all times and faking everything to get some likes on your posts. Awful. So yeah, I don't like that. If I was in that restaurant, you wouldn't see me like flip over a table in anger or anything, but you would see me look over annoyed about it and maybe make fun of it a bit before moving on. But on the internet, cringe is a big deal, and it stays that way, and for some reason gets really aggressive and super deep, like almost philosophical to a certain point. In this case, with this video, she didn't really do herself any favors because she was arguing with everybody on TikTok, and she was getting really mean and nasty in some of the comments. But the point is, people respond to cringe very harshly. Now, there is a bigger talking point I want to get to, but in order to get there, I'd like to show you the other big video that blew up only about 2 days ago as of making this video.
Want to see the cringiest, most cuddly thing ever? This is called a love surge. And we do this when one of us has like so much love in our limbs that we can't contain it and feel like we're going to explode. So Sean is having a love surge right now, and he's going to wrap around me and shake with the electricity of love until I catch it too and start shaking, and then you explode with a love surge.
I feel so much better.
Don't you?
Thank you.
You're welcome. And that's the love surge.
So much love was just surged.
Sean's not wrong. There was a lot of love getting surged there. The cup runneth over on love. In fact, I think I started to feel some of the particles from that surge all the way over here. Nearly took out the power grid. Now, this also got really big on Twitter, and people fucking hated it. And they hated them for being cringy. Which, as you can imagine, didn't feel super great for the woman in this video here who posted a follow-up.
A lot of the duets and stitches were really funny, and I laughed a lot. I can take a joke and I can laugh at myself. But then some of the comments got like, really, really mean. And they were like wishing that like someone cheated on each other, or wishing that like DV on me, or SA, or like to unalive myself. And I think like if the goal was to make me sad, you did it. You won.
She posts this video going over how all of the really mean comments made her feel, like the really personal ones wishing horrible things upon her and the family. And what really sucks is how unsurprising this is. The internet has become a place where you expect this. Anytime a video is posted, no matter what it is, if it's cringy, even if it's good, you already know there's going to be a large number of people that are going to hate it. And when people on the internet don't like something, they go to the biggest possible extreme to let you know their dislike of it, telling you to do the worst things ever and wish the worst things ever upon you. It's unfortunately very commonplace online. I remember when I first started posting on the internet, I had read somewhere a quote: when someone wears a mask, they show you their real face. So basically, it's not the most profound thing ever. When someone is anonymous, they show you their true colors. And most people aren't that nice. And so what happened here is, this was cringy, so people started being very not nice, and she posted this video hoping that maybe if you saw how it made her feel, that it would stop. And as you can probably guess, it only made it worse. The comments were saying things like, just need another love surge, or order up on that love surge to help. If there's one thing the internet hates more than cringe, it's weakness, vulnerability. If you show that something hurt you, that's the biggest possible trophy you can ever give to people online, because now they know they're getting to you and they will just keep that pressure coming. There was really nothing good that could have come from this video, but I do legitimately feel bad for her and Sean here, because their only crime was posting something cringy. I don't think they should have posted it to begin with, but that's once again just the product of everything being a competition to get internet attention. So they took a very personal thing with them being lovey-dovey and having this really quirky love surge thing they do, and they wanted to share it online, because everyone wants to share everything online all the time, and what happened here is it ended up being an awful experience. So, let's tie this into what I want to talk about on a deeper level. Why cringe is literally the worst thing you can do online as a content creator, it feels like. Over the many, many years I've been online, I have seen some people do the worst things imaginable. And those people still have an audience and supporters, despite being a piece of shit that does horrible things. And then I've seen cases where someone does something a little too whimsical. They get a little too silly, and it's embarrassing. And they lose a lot of supporters for it. More so than someone that is an actually awful person doing horrible things. And I guess it's honestly not even fair to say that it's just the internet that has no forgiveness for cringe, because one of the best examples of an entire career being unraveled from something being a little too goofy actually comes from 2004 and predates the modern internet as we know it. Howard Dean and the now infamous Dean Scream. Howard Dean was a very prominent political figure, and in 2004 was a presidential candidate. And his entire world got fucking blasted when he was doing a rally and got a little too excited. He was given a very passionate speech. He's like, we're going to Washington, we're going to Oregon, then we're going to my buddy Eric's place to eat some ice cream, and then we're looping back around, we're going back to Washington, and then Oregon. And that moment, that one silly little screech ruined his entire presidential run and made him a laughingstock, all from just a droplet of cringe. I actually think he was a pioneer who was ahead of his time, because if he did that today, he'd be looked at as like an icon on TikTok, because that kind of shit's not cringy per se anymore. But anyway, the point I'm making here is, it might not even just be an internet-specific phenomenon. It might be like a human-specific thing where we're just hardwired to dislike cringe and always hold it against the person who made us feel the cringe. I don't really know. I'm getting scientific about something that has absolutely no basis in science. It's just something I've observed for pretty much my whole life, where some people will do what I consider to be unforgivable things. Like legitimately horrible, terrible, awful things. And yet, they still go on to have an extremely successful career. They have tons and tons of fans. Someone like Chris Brown. Chris Brown, I think, is a bad guy. A hot take. I think he's a bit of a jerk. He has a history of beating women. He beat Rihanna within an inch of her life, and yet, look at him today. He has probably more fans now than ever. Like, he just got nominated for an award at the VMAs a few days ago, and people were cheering, applauding, losing their minds over it, celebrating. Somehow, his fans stood beside him and still support him through all of that. Meanwhile, there have been many such cases of someone posting either an embarrassing video as a YouTuber, or having some embarrassing information leak, or something cringy come out, and their fans like abandon them. Just like straight up drop it like, nope, I can't be seen here anymore. I don't know, it's just baffling to me. But yeah, now I'm starting to get a little lost in the rant here. Point is, with these two videos in particular, the people in them didn't do anything wrong. One of them wasn't even in public, and yet the response to it was extreme amounts of anger, which is always just interesting to me. And it's not like I'm innocent of it, like I'm super guilty of seeing some cringy things and being, surprised and even a little annoyed, even though I'm not directly involved for sure. But it's just fascinating to see like the level that people will take it to, and just the incredibly harsh response to something cringy. So yeah, I just wanted to talk about it a little bit. That's it. So yeah.
Musical.ly is a platform where you lip sync to popular songs and act like a big douchebag in an attempt to sexually seduce children. In the 90s, the warning parents gave children was, hey, don't accept candy from strangers in a van. In 2018, the warning is, hey, don't go on Musical.ly. If you're above the age of 13 and using Musical.ly, you're either a pedophile or going through a very severe insecurity crisis. Now let's go ahead and look at some popular Musical.ly going on right now to a popular song. I don't know the song or anything, but I've seen the Musical.ly now, so let's go ahead and watch that together. I bet you weren't expecting that transformation. He went from a dweeb to a bad boy, a pussy slang magnet, from a dork to a bad boy, a gnarly man who's annihilating vaginis now. Be careful who you call ugly in middle school, because they might just turn out to be a sex offender on Musical.ly.
When you're on Musically, you just gotta get used to seeing a lot of tongues coming out from some very creepy looking men. I also like how Dr. Frankenstein also got in on the trend here with this one. He's reading directions for the fucking necromancy spell he's about to practice.
So why do good girls fall in love with me? Real love time. I'm a bad boy and it's plain to see. Love time. I'm a bad boy and it's plain to see. Bad boy and it's plain to see. Bad boy and it's plain to see. It's plain to see. So I'm a bad boy and it's plain.
This is a lot of bad boys we're seeing right now. It's like we're all having a That's So Raven flash to the future, but our future, all we see are the baddest boys. The amount of sleeveless leather jackets in these Musically videos is absurd. It would make a biker gang jealous as fuck. Or maybe they'd ejaculate in envy of all the leather and shit. But the point I'm making is this really what being a bad boy looks like in 2018? Because if so, thank God. These are some cool fucking men right here.
And it's plain to see. I'm a bad boy and it's plain to see.
Musically has shown me that I should be embarrassed for having tattoos. I honestly think Musically is gonna make tattoos go extinct, drive that entire fucking market out of business, because they make it so embarrassing. They make tattoos look like the cringiest shit in the world. I've been a bad boy, and it's plain to see. I'm not weird, but let me see you pee. And then there's like that army guy, I don't know what he was doing there. I've been a bad boy. And then he swipes and he's in his army getup. That's the kind of shit that gets you kicked out of the army, I imagine. Like fucking getting expelled like a misbehaving toddler. Gotta keep this shit on the down low here, Sergeant. Anyway, I mean, Musically's pretty fucking cool. I'll keep watching, because I'm hooked now. With all these bad boys on the platform, how could I not want to watch more? That's it. See ya. The only thing I know about Kik is when Tinder was first becoming a thing, there was a ton of Kik bots where you'd match with them, and the first thing they do is like, hey, you want to see me spread my pussy? Check me out on Kik. But obviously everyone knows that it's a scam and a bot, so I never knew anyone that actually went to it, and that's all I know about Kik. So, from what I understand, it's supposed to just be like a messenger app, right? So is it like WhatsApp? Do we have any like Kik enthusiasts in here? It's for grooming and catfishing. Seems like a pretty risky business model. Like officially, that's what they target? Man, no one has anything nice to say about Kik. Why does it exist? What the fuck? This is all horrible. This all sounds miserable. Jesus Christ. Ooh, this is like a full-blown movie here from Tuve. Unfriended on
Hey
Kik.
guys, welcome back to
Lay it out for me. I don't know shit
I don't know
about
about y'all, but Kik Messenger ran my middle school in 2013 to 2016. If you thought a girl was cute, your first word should have been, "Hey, yo, what's your Kik?" or "Add me on Kik."
Man,
Keep
what
in
the
mind,
fuck?
this was before Kik Messenger was created on October 19th,
You're so goof
2010,
and
and it
fluffy.
was and still is a mobile messaging app available on the App Store and Google Play Store. In September 2019, Kik CEO and founder Ted Livingston announced in a blog post that Kik Messenger
Ted.
would be shut down with over 100 employees being laid off. However, this decision was later reversed, and it was that same month Media Lab acquired Kik. Like I was saying, Kik was so goated back in the day. But nowadays, if you talk to anyone about Kik, first of all, they're gonna laugh at you. But also,
when was Kik founded? Was it like just after my time? Because I never heard of Kik until Tinder because of scams. Oh, did he say 2010? I didn't even hear that. Sorry. I guess I got too hyper focused on it. Yeah, I missed that whole wave, man. But what about Yik Yak? Do we have any old Yik Yak fans? Yik Yak ran my campus for like 2 semesters, or 2 years probably, before it got banned. Yik Yak was like a local chat app. So at my college, everyone would go on there and just post house party addresses.
The whores. The horrors, guys, not the whores. The horrors. So just like the Discord video, we spoke about the dangers on a specific app. It ranged from groomers to doxers. However, like I was saying, this app is not mainstream anymore. Since this app is so under the radar, this is abusers' favorite app. It's very cool, right? So as you can see, we have like Fortnite, for example. We have Naruto.
Let's go to the Naruto one.
things kids like. But if you click any of those topics, by the way, this is right when you download the app, they're all overrun by sex and porn group chats. People bypass this by using the host word at the beginning and simply adding filler to the rest. Joining them will cause a bunch of sex bots to message you and send you scam links. Some keywords such as child or anything inappropriate will result in nothing. Kick blacklisted those words.
This is exactly what I thought
like they're
Kick was.
protecting the kids, right? No, let's keep talking. And they told me that a popular method abusers use on this app is by looking up sad or depression group chats and will prey on children that are looking for someone to talk to, aka a shoulder to lean on. You could apply that to any case, but I just didn't know. I don't know, man. If I didn't know that, I feel like other people don't know that, and I just want to make you guys aware of that. That's a method abusers will use. These abusers will look up depression chat or LGBT chat simply to prey on vulnerable minors. And this is a huge problem on the app. There are articles and articles.
The big problem is anyone downloading the app, it sounds like.
Put into place.
Sounds like just downloading the app should flag the FBI.
Yeah, the live section is extremely sexual and revolves around girls getting money from simps, or guys too. I even joined and asked if you could make a living on the app like one would on Twitch.
How does the donating system work? What is the... So that is, if you would like to donate and tip your streamer guy, you hit that gift box at the bottom. The wheels, it's hard to know what they are, but they like spin like this, and they're mystery wheels. It says mystery. And then you could hit a bonus.
Oh. Nice. Let's go.
Googzy's like, I'm waiting. Let's
I
see
don't
what
get
you
it.
got to
Can
say.
you dig in and
Tough.
tell me a little
Come on.
more? Oop, there it goes.
She saw me in the nudie.
Sarah and I saw each other talking.
Give her the dragon.
Changing into our panties and bras. Can people make living off of going live on Kick? Sure, guy, if you're cool enough. If you suck, then no. I mean, maybe if you suck, you could. You know what I mean.
The live section is definitely not for kids. I mean,
hey, what are you talking about? That was good. That was high quality stuff.
So now let's head on over to Kick's contradictions. The worst thing about the app is the
I'm signing up.
Demographic. From everything
that looks
I've
like great
just
live
told
streams.
You'd expect this to be an 18+ sex app, right? No. The minimum age to use Kick is 13 years old. And this is a document taken from their website, Kick.com. Want to know the name of the document? Kick's Guide for Parents. Yes. That's probably going to be their excuse. They're probably going to be like, well, actually, we always tell the kids to get their parents to give them permission first. It's like, no.
To be fair, and not to defend Kick, it is absolutely a parent's responsibility to monitor what their kids download and engage on the internet. I am so tired of parents blaming companies. The parents have a fucking responsibility to actually be a parent. It's not up to the internet to raise the kids. Now, this obviously shouldn't be accessible to kids in the first place. Like, this is just like a dog shit degenerate app. But I'm speaking on the whole. Fucking parents don't do shit anymore and blame everyone but themselves when, like, oh my god, my kid was... He left YouTube Kids app, and instead of getting Finger Family, he watched Ludwig talk about why he's not his friend. And now all of a sudden my kid's crying, and I'm fucking pissed at Ludwig, and YouTube ruined everything. You know, it's like, do some parenting. It makes me so frustrated. That is one of, like, my biggest pet peeves. Thanks to the gift sub Jinx and the resub Croven. It's been like that for the last, like, 3 years, I'd say. It's gotten really bad. Especially on YouTube, where they keep having to, like, pressure YouTube, like, YouTube fucking hates kids. YouTube ruins kids' lives. When it's like, you just let your kids go on YouTube completely unmonitored. And then they found a Nexpo video on a morbid topic or something. Like, it's your fault. You suck.
If you see this video, or if people are outraged by this or some shit, either remove all the sexual content from the app, clean up the hashtags and sex bots, or simply make the app 18+ everywhere.
True, it should just be an 18+ app.
Kick. Like, no, this is a sex app. It is clearly a sex app. Look at this. Do you guys see this?
No, I can't.
13+, right?
I can't see it. Just paint a picture. Is it Goatsy?
Chatting with single
Blue
guys,
Waffle?
21. Oh my god. You will see explicit photos. Please be discreet. What is that an IP address? What did you just send me? And you know, it's so weird.
Don't click it.
The same profile picture. Dude, I mean,
Thanks,
literally.
Prime Baka.
Think about it. A kid downloads this app, right? Ooh, Pokemon. Let's go to Pokemon. There are nudes right there. There are nudes right there on the app, right? It's horrible.
How
because
cool
the
is
fact
that,
you have
right?
A guide for the
You
parents,
get Pokemon
parents in their right mind would let their
and
kid use
tits.
Kick. And some group chats actually do help people. Like I was saying, there are depression chats where people do help each other, but it's like such a gem to
Just
find
go
an actual
somewhere
group
else.
chat with humans.
Why stay on
or at
Kick?
least decent
Just
humans.
go to Discord.
There's no point in downloading the app or depending on the
Fucking
app.
Skype.
Kick
I don't know,
creators, if
man.
you're
Why
watching this,
stay there?
Please fix your app. Please fix the ratings. Do something about it. And I'll see you guys next time I upload.
Bye, Tov. Nice. Well, that was interesting. I can't believe Kick Messenger's still alive. I really can't. Discord with Discord mod and admins. Yeah, but the thing is, on Discord, you can still just take those people from Kick, like that are human beings, and just make your own Discord. It's not like you're going to interact with the moderators. You can just talk to them on there. Right? Like, you don't have to actually interact with, like, a Discord mod and Wumpus and Springle. I mean, God rest their soul, they've been retired now, but... You know, you don't have to actually interact with them at all. Whereas on Kick, you're still being blasted with sex bots. Fortnite. Drake played it, which means if you play it, you'll be as cool as Drake. I don't need to explain what Fortnite is, because it's more than a game. It's a fucking movement. It's a way of life. Even if you've had your face buried in Comcast's asshole and haven't had access to the internet in the last 8 months, you're still familiar with what Fortnite is. Prisoners probably don't even use cigarettes as currency anymore. They probably use V-Bucks. The game is beyond any game ever made. Now let's take a moment and just take a little bit of silence here to remember that a lot of people died before 2017. Jesus Christ didn't even make it to 2017. Everyone who died before 2017 did not get to experience the joy of Fortnite, and that is incredibly fucking sad. I honestly think we should change our dating system and move from AD and BC to BF before Fortnite and AF after Fortnite. So we're in 2018 AF because we're after Fortnite, logically. Now, I personally like the game. I think it's fun. I play the shit out of it both on and off stream. But the best part about Fortnite isn't the game itself. It's the amazing content we've been blessed with on YouTube. The creative geniuses, the innovators, the visionaries, the masterminds have really been letting their creative juices just ooze out of every pore in their body. And they're producing some of the best content the internet has ever seen, such as posting full uninterrupted matches of Fortnite, 20 plus minutes, almost no commentary, definitely no jokes, and they might even lose the match in the end, but they post it 3 times a day and it's great. And then you have the super savage litty titty men that post like the great clickbait like I ride the meteor, or Epic Games gives me Fortnite 3 early, or like my mom starts flicking her bean because she sees me playing Fortnite, with like a wacky crazy original thumbnail like, because it's just fucking mind-boggling. Like, why would their mom come in and start playing with her clitoris just because they're playing Fortnite in front of her? Like, is that the effect the game has on women? It's nuts. But by far the best content that's come from Fortnite is the 1 kill equals 1 removed piece of clothing, or 1 kill equals 1 second of my girlfriend sucking on my pee-pee. Sometimes they'll call their girlfriend their sister if they want to appeal to the incest enthusiasts. It's actually quite a common trend, and it makes sense because we like to appeal to the incest enthusiasts on YouTube. It's something that we welcome. And I just thought it'd be fun if we just went through and watched some of these 1 kill ones, so that way we can all get a taste at what Fortnite has really blessed us with on YouTube. Here we go. This one seems interesting. 1 kill equals 1 makeout on Fortnite. I love to watch 2 goobers just trade spit. I can't wait for this sloppy makeout. What a beautiful intro. That takes us right back to 2008 montage era shit. This must be his first time with Windows Movie Maker. Come on, god damn it, get a kill. I need this. Please. I need to get off. Yes. Oh, yeah. I'm fucking ready.
Get on my game.
He died so fast.
Get on my game.
Stop fucking talking to her and make out with her.
Get on my game. That's
Don't-
31 KO.
don't
Hold
fucking
on,
tease me.
1 second. I need to get loot first.
No loot. Just get to the action.
You ready?
I need to climax. Oh, I'm ready. Oh, I'm ready. I'm ready.
Ooh, give me that.
Please. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. God bless you, Fortnite. 1 kill equals 1 times Auszeichnung. I don't speak German, I don't know what that means, but I'm excited to see some Auszeichnung.
Jo Leute, was genau? Willkommen zurück hier auf Fax TV. Für alle, die auf der
What's fucking crazy is I don't even need to understand German to know exactly what he just said right there. It's like douchebag is a universal language. I guarantee it was something about smashing that like button and ringing the bell. Oh, ugh, what is that, clothes that she's wearing? You're gonna make a 2018 Fortnite YouTube video and you bring a girl with clothes on? What is this, fucking amateur hour? Are you fucking kidding me? You're not gonna exploit her for views right away? No, I'm getting to the end here. There's definitely gotta be some tits coming out.
Stop recording. Okay, stop recording. Whoa. Stop. Nein, Freunde.
No, don't stop. No. Oh, I didn't get my little wiener off in time. I came for some fucking Ausscheißen, and all I get is an ouch blue balls. Ugh, she only got down to sports bra. That's all these Fortnite 1 kill, 1 remove piece of clothing till nude. That's as far as they go. They never show me the boobies, the magic milk tanks. I'm glad that YouTube lifted the ban on clickbait, so that way clickbait's alive and well out here. What the fuck? These kids don't look 18 or older? There's no fucking way this is legal. Are you fucking kidding me? If these kids are 18 or older, I'll eat Tom Brady's jockstrap. If he lets me. I don't think Tom Brady would want me eating that, but if he lets me eat it and they're above 18, I'll just gobble that shit down. Let's Google this. This doesn't bode well. The first auto suggestion is Morg's age. I think I'm absolutely right. He's not 18. Yep, fucking called it 16. I'm just gonna assume his girlfriend is the same age, which means that this video they posted is quite literally, by a lot of definitions, child pornography. I'm not gonna watch it clearly, maybe it's like a big joke video, but are you gonna use child pornography as your fucking clickbait? Man, that's making one fucking statement, and it's a recommended video from YouTube, so that's yikes.
Guys, I gotta run, guys. I don't know.
This perpetually congested, insufferable asshole makes consistently the worst content on the entire site. I've never watched one of his videos from beginning to end, and I don't think I ever will. They're just too fucking awful to sit through. It's no surprise he's hopping on this popular trend, but there's really nothing more that can be said about rice gum that hasn't been said about a shit-filled toilet in a dilapidated gas station. But maybe I'm just a hater who needs to get some clout, as his legion of brain-dead zombie 8-year-olds always say in the comments to anyone that insults their messiah, because they live vicariously through his success. Just a little news flash, just because he makes a lot of money doesn't mean you do by watching him. It's okay to criticize him.
Battle Royale. Ninja. Hey guys!
Oh, now we're fucking cooking. Losing clothes and ninja gameplay. This girl's gonna be butt-ass naked, super turbo naked with the amount of kills Ninja gets per game. Holy shit. Well, but where's Ninja?
What's up? It's a faff. You guys,
Oh god.
Nah, you win. Oh yeah.
Maybe once
you stop fucking lying to me. You said there would be Ninja and removing clothing, but look at how much clothing you're still in, and you didn't even have Ninja there. You just took clothing off watching a Ninja clip. It's the stupidest shit I've seen in a while. Man, that is not only taking the trend, but it's making it even worse and more low effort. At the very least, the other awful fucking YouTubers hopping on this trend had to play the game. She didn't even have to do that. She just started taking some clothes off, minimal amount of clothes off, by watching someone else who has played the game before. That's amazing. Wow, look at this thumbnail. This guy's about to lick some ass crack. Oh my god, he's licking... He just licked cleavage. Oh, this is a wholesome intro. This is kind of like a Full House type of intro type shit, or like a 90s sitcom intro. This is so cool. But start licking some ass, please.
Okay, you ready? You know what I'm saying? I had to make sure I got a good lick in. Oh wait, so that's 2 things you gotta remove.
Oh,
I got 2 kills.
No.
At first, I thought that bucket he was handing her was for her to puke in, which would have been very considerate, but it's not, spoiler alert. At first, I honestly didn't think he was gonna lick ass cheeks, because usually a thumbnail like that, it's not in the video, it's just to draw some prepubescent kids in that are trying to jerk off. But he actually straight licks some cheeks. Hats off to him, that wasn't clickbait. Horrible content nonetheless, but it wasn't clickbait. He straight licked some cheeks. Fuck yeah. Good for him. But yeah, I hope you've had your eyes open to all the beautiful gifts Fortnite has bestowed upon the internet community. And I think I speak for all of us when I say, thank you, Fortnite. And thank... Why, hello there. This is one of the rare serious videos. Why? I just want to know why. This video I'd like to directly aim at any active TikTok power users over the age of 18. I simply just want to know why. What is the purpose of it all? What's your ulterior motive? For those of you who don't know, and I know none of you don't know, every single one of you fucking knows what TikTok is. Kids being born these days know TikTok before their fucking alphabet. It's the biggest thing on the planet. It's apparently worth like $600 billion. It's insane. It's fucking insane how big it is. But is it really? Jackson and I have been speculating, fucking tinfoil hatting it, and just really trying to wrap our heads around, can this actually be legitimate? I understand the appeal to a younger demographic. That I get, to a certain extent. I would never have used it when I was a kid. I don't see why younger people find it cool, but I understand that it's geared towards that demographic. But then you have like the people my age and older. You have fucking geriatrics patients doing the whip and nay to the I want to be Tracer, I'm already Genji, I'd butt fuck Diva, oh Nerf Bastion. I just don't get it. I'm trying to understand. At 24, that's how old I am. 24 is not that old, but in 2018 it feels fucking ancient. I feel like a goddamn fossil. I already don't understand most of mainstream music. I don't get the appeal of listening to something that sounds like a highly distorted wet fart into a plastic trash can with some horrible lyricism thrown on it about like fucking flexing and staying lit. It's baffling. But TikTok is the biggest enigma of them all. I would sooner understand string theory and prove it before I understood the appeal of TikTok and the scale. I truly just don't understand it. I'm gonna go ahead and blast your assholes here with some fine TikTok trends real quick that I'm certain all of you have already seen, because thousands of YouTubers shit on them ad nauseum daily. It's the lowest hanging fruit on the internet. I'm not brave by asking the question or insulting TikTok, but someone's gotta fucking pose this directly to the people. You older generation that are making TikTok content, your TikTok queefs, why? You use the internet, you see the insults on YouTube, you don't make this shit ironically, it doesn't seem. Are you getting paid by TikTok to make this? I feel like you are. I feel like they're inflating their numbers by paying up-and-coming actors to overact this shit and try and get trends to catch on. That's just speculation. I can't prove that. Don't take me to court, TikTok. It's not slander. It's not libel.
Fingers in your ears and make the la la sound.
Hit or miss, I guess they never miss, huh? You got a boyfriend, I bet he does he kiss ya. He go,
I'll be Tracer.
I'm already Tracer.
What about Widowmaker?
I'm already Widowmaker.
I'll be Bastion.
Nerf Bastion.
You're right, so Winston.
I wanna be Winston.
I guess I'll be Genji.
I'm already Genji.
Then I'll be McCree.
I already chose McCree.
That was inspiring, right? Makes you want to crank that soldier boy, hit the stanky leg, and have your father film it for that TikTok clout, don't it? I just don't understand it. The biggest thing that really confuses me and makes me skeptical of the entire platform is the numbers on them. Any TikTok page you click on is going to have millions of fans. Old Pop Wiggle Wiener down over there at his barn making fucking barnyard rodeo TikTok videos probably has like 10 million followers, and that's on the low end of the TikTok fame side. The sheer numbers on that platform are so unbelievable that I genuinely have a hard time believing them. It's incredible. Every video you click on, millions of likes, hundreds and thousands of comments that are typically just one emoji, the fire emoji. If you read the reviews on TikTok, there's some people pointing out fake reviews, and there's some really suspicious reviews on there that are just like, this is lit, fire. This is cool, fire, fire. This is amazing, exclamation point, exclamation point, exclamation point. Mom left dad again, and I don't think she's coming back, but I have TikTok, exclamation point, fire. It's weird, it's fishy. It's a little bit odd how a brand new service, pretty much, is as big as it is. Every government in the world could collectively come together and say, you know what, ladies and gentlemen, we're giving away $10,000 for free to every single one of you citizens out there that download this specific app, the We Heart Government app, and that app would have less downloads than TikTok. I just don't get it. So I want this. Yeah, I don't know what I want from this. I don't know. No TikTok user is going to publicly talk about why they use TikTok, I don't think. Thank you, Tetra. No TikTok user is going to come out and say why they use it or how much they're being paid by TikTok to use it. Because it's unethical. And that'd ruin the credibility of TikTok as a platform, so I understand why they won't. But I'm on to you, TikTok. I was the one that fucking discovered your shitty platform on YouTube. I was the one that started shitting on you. I am the patient zero of shitting on TikTok. Everyone else is simply just another victim of being exposed to the outbreak. But I was the one who dove in to your fungal infected cesspool of shit content and really weird predatory shit and shit on it first. That was me. And now I'm coming back to finish the rim job. I'm closing the book on it. So please, if you or a loved one or someone you know suffers from creating horrible TikTok content, please get help. Tell us why. Admit it. Please, just explain it to me. I have to understand. It's fucking 5 a.m. I don't even know why I bothered making this. Just fucking having cold sweats at 5 a.m. thinking about TikTok and its popularity and how I'm not cool because I don't use it, I guess. But I need to know. I have to understand. I just really can't fathom a universe where this generation is going to look back on TikTok 50 years from now fondly and be like, yeah, that was some good shit. That was TikTok before it took over the, global government. They used to be such a humble platform full of great things, and now they rule the earth. I just can't imagine people would ever think TikTok is as cool as it appears to be. Doesn't appear to be cool. That's not what I'm looking for. I just can't imagine that people actually unironically use TikTok for the most part, and that it's as big as it seems. I just don't fucking get it, man. It just makes no fucking sense to me. Alright, see ya. The world is still being bent over and spanked by the coronavirus pandemic, but today I want to focus on an equally large and growing disease. This is one I don't believe the WHO has recognized as a pandemic yet, but it's not far off, I imagine. It's called clout chasing. We've talked about this before when I mentioned the YouTuber who was making out with his dog for internet points. There was also the man who was executed by his girlfriend at point blank range with a Desert Eagle because it was supposed to be a viral video for internet clout. This shit is wild. People are dying, people are becoming dumber, all in the pursuit of internet clout. It's an ailment that's mainly afflicting the youth because a lot of the younger generation just has their entire lives online. They just exist in the cyberspace. So they're trying to emulate YouTubers even though they only see a weekly prank video from them, so they're trying to live their life like that. They'll get all of their social information from Twitter and Reddit, so these younger people are literally being trained to be losers. Their father figure will be some Reddit shitposter named 2 Beans 1 Cream who's giving him advice on the Red Pill subreddit. It's sad shit. These people view internet clout as like this holy grail, this elixir, near panacea, that once you achieve enough internet clout, everything is perfect in your life and you're totally healed and fulfilled. You could be the saddest, most greased up loser, but if you have enough internet clout, you're perfect. That's at least the belief that a lot of people have, which is why some so desperately dedicate their lives to getting imaginary internet points and clout. Today we're going to talk about one such person. Her name is Ava, and she is most well known for the coronavirus challenge that she started. I'm sure that video isn't new to any of you. You've probably all seen it by now, and if you've been on the internet for a long time, it's also not surprising or shocking that someone would do that. It's kind of like Goatsy. When I was young, Goatsy was like the craziest shit. Like, that's something that would make you like fucking close your eyes, puke, and just go wild. Like, oh, I can't believe I just saw that. And now all of a sudden, Goatsy, it's like almost safe for work content. Like, you could have Goatsy as a Twitter profile picture and no one would bat an eye. It's still just sad to see someone stoop that low just for a crumb of attention, just a tiny morsel of internet clout that they can try and sink their little teeth into. It's just pathetic stuff. As you can imagine, spoiler alert, the attention was so ephemeral that no one even knows her name, which is good. So the only thing people know from, or remember her for, her legacy for the rest of her life, is just going to be the fucking idiot that tasted 1,000 dirty buttholes on a plane by licking a toilet seat. That's not exactly the coolest legacy to have, I imagine, but hopefully the 2 days worth of attention was enough. The reason why I'm even bringing this up now is because I'm seeing a lot of this on Twitter especially. I've seen a couple people licking toilet seats. One of them, I believe, got arrested and the Twitter account banned. So she did actually start some shit to try and influence people to doing some dumb shit for coronavirus pranks, challenges, whatever. So I figured I'd use her as the example here to talk about just how shitty clout chasing is and what a waste of time and life it is to pursue imaginary numbers on the internet. So let's show you a little bit more from Ava.
Hi to all of you stupid skanks who know that I still don't fucking have corona. I have something though, because I think I'm coming down with something, because I just feel so hot, rich, and iconic, and if those are the symptoms of something, then bitch, I'm ill!
A real zinger from Ava there, as she continues her mission to be the most unlikable person on the internet. This is her most recent life update posted on her YouTube channel of 6,000 subs. Not the smallest number in the world, but not exactly knocking on the door to being famous, so her little clout chasing stunt didn't really pan out the results she was looking for. She tries to pull off this pseudo-ironic, sarcastic approach to everything she does and says, you know, rich, famous, and iconic. But she doesn't do it well. It just makes you dislike her even more, because she's very clearly not self-aware enough to get the joke or make it into a joke. She herself is the joke, and she just makes it clear she wants to continue to be the punching bag as long as it gets her any kind of attention, which is just super sad.
Sweaty cottage cheese ass not leaving the couch. So yeah, he's been coming over and piping me this whole quarantine. The only thing about quarantine that's making me upset is I can't go get Botox, but otherwise I'm really happy because all the restaurants are closed, so I'm getting super skinny. That's all I want to say. Bye.
It's hard to find even a single quality to admire about Ava. Her approach to pretty much anything she does is perhaps one of the worst approaches you could take. She's been on Dr. Phil 3 times, the most recent one obviously being about the Corona Challenge shit. Ava, this part's for you. You've been on Dr. Phil 3 times and your shit is still not blowing up. Why the fuck are you still trying? Internet clout is clearly not in your future. It's not in the cards for you. Dr. Phil is like the one direction for the internet. Anyone on the internet that associates with Dr. Phil blows the fuck up. Except for you. You are the outlier. The shit you say and the way you conduct yourself is so unlikable that not even Dr. Phil could accidentally find you an audience. So stop being an asshole. Let's take a look at the Dr. Phil clip.
You then went to spring break and hung out on the beach with a bunch of people.
I was fine. I made out with a bunch of people. I was not hygienic. I acted like a degenerate. My immune system was down from all the drinking and drugs. And I should have coronavirus, but I don't.
Yeah, there's just no justice in the world. She didn't get coronavirus, but I'm pretty confident in saying someone around her most likely did, and I just really hope it wasn't someone of the older demographic and susceptible to it.
And they pick up your germs. You're putting their life at danger so you can entertain yourself, and that is ridiculously selfish and ridiculously irresponsible so you can have 15 minutes of fame.
Well, that's their problem, first of all, not mine.
When I first heard this segment, I was actually convinced she was just an actress that Dr. Phil hired just to get some easy ratings or views or something. But as it turns out, this is real. This is her being genuine. She's just actually this stupid. So she's honest at least. You can say a lot of things about Ava, but let it not be said that she's shy, because she's not afraid to come out here and show the world how dumb she is. She has no shame.
It's not their problem. You're the one that's doing it.
No, you know what's ridiculously irresponsible and selfish is that your generation only cares about this virus because it affects you. No one cares when it affects younger people. They just say it's our fault. You guys are the ones dying of it, not us.
Just an outright wrong statement, which isn't surprising because I'm pretty sure she's illiterate. Everyone's being affected by it, and young people are dying from it. So, I mean, it's just wrong, and she's just, again, wrong. But she does have an attitude that I've seen a lot of people on Twitter have, at least, where it's just all about themselves and just whatever kind of joy they can give themselves and just throwing caution to the wind. They don't give a fuck about anyone else. And I think that shit sucks. I think that's a terrible mindset to have.
It affects boomers. If it affects young people, you guys just find a way to blame us. But yet this pandemic is affecting all of you, so you're locking everyone down and instilling fear globally.
Young people are dying from this as well. Do you even know how to spell science?
Dr. Phil had the same hunch I did, and I think that's extremely cute.
Duh. I'm a senior at Rutgers, and now I don't get to graduate. I mean, nothing's happening, which is fine. Like, it's not like I really went to class. This whole thing's a joke.
So you think this is all a hoax created by Twitter? That's what you're saying?
I think, yeah. Well, one, clout started this virus. A bunch of girls in China started eating exotic animals for views on YouTube. And I know for a fact that those bats probably do not taste good. They just wanted to shock people. And I get it because I'm a clout chaser myself. So this started a pandemic.
During that whole little codename Kids Next Door monologue she goes on there, I felt like it was scripted. I felt like it was just a joke put together by Dr. Phil, you know, just to farm a little bit of controversy, and I just, you know, snap my fingers and say, you got me good on that one, Dr. Phil-Rooney, I've been had. But again, I looked into her, and from everything I've seen, this is just her. That is how she acts, behaves, believes. That is genuinely her whole personality she put on display right there, which made me real sad, because I thought as like a piece of reality TV, like make-believe, I thought it was pretty entertaining. But the fact that there are people that think like her, and there are people that support her, they're not super hard to find, they're very few in number, but there's a few. I think that shit sucks. I think that shit's terrible. Now, for the coronavirus challenge prank, she did clarify on Dr. Phil, it wasn't a public plane toilet seat. She said it was her sugar daddy's private plane that she bleached and then licked. I don't know how true that is, but I mean, it's neither here nor there. It's just the desperation of it alone is enough to be just truly pitiful. But anyway, I think Ava is just a poster child for what clout chasing does to someone. Her entire life revolves around it. It's just a real sad shit, really pathetic trend that I've talked about before, but with coronavirus coming around now on the internet side of things, people are taking that and using that as a platform to try and gain some quick little attention through some truly just despicable garbage like Ava did. Anyway, that's about it. So yeah. I've got a confession to make, and it's something I'm not proud of. I am deep into the TikTok rabbit hole of desperate attention-seeking behavior. I'm so embarrassed to say that, downright ashamed. I'm like an 80-year-old woman, and TikTok has become my soap opera. It's just this captivating train wreck I can't help but look at. These aren't even like people anymore. They're just clout zombies. An insatiable appetite for internet attention, updates, and increased follower count. Bigger number, better person. And they will do anything to get a bigger number. And nothing is off limits. I swear to God, they would dig up their dead grandmother as a devious lick challenge. They'd fucking shove a Tide Pod down the throat of their dog if it meant more views on their TikTok page. It is just truly this battle where people are coming up with the most outrageous and most deplorable ways of getting internet clout as fast as possible. And that includes faking abuse.
Okay guys, this muffin I got from, I think it was from like some grocery store, is so good. Like,
I have no idea why the fuck you keep recording yourself eating. You're fat and you're overweight.
Yeah, I couldn't find the original video since she took it down after admitting it was all fake, all smoke and mirrors, nothing's real, you got fooled, and it was all a play for attention. So I found this video of a guy watching it and reacting to it. Yeah, so right away you'll notice the acting's pretty dog shit. It's Tommy Wiseau level, sounding like something out of the Mighty Morphin Power Rangers here. It actually just comes across like a Darman video for real. Like, stop eating the muffin, you're fat and overweight. Dude fat shames his girlfriend, lives to regret it. But you have to remember, most people on TikTok are actual children. A lot of them haven't even developed object permanence yet. Like, if I put this phone behind my back, they think it disappears. And those are the people that are using TikTok mainly, so when they see something like this, they're just going to take it at face value. But it's not just kids. Like, no one really expects someone to fake an emotional abuse video for views on TikTok. You'd have to be a real piss stain in a gas station urinal to try some shit like that. So most people assumed it was all real, and especially victims of emotional abuse came forward to support the creator here. And this spread very rapidly on TikTok. She gained like 100,000 followers as a result of it, with people just pouring tons of support into it.
I have no idea why you keep wanting to record that.
I just want to show TikTok my muffin. Like, why did you have to go there?
But when you're fat and overweight, TikTok shouldn't be a priority. It should be losing weight for me.
Alright, Mark.
Wow, what a piece of shit. Show this woman love and support, please. But just wow.
Yeah, not exactly classically trained actors from Juilliard or anything, but it was effective enough to gain 100,000 followers and convince people she was in an emotionally abusive relationship with a piece of shit boyfriend. And she got a lot of support for it, and the views were very positive for her. Also, the dialogue is, of course, really awful. They didn't have much of a script here. It sounds like dialogue out of Death Stranding. You're fat, overweight, eating muffin, bad. Lose weight because you're fat, overweight, lose weight for me, okay? It actually just sounds like a parody that you would read on Reddit underneath a post about like an incel or some shit. It's not well executed, but it was good enough that a lot of people believed it initially. And then people eventually started pointing out things that didn't make much sense and calling into question the authenticity of it, to the point where the creator eventually came forward to confirm that, yeah, she faked all of it for attention.
Hey guys, so I just wanted to come on here. I haven't posted in a few days, and it's mainly because I've just been feeling very bad about myself, and I'm just gonna come out. I'm gonna say it. This is the video for all you guys who want it. The muffin video was scripted. Everything was scripted.
Lying again, are we? This wasn't scripted. There was no script here, and if it was written by a 4-year-old. You just improv'd something that you thought would sound like emotional abuse. You just told your friend to just say, like, hey, just call me overweight while I'm eating this muffin. That was it. That's all the thought that went into it. You knew that it would gain traction because no one likes to see a woman getting belittled and insulted, especially not by their boyfriend. So you knew it would be a viral video for you, but you didn't script shit. You faked it. Don't say you scripted it. You're giving yourself far more credit than you deserve.
Nothing was authentic. Nothing was real. Nothing was true. I want to thank all the accounts who are holding me accountable, because that's what we should be doing in today's society. And after the muffin video, you're probably like, well, why'd you keep going?
I love that line when someone makes an apology video after getting caught with their ass in their own mouth. Actually, I'm super glad you're all holding me accountable. This was really a social experiment to make sure that everyone was ready to hold someone like me accountable for these actions. It was all staged in order to empower all of you to hold me accountable. So thank you for that, and you all passed the test. Come on, we know you're not happy about that, so take the mask off, drop the act, just be like a Scooby-Doo villain who gets caught. I would've got away with it too if it wasn't for you meddling kids, you fucking turbo nerds.
And that's what, if you notice I have another TikTok, that's what my marketing team told me to do. They said, keep going, like, continue to grow, continue to grow. As a person though, it just keeps eating me inside. They told me don't make this video because you're gonna get so much hate, and it's like, I don't care. You guys can hate on me. You can do whatever you want. I literally don't give a shit, but...
Where'd you get your marketing team? Off Fiverr or something? Just like one guy in his basement who says he's a marketing expert? What kind of strategy is that? No, just keep going. That way it just keeps building, and then you look even stupider when you eventually have to fold because it's become too much and people are shitting all over you on TikTok. That's not marketing. That's self-sabotage. What you have is like a double agent who must be working for like your arch nemesis on TikTok trying to like sink your career. It's a terrible idea. It's a horrible strategy. Though I do like the scapegoat. I don't know if she has a marketer that could just be like someone she's pushing blame on in order to make herself look a little bit better. Like, listen, you plebeians, I went against math and science. My marketing team, all 500 of them, all of them told me don't do it. They begged me not to make this video, but I knew in order to be the morally perfect person that I am, I needed to come forward and own up to my one and only mistake. I said, damn the numbers, damn the data. I'm doing what's right. Even though it was probably just her and her friend that hatched this idea as just a quick viral video, knowing that they'd be able to capitalize off an emotional abuse situation in order to get like some pity follows or just some supportive messages and validation. It's just really disgusting all around. And I do wonder if there is a marketing team here at all.
I just want to make it clear that if I lose 150,000 followers, that's fine, as long as everyone knows that this video was not to hurt anyone. There were no bad intentions. Because TikTok is an entertainment app, that's purely what it was for, entertainment.
What the fuck is entertaining about witnessing emotional abuse? Like, where's the fun? Was I supposed to sit there and watch the video and be like, oh, hey, oh, just like a jolly old belly laugh? Like, oh my god, she's eating a muffin and getting insulted for it. Hey, top notch, this is what I'm fucking talking about. Like, what does she watch for fun? Beheading videos? How could you possibly think people would, like, be entertained by watching abuse? There's nothing enjoyable or wacky or goofy about it. It's just sad. Like, it is just sad. And it's especially insulting to people who actually have been through abuse like that, who would have watched that video and been like, oh my god, this is so terrible, and then, like, actually relate to it, only to be told, no, I lied about it, I staged it just because I wanted more followers, it was just supposed to be entertaining. It's like, oh, It was just supposed to be entertaining. Okay, so abuse is just entertainment to you. It's, you know, it's an insulting, silly fucking concept.
I did, however, do the breaking up text, which I wasn't supposed to do. My marketing team told me to continue with the whole abusive boyfriend or like boyfriend calling me fat, but I made that video just for the young girls on this app, just to show them that if you're treated that way, it's important to leave.
That contradicts everything you just said, that you did it for entertainment. Now you're trying to spin it where you're doing something more heroic than you actually were. This wasn't some kind of PSA where it's like, hey girls, if you've been in a relationship like this, you need to leave. That was never the message. It was you being insulted, and then apparently she did like a follow-up where she broke up with her boyfriend over a text or something, which of course was also staged, but at no point was it ever supposed to be something to like inspire or get people to reflect on their own relationship. As you just said, it was for entertainment, which is fucking stupid.
I'm really a stand-up person, and I'm big on my morals, and this completely went against that. Was it just all for TikTok and views? Yeah, it was. And that's, I know, it's sad. It really is. I also want to let you know I did not profit off this. I was not in the creator fund while I was doing this. I did not profit at all.
She's being very honest here. Just fully admitting she did it all for views and that sweet, sweet attention. Attention is more valuable than oxygen, honestly. It's just that precious lifeblood to the modern human. And she may not have profited financially from it. She says she wasn't in the creator fund, so didn't make any money off it. But she earned something more important than money. Clout. Money's temporary. Clout is forever. So yeah, I just wanted to talk about this a little bit since I've been so deep into this TikTok attention-seeking culture, and that's really about it. So yeah, who the fuck is Lil Xan? Sunny V2 makes these really great videos on a bunch of different topics that I always find interesting. Lil Xan was a rapper, I guess. I don't know if he does it anymore, but Lil Xan's biggest claim to fame was he was a guy who almost died from overdosing on Flaming Hot Cheetos. I remember he got sent to the emergency room because of eating too many Flaming Hot Cheetos, and that changed the way I approach snacks forever. So we have quite a few here that I've stockpiled, because I think all of these are pretty interesting. I don't know Jayus though, but I was talking to Sunny like a month or so ago, and he has been blowing up. And this Jayus one went wild. So I'm assuming Jayus must be a pretty big creator that did some fucked up shit. So I figured this would be fun to learn about, a little internet drama.
Despite having incredibly uncontroversial content.
If you're at a house party and you got a drink in your hand, don't hold it up here by your chest. Try to hold it more down towards your hip. This will make you seem more open and confident, and people will be more willing to come up and talk to you.
She's found.
Not true. You could just be a giant fucking loser and you could put that beer bottle up your butthole. It's not gonna help. So bad advice. Stop giving people false hope. You might just suck. And you have to accept that.
You're gonna throw a fit because I didn't make you my priority?
After a petition to ban only Jayus from TikTok garnered over 400,000 signatures, it'd be safe to say that she's a contender for the platform's most hated creator.
Did the petition work? Petitions have always, like, historically been incredibly effective. She's gone up 4,200,000, or nope, exactly 4 million followers. Bro, these petitions are so effective. Not bad.
Did you know that your birth month actually has a huge effect on who you are as a person and the things that could possibly happen to you?
Yo, did you know that your birth month actually has a huge effect on you and the things that can happen to you in your life?
People born in March are way more likely to have asthma, and I can actually speak to this one because my little sister, the only one born in March, has asthma.
What the fuck are you talking about? What? Is that real? Like, these are things she actually believes in? Or is this like some kind of TikTok meme I don't understand? Who the fuck actually believes that? Why do people just like want to disregard basic reasoning? Jesus Christ. Astrology's one thing, like it's harmless. Like you can believe in astrology, it doesn't really matter or whatever. Like zodiacs dictate who you fall in love with, what or whatever, your lottery numbers, it doesn't matter, it's harmless. But do people parade it around as like actual real things? Like your birth month changes you? Or has an effect on your life? There's no way people actually like believe in that shit.
Jonathan responded by stating that he'd simply found the information on Google, and as a result, only Jayus was berated and mocked by her audience, with them stating that she was in the wrong. I have a hard time dealing with the negativity. I still don't know what to do. I don't think I've done anything wrong. Maybe you do, but honestly, I don't see it.
What are they talking about? It's not even like real anything. It's fucking nonsense. What is? You got this information from a Google source. Oh my god. Holy shit, yeah, it's like a full-blown Reddit post. Nice. Man, TikTok is just like its own little ecosystem of degeneracy.
With this in mind, it's barely surprising to find out that approximately 6 months later, an old message would be dug up in which only JS had said the N-word, taking center stage as her brand new colossal-sized controversy.
Ooh, what the fuck was that? What is... Oh, yuck. Uh-oh. Ooh. The abortion didn't work. Oh boy, she's really going full-blown Xbox Live here. Even dropping the racism. Oh my, this is outrageous. On TikTok? Oh, come on now. This was a heated gamer message. Shit got crazy. She went fucking insano style. I wonder what the controversy was. Like, what sparked this message? Explain how I'm sucking up to Luna. Maybe like fanfic or something, maybe? I don't know.
You're a role model to 10 million people, bro. I hope things get better, and I hope you educate.
How did she respond, I wonder?
There were a couple of comments in support of Only JS, however, as a whole, and understandably, the response was mostly negative. The best way that JS could have responded to this expose would have either been no response at all, or a short, cool,
oh my god, she's in a Rolls Royce.
Post.
Is this where she did her apology video? This is a Rolls Royce, right? They're the only ones that do this Starlight thing, right? So she was born rich? That's nuts. It's not a Royce? I thought they had a patent on this. We watched the whole video on the dog shit Rolls Royce does. I thought they had the literal patent on being able to do this in the interior of a car. I don't think it's a filter. What the fuck? Now I sound like an idiot. It's not a filter. It's a custom Mercedes. It's a custom Mercedes top. Oh. Okay, I see. Alright, maybe I'm misremembering the video, but I remember Rolls-Royce made a huge deal about their ability to put stars in the roof of the interior and them being the only ones allowed to do it. They had if I remember correctly, they have a full-time star guy. His whole job is putting stars that light up in the roof of Rolls-Royces. I'm pretty sure they must have some kind of patent or like a stranglehold on the technology. They have one designated Grandmaster Star Lord for their vehicles.
Which would have actually
You're
been
right, but she did
respectable,
this
as it's 100 times
DIY.
harder than simply guessing.
And there is no excuse, and there are no justifications for what I said, and you guys deserve better. And when I first saw the screenshots, I didn't even think that they were real, because I forgot how hateful and how angry of a person I used to be.
All that suspense just for it to be trash. The worst insult you could tell somebody was liking black people. Wow.
With the scandal being shared across every platform imaginable.
Was that in her
JS would also
apology
lose
video?
all the-
Alright, let me just look at the apology video. Hold on, let's get caught up to speed here, alright? I don't like...
Because I forgot how hateful and how angry of a person I used to be. And
Why aren't you crying? And where's your dog?
No, I know that my words hurt people, and I know that my words have consequences.
Well, not really. The consequences were 4 million new followers, actually.
But I am so deeply
Seemed to walk away pretty strong.
for all the pain that I've caused. The first book that I decided to pick up was How to Be Anti-Racist by Dr. Ibram Kendi.
What?
And this will push readers that think that they're not racist into being something better.
To her credit, she did acknowledge that it was a grift in the title stating,
What?
I know it might come off as performative, talking about this at the end of Black History.
I'm gonna hit you with the cold water. If you need to buy a book on how not to be racist, you've already failed. I think you're already too far gone. What the fuck? Hey guys, I just picked up this book on why murder isn't awesome, and it was a real eye-opener for me. Like, it made some points that I never even really stopped to consider, and I think if any of you are considering murder, you might want to check out this book. Like, it really might steer you in the other direction.
Message.
So I am sorry for basically ghosting you. I didn't mean to do that. I just have a very chaotic schedule and ADHD on top of that, so I genuinely just forgot It wasn't me trying to ignore you. You could have just hit me up again, but instead you decided to go public and try to add public pressure onto me, and that's not cool, so I don't want to collaborate.
Which will once again receive a response from Aunt Karen, explaining that she had emailed OnlyJS multiple times with no reply.
You're gonna put it on me? In your voicemail, you said I should have emailed you again.
Viral
April 4th,
Nation?
I emailed you. How many times?
That sounds like
do
a
you
scam.
expect me?
And in classic OnlyJS fashion, she'd post another emotionally charged response to the drama.
Today's episode of What Are People Mad at Me For Now? Not checking my emails in a timely manner. I wish I was joking. I forgot to respond to an email from this creator that wanted to collab with me, and instead of just like hitting me up again, they made 7 videos about it! Can you please leave me the f alone? I have a diet.
This is like a Chris Farley sketch.
That makes me forget things
I couldn't check my email because I was living in a van down by the river.
for days.
For example, she will post this video.
You can get your letters delivered for free without any postage if you just put where you want it to go on the return address instead of where it's actually supposed to go.
Which will get the post office activists involved with comments such as, yes, please encourage people to do activities that cause the already failing post office to lose more money. Or when she posts this
What a
video
strat.
saying nothing more than
Life
what
pro
she
tip.
did. However, it eventually got to the point where OnlyJS couldn't even make jokes anymore without being cancelled. Seriously. On the 23rd of May 2021, OnlyJS would post the following video.
If a service dog ever approaches you but they're alone, that means that their owner's in trouble and they probably can't move, so you should follow him, because you'll get a free wallet.
It was clearly a light-hearted joke. Can't believe this is still up. It's obvious that it's a joke, but some people may still do it. It could start a trend. What you post on the internet reaches so many people, and some of those people
What are you talking about? How often is a service dog going to be approaching people and lead them to someone who is injured? That surely can't be such a frequent occurrence that it could start a trend on TikTok. What in the fuck is going on over there? Like, it's not a good joke or anything. Like, it's just a pretty generic one. It's like something that your grandpa would send you in like an old email chain. But like, why are they pretending like it's somehow like a terrible thing? It's like, oh my god, someone might actually do this. I see a service dog like once every 6 months, maybe.
She's been tested over and over and over, yet has been unable to switch off and let things go whenever she's been put under pressure. As an end result, there's not only a
Seems
loss
like
of
she's
respect,
only done
but also
2
a never-ending
apology
freight train of
videos.
negativity and
I
hatred.
thought it was gonna be a lot more. That was interesting. I never heard of any of that. Let's see how so she's gone up 4 million subscribers since this video. So she's doing pretty well on that front, or followers. So she's doing well there. What do the comments say? Do they still bring it up? Here, she posted 6 hours ago. No, just everyone being supportive. Yeah. Seems like everything's on the up and up. I was gonna watch this one as well. This is about Sam Pepper. I'm sure a lot of you remember Sam Pepper if you've been on the internet for any length of time. Sam Pepper was an old prank channel who got notoriety when he did the kidnapping my best friend and executing his friend in front of him prank. I'm pretty sure it was faked, I'm not really sure, but either way it was really disturbing and weird. And then he turned into just a full-blown scammer, so he's taken big part in a lot of the NFT scams over the last 4 or 5 months, however long it's been. He's been like an integral part to scamming people in all of these big crypto scams.
Surprise, as those who know the past of Sam Pepper, from his active persona on Big Brother to his fake pranks on YouTube, know that
Hey,
his
that's the one I was
entire
talking
career has been
about.
built on lies in a similar fashion to Dan Bilzerian, who he unsurprisingly happens to be an acquaintance of, judging from an Instagram photo taken out the front of Bilzerian's LA mansion.
I think unironically, being Sam Pepper has to be truly miserable. The man's entire life, from everything I've seen, has been just living a full-blown lie. And I don't think he even has that much money to his name. I remember not that long ago, I think he was homeless. So he just lives a full-blown, fake, fabricated life and doesn't even make a living off of it because he has so many problems and just wastes all the money he scams. What a crazy cycle. What a absolutely, truly awful existence.
Sam Pepper had a prolific reputation on YouTube as one of the fakest pranksters on the platform dating back to the early 2010s.
So I worked out, oh, okay, I can do these pranks that these other channels are doing. And
He was one of the first internet punching bags
friends.
However, prior
Or
to
for
even
YouTube
this,
punching
Sandpepper had
bags.
already begun. The point at which Sandpepper's audience discovered that his pranks were fake is pretty damn obvious. On his social blade, he went from gaining 100,000 subscribers every single month consistently between January 2013 and September 2014. However, 1 month later in October 2014, the growth not only stopped, but he began to lose around 10,000 subscribers every single month. The catalyst for this massive dive in viewership was a video titled Fake Hand Ass Pinch Prank. And after receiving a barrage of criticism from other YouTubers,
His most recent fake hand ass pinch garnered the most negative attention because he was grabbing women's bottoms without their permission.
as well as a trending hashtag on Twitter stating report Sam Pepper, he had no other choice but to admit that the video had been faked.
You know, another video, and that brings me on to making the best friend killing prank.
Yeah, that's the
best
one.
friend killing prank. Arguably one of, if not the most over-the-top insane YouTube pranks of all time. Certainly crazy enough to put Sam Pepper's name back on the map. Involved in the video was the fake kidnapping of two friends, after which one of the
Fuck,
friends
I remember
was
this
killed
well.
right in front of
I
the
remember this
other,
very
with the
well.
premise of the video being how will someone react if they watch their friend get killed.
Let's see how he reacts to his best friend of 5 years being killed in front of him.
Obviously, the whole thing was
What a good
fake.
prank.
All three people were
What would happen if I executed your family?
Okay, cool. We'll help you out with
Would
this
he
viral
find
stunt.
it enjoyable
So we
when I
actually
reveal
all
they're not
three
dead?
Came up with the
Sam had some success as an IRL streamer in the CX network, however he was ultimately dropped after an argument with Ice Poseidon, which had partially been fueled by Sam Pepper's lack of integrity.
He's like, oh, it's okay to lie as long as it doesn't affect anything. And that's not okay. Like, why are you telling my girlfriend it's okay to lie to me as long as it doesn't affect anything? Like, dude, this is not your relationship.
After this, Sam Pepper disappeared from the mainstream. His
Until
reputation was
crypto scams,
destroyed, he had nothing
baby.
left to offer.
3, 2, 1. Chris! Chris! You said Chris!
Oh
This video, which was clearly set up and probably used a stack of fake $100 bills, racked up over 28 million views. Now, the most interesting part about Sam Pepper's TikTok blow-up is that it follows the exact same trend as his YouTube journey. He blows up with a genuine, heartfelt video about saving some duck eggs from a restaurant, then progressively makes his content more and more staged, and by the end he's claiming that he's won the lottery with
Thanks,
absolutely zero evidence.
If I pay you rock, paper, scissors and I win, can I, like, rip this down the street? Rock, paper, scissors, shoot.
Oh my god, get fucked, idiot.
I get in the passenger, I'm scared.
Get fucked, dummy.
Instagram and an old forum post titled as follows.
That's just
Scam
TikTok?
Pepper
Yeah,
living a
man.
life of luxury
TikTok
after
is
scamming his
just-
followers for millions and fleeing
That's
the
a
US.
wild
He's claiming to
wasteland.
have won the lottery while... Although, in order to be buying an $8.9 million island in Thailand, you're probably going to need around 50 to 100 million in order for it to be a comfortable purchase. And while Sam Pepper has had a fairly successful social media career, I doubt he has access to that kind of money.
I
Obviously,
can
the
assure
easiest
you
way to
he
put all of
doesn't.
this to rest would be for Sam Pepper
He's
to
a
simply
serial
provide some
scammer
kind of evidence
who
for
is
either winning
also
the lottery or the
historically
purchase of the
awful
island.
with money.
However, with a track record like Sam's filled with
No
fake
chance.
video after fake video, it seems pretty obvious that like the rest of his entire career, this is nothing more than yet another
So is this what he
hoax.
does now, like full time? He just full time pretends to be a lottery winner on TikTok? I mean, I guess it's better than the alternative of scamming everyone. Now he's just lying again. What an interesting loser. Yeah, that man's like an OG punching bag for the internet. Hey, thanks for the 10 gift subs, Cobalt. Appreciate it, man. Killing best friend prank is a timeless classic. It really is. Literally Dan Bilzerian. There's a huge difference between Sam Pepper and Dan Bilzerian. Dan Bilzerian was a massively rich kid from birth because of his dad. Sam Pepper pretends to be a massively rich guy from scamming. They're both, like, genuine full-blown liars living a fake life, but at the very least Dan does have a lot of money to back it up because of his family. Sam has nothing besides lying on TikTok and scamming 16-year-olds on Twitter out of crypto. Yeah, this will be the last one we watch here and then we'll switch to something else. Sunny V2 just makes actual bangers, man. I love the way he puts out these things on topics I would have never even thought about. Like, Sam Pepper's someone I think about once in a while and remember just, like, how pathetic they are. But, you know, Lil Xan is a name I haven't thought of in so long.
It was just
So what
3.5
happened?
years prior that on the very same podcast, Lil Xan was sitting back and bragging about owning 3 different Los Angeles apartments.
I have the same one 10 floors up now.
Really?
Yep.
What? Don't you have another one down the street
Yep.
too?
And another one on the same floor.
Why do you have 3 apartments?
One for my parents, one for
Aw.
me and Eli, my hacker, and then one for the hose.
The hose?
Despite once being in what seemed like an unlosable
My dedicated
situation,
thought
it was obvious
apartment.
that over the long run, Lil
That's
Xan's
where I
failure
send
was
the
not only
hose.
inevitable, but work ethic.
They could never get Xan to do the shit that he
Yeah.
actually had to do for his career. Like I remember.
I don't think I ever
talking
heard
to
one of
Stat
his
about it, and he was
songs,
constantly
ever.
frustrated.
There are going to be numerous examples throughout this video of Lil Xan.
I only
often
know
being
about him from
unable
the
to
Flamin'
do
Hot
work whenever
Cheetos
it was
incident.
required. We already discussed him dropping out. Lil Xan kept missing the meetings, either as a result of being disorganized or because he thought the meetings were too good to be true.
It's LA. You can't believe everybody. It's LA.
It was a time when SoundCloud
What?
rappers were popping up left, right, and center. To the
What?
point
What does
where
that
it was
even
becoming a
mean?
meme.
This meeting's probably not real, so I'm just not gonna even think about it. I'm just gonna go eat more Flamin' Hot Cheetos till I fucking die. What a just say that you're too fucking dumb to go. Like, no one's gonna look at Lil Xan and listen to him for more than a sentence and be like, yep, that guy is an intellectual. Like, just own it. Like, you're fucking stupid. Like, you are visibly stupid. Every word you say is like a caveman trying to speak while having peanut butter in his mouth. Like, just say like, yeah, I'm kind of fucking dumb, so I kept missing the meetings. There'd be a lot more respect to be had there.
Like I remember when Lil Xan's album came out, right? And I remember having a conversation with Stat and being like, "What do you think of the album?" Because it was pretty obvious that the album was bad. Xan put in like no work for the album, and I remember having that conversation with him. And if it was up to Stat, Xan would have been sitting in the studio recording every night, and instead he was just doing drugs and having random ass girls come over every night.
The other issue might have been that after the insane success of his single Betrayed,
Easy
Lil
research,
Xan
Sam.
might have been lured into a false sense of security about his future and
And
talent
Poison
as
Bear?
an artist.
You have to keep working. What they don't tell you is that you coast totally fine. There's another hill. So, you gotta keep going.
From Lil Xan's perspective,
God,
he would
I
state
love
that the poor
T-Pain.
performance of the
I fucking
album
love
wasn't his
T-Pain.
fault, and was instead the fault of his management.
I dropped like a mixtape.
T-Pain
that got
is the
way
actual
more,
goat.
Like, positive. Then
Why?
I'm like, I'm mad.
Laugh about ruining a $1,200 hoodie after leaving it on the floor,
So everything's on the floor. Expensive hoodies, $1,200 on the drain.
and then go on to purchase 2 copies of the game Destiny with the goal of showing the store some love.
Honestly, what? Copies of Destiny. Like, dude, this place is nuts, you know?
Now, you could probably make the argument that
What
this was
the
just Lil
fuck?
Xan
It's like
spending
a-
big lost the camera
it's
was in
like
his face.
Target.
However, there was plenty of evidence.
Hey, Target, this one's for you. 2 Destiny copies right now in this bitch. And I'm not a hero, okay? I'm just doing me. Alright, I am a hero. Fuck it, fine. Alright, you need an autograph? Okay.
I'll take all my homies. I'll spend $700 to take 7 of my friends in there.
Just to get Butterbean?
Just to get Butterbean, and we did. And I don't film it or nothing.
In addition to
Why?
this, Lil Xan would take
That's
out a
just
loan to
stupid.
purchase a
That's just
Mercedes-Benz
really stupid.
G-Wagon, the price of
That's
which
not even
starting
cool.
at
That's just
around
embarrassing. It's not a flex.
$130,000
It's sad.
I'm about to get a G-Wagon.
Nice.
My favorite car, dream car.
Now, if we ignore the fact that Lil Xan would go on to key his own car whilst angry at a later date,
I just did this to my car.
Why? What the fuck?
Scratched it, keyed it up. I just bought it. Keyed all the way.
the levels of stupidity for this purchase go pretty deep.
What
Taking
the
out a loan to buy a car? Moron. On the 21st of December 2017, just before he'd buy the car, Lil Xan would make a tweet which read as follows. If you live in the Inland Empire/LA area and want to meet me tonight, pull up to 100 to 110 North 5th Street, Redland, CA 92373, United States at 7:30. Now, it's hard to call Xan an idiot for this.
I
one.
can't
He was still early in
imagine
his
more
career and the
than
tweet
like
was made only 4 hours
25
prior to
people
the
showed
meeting
up and the
time. He
average
probably
age
expected
had to
just
be
a couple of
16.
people to show up.
I gave like a 4-hour notice. I was heading to my hometown, so I tweeted a location, and then I just expected what, like 50 people to show up. That's just how I am. I got there, and this video's on YouTube. It's like 2,000 people showed up.
What?
But I got fined because a lot of damage is to cars and streets.
To haunt him.
The industry just doesn't care. They just want you to pump out hit records, and when you're useless to them, just leave you in the dirt. You know.
In this video, Little Xan would
That
blame
is true.
his
He is
sober
absolutely right
businessman
about that.
manager Stat Quo for
Very
fueling
true.
his drug addict gang member.
Oh, you're a snitch now, bro. He didn't make you do that. All this stuff. Like, bro, how am I a snitch? Did I go to court and rat on my gang? I don't have a gang. You can't snitch if you're not a gang member, bro. Miss me with that. I'm trying to help other artists in particularly my similar situation.
In the Instagram live stream, Little Xan would also reveal that his manager,
I paid literally, it's all my money in the car, and he won't give it to me.
without $30,000 to take full ownership of his G-Wagon, a declining follow count across each of his social
These are
media
some
platforms,
Nerdsworthy
and no new
and
music in
Panda.
over 7 months, it seems like this could possibly be the end for Little Xan's career.
No, he's about to make a big comeback. I feel it. Man, I didn't know. Why didn't he talk about the Flamin' Hot Cheeto moment? I don't even know Lil Xan from his music. Back in, it must have been like 2019, maybe it was 2018, there was a big story that broke about Lil Xan of how he went to the hospital in the actual ER because he ate too many Flamin' Hot Cheetos and it made his tummy hurt. That's the only reason I know him. He's pumping a crypto scam on his Insta story right now. That is the most, like, 2021, 2022 shit ever. Everything's going wrong. Hey, you guys see these NFTs? Like, what's up? The insatiable appetite for internet affirmation that not only do you exist, but that you're special, drives people to do some wacky things. And one of the worst ways of getting this craved attention is through being a douchebag. And that's what I want to show you today. A young man so blinded by his low vitamin C levels, vitamin clout, and in his desperate attempt to get this clout, decided to make an absolute fool out of himself on TikTok and ended up being its punching bag for about 24 hours because his whole idea was to just be an asshole.
Post Malone, you a bitch. You suck. That's rude. Thank you so much. You a bitch. You a bitch. Post Malone suck.
What you just witnessed is one of TikTok's biggest and toughest men. A man who's feared even at the salty spittoon. What a absolute fucking Chad. Going to Post Malone's fan signing where Post Malone was just meeting with fans, signing their things, talking with them, and this guy marches all up, puffs out his chest, and just starts being an asshole. That's the entire piece of content. And you can tell that this guy's not insecure because the second he started being rude to Post Malone, he immediately ran away. So you know he's not afraid of anything. This guy wakes up every morning and drinks a glass of rusty fucking nails. He's so tough. So yeah, Post Malone got drive-by heckled by a rejected Jonas brother who's desperately trying to get any amount of internet points that he can get. And I just find the whole situation super sad. Not just for Post Malone, but for this guy as well. Because this is just such an embarrassing thing that I think any level of self-awareness will have him regretting immensely at this moment, I would hope. But Post Malone, even if you don't like his music, you have to recognize he is one of like the most authentic and genuinely kind people in the music industry. I like Post Malone's music, but I recognize not everyone will. But even if you don't, like every interview I've ever seen from him, all of his Twitch streams, because he streams on Twitch, or at least he used to stream pretty actively on Twitch, every interaction I've ever seen from him just portrays a really kind person. So to go out of your way to be mean to someone like that takes a special kind of delusional douchebag. And even in the video here, you can see him smiling and talking to fans. He smiles at the guy who's about to be rude to him. And when he gets insulted, he just looks like actually hurt. He's just like, that was rude. And then he just keeps piling it on. Like, I don't know how you don't feel bad after the first time, but he doubles down on the douchery and continues to insult him. And he's just, you know, Post Malone's like, that's just fucking rude. Why would you say that? Like, it's so, like, rough to watch. Now, I don't know much about this kid, but he looks pretty young. I'm sure he's still suckling off his parents' finances like a parasite in order to pay for his trips to the hair salon every 2 weeks in order to match whatever the most trendy TikTok hairstyle is. But I really think he should have saved some of his allowance for a better phone. Instead of just blowing it on White Claw, he probably should have just saved up for a phone that would record in something beyond 140p. This video looks like it's straight from 2009. I don't even know how you have video quality this dog shit, this turbo ass in 2022. You have to be extremely incompetent in order to make your phone look this shitty in this day and age. Now, the whole goal with this stunt was to go viral, and it did. Mission accomplished. That got over 6 million views and is still getting views. But I guess he just wasn't really ready for that because he ended up going in full baby meltdown mode and took down the video and made a really embarrassing post about how it wasn't actually him in the video, it was his friend. Now, is it possible that it's actually not him? Sure, I suppose. There's some universe out there in the multiverse where that happens to be the truth, but I don't think that's where we're at right now. I think in this reality, he's just using the lamest and oldest excuse in the book. This is like that textbook cringy shit we used to do growing up, where if you send a text message to a girl and you regret it or she doesn't respond, you're like, oh, God, I'm so sorry. That was my friend that sent that. Oh, but stupid friend. I don't know why he'd say that. I'm not weird. My friend did that. Don't get mad at me. Not exactly a watertight response here, and I would have expected someone that puts up this persona of, I'm so tough and, you know, I'm such a badass, I'll go insult anyone on the street. I would have expected them to just like embrace the villain role, but it seems like they're just not built for that. They immediately just fold and just crumple in on themselves here, which of course makes it even more embarrassing for them. But I want to use this as like a little example of the drive to make a viral video where you just throw away common sense in the pursuit of numbers. This guy knew that this would get some attention, and he probably knew there would be some level of hate that came with it where people would get upset about it. But he clearly wasn't ready for the full response he got. He was just so blinded by the pursuit of internet clout that he made a dumb fucking decision and made himself look like a complete asshole on the internet, and that'll follow him around forever if he continues to try and be a TikTok star. So yeah, anyway, just wanted to go over this just a little bit, and that's about it. See ya. Hey, it's that magical time again, where we have a nice little heart-to-heart and go over criticism that gets made about me. I've said this for a long time, but I think it's extremely important for people to be open to criticism and reading it, learning from it, and just being like a little sponge, taking it all in. I just feel it's an important part of development as a human being. Locking yourself in a bubble, just trapped in an echo chamber, I just think is bad. There's no real benefit to just only seeing meat slobbery other than just your own ego. So I always try and at least see what people who don't like me are saying and like what all the criticism is. It's something I do every couple of years. I make a video on this subject, and I feel like it's crucial to becoming a stronger man, put some more hair on my chest and chisels out my jawline a bit further. So what ends up happening is I always get locked into these boxes in people's perspectives. And it's the reason why I only do this every couple of years, because those boxes subtly change over time. So when I first started doing these, the box that I was confined to was the React streamer, the reaction channel, the React Andy only YouTuber. Then it became the sex toy YouTuber and nothing else. And now the current anime arc that everyone says for me is that I'm the drama streamer / YouTuber. Though that drama title also existed back then as well, but more as like the side character, side quest personality trait. Now it's become like the defining one in a lot of people's eyes, which I personally find to be a peculiar turn of events because drama used to be far more prevalent in my content and on my streams a few years ago than it is now. I used to be the instigator, the fucking catalyst in a lot of drama back then. I would be bringing poop to a piss fight pretty often. Nowadays, I'm usually going over wackier stories, but I do still, of course, cover quite a bit of drama. I've always had a fascination with it all the way back in 2016, so it's always been a pretty core part of things I cover. But it is odd to see that that's now like the main label people give to me. But anyway, let's go ahead and start diving into these things a bit further. So if you're ever trying to feel bad about yourself, go on Reddit or Twitter. It's the most effective way of immediately feeling pretty shitty. So in the land of the narwhal baconing at midnight, there is no traction on any posts about me unless it's shitting on me, making things up about me, or just generally insulting me for a variety of things. So those are the posts that float to the top and I see. So I've got kind of like the main bullet points from most of these posts, and I want to address them. Last time I did this kind of video, I did pull up some of the Reddit posts, but people accused me of trying to lead a hate brigade against the people that didn't like me, which of course I've never done ever, so I don't know why that accusation got tossed out, but I'm not trying to roll around here in the mud and give any kind of bad impression on what this video is supposed to be about, so I'm just going to give you the main points that get tossed around here. And by far the biggest one is always my content used to be so full of passion and was generally better back before I showed my face. This is also criticism that has existed for about a decade now. Well, less than that, about 8 years now. And it's always a very big head scratcher for me because they used to say I put far more effort into my videos before the face reveal. Now, as I've always said, it's totally fine to not like me or you get tired of my content, get tired of me, whatever, throw me to the side. Hey, you know, like that scene in Toy Story, I'm done playing with you. I get it. That's totally natural on the internet. But this criticism is one that I always am left with a question mark over my head. Because as I've stated multiple times, the content I used to make, the gameplay commentary videos, I shit these puppies out in less than 10 minutes. I was like Jimmy John's with a freaky fast delivery of content that I really didn't enjoy making all that much. Like, it was great escapism for me, but it became something that was more of like a mental strain sometimes, because as I've stated, I was going through a lot during this period. So the example right there, Halo Reach forklift, it's 5 minutes long. That's how long that whole video took me to make. Now, again, to reiterate this point, it's totally fine if you prefer that style of content from me back then, but it's objectively wrong to say that I was happier making that content or that I put more effort into that content than I currently do. Because nowadays I put significantly more effort into the content I make. Even something as simple as making fun of some alpha male douchebag tutorial looks maxing video or something is much more time that I put into that than any gameplay commentary video I ever made. Again, all of those gameplay commentary videos, the runtime is actually how long I spent on them. So they are factually less effort than anything I've done recently. But again, I didn't enjoy that process either. I've stated multiple times that when I was making these gameplay commentary videos, I had this like mental checklist of things I needed to go through for these videos, so I would just spit out this stuff that I had already kind of knew I was going to say beforehand. So I would always spam the word nipples as much as possible because people liked when I said nipples. I would talk about cum as much as I possibly could fit into the video. And then I'd make sure to interject as many XD random sentences as my little noodle could cook up. So in that Halo Reach video, the quote that everyone really loved was, "Well, rub my nipples with sandpaper and beat my wiener with nitroglycerin. Somehow that bitch got me." And that's just randomness out the wazoo. Like, I'm basically holding up a spork while saying that. And that was the vibe of every gameplay commentary video, because I went into them with this pre-established checklist that I needed to tick all the boxes on. So another big one, you must be licking my nipples with the tongue of an elephant. Stuff like that. It's just random shit that I would say. There's nothing wrong with liking that. 100%, you're totally fine to still enjoy that, but it's not something that I'd like doing anymore. I don't script any of my shit. I feel like that actually takes a lot of the fun out of the process for me. I like just being able to go on the fly and get silly with things. And sometimes jokes work, sometimes they don't. But I just like that it's always a new experience. I'm not going in there like, okay, I need to mention nipples 5 times, I have to talk about titties and, coming titties too. I didn't like that. So I don't miss making those kind of videos, but I know one of the main sentiments a lot of people echo is that they miss those kind of videos from me. And I'm sorry to tell you that I don't see myself going back to that. I really hated it. I really grew to not enjoy that process. And it's actually why, if you've been around for a while, you'll know, after my lung collapsed for the 3rd time, I took like a 2 or 3 month break from YouTube. I heavily contemplated not coming back because it was such a strain to me to have to force myself to say these things while playing these games because it's what people expected me to say. But I eventually did push through, and then my content changed, and I got happier, and I liked a different direction I was going. I've been happier making content now than I ever have in the past. Yet, a main criticism is people think that I'm more miserable now than I was back then, which, I don't know how to convince you. I can't take you inside and give you a little magic school bus tour of my brains and all the smiles inside of it when I'm making things. Now, the next major thing that people are often criticizing me for is abandoning React content, which is crazy because when I last made this video, people were attacking me for making React content, and now people are really nostalgic for it. The biggest post right now criticizing me is about how dog shit my streams are because I don't do React content anymore, and all the 100 or so comments are agreeing with them that, yeah, my only talent was reacting to videos, it was the only thing I was good at, now that that's gone, they had to unsub this and that. And I don't really understand why you're still in the subreddit if you've unsubbed and hate me. I don't really get the point of that, but I'm not your dad, you can spend your time however you want. But basically saying that now that the React content's gone, the streams suck. And then in other posts in the past, there was a lot of comments on posts like these saying that, yeah, now all he does is pump out low-effort slop, which I think is an ironic thing to say on posts missing my React content, because even when I was doing React content, I was very open about how low effort that was. There is nothing more low effort than React content, period. And even the biggest reactors on the planet will agree with that sentiment. And yet, for some reason, they're saying that that was higher effort content and higher quality, which I think is a little weird. Even the drama content I make, like the Niji Sanji video I made a few days ago, that was multiple hours worth of research to get all of the information and learn about it. So that's already more than any React video ever made. So I used to be big into reaction content. Most of my streams on Twitch for the longest time were just watching other people's videos and making jokes about them with the chat during it, and I would upload those to my channel from time to time. And I did that for quite a long time. And over the last year and a half, I completely stopped doing it. I really had my whole perspective changed on it with all of the discussion around this topic, and I just didn't feel right doing it anymore. I didn't like the idea of taking other people's, like other YouTubers' content and just watching it in full on my channel and then even re-uploading it or uploading those highlights to my channel. It just rubbed me the wrong way because I saw that there was a lot of YouTubers making very valid points against that practice, that it is basically stealing from them. And there's plenty of like outliers you can point to where a YouTuber or streamer is reacting to someone else's content and it actually helps that content creator grow. There's plenty of cases of that happening, but it's not the norm. Let me give you an example of something. I watched a masterpiece of a speedrun documentary on stream once about the history of the Hobbit speedrun. And I made 2 videos on this react. I broke it up into 2 parts because it was a really long video that I thought was just amazing. So I highlighted it into 2 parts. And the 2 videos I made from this react that were just highlighting the most hype moments got more views than the original work itself. And the creator that actually put in all the hard work, all the blood, sweat, and tears to craft this magnum opus, which is almost 3 hours long, almost as long as one of the fucking Lord of the Rings movies itself, didn't see much benefit. If you look at the social blade here, you'll find that when I uploaded these 2 reacts, which I was praising the shit out of this work and highly encouraging people to go show support to the creator, he only got 2.7k subs from that. And if you look at his monthly gained views, you'll see that the 2 big spikes came before I reacted to the video, and then many months after, when it found its way organically into the YouTube algorithm. My reacts had no noticeable effect on it and may have even had a detrimental effect because it was clearly growing before I reacted to it. And that just does not seem fair to me. Now in this case, the creator of the video, Karma, was in the chat while I was watching it and seemed to really appreciate it and was having fun watching my reaction to it and everything. So like, it's not like I went behind their back and, you know, tried to steal the views away from them or anything. But even with permission, it's not like Karma saw a whole lot of upside to my react to it, other than, of course, just spreading word about this game that they love and the speedrun they love. But aside from that, their channel didn't really see a whole lot of benefit from it. And even still, it's just not really a fair transaction either. 90 to 95% of smaller content creators that have their work reacted to probably won't see any kind of benefit at all for it. Yes, their work got shared to more people, yippee yahoo, but that isn't always going to translate to success for them, or those eyes aren't going to go to them for the original most of the time because they were fans of the person that was reacting to it and now they just got the entire video fed to them. So there's just plenty of arguments against it where you're just taking other people's hard work and you yourself are gaining from it, and the person who actually made that doesn't see as much of a return. So I stopped doing react content because I never want to have a negative effect on the YouTube ecosystem, period. So I'm not going to be going back to doing that. The only thing I react to now are trailers and news broadcasts, or occasionally if there's like some kind of big story that has a video associated with it, I'll watch pieces of it. But now when I'm talking about a video on stream, like for example something about Chicken's video following the kick predator and exposing all of that, I watched it beforehand. So I was knowledgeable on the topic, knowledgeable about the video, and I talked about the video on stream as opposed to just watching it on stream. And I just feel like that's better for discussion as well, because then you already have all of the information and you can have a deeper discussion on everything to begin with. So even though people found that to be great content, it's not content that I was proud of, and it's not content that I'm missing doing by any means. But people are saying that the streams have really had a downward decline in quality because of the absence of reacting. And it sucks to hear that. Like, that doesn't feel good, because I still really enjoy streaming. I don't do it as much now, but when I do it, I have a great time with it. And I really don't think the format of my streams have changed at all. I even went back to like the golden age of Moist Critical streams where I was React Andy, really fucking popping off. And it's still exactly the same format where I'm shooting the shit with chat most of the time, but instead of like watching another YouTuber's video on stream for a couple hours, I go through a variety of different stories that the chat is teaching me about, reading about them, learning about them in real time, or discussing a YouTuber's video that I've already watched in detail and encouraging people to watch the original. Like, it's still the same thing. The only thing that's different is I'm not watching that video and just taking the person's work and putting it on my stuff. So I don't think it's changed that much. Another thing that I saw on a Reddit post today is that someone said I'm just always on my phone while streaming. And that's a criticism that I'm just going to slap down because you are just making some shit up. My streams during 2020 through 2022, when I was still grinding my RuneScape, actually it was like 2019 through 2022, when I was still grinding my old school RuneScape account, fishing for max level, I was actively on my phone in every single stream grinding multiple skills. Let me just show you a clip of what a normal stream would look like. The Lex government laboratory that we have to take it to where they'll analyze it and tell us if it's real or fake. We just haven't had a chance to do it yet. Alright, it's time. Instantly. Holy fuck. Thank you, Nick. Sponsor iDubbbz for his boxing match. That's such a cute idea. Riveting stuff. I would do this for pretty much every stream during these grind sessions, where I was more preoccupied with maxing my RuneScape account, so I had my head buried in my phone, deeper than an ostrich buries its head in the sand during mating season, and I would just sit there fucking grinding, and then I'd throw on a YouTube video, I'd still just be like grinding on my phone, I'd miss some things from the video sometimes, so I'd have to rewind it. My head was in my phone so much more during that period than it ever has been since. And I don't know where this criticism came from, because I am barely on my phone now. The only time I go on my phone is if there's an occasional text message that I forgot to respond to, or if someone messaged me about something important. I'm barely on my phone, so I don't know where that critique is coming from. That one is just wrong. I'm going to tell you you're wrong for that one. Now, I feel like I need to keep reiterating this here, because maybe I'm starting to sound like combative or something, and that is just not what I'm aiming to do here at all. It's totally fine to not be enjoying my recent content or recent streams or something. Tastes change. I get it. At some point, you know, you stop enjoying certain things. It's totally natural and totally understandable. I'm not upset about it. Like, sometimes reading the things hurts, but I get it at the end of the day. And there's nothing wrong with criticism, which is why I go out of my way to read the criticism and talk about it. And I'm just giving it my perspective here on all of this. So, for example, another thing that comes up is people are tired of me doing so much, like, coverage of things during streams or hanging out with chat as opposed to gaming as much. Now, I do think I haven't done as much gaming as I used to, because I used to do more, like, long-term shitty gaming, like where I'd play a shitty game for longer than I currently do. Nowadays, when I do a bad game night, I'll usually just play like half of a game, or sometimes not even half of a game, whereas back then, I used to just fucking full steam ahead finish those games that I wasn't interested in, force myself to. And I just felt like that didn't make for good content. So a game I didn't like that I was forcing myself to finish, I thought would probably be a big turnoff for a lot of viewers, like they weren't enjoying it. So I stopped doing that over the last year, where if there is a game that I either lost interest in or just didn't feel like finishing, I wouldn't force myself to. Though the consequence of that became even games that I liked playing, such as Armored Core 6, I never finished on stream. I started playing games more off-stream last year and even into this year than I ever did in the past. I talked about this years ago, but I completely stopped playing games on my own because I just elected to do them on stream with others. I went back to playing games on my own, like Alan Wake 2, and people didn't like that. So I started Alan Wake 2 on stream, the stream crashed, and then I ended up getting COVID, so I watched Alan Wake 2 on my own, and then when I got better from COVID, I played it on my own. I didn't stream it. Same with Spider-Man 2, played it on my own. So I do admit there was a lot of games I didn't play on stream to completion that I would have liked to, and I do understand that people probably want more of like completing games, so I've been doing that in 2024. I completed Suicide Squad on stream. If that doesn't showcase my perseverance and resilience, I don't know what does. I have been doing a lot more gaming in 2024 than in 2023, and I am finishing the games again, because I know people like to experience it with others as well, so I'm going to work on doing more of that again. But that's a totally fair criticism that I haven't been gaming as much, on stream that is. So I've been making sure to get back into the swing of doing most of my gaming while being live on stream. So you can expect more of that. And definitely more bad game nights, because those are always super fun. There's just been like a flood of games coming out, and a lot of them have been bad recently, so I've been getting pseudo-bad game nights recently too. But anyway, I think that is something that I need to actively work on and have been. So now let's go into another criticism I see a lot of. When I'm streaming, I'm always reading the chat, so I'm always talking with people in chat. Unless I'm playing a game, then I'm usually focused on the game and not interacting as much. But for the most part, I'm shooting the shit, so I'm seeing a lot of things. And it's Twitch chat and YouTube chat, so you're going to see some profoundly stupid statements. And oftentimes, I joke about those things. It's never really coming from a place of malice, unless of course the statement I see and call out is like a blatantly awful one or racist or something really terrible. Then I will get mean because that deserves to be slapped down. That is some bad shit, and I will call that out from time to time. But when it's just something like weird or a bit odd, I'll joke back with the person, and I feel like a lot of times people are thinking that I'm being nasty to them when that's not really what I'm trying to do. And maybe that's on me, maybe it's my fault for not making it clear enough. But when someone says something like, "Hey asshole, when are you gonna play Helldivers 2? You promised you'd play it," and I'm literally playing it in the stream that they post that message in, I'll usually say something back like, "When are you going to open your eyes?" or something. Like, I'll joke to them about it, but I'm not trying to be like nasty about it or anything. I'm just saying something silly back. Like, it's not trying to make an argument with the person out of it. And I feel like that might just get misconstrued somewhere along the way with viewers watching. So that's something I probably need to be more mindful of, I guess, because I'm never trying to make it like aggressive as a response. Or especially when we get into our heated alien debates where we start fucking talking about warp drives and I start getting real animated about warp drives and fucking the WoW signal. I'm never trying to be mean to people talking about it. I am just getting passionate and silly with them. And I guess that's just getting lost in translation somewhere along the way. So it's something that maybe I need to recognize more of, because people seem to think that I'm being mean to viewers, or I'm just a really grumpy old man. Another thing I see pop up a lot is how lazy I've become, where I post stream highlights now more often than I used to, which again I think is factually wrong, because if you remember the old React Charlie era, almost every video I'd post every day was a React video from stream the previous night. Like, I'd be posting 2 or 3 sometimes in a day that were all just stream highlight React moments. Now, I do still post stream highlights, of course, especially when it comes to like gaming related stuff. And sometimes I'll use some stream highlights in content. Like, for example, the situation with the cop and the falling acorn yesterday. I spliced in like a minute's worth of stream highlights, and that was a topic I learned about on stream and talked about further in that video. And I do still post like entire videos that are composed of stream highlights if I thought the topic was really interesting or if something was going on. But I do significantly less of that now than I used to, and it's really not even close. I feel like most people don't remember how much my content was just stream reposts a couple years ago. I really feel like I do more variety of content now than ever before, and I certainly put in significantly more effort to my content than ever before. It's just that big stuff, the really passionate, really expensive, and really like hands-on, lot of work content is not the content that gets the most views. Like the MWL, our Moist Wrestling League, that takes months worth of planning, it's very expensive, and the views on that is significantly less than pretty much anything else I make. Which isn't the biggest deal to us because it's fun. I love doing it, so I have no plans on stopping it anytime soon, but a lot of people aren't seeing it, thus they're not getting exposed to this wide variety of content I produce. And even outside of that, like the Dungeons & Dragons show, Skill Check show, that is another massive time investment. It's a lot of work and it's a lot of fun. There's a lot of passion behind that. It even has its own YouTube channel now. Music videos, again, another thing that I'm super passionate about, have been for a long time, but again, the views on that, much lower than anything else, so most people aren't seeing it. And even just like simple one-off videos like learning to dance, like where we brought out a dance instructor and we spent a few hours trying to master shuffling, which is something I've wanted to do for a long time, not super popular. So a lot of these things, this wide variety of content that I produce, isn't the ones that are popping off. So people aren't seeing it, thus they keep thinking that I'm only doing either stream highlights or drama because that's all they're being exposed to, or that's all they're choosing to click on. Which isn't, again, it's not the biggest deal in the world, but yes, it does make me a little upset that people are saying that I'm only this one type of content creator, when really, I'm really proud about the wide variety of things that I make, because I love doing that. Like, I have 2 comic book series, Godslap and Plague Seeker. Godslap might be getting a theatrical feature film within the next couple years. I can't blow the lid off that too big here, but just been cooking up so many massive projects. There's another huge project that I'm going to be revealing to all of you pretty soon that I'm super excited about. Like, there's just, I really feel like this wide variety of content I produce is, it makes it so nothing's ever just like a one track on this channel, where it's not just like one type of thing. It's not just always gaming. It's not just always news. It's not just always drama. Like, you never really know what to expect. And I think that makes it really fun. I love doing that. Just constantly keeping things fresh, like tier lists, really weird one-off things where we're trying olive oil ice cream, which is a downright scam. Just all kinds of different shit. So it does hurt when people say, like, Charlie's only a drama content creator, or a couple years ago, all Charlie does is play with sex toys for videos or whatever. It doesn't feel good. Like, I'm not going to pretend. Like, yeah, I wish more people knew about the large variety of things I do, so I wouldn't just get, like, a label slapped on me for something like that. But I get it. Like, I can't be mad about it or anything. Like, I do understand. So it's not like an incorrect criticism or something. Again, this whole video is just talking about these things from my perspective on all of it. And just listening to all the feedback and taking it in, thinking about it. I think it's very important for anybody, really. So yeah, I think this is all of the main criticisms that I've seen. I don't think there's anything I missed. But yeah, anyway, that's about it. So yeah. This is a type of video I've never made before. I'm making this purely out of spite. I'm just a vengeful spirit right now. I had to suffer, and I feel it's only fair you suffer too. On Twitter today, a few people tagged me in 2 TikToks that were just so insultingly offensive to my eyes. I was more disturbed than a Christian youth pastor going to see the director's cut of The Human Centipede. It was so yucky that I just feel obligated to inflict this pain upon you, the viewer, and I'd like to talk about them a bit further. It's from a trend on TikTok where weird dudes try and be sexual and do, like, sexual shit, but it's super fucking creepy. Yeah, I mean, you know, who doesn't love a video like this? Just massaging spit into a blanket that you're pretending is a clitoris. Like, who is this for? I can't imagine there's a single sentient human being out there that's, like, excited about this or being turned on like, fuck, I'm wet now. Or, like, being cheered on in the locker room. Yeah! Oh, baby, yeah! Keep fucking rubbing her clit. Yeah, look at him go. Yes! It's vomit-inducing, especially considering that the majority of the TikTok user base is children. And then he finishes the video by, like, grabbing and squeezing what he's simulating is supposed to be a vagina. So he's basically just fucking, like, grabbing on it like he's trying to start a lawnmower. He's fucking trying to pop a balloon in his hand. Like, it's so disturbing, like, the whole thing. And he's not the only one. There was quite a few videos I saw just like this. I don't really get it. Maybe I'm just getting older. But how would any woman see this and be like, damn, I gotta hit this guy up. He look at the way he's massaging his spit into that blanket. That could be my pussy right now. Oh my god. He could be massaging my pisser, and it'd feel this amazing like what I'm watching in this TikTok video. This guy's truly an expert. A sexual wizard. A pleasure wizard. From what I can tell, this trend is supposed to prove that you have sex. Like, hey, no, look, I fuck, and I'm good at it. And then they have, like, whatever song's playing here, Arctic Monkeys or whatever is going on, I don't know the song. It just doesn't make any sense. You know, like, if I was to participate in this trend, I'd want to go, like, full-blown Alpha Chad Thundercock status. Like, I not only know how to massage one pussy, but 50. So I'd have, like, some inspirational music playing, you know, like maybe Scatman or something, and I'm just going all over the place. Fucking southpaw on him, maybe get, like, the Zoidberg going. Just simulating rubbing over 1,000 clits around me. And then maybe I'd be considered the most sexual man on TikTok. Which, when said out loud, sounds like a crime, actually. The thing is, this whole trend is so disturbing as a viewer. Like, how is this content that anyone would leave a like on? But what's crazier is I saw so many people trying to duet with this video in particular, so there were so many people moved by it and turned on by it that they wanted to respond to it and, like, fainting, oh. It's wild. TikTok is truly an absolutely baffling cesspool sometimes. Why? Just why? My fucking day is ruined now. Dude hits a swan dive into a cunnilingus true combo. That's like a Tony Hawk Pro Skater line right there. I mean, good for him. You know, connecting all of those tricks together. And he sticks his tongue out, and his tongue is like 20 feet long, which I think is supposed to be like a turn-on for the women that were watching. But I just feel like it'd be more of a detriment than anything, because if this man goes to eat some vagina, he's also going to be eating butthole by accident. Like, his tongue is going to wrap around her like a G-string. It's going to be like tentacle porn, but with a tongue. So I don't think it's like necessarily the best thing in the world to have a tongue this long, especially not for him in particular, because when you're going to administer the doctor-recommended dose of vaginal eating, you'll just get a taste of ass too. It's like, oh god, babe, why does your pussy taste like shit? It's like, well, you know why. Your tongue is fucking deep in my colon right now. How do you not realize that? But I don't even understand, like, this doesn't even show that you're good at sex, which I think the whole trend is supposed to. Because who the fuck is like, hey babe, you ready to bang? You ready to make a bedroom ham sandwich? Alright, here I come. And you do like a cannonball onto the bed, and then you just start like. But yeah, I just wanted to show these two videos from the trend here because I had to watch them, so I thought it was only right that you also had to experience this with me. So yeah, that's really about it. So yeah. Alright, let's do the darkest TikToks part 2. Part 1 had a ton of shit I'd never even heard of before.
Confused_me too. Also, I really want this in the iceberg because I want to let you guys know to not believe everything you see on TikTok. The account only has 2 posts. One of them shows someone squirming around in a garbage bag, and the other shows a river. I mean, come on, it just looks so staged. It's like some teenagers just wanted to prank the TikTok community. And also, if you
it's very easy to do that.
First of all, you wouldn't upload it. I wanted to include this on this list on the tip because, guys, don't believe everything you see on TikTok. And imagine, like, I'm
still gonna believe everything. Because it's more fun that way.
Suffocating flies trend. And squeeze the bottom, alluding to the idea of the fly being squished to death. Most of the times they wouldn't squish the fly, at least on video, but sometimes they would actually post it. This is a rare case where someone actually claims they made the trend. The user goes by DJSHBDBDB, and his bio read,
hey girl, I made that squishing fly trend on TikTok.
Trend now. This user has since changed his name and gotten banned due to violating community guidelines. It's really stupid when people do shit like this for clout. Like, dog, everyone kills flies, but it takes a special kind of person to trap a fly, put it in a syringe, start squeezing the bottom of it, and then post it for TikTok clout.
I don't feel like hunting that shit down. It's such a hassle.
Fly at 50K. Skinwalker dog. The woman posted a TikTok of her dog opening the door from inside the bathroom. She screams, "Oh my god," as the dog looks at her and closes the door again. The comments were full of people telling her that her dog was a skinwalker. Look, if the doorknob was...
yes. From Upper Kazuki. Yes, of course. The only man qualified to diagnose your dog with a possession. I have no doubt, too, that this kid truly believed it. They're like, oh my lord. That's our real possession. Just like in Demon Slayer.
But the owners then showed that the doorknob was one of those lever-type doorknobs. So, you know,
my
that's
dog
how
opens
the dog
doors.
opened the door. Bolivia College Incident. The Bolivia College Incident is another one of those situations where users would just upload these shock videos onto TikTok until they get taken down. Eventually, the railing breaks and students begin falling to their deaths. It's so scary seeing this one girl about to fall to her death, but is pulled up by a colleague. Usually, I know about these shock videos that go around.
I've never heard of that.
Also, to the people posting this to get clout or likes or just
what
shock value.
Fuck? When did that happen? I've never heard of that in my life. Well, I'm not looking it up on stream, obviously, but I've literally never heard of this ever. It happened in 2021. Damn, what overshadowed this? Like, did Dreams stream during this day or something? How is this not trending on Twitter? How far up were they? 4th floor, it says right here. It was all over Reddit. Damn, what the fuck was I doing in March of 2021? I never heard of that at all.
You're fucking weird, bro. You're a weird piece of shit. The body.
Jesus, I'm sorry. I just haven't heard of it. Jesus.
TikTok.
That man came after me.
April 24th. Update on cat killer's identity. In part 1, we talked about the lady cat killer that would go on Omegle with the tag furry from 12 a.m. to 2 a.m. and would show off skinned and burned cats. She would also go on TikTok basically having fun that she wasn't caught. This is the internet. The cat killer was found out to be Crystal Cherica Scott, a 19-year-old woman in Indiana who apparently sold Animal Crush videos on the internet. When searching her home, FBI agents recovered numerous animal parts and skulls that were consistent of the size of cats and dogs. Agents also discovered approximately 3 live dogs, dogs, 12 live cats, and several lizards. Scott is facing up to 7 years in prison, 3 years of supervised release,
That
and
is
a
so
maximum fine
fucking
of
stupid.
$250,000.
That is so dumb that they are not more strict on that. It is fucking shocking. Even if, let's say you don't even like animals. Let's say you're a person that just fucking hates animals. At the very least, there is so much documentation to prove that people that harm animals or torture animals on camera for views or to sell the videos are literally the most likely to be serial killers. So even if you fucking hate animals, there is no argument where this person should ever be free again. For this long, this many tortured and killed animals on camera, there is no world where this person should be allowed back in general population. Fucking crazy. 7 years maximum with 3 years of supervised release. Good lord.
Foreigner challenge. So this was a trend that started in April of 2020, where people would post compilations
so
of little fan edits of themselves, basically, with Pop Smoke's song Foreigner playing in the background. Rest in peace, Pop Smoke. You cannot say pop and forget the smoke. Except the people in these edits would put their into these edits.
Yeah, exactly. The animal harm is often a precursor to murder. Like almost every single murderer, like Richard Kuklinski, the Iceman, claimed to have killed over 200 people when he was working as a hitman for the mafia. Jeffrey Dahmer, I believe, also in that group. Ed Gein, pretty much everyone. Ted Bundy, I think, as well. Pretty much everyone you can think of all started with killing animals. Like just like torturing animals as a kid in their home or finding strays and beating them to death. They all started there. And yet still the law doesn't seem to take it seriously. Crazy. No, I don't think I've ever heard that one, Goblin.
In May of this year, an account on TikTok began gaining traction called Puberty Helper 101. The goal of this page was to help little girls go through puberty and deal with the changes their bodies were going through. But eventually, people found out that the owner behind the account was a grown man. It was even more disturbing when the account posted this. Hey guys, I'm going to pick 3 of you randomly and DM you and give you my phone number to help you and talk you through anything you need. If any of you would find this helpful, write in the comments and maybe I'll pick you up. What the fuck? This TikTok account
Thanks, Austin Jones, I guess.
TikTok community found out it existed.
Who ran that account? EDP? Like, goddamn.
In April of this year, a 1444 video. The 1444 video is another video that would circulate around TikTok, just like the Bonnie McNutt video and the Bolivia college incident. This 2019 video showed a teenage Russian boy sitting on his couch saying a quote and then shooting himself in the head with a semi-automatic rifle. Before he commits, he says a quote, and that quote translates to, Nikita, how does the saying go? Neon Polka. Neon Polka is a reference to another Russian person that also committed. And that person actually laid on train tracks and was, I don't even know if I could say
Holy
that, but her
shit.
head came off on the train tracks, and her last post on social media said Neon Polka, and it became like a meme in Russia, I guess. So you say that before you commit.
What a
to
fucking
make matters even worse, Gleb's
awful way to go out. I don't know why that reminded me of something. Do you guys remember the hot coil challenge? That was back with the Tide Pod eating shit. There was a dude who threw his arm onto like a hot coil on his stove for the hot coil challenge. Anyone know what ever happened to that guy? And then he just like burnt the shit out of his arm, like probably a permanent branding. And then he was about to do it again before his friends stopped him. It never caught on or anything. But I was just wondering, does anyone have a follow-up to that? He's got nice scars. No, he's got stupid scars because it was literally just a hot coil. So his scar is just going to look like a pile of dog shit on his arm. It's not even like a cool scar or anything. London resub zombie. I guess no one knows what happened to the guy.
These 2 teenagers ended up murdering Sierra's father due to him not approving of them being together. The creepy part is that they posted this TikTok acting like it was a normal thing to do.
I don't know what to say. Welcome back to our YouTube channel. After murdering day 3 after murdering somebody.
Whoa! Whoa! What a way to start a vlog. Hey,
had been stabbed to death and his body was set on fire. His body was found in his own garage. The teens have been charged with murder, but haven't entered a plea. If convicted, Guerrero could face the death penalty. Because she is a minor, Sierra faces life in prison.
That's
CP/
I can't imagine there's too much more that he hasn't covered because he's doing really broad topics instead of like specific instances, or at least in this that he did. So yeah, we can finish it.
Joining me today is the amazing True Crime Cam.
I thought it was gonna be Danny DeVito.
TikToks on your For You page. Plaque. That's so amazing. When we started this series, I was at 85,000. Now we're nearing 200,000.
Isn't he close to like 500K now?
Thank you guys so much for sticking around.
He's over.
And
God damn, he's popping off.
Grab a snack. Let's get started with the video.
Jesus. I feel like he was at
Jonathan G.
500K
Now,
like a day
Jonathan
ago,
G
or whenever we watched the
is
first part.
Jonathan G. You guys most likely have heard of this, but let's keep talking about it. Jonathan G was a TikTok account that appeared
I
in
have no idea who
2020,
this is.
but the original account has since been banned. To understand exactly who and what Jonathan G is,
Looks
first
familiar, though.
we have to go back to 2016 and inform ourselves about the Blue Whale Challenge. It is believed that Rina Palenkova was the first victim of this horrible game. We spoke briefly about her in part 2. This happened again in
doubt
2019 with the infamous Momo picture, which I can't show or else this video would get demonetized. Where was the first sighting? Apparently, the first sighting of any of these accounts was on TikTok, going under the username @Jonathan.
I remember the Momo thing.
Eventually, if you're wondering how these anonymous people were able to convince these young teens into doing these horrible actions,
I don't think they
it's because
did.
they would threaten to dox, which means find your address, kill your entire family, and do other disgusting things. All the other versions of it have resulted in a lot of kids committing.
Well, I don't think so. If I remember correctly, I haven't done research on this, but I do remember that Momo thing. I don't remember Goofy, whatever that is. I remember that guy's face, but I don't remember that being anything like further than that. But the whole Momo thing was all just a complete hoax. It was all completely fake. No one actually like hurt themselves or anything like that. I don't even know what I type in to find it. Momo related deaths, maybe? Yeah, the Momo challenge hoax. I don't think there was an actual case of somebody, killing themselves from it. Who Momo is? I don't know why you asked that so awfully, but it's this thing. It's a picture from some old horror skit or something. This thing. Yeah, I'm pretty sure no one ever actually hurt themselves. It was just people making it up, and then places like Mirror ran with it. So like, here's Mirror's headline: Momo challenge victims revealed, kids as young as 12 killed by twisted craze. But I don't think any of it was ever actually real. I'd have to look more into it, but yeah, I do remember it all being outed as like, all those stories that were reported weren't actually true.
And that...
Okay, people keep saying blue whale. I don't even know what that is. That is foreign to me. I know blue waffle, I've never heard of blue whale before, so I don't even know what to look up here. Blue whale death? Well, I just got videos of blue whales dying, okay, so probably not. What do I look up? Blue whale challenge? The piece, so there was initially an article that came out linking multiple children's suicides to the blue whale challenge, and then it is critiqued by saying the piece was later criticized for attempting to make a casual link where none existed. None of the suicides were found to be a direct result of the group activities. Claims of suicides connected to the game have been reported worldwide, but none have been confirmed. That's what he's talking about. Well, I know, I'm just saying, like, I've never heard of the blue whale one, but none of this was ever, like, actually confirmed, ever.
John told Mashable this in an email referring to his business. Quote, "These pieces are not decoration. They are teaching tools and serve a very important purpose." This is a very hypocritical statement, considering John has dressed up these human remains and let his cats play with them like toys.
Oh. I was gonna say, like, that's a pretty reasonable response.
How to tell? We drove to buy a real human skeleton. So the thing about the question of where do I get them from?
I bet the people would be happy to see their bones being so enjoyed.
It doesn't matter to like 99% of you.
I first want to point out that John is not an osteologist, which is a trained professional who critically analyzes and
how does he get the
evaluates remains
bones?
to determine. John buys his remains from old medical collections or bone traffickers, then sells them back to the
Bone
public under the guise
traffickers?
of making the study of bones and human anatomy accessible. Anyone could buy these human remains and do whatever they want with them. You could close out this YouTube video right now and go buy some human bones. That is it.
Give me just 1 second. Is that true? I had no idea. I know you can buy, like, for, like, I remember in college some classes had human bones to teach. I didn't realize that was just something I could get on Amazon. Let me see. Bone trafficking? Looted skulls and human remains are being sold in the black market. And do I get to know whose bones they were? Like, do I get, like, a picture of what they looked like before death? And it's like, hey, it's belonged to fucking Paul Cheeseburger. These are his bones. They're like an NFT. I mean, unironically, you get more value out of human bones than an NFT. Yeah, this guy seems like a real maniac.
At one point, John listed for sale the skull of a Sami person. The description of the skull also included a slur in reference to the group. Quote, Black, Indigenous, and other ethnic bodies are not props for art. They are not objects to be pillaged and dissected by anyone. They are not exhibitions.
So
to
is
be
that what John was
consumed
doing?
and
Was he
sold.
personally
They belong
going
to real
and
people who
exhuming
were
these graves?
victimized, and we shouldn't be okay with the private
Or he
trade
just
of
had
these
his mom and
bones,
dad's credit
which people
card and
have
bought
no
bones.
ethical right to procure in an industry built on racism and violence. The
Listen.
killer that TikTok users found and caught. So, on
I think
February
I've heard of this
23rd
one.
of this year, Daisy De La O was fatally stabbed outside of her family's California home by her ex-boyfriend, 25-year-old Victor Sosa.
Tier 1
Victor was a suspect
Asian
immediately
threesome
after
guy.
her death, but he had already fled the country. They posted videos and images of Daisy, shared her story, as well as images of Victor calling for people to share and find him. They used the hashtag Justice for Daisy. Luckily, the videos landed on the right For You pages, and tips started rushing in. Victor
should've just
Sosa
asked
had been
4chan.
spotted working. The person who sent this tip in said that Victor had been working at this bar for weeks and was living his best life like nothing ever happened. Susanna wants justice for her daughter and hopes by telling Daisy's story that other young
These are the
women will
bits.
find the strength to lead these abusive relationships. If you or
I'm glad
someone you
TikTok
know
caught
is
'em.
suffering in an abusive relationship, go to www.thehotline.org.
I feel like TikTok would actually be a really good tool for something like
Benadryl
that.
challenge.
Just
In
because everyone
mid-2020,
has
a new
TikTok.
trend surfaced on TikTok. That being
Like, look
the
at
Benadryl
EDP,
challenge.
for example. EDP literally can't exist in even like a parking lot in bumblefuck nowhere without someone videotaping him for TikTok. That man can't go anywhere. So actually, maybe using TikTok as a resource for catching people would be pretty effective just because there is so many people on TikTok.
The
There.
TikTok challenge that dares people
You
to
can prime
strangle
Ryan.
themselves and escape. This challenge has been referred to as the Blackout,
Yeah, the Blackout
challenge,
Challenge.
the game of choking, and
We just did this
speed
one.
dreaming. Even though this is public information, because this
Speed
child is so
dreaming?
young, I found out there was some type of video on TikTok letting kids know how to strangle yourself. But he's 7 years old, so how is he going to get out of it? A spokesperson from TikTok has since said that the challenge has been banned from the platform. Junior's family encouraged parents to block various social media sites and educate themselves about what could be lurking behind their kid's screen. The effect of
I mean, as a
TikTok's
parent, you have to
Blackout
know
Challenge
TikTok's not
reached
going to be
far
great for
beyond
them.
the United States. In
Shit's
January
trash.
of this year, and this really begs the question, what dangerous TikTok challenge is going to trend next? And is TikTok even going to stop it in time, or is
No.
it going to take the lives of more kids?
Yes.
Zombie Woman is.
Do you want to know
not
how you solve it?
Marilyn
Unironically, YouTube had the solution. You have YouTube Kids, where you literally can't have anything but shit for kids. Then you have normal YouTube. And then they fucked it by just still allowing kids on normal YouTube anyway. So that's how you solve it. You have TikTok for kids, and you have a TikTok that kids cannot access. And the two never collide. That's how you also get rid of all your child predators. Easy. But then again, it's hard to well, you wouldn't know people's ages on TikTok for kids, I guess. I don't know how you'd enforce it. Right? We're prototyping right now in the lab. I'm still coming up with the solutions. Require an ID to sign up? Yeah, but kids don't have an ID. What are they gonna give me? Their fucking Roblox username? Yeah, it'd be tough. How would you enforce it? A biometric scan? I don't know what the fuck you do. Social Security? That'd be good, because that solves two problems. Not many people want to give up their Social Security number, so then TikTok dies, and that's a net positive overall, too. So, yeah, I mean, I guess you could do SSN.
In part 1, we spoke about a woman in Seattle, Washington who was clearly in distress. Many of you were telling me in the comments that the woman in the video is a woman by the name of Marilyn Stanley. At first, I thought so too, but after more research, these two cases are actually completely separate. These are not the same people. The story goes that this woman was in an abusive relationship with her then boyfriend, named Zachary. Throughout the relationship, he would beat her, and she didn't leave because he threatened to kill her if she tried. Eventually, she was over at his house, and out of nowhere, he punched her repeatedly in the face. He dragged her to his bedroom and continued beating her. Then his pit bull came and bit half of Marilyn's ear off. She blacked out and woke up to Zachary smirking, and he said, "Look at you. You're bald. Now nobody's gonna want you. Go look at yourself in the mirror."
Christ.
She described, and Zachary, he ended up blaming the scalping on his dog, but detectives were able to find out that the
Was his
knife
dog
he
a
used
barber?
had scalp on it. This idiot ended up getting 20 years in prison, which, bro, honestly, I think we can all agree he deserves a lot more. And sadly, Marilyn has to wear wigs now since she cannot grow hair at the top of her head anymore.
God damn.
TikTok
That's
helped
fucking
identify
intense.
an Appalachian Trail killer.
Because that
On
video
April
looked like it
29th,
was like
2019,
makeup or
TikTok
something.
user
I thought it was like
Taylor,
from like a
aka
horror
at
set.
Flowers Don't Growl,
Holy
went
shit.
camping. The man must have been scared by the police lights because
It
he
sounds
just
super
eventually
fake.
wandered off and faded into the darkness. An officer accompanied them back to their campsite so they could gather their belongings and get the heck out of there. And Taylor learned not only the identity of the man, but the fact that he had killed someone just 2 weeks after they'd crossed paths. Ronald made it to Southwest Virginia. This is where Ronald ran into the man that attempted to murder Taylor and Chris, who was later identified as James L. Jordan. A Canadian woman nearby was also stabbed and managed to survive by playing dead. She then ran back to meet the other hikers and made a 6-mile trek to safety with them. In April of 2021, James Jordan was found not guilty by reason of insanity.
Devious lick trend. The devious...
What? I actually just read something the other day that when you plead insanity, it's actually worse for you. I was reading that, like, if you plead insane, it is significantly worse. Then you're just confined to a mental institution for like your entire life with no chance of parole or anything or some shit like that. Yeah, so he's not free. He's still in federal custody. That's what I just wanted to say. Though there is that, we even went over this on stream a while back. Do you guys remember, I think it was in Canada, there was that guy on a bus who out of nowhere grabbed a knife and stabbed a passenger. I think he ripped his head off, like cut his head off, and ate his eyeballs while everyone else on the bus watched. Because they got off the bus, he just out of nowhere started stabbing some random passenger. They all got off the bus, and he just sat there in the bus and ate the dude's eyeball. That guy only spent, I think it was 5 years in jail, and then was let go. He's completely free, he changed his name, and now he works a normal job. He's just back in general pop. No, it wasn't drugs, it wasn't anything like that. He pleaded insanity, and I guess after 5 years they said he was good. No, that's real. What the fuck was his name? We're kind of going back in time because we already did this, but let me look it up again. Vince Lee. Oh, the man formerly known as Vince Lee. Vince Lee was found not criminally responsible in the killing of Tim McLean. Bro, I don't know who he hired in court. He must have got Saul fucking Goodman. He was found not criminally responsible for the beheading and consumption of Tim McLean. So he was discharged in 2017 and changed his name, and he's back to business as usual. Fucking wild. He spent 7 years, though. It was 7 years, not 5. God damn. Wasn't drugs. Apparently, they said that he had untreated schizophrenia. That's what his legal defense said. Whether or not that's true, I mean, that's up to whatever you want to believe. But after spending 7 years institutionalized, they deemed him safe to be put back into like general pop. So he went to independent living. From independent living, he changed his name and now he's just full-blown like back to being a citizen. Though even the people that discharged him have said, I'm concerned about a relapse. So, the man ate someone. Yeah. Not only did he eat someone, he ate like the worst part of someone. He ate a fucking eyeball. You know, like, push comes to shove, you and me were trapped on like a mountaintop, we're running out of food. The first thing I'm eating from you is not going to be your eyeball. I'd start with something that looks a little familiar, like maybe like your leg or something, like nibble on your calf. I would not start with an eyeball.
TikTok user Frey Todoroki. A Brazilian TikToker who goes by Freya conspired with 2 friends to kill a girl. 19-year-old Raíssa Borges wanted to know if she was a psychopath. To test this theory, she conspired with 18-year-old Freya and 22-year-old Jefferson to kill a petite person that couldn't fight back. 18-year-old Ariane Laureano.
That's what they decided to test.
On August 24th,
their
the group invited
psychopath nature
Ariane
with.
into the woods to hang out. Raíssa then started to strangle Ariane, but ultimately couldn't kill her alone. That's when Freya and Jefferson joined in. As Ariane passed out, they stabbed her 3 times to make sure that she was gone. On September 16th, authorities arrested Raíssa, Freya, and Jefferson, and this case is still ongoing.
Hopefully it ends with
if you guys
life in
enjoyed
prison.
the video, make sure to leave a like, and if you're not subscribed,
If you want to know
please
if you're a
we're gonna ask
psychopath,
for
just
your
do what normal people
subscription
do.
if you
See if you
enjoyed
like
the video.
Overwatch.
Also,
that was good though. Those were good icebergs. I had heard of a decent bit of them, but not a ton. Especially not that last one. I feel like that one would have been bigger news. Maybe it was and I missed it. Because apparently I missed quite a few big ones. Darkest TikTok iceberg. Why do people keep asking for that? Oh, I actually remember this story. I haven't seen his video on it. but I remember this was on Reddit. There was a random TikTok that was taken, well, at least this story, I guess the whole thing might not be connected. A random TikTok taken of a girl with like a black eye and shit. And then Redditors actually were the ones that maybe potentially connected her to a missing persons case. I don't remember the result. I don't know if it actually turned out to be true or not, but yeah, I guess we'll check it out, sure.
We're doing it from most tame to most gruesome. This video gets really, really, really dark, and it sounds so ironic because it's TikTok, but you guys would...
No, TikTok's a fucked platform.
There. Also, I made
Shit's
this
nutty.
list. I hope you guys watch the whole thing. By the way, make sure to follow me on Instagram and subscribe to the channel if you are not already. Actually, don't subscribe yet. I'll earn your subscription by the end of this video.
Hey.
Without botting accounts. Like most social media, TikTok has
underwhelming.
Users that want followers can easily look
Everyone
up
knows
how to buy
TikTok's
TikTok
botted to
followers
fuck.
on Google. I don't know how lame you have to be to do that stuff.
Hey, fun fact. That's how Travis Scott started. Travis Scott bought all of his followers on SoundCloud when he started. His manager came out and said that Travis Scott, paid him to set up a bot farm for his SoundCloud engagements, and then he was able to pitch that manufactured success to a record label. So yeah, that shit really works.
Fetishization of murderers. TikTok
True
is a
crime.
place for anyone with any interest.
That was big
It's
on
not how
Tumblr.
Some people are push the boundary a little when they begin romanticizing these murderers. Take Cameron Herron, for example.
Oh,
in
Jesus,
April of this
yeah.
year, this
Fuck.
21-year-old man was sentenced to a total of 24 years in
Actually
prison
forgot
for
about
killing
that.
a 24-year-old mom and her baby during an illegal street race. Yet people on TikTok were begging for his freedom because he is quote-unquote cute. With dedicated fan edits, comments like, chances should be given and he deserves it. And he is innocent. Please let him go, or justice for him.
They still exist. I see them on Twitter all the
Writing
time.
these comments have no real
All the
sense of
time.
murder. And it's not only male murderers that are
Exit
simped
tier
for,
one
though.
chaotic
There's also the
meatball,
case of
resub
Isabella
kitten.
Guzman, who in 2013 was the age 18 and stabbed her mother 151 times, killing her. TikTok
Holy
teens
shit.
began requesting for her freedom because 1, they just thought she was cool, and 2, people said that the only reason she killed her mom was due to being abused, though that was never proven, so people were just going off word of mouth.
Jesus
Fetishization of
Christ.
school shooters. Just like young teens simp for murderers, they also simp for school shooters. Most notably, Devin Erickson, which we actually
What?
talked about on this channel back in March.
Who the fuck is
That's
that?
exactly what you'd expect. Fan edits, comments saying he's hot, and I wouldn't doubt some asking for his freedom. Speaking of romanticizing school shooters, I remember FTP made a couple
Wait,
shirts referencing
who the fuck was that? I've never heard of that guy. He was a school shooter? Dude straight up had like cotton candy hair. I guess that's good that I have no idea that dude's name. But yeah, no, I had no clue. I've never seen that guy before in my fucking life.
I don't know who started this trend of thinking school shooters are people you should idolize, because they're not. They're shit humans that took away lives of innocent people. The surface. Faking disabilities. There was an instance
Ooh, this
last
was
week
big.
when this girl
Still
on TikTok
big.
did some detective work and found out that the account at Adopted and Disabled Child was actually a guy pretending to be disabled. For what? All credit to her, because she actually found out that the quote-unquote disabled man in the video is a soccer player for a Norwegian football team. I don't know what goes on through your head to say, you know what? I should fake a disability
Holy
today
shit.
and post it on TikTok. Lopez brothers. Okay, I honestly don't want to waste my breath on these fucking idiots, so I'm gonna
I
make
don't
this
know
one
them.
really quick. Yes, they are both guilty of soliciting minors. Yes, there is proof.
She's 14. And you are how old?
Who the fuck are they? I've never heard of them.
You can end up in jail.
I do realize that.
Man, that video didn't really pop off. Let me take a peek. I bet they're doing just fine on TikTok. Honestly, it might even be good marketing on TikTok, so that way the little girls think they have a chance with them, I guess. Which they very well might. Tony Lopez has 23 million followers, and he's doing real well. Posted a day ago. Let's go! He rated his attractiveness. Look at this. Nice. Yeah, no, that really, man, him being outed as a pedophile apparently really, fuck, it really ruined him. Who was the other one? Andre Lopez? He probably took the brunt of it. 21 million followers. He's doing even better than his brother. Hey, look, he's doing a dance. Nice. See, that's the beauty of TikTok. No matter what you do, you can't be canceled on there. And you know why? Because kids don't care. Kids do not give a shit. These two could have literally executed a child on TikTok livestream, put a gun to his head, blew their fucking brains out, and then did a dance on their corpse. Kids would have forgiven them. Literal next day.
For some reason, little girls still love them.
Oh, even mentions it, yeah.
His TikToks would get millions of views, and I'm sure you've seen him on your For You page at some point. Well, last month, multiple minors came out explaining that Jerob had groomed
I guess,
them. One of them, the one that got the most views, was a boy by the name of DYLG16. Joe would send him and his minor friends online BDSM tests and would ask to see their scores so
Jesus
he could see what
Christ.
their kinks were. He even offered to buy him alcohol, and if that wasn't damning enough, Jerob ended up deleting his account shortly after these allegations came out. Bro, if there's one thing I don't like, it's fucking groomers, bro. Get the fuck out of here. You're weird. You're weird. You're weird. Cartel TikTok.
To be fair, that dude probably wouldn't have recovered. I think you're probably right. The people that are fine and uncancelable on TikTok are like the dudes that are decent looking. This guy stood no chance. This guy was fucked the second he got outed as a child groomer. But yeah, the other ones are doing just fine for literally being outed by multiple people for preying on minors.
Zombie Woman is the nickname given to a woman in distress recorded from a neighbor earlier this year in May in Seattle, Washington. Now, I've tried researching what actually is the story behind this video, but there isn't really a solid story. So, I'm just gonna read you guys some popular theories. The first theory is that this woman is a victim of domestic abuse due to dyeing her hair pink and her boyfriend not liking it. Also forgot to mention that in that same theory, the boyfriend allegedly ripped her hair out due to not liking the pink. That's the most I could find for that one. The second theory
That's
is
probably
that this
not
woman
it.
is just on some type of heavy drug like bath salts. The third theory
That's
is that
more
this woman
likely.
is a victim of human trafficking and she had escaped her abuse.
That is
Someone
possible.
said
Man, that actually does look like a fucking scene from Martyrs, if any of you guys are unfortunate enough to have watched that movie. That movie's disturbing. This actually does look like a scene from that. So this was real? This wasn't like some theater promotion thing or something? Like some kids doing high school theater? Because the cops are actually here, so I'm guessing this was a real person. Damn, that is fucking sad. Martyrs isn't that bad? Bro, that movie hits hard. That movie, like, not just like the gore shit they show, that movie, like, even its message is disturbing. The whole movie is about torturing women so they can get as close to death as possible, so hopefully they'd have an out-of-body experience and see what's on the other side. And to accomplish that, they torture the women, like, by literally, like, peeling all of their skin off, like, degloving their whole body. Like, it's that movie's nutty. That movie is, like, really nutty.
Holocaust challenge. Yo, I can't
Oh,
even
I
believe
remember
some
this
of the
one.
stuff I'm saying right
I remember
now.
that one.
This is real stuff that happened on TikTok. In August of 2020, a new trend began emerging in US TikTok. In this trend, teenagers would pretend to be Jews that had died during the Holocaust.
Yeah, that one was pretty fucking crazy.
Diane Saltzman, the director.
One thing I always found pretty interesting about this is, like, what is the thought process here? Like, so they died at Auschwitz and they went to heaven, and yet they're still, like, covered in dirt and, like, hurt and stuff, even while in heaven? Like, that's gotta suck. You go to heaven in the same state you left the world. Like, if you get hit by a fucking train or something, you just go to heaven in pieces? That'd be terrible. What a horrible, like, entrance.
Is offensive to survivors
Easy
and
tier one
trivializes
macaroni
the
and
history.
cheese.
I don't know how fucking stupid you have to be to do this shit, bro. That's just weird and disrespectful. Ronnie McNutt video.
This one, I remember this one
TikToks would
too.
be posted onto the app.
Fuck,
Well,
this
that's
one
what
was
people
heavy.
thought. Until the TikTok would then cut to a clip of a man shooting himself in the head with a rifle. Well, he actually shoots himself in the face, not... Well, like right here. I'm sure you guys have probably seen the video. These TikToks were disguised as your
Yeah, that
average
one was
dancing
wild.
videos.
That was a
memes,
fucked up
K-pop
trend.
fan came confirmed that the rumor of Ronnie doing this, quote, because his girlfriend broke up with him, is entirely false. He explains that Ronnie did this due to suffering from PTSD and depression.
Oh, yeah, that one was super
TikTok
sad.
beheading video. In the summer of
That
this
one was
year,
really fucking
the video
sad.
began Cassie Compton. In January of 2021,
This one I remember
a
from
video
Reddit.
posted on TikTok went viral due to showing a woman sitting in the backseat of a car. People compared this woman to Cassie Compton, a 15-year-old who disappeared from her home in Stuttgart, Arkansas on September 14th of 2014. Though, these were later found out to be two completely different people. And
Oh,
the
it
woman
wasn't
in the
right?
video was confirmed by family to be Haley Grace Phillips. She had been reported missing by a family member
Oh,
who saw the
well,
video.
it was
but
right, though.
on her own account, had just left home due to a falling out with her father. So,
Oh.
you know, she didn't think she was missing. She just, like, left home. And when asked about the black eyes, she explains that she had been jumped and robbed by two women when leaving the store. And the men in the car were friends of hers helping her track down the attackers. Many were still skeptical to if she was telling the truth or if her abusers were telling her.
So Reddit was almost right,
So we
kind
have
of.
no idea what the Austin 13. Austin Morosky was a TikToker with many followers who was accused of raping his 5-year-old sister. Yup, you heard that right.
Jesus
So basically,
Christ.
there is no hard evidence that I could find to this case. It's all just word of mouth from people that went to high school with him.
That if you happen to get in the same scenario like myself, don't beat yourself up. Let this be a lesson to my followers and whoever's watching that words will and can affect someone's life, along with the cyberbullying.
Which, by the way, is one of the worst apology videos I've seen.
What?
It's right up there with James Charles and David Dobrik. You'd expect them to be like, no, I did not my sister, or yes, guys, I did.
Holy
but
shit.
He just dodges the question. He acknowledges nothing.
What the
Lady
fuck?
Cat Killer.
Wait, what the fuck? That was actually like his response? I imagine he's doing just fine on TikTok. He probably didn't even need to do that for his TikTok followers. They don't give a fuck. What was his name? Austin13? He does not have a TikTok anymore. That's a first. Yeah, I typed it in right. The AWS. Yeah, I typed it in right. Oh, 316. Oh. Okay, hold on. No, still not. And it was Austin13. Man, fuck you guys making me think I was wrong.
On July 28th in San Antonio, Texas, this girl and her friend saw someone hanging from the railing of a drainage ditch. The 25-year-old man had just committed and instead of calling the police, well, one of the teens filmed the other one stealing his necklace. Yes, removing it from his lifeless body. To make matters even worse, they filmed it and posted it on
Full-blown
Snapchat.
Logan
I have
Paul.
no idea how stupid you have to be to film yourself committing a crime. I mean, because if you think about it, they could have gotten away with it, and I'm not condoning them getting away with it. But seriously, how stupid, like, just don't film
Holy
it? Again,
shit.
I'm not condoning what they did. Good that they got caught. I'm glad they were idiots and filmed it. When asked by the police why she stole the necklace, she says that it matched her fashion style. Honestly, I didn't.
That's
I
a
didn't
good.
expect any better.
That's a
reasoning
good
from this
point,
girl.
actually.
The police,
How are they doing on TikTok? What was her name? What was it? Bethany? What? I'm sure if I type in how many people are actually fucking named Bethany in 2022, I'm sure it'll come up. Bethany 3160. I'm not falling for it twice. No, it looks like she has also been banned. Man, maybe TikTok actually does sometimes take action. Then why not for the other? They're like predators. Yeah, it looks like she is also off. Her name was Bethany Martin.
Zachary Lathan.
Her account still exists.
Often
It's at
dubbed
50K.
The TikToker who killed his neighbor for clout.
Thank you, some
Zachary
Dell
Lathan
stars.
did just that. Eventually, the family's son and father confront Zach by going to his house, and meanwhile, Zach's wife is recording everything. Yeah, the dude had a wife at the age of 18. What the f? Anyway, Zach ends up going ape mode and stabs William in the armpit, puncturing his lung, killing him. People say this was an attempt to gain TikTok clout since the wife was recording, but I personally think it's just a man with mental and anger issues not knowing limits. Also,
Jesus.
the argument, the people came up to his side, and I'm not defending it again, that kid's a fucking idiot. But yeah, rest in peace to that man. Rest in peace. Joseph Jimenez.
I'm assuming
Another
that
reason
TikTok
about
guy's
this
in
list
jail
is
now.
this, when explaining why he did it, he says that voices were telling him that by killing both of those two teenagers, he would be saving the world.
Fuck, maybe, Jesus Christ, maybe that Reddit commenter really was real then. Fuck me, oh my god. What? Jesus Christ. Yeah, going out in public's scary, man. What's the name of that old song from Under Oath? It's dangerous business going out of your front door or something? The shit is super true. And it really feels like more and more people are becoming unhinged. I don't know what it is, but it just really feels like more often now than when I was growing up, people are becoming significantly more on edge and dangerous. Thanks to Tier 1 Dat Boy and the resub up down. It might just be like more access to information, but goddamn, this fucking scary.
Claire Miller is a 14-year-old girl that murdered her disabled sister, Helen, that had cerebral palsy, a disorder that affects a person's posture, muscles, and balance. Claire hysterically called 911 and just admitted to murdering her sister, and when the police arrived, they noticed that she had tried washing the blood that was on her hands in the snow on the ground. So I guess there was just bloody snow everywhere. And they had found a knife inside of the older sister's neck. They are charging her for murder as an adult. She's not being charged as a minor. She's being charged as a full adult. So she's
That's
gonna
good
get these
news.
consequences.
God damn.
Nicola Priest. This is by
I think
far
as TikTok continues to grow, pretty much every criminal ever is going to be able to be traced back to a TikTok account. So literally every criminal from this point forward, I imagine, will be able to watch TikTok videos of them doing the Doja Cat dance or some shit at some point. Because it's just everyone has one now. So literally every single murderer is also going to be a TikToker by extension. That's a pretty wild future.
So this woman from the UK named Nicola Priest would post
Thanks,
TikToks
Resub
mourning her
Innocence.
dead daughter. This woman actually murdered her own kid and then went on TikTok post mourning her own daughter. People found this out because you can actually search her up on public records and it says there that she murdered her kid. That's what she is. And if you go back and watch some of the videos, her account is still up, by the way. If you go back and watch some of the videos, it's so fucking creepy seeing like just no.
Why? Why is her account still up?
up? Acting like she didn't fucking kill her own daughter.
What? What was her name? Nicola Priest. How is she doing? No, it's down now. Okay, so it must have been up in August. It is down now. So far, almost all of them have been. I'm very surprised. Usually they're not. Why just 15 years? I have no fucking clue. I have no idea. I imagine, if I had to take a guess, I would say it's probably the UK. Let's see, in fact. Mom who killed 3-year-old for interrupting her having sex posts... What? Posts apology to her parents. And yes, she was from Solihull, England. She made a fucking YouTube apology video for killing her 3-year-old daughter. She was having sex with her boyfriend and got interrupted. And so she killed her daughter. What was the thought process? It's not like she was going to go back to getting laid after committing a murder in front of the boyfriend. Oh shit, the boyfriend is also implicated in this. The vomiting was the result of the severe beating you were both responsible for inflicting on her. No doubt you irritated by her crying, asking to be let out. It interrupted the two of you when you wanted to have sex. You lost your temper and you were joint participants in the assault. Holy shit. And they got 15 years. It's a fucking joke, man. That's a fucking joke. Yep, that should be life for both of them, I would say. And what's even wilder, she used it for clout on TikTok.
All right, yeah, that was the iceberg.
That was a lot of shit.
Let me know what you guys want to see.
There's a shark trend as well. Now that just sounds like good fun. No one's getting hurt in a shark. Damn. Yeah, that was a lot of shit I'd never even heard of. I was the one that discovered why good girls like bad guys. I was the fucking scientist that cracked that code. The fucking shit archaeologist who dug through shit trying to find and clean his finds of shit on the Musical.ly or TikTok app, and then I made the video about good girls, bad guys. And then Pyrocynical has the audacity, he has the gall, the chutzpah to steal my video idea, my video in essence. He takes it from me without even mentioning me. And then Memulous had him on the fucking podcast. I raised the boy. I made him a man, put hair on his ball sacks on the podcast, and he turns around and does a TikTok video as well? Again, without even saying that I was the cream supreme of TikTok finds? Disrespectful. Now no one even knows that I was the one that discovered it. And it's a shame. It's a fucking shame. So now I, the holy king, chosen by God himself to sit upon the throne of shitting on insufferably bad TikTok content and watching borderline illegal TikTok content, must retake my place atop this mountain of dog shit that is called TikTok.
You sure you want to do this, little girl? I mean, what if we're dangerous?
This is exactly what I meant by borderline illegal. So apparently this dude was under the impression that he was communicating with and singing to like a 6-year-old girl. And then it turns out she's not actually 6. Fucking got him. Catfish. Lied to. This is like a Chris Hansen play right here. Right out of his playbook. I don't understand. And what the fuck was that picture anyway? It looked like a missing person on the back of a milk carton picture. This is just some weird shit, and it's apparently a trend on TikTok. There's a fucking 100 of these.
Sure you want to do this, little girl? I mean, what if we're dangerous? What if we're dangerous?
How many child predators are there on TikTok? How many dudes were under the impression that they were communicating with children, and then they do this challenge and it turns out they're not children, so they're all surprised? What a fucking weird trend and culture on TikTok. Let's go ahead and check out some more of them.
Oh well. Karma's a witch.
This is cheating a little bit because I already knew about this one. This was a very popular trend a couple years back. The karma's a bitch, and then you like throw a blanket in the air and then all of a sudden your dick's 9 inches long or something. But since it's Halloween, it's got a spin on TikTok where karma's a witch. But I unironically like this clip just because I think that mask is fantastic. It must be a homemade DIY creation from this guy. It looks like Gandalf face fucked a hobgoblin, and the tongue out from the guy wearing it's that nice little cherry on top to remind you that the platform is still just for sex offenders. That face, the mask, probably is what most of the people who hit like on those videos on TikTok look like behind the phone screen. Who reacts that way to seeing a bottle of water on the floor? If I saw a bottle of water on my floor, I'd be like, oh shit, must have left that bottle of water on the floor. But she stumbles in here like she just walked into a crime scene. She's just fucking disgusted by it. Makes a face like she's watching her parents have sex. Then it turns out that bottle of water's super heavy like Thor's hammer, but luckily she had a real man on standby to come help her with it. It was just a little sneak preview, a little taste of the comedy stylings of TikTok, the comedy genius of the TikTok creators. I know you're probably still recovering from the hoot and holler you had from that heavy bottle challenge clip right there, but trust me, it gets even better on TikTok. Did you see those goofy faces? In case that didn't really tickle you pink, did you see what he was curling? It wasn't a weight, it was a fruit. That's right, this is part of the comedy trend on TikTok called the Fruit Fitness Challenge. I mean, need I say more? This is where all the good shit goes to die. I think that's enough of TikTok for today. I've scrolled through plenty of videos. I think I'm going to call it quits on the TikTok app for tonight. See ya. Fear of the unknown is probably the most popular fear on the planet. I feel like most people are afraid of things they don't fully understand, and that's what I'm here to talk about today. And I'm sure a lot of you have already seen this, but I am fascinated and disturbed by a very popular branch of TikTok live streaming content that's blowing up right now. I'm like a dog when you get a vacuum cleaner out. I cower in fear because I really don't understand it. Now, TikTok live streams already have a reputation for being horrible. It's just an absolute wasteland. It's full of trash, more so than a landfill. I don't think there's ever even accidentally been a good TikTok live stream, except for the time a ton of people were illegally rebroadcasting the Super Bowl on there. Just going onto that platform to watch live streams is like going to an active war zone to tiptoe around landmines, but in this case, there's no safe spot to tiptoe. You always hit a landmine of fucking cringe.
Gang, gang. Gang, gang. Ooh. Ice cream so good. Yeah, strong woman. Balloon. Yeah, strong woman.
This is what we're here to talk about. This is some kind of NPC live streaming trend where TikTok creators go live and then just act like NPCs here. Someone really summed it up best by saying that this feels like someone canceling combos in a fighting game. She just keeps randomly emoting like if you're spamming taunts in Chivalry 2 or in like Super Smash Bros. Melee. Show me your moves. Show me your moves. Show me your moves. I don't know how long she streams for, but it's gotta be fucking exhausting. It is non-stop jingling keys with no breaks. Because she's smart. She knows that on TikTok, kids leave if there's even a split second of dead air. Silence is the #1 enemy on TikTok. Silence is the devil. It's like the opposite of a quiet place where you have to be quiet to keep monsters away. This is the loud fucking doofusville platform where you have to be making as much noise as possible and stimulation out the wazoo or else people immediately turn it off. Which is why most popular videos have like 5 different tiny videos inside of them, like cutting soap in half with a knife, or the loud sounds of 5 trash cans being slammed together like cymbals while Temple Run's playing on the bottom right and GTA 5's on the top left. And she's come up with a more effective money-making strategy than free armor trimming in RuneScape. She is constantly acting out tips. So, people tip her, and she acts out the associated emoji with it, which incentivizes more people to keep tipping, which keeps supplying the stream with the NPC content.
Yes, 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 yes. Yeah, strong woman. Yeah, strong woman. Slay, huh? Oh, take your gaps. I love you. Slay, huh? Gang, gang. Gang, gang. Gang, gang. Yeah, strong woman. Ugh. Fire. Butterfly. Beautiful. Okay. Fire. Gang, gang. Gang, gang. Oh, where's my feet? Ooh, gang, 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 gang. Yes, popcorn. Gang, 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 gang. Fire. Gang gang, pop, amazing. Ooh.
For those that don't know how it works, on TikTok, they're so quirky and raw XD random that instead of just donating to a creator on live, you tip them with like emojis. So you give them like some roses or a dragon or a galaxy or a lemon or some shit like that. And then the creator can take this random assortment of Microsoft clip art and then turn it into money. So that's what's happening here. She's getting these tips and then she's just doing a short little performance with the tips as like an NPC. And on TikTok, it seems like people are constantly tipping. It seems like one of people's favorite pastimes on TikTok lives is giving away all of the money they have to their name. Like, these kids are like 12 years old and just give their whole allowance to TikTok creators in order for an actual split second of acknowledgement. So here, she doesn't actually like acknowledge the donators. She just acknowledges the dumbbell, for example. And she'll do like a little performance when you tip a dumbbell. I don't know how much money that is. Fucking 5 glue bucks or something. I have no idea what the conversion rate in money to emote is on TikTok. But that's the whole strategy, and it's very effective. She's not the only one doing it, but she is the most popular right now. And she is engaging in a bit of whimsical silliness by having a hair iron out and popping individual popcorn kernels with it. So that's just another like piece of the puzzle here for keeping people hooked on it, because it's so weird and wacky that it makes it mysterious and mystical. Like, oh my god, she's cooking popcorn with a hair iron, kernel by kernel, slowly? Why, I gotta message my friends to turn off the Finger Family videos. We gotta get in here quickly. They gotta see this. She's cooking popcorn with a hair iron. There's nothing like it. You don't want to miss it. So it works out really well because it's a combination, a perfect storm, a geostorm for everything that works on TikTok. Perpetual stimulation while, being able to constantly spam the emotes and talking so there's never any silence, while also having that like XD random with the popcorn and hair iron, which is something that does very well on TikTok. So she's fucking crushing it. Now there's a lot of copycats doing it. So the big trend is a ton of TikTok creators like her doing this exact same performance, and they all do well, but she's by far the biggest. So they like move around, like they have idle animations. It's like you're on the Choose Your Fighter screen in Mortal Kombat, but for them, the only fatality they have is fucking cringe.
Yes, you got me feeling like a cowgirl. Let me read it, huh? Gang gang. Gang gang. Gang gang. Ice cream so good. Gang gang. Gang gang. Yes, yes, yes. Gang gang. Gang gang. Ice cream so good. Oh, take it, I am. You got me feeling like a queen, huh? Slay, huh? Slay, huh? Gang gang. Gang gang. Ice cream so good. Balloon. Gang gang. Gang gang. Gang gang. Oh, what is that? Gang gang. Balloon. Gang gang. Gang gang. Ice cream so good.
If this isn't evidence of people's brains devolving thanks to TikTok, I don't know what is. This is the purest example of what's happening with your brain on TikTok, where now all you need is just noise and you're entertained. Again, it's the same performance every time. She has a set list of how she responds to the emotes, and she doesn't deviate from it, and she very rarely breaks character. She only broke character one time over the last, 4 days I've seen this, and it was brief, very brief, actually just 5 seconds, and then right back into it. There's no interaction. There's nothing beyond just seeing the same emotes over and over again. It's like if you watched a 10-hour compilation of the same 5 Fortnite emotes repeated forever. And you keep tuning in every day and you're giving money to it in order to keep fueling the perpetual motion machine. Very smart on her end, but man, I don't get how she is averaging 40,000 viewers all watching this same performance every fucking day. It's mind-blowing to me. It's baffling. Nothing but respect to the creators capitalizing off of this here, but nothing but shame for seeing the state that entertainment for young people is in. I was just talking about Skibbity Toilet yesterday, actually applauding it by saying, finally, a piece of content I think is pretty solid in a sea of dog shit content for kids. There was finally something like a bright light at the end of the tunnel with Skibbity Toilet, finally something that looked like maybe good content still exists for kids. And then immediately I started jumping into this rabbit hole with the NPC live streams, and I'm right back to where I started, where I feel like every single kid is doomed to failure for the rest of their life thanks to their brain being rotted by TikTok. But anyway, just wanted to talk about this a little bit because I found it pretty interesting and obviously kind of goofy. So that's about it. See ya. Yeah, I've got COVID again. This makes number 5 for me. I'm the Michael Jordan of COVID. Pretty much anytime I go to like an event, I'm guaranteed to get COVID, it seems. It's really infuriating. I'm the faker of getting COVID. I was even considering doing a tier list for all of my experiences with it so far, but we'll see. The only reason I mention that is because I'm going to sound congested here. My voice might also start cracking, but I don't really feel like editing all that much, so I'll probably just leave it in. Just know it's not a second puberty or anything. Anyway, I'm sure a lot of you have heard of this trend. Maybe? I don't know. I only just learned about it today, but it's been going on for about a month, where OnlyFans creators are putting AI Down syndrome filters on their content to try and drive more clicks to their OnlyFans. I took the audio out because of DMCA, but they're all exactly the same, where it's hypersexual, like my pussy doesn't have Down syndrome or whatever, and then ChatGPT captions to accompany it. There are so many accounts and so many examples to pull from. We'll get into some notorious ones in a minute. But in some cases, it's the management teams that are doing this, where they're taking their creators and then making like a separate account for them where it's all AI Down syndrome filters on the content to link back to the other OnlyFans. So it's a tactic to try and drum up more clicks to it. I can't exactly find the genesis of this, what started the trend, but it goes back about a month ago from what I can tell, and it is blown up. There are so many of these, and there's a lot of articles being written about it now about the fetishization of Down syndrome and also just using AI to pretend that these OnlyFans creators have disabilities to try and get more people to their OnlyFans. It's fucking weird. There are so many like this one here where it's not even close to being convincing. You can actually just see the filter fall off anytime she turns around. So like right there, you can see the filter snap back to her face. And every single one of these always has very similar captions that are clearly just AI generated, talking about like, the label doesn't define this and that. And then it goes into the most hyper-sexualized shit ever, like, just because I have Down syndrome doesn't mean I can't go down on your fucking nutsack and suck the piss out of your balls. I will literally suck the cum out like Shang Tsung extracting a soul. And then they all link to an OnlyFans. Now, on that OnlyFans, I don't know if they continue to keep up the ruse that they have a disability, like if they continue to just do like the AI filters and all of that. But there is a YouTuber who did pay for some of them. His name is Tuv. He did a whole investigation on this and a couple of other things that stem from it. According to him, in most cases of his research, they weren't showing their face, or they'd hide it behind like their phone when they took a picture or something like that. Now, another thing, a lot of these accounts have started to be aware of the fact that you can sometimes see the AI filter glitch when the video has them like turn around when dancing or whatever. So a lot of them are also now starting to only do front-facing stuff, because then the filter isn't prone to glitching as much, which makes it harder to tell if it's fake. So it seems like they're trying to perfect the art of faking disabilities using AI. Now, in some cases, there's been degenerate, loveless weirdos that should be launched into space that are taking people's videos and then putting the AI Down syndrome filter on them to try and make money off it without that person even knowing it was going on. I know in one case there was a TikToker who had her dance videos taken by one of these fucking lobotomites, and he just put the Down syndrome filter on it. She had no idea, didn't sign off on it at all, and was very appalled by it. So that does happen, but I do also think this is a new tactic being used by OnlyFans creators as well as management teams to try and get more clicks to OnlyFans through pretending to have disabilities and shit like that. Like, here's an example of one that I have no idea if the person in the video knows that this is going on or if it's something they signed off on themselves. But it's a little person with the Down syndrome filter on their face. They have the F-, fucking book report captions that are all just AI generated. It's verbatim the same shit that other people doing this trend are just copying. It is one-to-one, just the same nomenclature and everything. And also, of course, it's always sexualized and always trying to link to OnlyFans accounts and shit. By the way, apparently this combination of being a little person with Down syndrome has only ever been reported 6 times. And the bio for this account says that they're one of 7, claiming that they're the 7th case. Faking disabilities is nothing new. AI's just made it far easier for any goober on the planet to try this. And it's not just the Down syndrome filter that they're using here. They're also doing it for fake amputees and shit like that. That's another really popular one. Like, this is the actual golden age of degeneracy because all of these fucking weirdos can do this easily now. AI is currently unleashing the infinite Tsukiyomi upon this planet, trapping us in an endless nightmare of degeneracy. They can just keep making all of this fetish content, all of this fake fetish content shit forever. Now, again, I don't know if the OnlyFans creators like the little person there or any of the other ones engaging in this are actually even aware that it's happening, or if it is just third parties or maybe even their managers that are doing it without them knowing. Couldn't tell you, but either way, it is fucking gross. It is crazy that we've reached the point where we're just using AI to fake Down syndrome so more people will click on the OnlyFans and spend money on it. What the fuck? Anyway, I guess just for a tiddlywink of lore, from what I can tell, this was the first fake Down syndrome video that really popped off and like blew up the trend, as well as this one right here was another extremely successful one. So I guess this would maybe be the genesis of it. And now there is thousands, specifically about Down syndrome, all faked AI hypersexualizations and fetishizations of Down syndrome. It is absurd. It's fucking preposterous. Like I mentioned, it's not just Down syndrome, but that is the most popular one right now. It is all kinds of other disabilities that they're faking for OnlyFans revenue. Fucking crazy stuff. Just wanted to talk about that a bit. That's it. See ya. Yeah, it's only been a couple days since I talked about the NPC TikTok live streaming trend, and it is completely out of control now. It's spreading faster than the bubonic plague, and it's significantly worse for your health. It is tragic that this is the state of entertainment now. I don't blame any of the streamers hopping on this trend because it's an infinite money cheat code right now. This is a non-stop avalanche that's only gathering more and more steam, but instead of it being an avalanche with snow, it's an avalanche with doubloons. This is legitimately free money because people, for some reason, are just throwing all of their allowance, all the schmeckles from their pockets at every single TikTok streamer that's doing this NPC trend. I'm confident all of you have heard and seen this trend by now, but just in case, I'll introduce you to the patient zero that started this NPC streaming outbreak.
Grab, fire, fire, meow, hee-haw, yes, you got me feeling like a cowgirl. Let me write it, huh? Oh, thank you, Fruity, I love you. Balloon. That was good. Coconut. Hee-haw, yes, you got me feeling like a cowgirl. Grab.
This is Pinky Doll, and with the rate at which she's growing from this trend, she'll end up being more well-known than the Bible at this point. She has exploded from this. 50,000 viewers during her most recent NPC stream, and apparently, according to reports, eyewitness accounts, she went for 5 hours of doing that nonstop. Can never fault the work ethic there. That is some fucking iron will. That is a certified top 10 anime never give up moment right there. 5 hours of just repeating the same emotes forever. Literally just spamming taunts in a fighting game for 5 hours like this. That's not easy. That's beyond mind-rotting. But that's where the money's at right now. She has blasted a new market wide open here with weirdos that want to watch NPC streams forever. So it's really smart from her to capitalize off this, especially considering I imagine it won't last for too much longer. This is absolutely one of those lightning in a bottle situations. I would be shocked. And I've been wrong before. It's rare, but I have been wrong. Like the time I thought I got bit by a bat watching Jurassic World in theaters, and it turned out I had just fallen asleep and had a nightmare. Point is, I have been wrong. And I don't think I'm wrong here. I believe this trend will probably fizzle out and die like a sad little wet fart within about another week or two. Two at most. I just really don't envision a world where kids will continue to keep coming back to these because it's the same thing every single time. Though, I'm going to go ahead and argue with myself here. On the flip side of that coin, kids do just endlessly loop Finger Family videos and Elsa making out with Spider-Man shit and you know, Crazy Shark or whatever his name is. Left Shark, I think is what it is. Baby Shark. Christ. Like, they do subject themselves to the exact same things on repeat forever, so maybe this will have legs for quite some time. I'm not really sure, but regardless, it's smart from Pinky Doll to keep striking while the iron is hot, because she is making a fat stack of cash from all of this here. And again, she's not alone. This has become the biggest trend right now. Either people hopping on ironically and then still doing it for like hours and then doing it multiple streams, or just people fully shamelessly copying and doing exactly what she does. If you go on TikTok and just scroll through live streams, pretty much all of them are this. There's been a bunch of videos posted of it, so I'll just show you clips from a couple of them that keep floating around of people that just scroll through TikTok lives, and it's literally every single one of them doing NPC streams.
Guys, thank you all for the likes. I appreciate it. The roses.
Roses. Roses. Roses.
The clip goes on for a lot longer, but I want to quickly interrupt before getting back to it. That roses to roses true combo there was actually fucking wild. That wasn't planned or anything from the person who posted this, I don't think, because they were just scrolling, I believe. So that just happened naturally. Like, that's how formulaic the NPC streams are. They're pretty much the same thing, just repeated forever. And they all generate a lot of attention from the audience, like thousands upon thousands of viewers for pretty much every creator that's hopping on board, as well as a ton of money, because again, the trend is NPCs acting out their emojis that people are donating. So they're getting donated roses, so it's smelling the roses. Roses! 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 Oh, roses! 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 Like, across the board forever. It's always the exact same shit for everyone doing it, and it's highly successful for them. And the audiences, for some reason, find it very entertaining and satisfying, which is concerning. It's the perfect illustration of just how bad for the human attention span TikTok is. Like, this is some fucking embarrassing shit for the future generations here. Because this content, the NPC streams, is basically just resetting the human brain to default factory settings. It's making you devolve to baby brain. Watching this is like watching parents play peekaboo with their baby. Peekaboo? Peekaboo? And then the audience is like, every time. Every single time, even though it doesn't change. It's fucking wild.
Hello, I am AI.
Rebooting. System rebooting.
Thank you for your
GG. Thank you for the share.
Live. Queen Slaying. Hi, Zaza.
A couple of those were scrolled to a little too quickly to really recognize that they were NPC streams, but they were. Like, if you slow it down, like one of them that went by really quick, they did have the hair iron out with the kernel in it, popping individual popcorn, just like Pinky Doll does in the NPC streams. Everyone on TikTok is trying to get in on this infinite money glitch. And the content itself is legitimately just perpetual stimulation, jingling keys, making as much noise as possible, as often as possible. And it's working. You can see how effective it is, which is so fucking sad. Again, not for the people doing it here, because it's a free bag, and basically they just have to be the little clown honking their nose in order to make the children laugh by saying the same shit every single time for emojis that come through in the donations. I don't really get it. I'm not a fucking psychologist here, but if I was to spitball a guess, maybe this is like an audience of people that didn't get a lot of attention growing up, like their parents didn't play peekaboo with them, or Here Comes the Airplane with their vegetables, and seeing someone do something similar is kind of filling that missing piece in their soul, and that's why they keep coming back every single NPC stream and watching and donating to all of them. That would be my guess, but again, I can't really sit here and psychoanalyze every single spectator of this new sport and try and understand the inner machinations of their complex noodles out there. It's a little beyond my pay grade. I don't fully understand it, but I respect the people that are on the grind making a ton of money off of a wacky trend like this. I've also heard a lot of other people refer to this as an NPC fetish, which again could be true, maybe, I suppose. That there's maybe some merit to that claim, but I'm also not a fetish scientist, so I'm pretty in the dark on that one too. But regardless, one thing that's inarguable, it's extremely successful, and it's not showing any signs of slowing down. In fact, it's only growing in popularity. But again, I do think that its days are numbered. I don't think it's going to last that much longer, so anyone that's on the NPC trend, you gotta stick this shit out for as long as possible. Fucking grip it as hard as you can in order to just continue to squeeze it for a little extra juice. Also, I mentioned that it's not easy to do this because it's not. Like, it's super simple, but it's not easy. It's many hours of just repeating yourself forever. But What I am surprised I haven't seen more of, and maybe it's just because I don't watch the NPC streams, I only see what gets posted online for the frequency of it. What I'm surprised that more people aren't doing is just recording maybe like 15 minutes of you going through all of these emotes like, thank you, fire, gang gang, gang gang, gang gang, all of that. Do that for maybe 10 minutes, and then just loop the video on a TikTok live stream. TikTok live streams are filled with fucking scams already. It's a fucking cesspool of scams. And one of the scams that people do is fake live streams where they just loop a video like that. I'm surprised people haven't been doing that for this trend, especially considering how easy it would be to do that. Like, I don't think anyone's going to be sitting there and recognizing like, oh, they didn't react to the roses. Oh my god, they didn't react to the dumbbell. Wait a minute, this is fake. And even if they did, what are they going to do about it? TikTok doesn't shut that shit down. They haven't shut down any of the scam streams, so I'm just surprised that that hasn't become more prevalent with this trend, but maybe it's just because I haven't been paying that much attention to the actual streams. Maybe this is super common and most people are faking it. That's very possible, I'm not sure. But yeah, I just wanted to talk about this a little bit because it is completely fucking out of control with how big this has become. That's about it. So yeah. What's up everybody, it's Critical. I know most of you have already heard the good news. The juicing company Juicero recently shut down. For those of you that aren't familiar with Juicero, it was basically just a middle schooler's Lego project that was designed to squeeze money out of consumers by very slowly squirting diarrhea from a pouch into a glass. Now while the Juicero may have died, its story doesn't stop there. The father of the Juicero, Doug the Slug Evans, as I like to call him. Well, it's not just as I like to call him. His name is Doug Evans, but I kind of throw the slug in there because he looks like a fucking slug and it rhymes with Doug. It's a beautiful play on words, I know. It's clever stuff. But anyway, Doug Evans is out there still doing stupid shit with stupid ideas, and recently he brought to light something I had no idea about, a water fasting trend, but not just regular water, raw water. And I was blown away by this, that people would actually even think this is some type of viable dieting trend to improve health. In a nutshell, the raw water fasting trend is people will get raw, untreated water where they don't take any living organisms out or any of the bad shit in water out, and you just drink it as is. And you do that for 5 or so days with no food, and somehow it's supposed to improve your health, and they call it biohacking. I'm not making up that term. I know that term sounds like it's straight out of a bad indie movie off of a $50 budget, but they actually call it biohacking. These festering fuck stains actually believe that drinking raw, untreated water is good for them. So I'm excited for the inevitable cholera outbreak that will occur from this dieting trend. But what's really sad is it's not just the manipulators here that probably don't actually do the raw water trend for a while. They just sell this extremely overpriced water to very gullible and stupid people who see these perceived geniuses doing this trend, so they hop on to try and self-remedy themselves, and then they end up shitting themselves to death. And that's really sad, but let's stay on topic here. So Doug Evans posted about how he's going to be going on a 5-day or more raw water diet. And so here's fingers crossed that he'll contract Giardia or something along those lines. The brand of raw water he's using is from Live Water, so I went on their website. It's so poorly designed, it looks straight out of the late 90s, and it's the worst pseudoscience piece I've ever read. And it's filled with grammar and spelling mistakes. I'm just going to read a little bit of this to you. Imagine its journey as it's flowing through vast networks of crystal-lined lava tubes to the surface. Major science has concluded that there... Wrong form of there. I know elementary school science reports can be kind of difficult to write, but I'm going to have to deduct a few points for that one there, sport. Is a body of water with a larger volume than all our oceans combined in the core of the Earth. Yes, makes sense. This is the Earth's way of cleansing water and offering it back to us with a fresh new start. Oh yes, that fresh new start being in a hospital bed. Let's scroll down a little bit more. The extensive water analysis shows super high levels of natural silica. Silica is essentially pure liquid crystals. Silicone holds information and energy in a unique way. That's why all our devices run off them, hence the name Silicon Valley. Imagine how it would feel to upgrade your brain's entire operating system to the best computer chips available. Yes, the best computer chips, the Doritos brand, which is a naturally occurring microbe in the water that they like to manufacture, I imagine. Silica is also known as the beauty mineral, very rarely found in any food or supplements. So, I mean, imagine how great it'd be to upgrade your entire brain's operating system to the latest version. You don't even have to go through Live Water for this. You know what? I'll do it for only $20 a month. If you send me $20 a month, I've actually hacked into the natural water here and extracted the silica myself. So I can upgrade your brain's operating system. Just send me $20 and I'll send the drivers over to you. I'll give you a little Dropbox link for them. It's just, this whole thing just keeps getting worse and worse. Let's go to the conclusion. In its natural cycle, water is infinitely chemically and energetically complex. Water goes down into the soil and becomes the perfect probiotic as it passes through microbes and microorganisms in the humus. It picks up bioavailable monoatomic elements and minerals that just can't be replicated. We have done our best to keep it pristine. Read on to find out what distinguishes our water from every other source available. These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. Our services are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. At least they cover their ass at the end there with all these outrageous claims and the absolute nonsense that they spew throughout this entire fucking page. I just want to make this clear. Nature is not on your side. There's a reason why people these days are living way, way, way longer on average than anyone before us. And it's because we understand what needs to be put into this shit in order to increase longevity. Nature is not on your side. Living like some fucking troglodyte from 1,000 years ago isn't going to make you healthier. You're just going to kill yourself. I just don't understand how people think because we treat water and do these things that it's making our dicks smaller and making us less healthy. That's not the case. I just don't understand this idea that nature is some entity that wants all of us to live long and prosper, but humans are corrupting it and perverting it into this horrible abomination that we have these days. It's so incredibly sad. Every day you walk outside and you're not mauled by an animal, that is you defying nature's course. Every day a baby is born without polio, that is you slapping nature in the face. Going out and buying expensive, dangerous shit in order to live like our ancestors who were wild and free, living off of what nature provided for them, will do nothing but fuck you up. But yeah, fuck you, Doug Evans. I hope there's not a whole lot of people out there that fell for this raw water scam, and if there is, Godspeed to you. That's it. So yeah. Are you familiar with a honey wagon? I know the name alone sounds like something Winnie the Pooh would be ecstatic to find, kind of like a kid with an ice cream truck. But I assure you, it's nothing that glamorous. You see, a honey wagon is the truck that's used on movie sets to suck up all the pee-pee and poo-poo left in the porta potties. Now let me ask you, what does a honey wagon and the YouTube trending page have in common? You probably guessed it. They both eat a lot of shit. Welcome to another exciting episode of Charlie Watches Shitty Content. Today, we'll be looking at a Hannah stalking video called My Summer Crush.
Hey girl, do your thing, do your thing and switch. Hey girl, do your thing, do your
How hashtag relatable, just a group of girls hanging out in the middle of the road having an impromptu dance battle. This man right here looking like a Scooby-Doo villain whose plans were just foiled by some meddling kids. There's no doubt in my mind he can see what's going on because I have a whole production team here. It'd be impossible for him to miss it, but he wants no part of it. He doesn't want to get involved in these girls doing some fucking dance to summon the rain. He just wants to bring his trash can back in peace, and I respect that.
Hey girls. It's a boy.
Hey ladies.
Introducing the comedy. Are you on the floor laughing right now with your sides split by these goofy, wacky faces? If not, there's nothing in this video for you.
Hey, we're having a pool party.
You should all come.
That sounds cool, I guess, right? Sure, yeah. Yeah, whatever.
You're all invited. Come on, all of you. Let's go.
Okay, bye. Oh. See ya.
Bye.
Hey, see you soon, guys.
Not a goddamn thing in this part makes sense here. The guys didn't even tell them where the party was, just, you're invited to the party. Alright, that sounds good. I'll see you at the party. Didn't give them a fucking address or anything. How are they supposed to find it? Echolocation? What, are they leaving breadcrumbs behind their car to help them find their way there? Doesn't make any sense at all. The writers really fell short here. And I would expect a lot more from Hannah stalking writers, honestly, because usually their plots are watertight, bulletproof.
I already have a crush on him. I called dibs on the main one. Driving. Guys, a cloud! I think it's gonna rain! Oh, no! I can't get my hair wet! I can't get my hair wet! No! Anything but
Introducing the rest of the comedy from Hannah, screaming. Man, she follows one of the main rules of internet comedy videos, which is if it's loud, it's extremely entertaining. Every internet comedian uses just really loud noises in order to bring their audience to tears of laughter or laughing so hard they ejaculate. I tell you, nothing makes me laugh harder or slap my knee more than a loud meme song blasted at the highest possible frequency to fuck up my eardrums, or somebody screaming in a video that's amped up even higher to also fuck up my eardrums. It's as if these internet comedians, these clever geniuses, are trying to entertain cavemen, and since cavemen don't understand words, they don't have to rely on jokes, they just rely on dumb fucking faces and loud noises.
I'm so glad you guys could all make it.
Hey!
We're gonna have a great time today. There's just one rule. Try not to get wet.
No. So I just don't want to get my hair wet. It's okay.
What the fuck? They don't want to get their hair wet, but they accepted an invite to a pool party. That makes no sense. Oh yeah, I'll go to your pool party, but I don't want to get my hair wet. How do you come up with this, Hannah? That's so clever and creative. That's like me accepting an invite to go bowling, but saying I don't want to get my fingers covered in grease and blood from other people. It's like, well, why are you going bowling? You might even get some old fingernails lodged in your fingers. Why'd you say yes to going bowling if you don't want that? Hannah, this is so beyond creative for a joke. You want to go to a pool party but don't want your hair wet? That's fucking unreal. Hashtag unreal relatability.
It's awesome. I know. Where are the drinks at? Look out there! The hair! Oh my god, do I look okay? Your extensions! Your extensions!
Did you see that fucking face she made when her friend's hair exploded? Holy shit, comedy doesn't get much better than that. I don't know why she's afraid of her own hair in the pool, throwing it around like it's some type of fucking swamp monster. Oh, whose pubic hair is this? Oh, get it away from me.
Not today, Cabana boy.
You got lucky.
I don't think so.
So a couple of guys decide to start throwing girls in the pool since they're not going in because they don't want to get their hair wet, but their plans were ruined because they brought handcuffs like any sane person would bring to a pool party. Oh, hey, Jessica, did you make sure to pack a change of clothes, a beach towel, and your handcuffs? You got it, Margaret. You're goddamn right I did. I never leave home without my handcuffs. The first guy's got an extremely interesting approach to the girl. He's walking around like a sexual predator, or the Grinch about to steal Christmas.
Hey, Instagram party people, I'm over here at the pool having fun. No, please, we can talk about this, please.
Take me instead.
I changed my mind, I don't want to go!
Comedy.
Okay.
Come at me.
See how it is?
No one gets my hair wet. What?
It's on like Donkey Kong.
I've listened to this part about 7 or 8 times, and I'm 100% certain now that he says it's on like Kongli Gong. I can't really fault him for falling short on the expression, considering there's no script given here and he must have been unfamiliar with it, but he did give his best attempt. There's still a bit more left of this video, so in the words of Duke Nukem, it's time to kick bubbles and chew ass gum, and we're all out of Donkey Kong. She got pushed so hard she ended up on the opposite side of the pool. That's some incredible strength right there. I'm guessing it was fucking Thanos that pushed her in.
She's fine. Her hair's dry. It's okay. Guys, I'm dry!
You know, I've been waiting to talk to you all day.
I've been waiting to talk to you all day too.
Yeah, I like frizzy hair.
Really?
Oh.
Is this your tooth?
Now that's how you do comedy right there. Take notes. And never do anything this video did, please. Well, thank you for joining me on another episode of Charlie Watches Shit that he personally doesn't find entertaining, but does understand why people would find entertaining, but that doesn't stop him from shitting on it. See ya. Another day, another awful TikTok challenge. The one we're talking about today is Devious Licks. And I actually think this is worse than the Tide Pod challenge, if you guys remember that, where kids were just eating Tide Pods and killing themselves or burning their stomachs. I actually think Devious Licks is worse than that, because at least Tide Pods, they're only hurting themselves. Devious Licks is just a massive inconvenience to everyone around them. So what is Devious Licks? It fucking sounds like a Harry Potter book, like Harry Potter and the Devious Licks. It sounds like a Death Grips album title. It's a really stupid name, but basically, it's a TikTok trend where kids in high school were going into their bathrooms and just stealing shit. So stealing soap dispensers, stealing entire sinks, stealing urinals, stealing the actual shitters themselves. There were actual kids just unscrewing the shitter, used, poopied, pee-peed in toilet, stealing that and taking it with them to their house. I can only imagine the immeasurable disappointment the parents must feel when they find that hidden treasure their kid brought home, because it's gonna smell like asshole. It's a fucking toilet. So they walk in there and they see that their kid's not only a thief, but the dumbest thief on earth. They stole a useless biological hazard. You can't even sell the toilet. Like, there's nothing you can do with it except just throw it away. Now, Devious Licks wasn't limited to just stealing. No. It was much more elaborate than that, because if you couldn't steal something from your bathroom, you just destroy everything. You go full caveman brain and just break everything and call it a Devious Lick. So that's basically the trend. And as it continued to grow, it transcended the quarantine zone of the high school bathroom. It went from the bathroom to just the school in general, so they started stealing things like sinks outside of the bathroom, they'd steal lockers, they'd steal cars. It basically was just vandalism at the school property, and this shit's been fucking wild. The only thing I've ever stolen from school is this little bad boy right here, and I had to go out of my way to find him, but I remember stealing this. It's a little snowman Pez dispenser. He's pretty playful, he's pretty cool. Not really a devious lick, but I felt bad about it ever since. I stole that from a teacher's desk, I remember, because I thought it was just kind of cool because there was Pez in it, and it was like, yeah, that's kind of nice. So I took it, and God, the guilt has been overwhelming ever since. I pray to God every night that he forgives me for the sin. Can only imagine what these heathens are going through. But anyway, this has become such a widespread thing that entire towns are going in lockdown at their schools, fucking sounding the emergency sirens like aliens have arrived. It's DEFCON red alert out here. Devious Licks is the boogeyman that's marched into town. So the way some of the schools are dealing with this is absolutely amazing. I read about a couple schools that just outright banned using the bathroom during school hours without an approved time for it. So they had to take a field trip to the bathroom, and if you have to go before that field trip time, you're just going to shit and piss in your britches. Like, those trousers are going to get soiled because they don't want to take the chance, because it got so bad at those schools that they just outright forbid using the bathroom outside of their designated field trip bathroom time. And then the more common one that I'm seeing is you are not allowed to use the bathroom without a school-approved chaperone to be there to make sure that you're not doing anything devious in there. These are high schoolers, mind you, and their brains have been rotted so drastically by TikTok that they're now not allowed to use the bathroom without a fucking bodyguard to monitor them, because they can't be trusted to behave themselves while tinkling. It's crazy. Now, I wanted to show you a few devious licks that I found on TikTok, but I didn't record them in time. TikTok has banned all devious licks and the accounts associated with most of them, so all of those are now just lost to the fucking cyberspace, the cyber shadow realm. So I'm just going to show you a short compilation from Know Your Meme that did like a few of the bigger ones that were viral on TikTok, so that way you can at least get an idea of what these looked like.
This licks refers to a trend where TikTokers steal school equipment and flaunt it like trophies for all of TikTok to see, with everything from soap dispensers to security cameras on the line. The trend began on September 6th when a TikToker posted a video pulling a hand sanitizer dispenser from a backpack alongside the text, "Only a month into school," and got this absolute devious lick, as if celebrating school's return with the steal. The video got high school and college kids around TikTok excited, and within days, users were going viral left and right, showing off their devious licks, aka stolen goods. Some examples include a full microscope, a computer, a functioning paper towel dispenser, and an entire fire alarm ripped right from the wall. Some have taken the trend outside school walls.
As the guy mentioned, it did go beyond schools. Kids started stealing shit from all over the place and just calling it a devious lick, like movie theaters, churches, and things like that. So it wasn't just limited to schools, but that was absolutely the bulk of it. And it's been in the headlines for the last couple of days because it has been a huge deal for a lot of schools. It causes a lot in damage, and it's a massive inconvenience to the entire class because you're missing fucking entire toilets, A, and B, your school now has to have designated pee-pee times. So you better hope that your bathroom schedule lines up with the school's now. So obviously these kids were pretty proud of the things they stole, so they weren't shy of showing their names and faces with a lot of the shit, which has of course led to a lot of kids getting expelled for it. Imagine getting expelled because you were competing in a TikTok challenge to steal your school's paper towels. Like, how pathetic. Now, the thing is, you don't make any money off this, so these kids were doing it just for this idea, this wet dream of clout. On TikTok, these accounts weren't making anything. You have to like sign up for a TikTok partner program, and even then I think it's like $1 per 10 million views, which these were not getting, by the way, except for a couple. So it's not like they were really making money from doing this. They got expelled for nothing and got laughed at online by everyone except the brainwashed douchebags that were cheering them on in the TikTok comments. So that like brief dopamine hit of, oh, look at these 10 likes on TikTok, was probably not worth getting expelled, but maybe I'm wrong. You know, maybe I just haven't felt that true euphoric dopamine from a devious lick. You know, maybe that's what I'm missing. But yeah, a lot of these students have been expelled. They've been identified and publicly shamed in a lot of cases. So yeah, pretty rough, but they did it to themselves. It's a stupid fucking trend. It's really dumb. Somehow the bar keeps getting lower and lower for TikTok. Like, the second you think they hit rock bottom with the worst content ever, they find a way to break through that plateau and find something even more stupid and fucking awful. But yeah, I imagine now that TikTok has banned devious licks, it's going to die right then and there. Because obviously they were only doing this for attention online, and since they won't be able to get that fixed, they won't bother. Or maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they were stealing from the bathroom just for the love of the sport. They just fucking loved collecting used urinals, you know? Like, hey, Charlie, don't you ever fucking say that again. I don't care about the TikTok clout. I stole this urinal because I fucking love to drink out of it. It's a great goblet. This is my new chalice. You know, I guess it's possible. I mean, I'm sure there's people out there that love that shit. But yeah, I guess we'll see. Maybe a month from now, every bathroom near a high school will just be completely ransacked and dilapidated, and written in blood on the wall, it'll say devious licks. You know? Who knows? I imagine it's probably done now that it's banned, but we'll see. That's about it. See ya. I'm hoping you've already seen the news, but if you haven't, allow me to be the one to warn you of the danger. A little public service announcement to keep you safe. If you plan on attending a WNBA game anytime soon, make sure you pack an umbrella, because it is raining dildos in the arenas right now. We've just had our 4th incident of an airborne dildo being ODST shock dropped onto the court. It's become a trend where rowdy spectators are sneaking dildos into the arena to launch them onto the court, and it's become so big, in fact, that there are now bets on some markets wagering on if a dildo is going to be thrown, if so, what color, what quarter. It's pandemonium out here. They've even implemented a no-bag policy, or not a no-bag policy, something to that effect of where like they're really cracking down on security, yet somehow some ne'er-do-wells are still mysteriously sneaking these dildos in. Of course, the most obvious speculation people have, they've theory-crafted that the meta is most likely they are kegeling the rubber cocks in their own buttholes. They're utilizing their prison wallet to sneak the dildos into the arena. However, we do know there have been 2 arrests that have been made. One, Delbert Carver. Side note, I've never even heard of the word Delbert before. It reminds me of the Angry Beavers. Like, his name is pretty close to just being dildo in and of itself. And then another one, the one that's gone most viral, is an 18-year-old named Caden Lopez. And Caden actually broke the magician's code. He divulged the method he used to sneak the dildo past security undetected. And it's far simpler than the speculation. He just put it in his sweater pocket and then unsheathed it and threw it onto the court, then left. But got tackled by a volunteer and held down till police arrived. Now, Caden here is an interesting case because he's got a weaker throwing arm than your geriatric Meemaw. He has an arm built like a wet noodle, it sounds like. He was unable to throw the dildo to the court, so what ended up happening is he threw the dildo and hit a man and his 9-year-old niece. So he's looking at assault charges on top of it, as well as a couple of others, and the man who got struck by it was pissed. And I think understandably so. He brought his 9-year-old niece to a WNBA game. The last thing you're expecting is a fucking railgun dildo coming right at you and your 9-year-old, you know what I mean? So he's actually, like, looking to have Caden kind of, facing some big punishment for it. And then Caden was really singing the blues. He was squealing like, oh, it was so stupid. It was a very stupid trend, a dumb prank that I followed. I'll go ahead and show you all the incidents so far real quick as a little montage of what's been happening.
Oh, look out. Something just came onto the floor.
Start in the third quarter. This guy had 3 quick turnovers.
Hayes gets blocked by Maya Caldwell. Something flies on the court, actually, from...
Got a whistle away from the basketball.
All of this has happened in a little under 2 weeks, so it's only increasing in frequency, and now a group has come forward to claim responsibility for all of it, and it is the lamest faction on Earth, like the most embarrassing group of people this planet has to offer. Crypto Bro meme coin rug pull orchestrators. They have now stepped forward, this meme coin. Apparently one of these goobers said, this is empowering to every fucking crypto community to start thinking outside the box, get creative, and fucking do something that makes people actually laugh. Meme coins should make you laugh. The whole mission with this was focus on making an impact in crypto culture. It's another blatant rug pull. I looked at the coin here. I'm not convinced that they're actually behind it. I think maybe one person associated with them maybe did it at some point. But this really seems like just the classic big trend. Let's make a pump and dump meme coin around it to make a couple quick bucks off of the dumbest people on the fucking planet. Again, if you put money into a meme coin, you 100% deserve to lose it. I shed no tears for that. So anyone that loses money on this crypto rug pull, that's inevitable. That's your prerogative. I'm not your fucking dad. You lose all your money doing it, that's fine. Just reading them talk about this shit is just so shameful. I feel like I've wandered into the anime club while they're LARPing. Like, look at the way he talks about the community members here like they're some kind of martyrs and heroes, like on the front lines putting their lives on the line. Listen to this, he literally says that. There are community members out there putting their fucking lives on the line, so the least you can do is retweet. Then begging people for crumbs of attention to their shitcoin so they can rug you. Oh my god. Now, I don't know if they're actually behind it. Maybe a member did throw one of the dildos, but I don't think everyone that's throwing dildos is associated with this coin trying to like pump it up or anything. I think they're just really trying to strike while the iron is hot. We have seen this exact same play millions of times with crypto, where something gets popular and then thousands of meme coins spawn from it, hoping that people will just mindlessly dump money into it to try and make a bag off it, but then inevitably it rugs. And they did confirm that Delbert Carver at the very least was not a member of the community, so again, not everyone that's throwing a dildo here is associated with the meme coin plans. It is crazy just how big this has become, where now all of a sudden with all these moving parts it ties back to a fucking crypto shitcoin scam. And yeah, I just thought this was a pretty crazy story I wanted to touch on briefly. That's really about it. So yeah. Good evening. I was feeling rather sophisticated, so I threw on a pair of these spectacles. They're not like a prescription or anything, unless that prescription is an ass beating on blue light, because these are just some blue light blocking glasses, I think. The main purpose is they're supposed to help you sleep better, and I've been having a hard time going night-night recently, so I'm giving them a whirl to see if they help at all. This isn't like a hashtag ad or anything, it's just I know most of you haven't seen me in glasses, so I wanted to explain the jump scare here, because I've learned it's always an alarming situation when I don't look exactly the same like a goddamn cartoon character. So anyway, that's not what we're here to talk about. We're here to make fun of some losers, some turbo douchebags that just recently embarrassed themselves. I'm sure a lot of you have already seen the clip. I don't know if I can show the clip, so I'm just going to show an image from it and explain what happened. Yesterday was Gamescom, which is a huge gaming showcase where a lot of trailers and a lot of information come out about games that are coming up, and it's something a lot of people tune into. It's hosted by Jeff Keighley, and pretty much right off rip for the presentation, a rowdy little rascal in the audience went up on stage with his goofy, glue-sniffing sidekick and did a little unholy fusion dance of cringe, just interrupting the whole thing for this.
Don't be jealous. I'm not allowed to say anything about it. Yes, exactly.
All right. Well, guys. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, guys. Really disappointed. They're disappointed. That's just so disappointing. This is such a special night for so many developers.
Goober really tried to emulate Matan. I'm sure most of you remember the Bill Clinton kid from last year. After the Game of the Year award was given out, he went on to the mic and said that he wants to dedicate the award to his Reformed rabbi, Bill Clinton. And it actually, like, blew up his online presence as a result of that. And this absolute goofball thought he could get the same thing happen to him. So he went up on stage, tried the same thing basically, and got zero clout, and nobody laughed. It was just met with sighs and boos. Oh brother, this guy stinks. And he wasn't alone. Most people don't even realize that there was a friend of his that went up there with him. So if you freeze frame right here, and I feel like I'm getting in a fucking, like, some kind of film Easter egg here where I have to break it down in order for you to see the hidden messages. There is another guy on stage who is not supposed to be there. He's the guy doing this pose, like, you know, are you not entertained? And the answer was a resounding no. Nobody was. This is lame as fuck. He had the gall to put his online handles on his shirt, thinking that people would flock to it and be like, wow, that was such a good troll. But what's so good is no one even realized he was there. This man was basically invisible. I had to catch him like some kind of ghost in a photograph. I had to freeze frame because I thought I caught a glimpse of something, and it was this dumb asshole. So he tried to get, like, clout out of it even more desperately than his friend who just went up there with the Bill Clinton wants GTA 6 line. He actually put his handles here, and nobody saw it. The camera cut away too quick to see it, and even if you do pause it, it's too blurry because he was moving too fast for it to actually pick up what the words say. And just when you thought the L couldn't get any bigger here, what if I told you this isn't that one guy's first time doing it? A couple years ago, he went on a different show in Germany and basically did the same routine but without Bill Clinton. He just said GTA 6, you know, where's GTA 6? And got water thrown on him and kicked out. It's just so pathetic. Extraordinarily desperate for just an ounce of attention. And he doesn't even get that. People just boo and move on, completely forgetting about this guy. It already happened to him once a couple years ago, so he said, you know what about second breakfast? And tries it again. This time he tried to follow the recipe that Matan laid down, but he was unable to get in the kitchen and get the same result here. He tried to copy his homework, but failed. So he got no clout, no attention, nothing out of it. Just a complete waste. Legitimately just a massive waste. And his friend, even bigger waste. They need to be stricter with security here. This has to be a wake-up call. Last year was bad enough because Matan was on stage for like the entire acceptance speech. He was on stage for like 15 minutes and no one did shit. No one recognized he wasn't supposed to be there. This guy walked right up, no problem, no questions asked, and also lingered for quite some time, him and his friend. Like, that's just dangerous. That is just dangerous. The security has got to be improved at these kind of events. Otherwise, people are going to stop going to them from the industry because it's just downright not safe. You could have an absolute fucking lunatic in the crowd that goes up that's doing more than just saying Bill Clinton. Like, it's pretty crazy that they haven't taken those steps to ensure this doesn't happen again. Because now it's happened twice. Also, I just wish Jeff Keighley was a little bit more mean in a situation like this. Him telling them that it's disappointing, like he's right, it definitely is disappointing and pathetic stuff, but go a little harder. This is that kind of special, embarrassing moment that will haunt you for the rest of your life, and I just wish Jeff Keighley put that little cherry on top of the cake. Like, I would have laughed my little tookus off if Jeff Keighley just hit them with like a sarcastic, haha, good one. Just something. Because this was a flop. And just imagine Jeff Keighley driving the nail even deeper. Just in the moment, making sure that he rubs their nose in it. Like, damn, you know, I got paid a visit by the doofus committee here. You came on stage, you stunk it up with this cringe. What a waste of time. Like, I just wish he had done something to, like, really highlight to their face how embarrassing this should be for them. Now, obviously, I think these two didn't get, like, thrown in the slammer or anything. They probably just got trespassed from the venue or something, maybe. I don't even really know. But no doubt they went home super giddy to see the response, hoping that their follower numbers got pumped up or something, and this stirred a big controversy. And I can only imagine the shock and disgust that washed over them when they realized nobody fucking cared. Nobody knew who they were. People quickly made fun of them and moved on. It didn't even trend. There were just like 2 posts about it, one from Zexerto. It was just like 500 comments in total across both posts, and people couldn't even be bothered to throw tomatoes. They'd either just leave a picture of Matan and saying like, the worst copycat attempt I've ever seen, or not even that much, just something like weak and moving on. This was probably one of the worst plays for attention I've ever seen. It's got me talking about it though, but that's only because I love to roll around in the mud of silliness, and this is quite silly. They tried so fucking hard to get some kind of attention from this. One of them tried twice, and both attempts fell right on their fucking face. It just, nothing, less than nothing out of this for them. Just now, a little Boy Scout badge of shame that they can both remember fondly, I guess. I'm really hoping this doesn't become some new trend. This is the second time it's happened, and hopefully the last one. I think it should be buried after this last awful attempt here. I'm hoping this Bill Clinton, charging the stage meme doesn't continue past this. And I really do hope they start upping the security and actually taking security seriously at the upcoming events. That way this kind of shit doesn't even have a chance of happening at like the upcoming Game Awards or anything. But yeah, anyway, just wanted to talk about this a little bit. That's really about it. So yeah.
My husband and I have removed the bottoms of all of our shoes.
Has the world gone mad? Jump in Jehooshaphac's cutting the bottoms of your shoes off so you can walk around in the city streets barefoot and into businesses barefoot is absolute insanity. But that's TikTok for you, baby.
We decided to start walking barefoot, and one of our followers had a great idea. Since some businesses don't want us being completely barefoot, if we cut off the bottom of our shoes, it'll allow us to be barefoot but blend in with everyone else.
It's the perfect plan. The masters of disguise. Hats off to that follower there. Shoes off to that follower there who suggested this fucking stinker of an idea. The barefoot Batman giving them a symbol of hope here. Why not just cut the bottoms of your shoes off so you can walk around barefoot all the time? I bet they said it as a joke because it's the most outlandish suggestion they could think of, and these goobers bought into it hook, line, and sinker. No one will ever know that you're actually barefoot underneath the skeleton of your shoes. So put that in your pipe and smoke it, big business. Also, it's really comical to me that the husband is wearing socks in the house. So they walk around the city streets barefoot, but draw the line at walking around their own home barefoot. What, is your house dirtier than the fucking city streets? You don't trust your own house floors, but you trust the city streets that are covered in poop and all kinds of other bodily fluids and chemicals and yuckiness? But you get the heebie-jeebies thinking about walking around your own home barefoot. Ooh, I would never walk around here without protection on. I'm double layering my socks today, actually. Do you not clean your own floors or something? It makes no sense to me. That's so weird that they'll wear socks in their house, but not in public. They're just full-blown barefoot, letting it be raw.
This is a huge commitment, but we were willing to make it. These are our favorite shoes. Our shoe collection is worth more than $20,000. But this is a sacrifice we're willing to take because walking barefoot means the world to us.
Rest in peace, 20,000 bones. That's a lot of money to just flush down the shitter just to be able to secretly walk around barefoot. Far be it for me to question what people are passionate about, but why this? You know, I'm a bit of a daredevil myself, a bit of a rebel. I like to walk around barefoot in the comfort of my own fucking home, where it makes sense to get my little hobbit stompers out and just roam around here. Why sacrifice 20 grand just to do it in secrecy? Like, you can't just wear shoes for a little bit. You have to be barefoot all the time. It's almost like a fetish at that point, it feels like. They can't help themselves. It's so weird to me because it's a dangerous thing to do. I remember back in college when my campus would do like shoe drives where we donate shoes. My roommates and I did it once, and we walked back barefoot, and my buddy cut his foot on a piece of broken glass and just gashed that shit open. Now, amplify that danger times 20x because you're just walking around the city streets barefoot. It just doesn't make sense. Plus, you're risking, of course, like disease, infection, and shit. Like, probably get like fucking hookworm and COVID, and those two mash together and form like COVID turbo strain or some shit. I don't know. It just doesn't. It doesn't compute. You can't just wear shoes for a little while. You have to just ruin 20 grand worth of shoes to be barefoot secretly because businesses don't want you barefoot inside there, which is a totally reasonable thing to not want because it's gross.
The benefits of walking barefoot are priceless, so now our shoes are worth more than money could ever be. So today we got to work and started removing the bottoms.
The benefits of walking around barefoot, huh? That had me scratching at my chinny chin chin, so I did a little research. There are some stated benefits of walking around barefoot on grass, in nature, where again, that makes sense. Not dirty ass city streets that are covered in poop and in fucking grime and grease and filth. Or on like the floors of businesses, which again are gonna be covered in all kinds of shit. The benefits of walking around barefoot are minimal at best, but there are some, and it's all in nature. Like in the forest, on the beach, like literally anywhere besides just contaminated city streets. This is just vile and disgusting. I bet if you brought out a Geiger counter and held it to this couple, that shit would blast off the charts. They're gonna need Radaway or something after a single trip to the grocery store while barefoot in these incognito boots.
We weren't sure if this was going to be easy or hard, and it ended up being pretty easy. We made little shelves where our toes are and our heels are. We made a little lip on the bottom of the shoe where our toenails will go so they can latch on, so we'll actually be able to hold on to the shoe while trying to walk without the bottom. And we did the same thing for our heels. The experience of cutting off the bottoms of our shoes was very freeing and detoxifying, just like walking barefoot is.
The word detoxify has completely lost all meaning. It's just a useless buzzword now. It's truly baffling how far we've fallen, but that's the beauty of brain rot. Yes, I start every morning with a dirt and urine smoothie while walking around barefoot to improve my connection to the earth and realign my chakras to detoxify my body. Absolute lunacy. You're not detoxifying anything by walking around dirty-ass city streets barefoot. You are actively toxifying yourself. If anything, there's all kinds of sewage and shit that spills onto the pavement that you're now just barefoot raw dogging. And even outside of that, you could step on like a small piece of metal or something, give yourself tetanus. Like, there's so much risk associated with this and no benefit whatsoever. What do you get? The ability to wiggle your toes a little bit in the open air on the pavement? Yippee! It's just so stupid, and they're trying to preach about it like it's a good thing, and this is supposed to be a tutorial for other barefoot enthusiasts. So that way you can go incognito while barefoot in businesses and on the city streets. Who would want that? Why?
So after we cut the bottoms off, we decided to try it out. So we went to our favorite store, Sephora, and as you know, they don't really like us in here without shoes. I needed to grab a few things for a trip we're going on. The experience was absolutely perfect.
I love the dichotomy between we walk around barefoot because it's good to detoxify and it's freeing and whatever, and then going right into Sephora, which has more chemicals than the goddamn plant Homer Simpson works at. Of course, I have no problem with Sephora whatsoever, but I just really would have thought a couple like this that's so desperate to be barefoot that they'll destroy a $20,000 shoe collection just to cut out the soles so they can be barefoot on the grossest surfaces possible would be really apprehensive about going to a store like Sephora, which has like a lot of really unnatural ingredients in a lot of their products. So it was just weird to me. And it starts to make me wonder if this is all just performative. Like, I feel as though there's a chance they don't actually walk around barefoot ever, and this was just for the sake of being quirky and unique on TikTok. And that's also helped by the fact that the dude was wearing socks in his house. If they really loved their bare tootsies out all the time, I bet he probably wouldn't even fucking own socks, let alone wear them in his own house. So I'm starting to think that they're just lying here and this is all just fake, but I'm not entirely sure. Either way, though, it's fucking gross.
The workers came up to us, they talked to us, they even complimented our shoes. I definitely recommend this if you're trying to go incognito barefoot. It's the perfect way to get all the benefits of going barefoot, but also have no one know.
It's also the perfect way to contract the disease if you're looking for a speedrun percentage, because I'm guaranteeing you're going to pick something up along the way here for this journey. What a great tutorial and what a wonderful lesson. I also love how effective this is. Just look at how top secret this is. As her entire foot pokes out the side of this destroyed shoe casing, the corpse of that shoe is just hanging on by a thread here. As her whole foot is exposed, I'm sure nobody knew. I'm sure they were completely in the dark. Of course, the workers, I would imagine, probably saw this, especially because the sound their feet would be making, slapping against the floor. Like, that's not the sound shoes make. I have no doubt they knew, but they probably just didn't want to deal with the headache of confronting people like this about it. Like, hey, excuse me, why are your dogs out underneath these shoes? We really would prefer if you came back later with shoes on. Can you please leave the store? They probably just didn't want to get into any kind of argument with people like this, so they just let it slide and were praying that they'd be in and out quickly for their stupid TikTok video. But yeah, I just wanted to talk about this a little bit because it was a wacky little thing that popped off on Twitter today. That's about it. So yeah. There's an expression, you're only as old as you feel. And I gotta tell you, I'm feeling octogenarian recently. The biggest content online undoubtedly has been like TikTok style content, like short, bite-sized pieces of either trends, challenges, or goofy dances, all of which I'm not really a fan of and I don't really understand. Nowadays, a lot of headlines leave me scratching my head, trying to even decipher if what I even read was English or even a human language to begin with. I swear to God, there's just like a new thing every day that it goes right over my head and makes no sense to me. Like, did you squeeb today? Turns out 9 out of 10 millennials don't even know how to glorb. Don't be a lame-o. Well, lame-o I understand, but all the other words in there, it sounds like it's out of a fucking Rick and Morty sketch. Like, I don't get it. So like I have to like research things that are popular these days in order to like not feel completely left out and in the dark. I'm actually starting to feel what it was like to be a parent during the rise of the internet and your kids like telling you, you know, trendy things going on online, such as like 4chan with pools closed due to AIDS and you don't know what the fuck they're talking about, like what's Habbo Hotel, what's going on. I'm reaching that point. But long-winded explanation to come to what I actually want to talk about today. There was something I really didn't understand a few days ago that blew up on Twitter with Skibbity Toilet. That made no sense to me. I didn't know what that was. It sounded like some kind of like bootleg toilet or something. But apparently it was is a huge YouTube trend, a huge branch of YouTube content. So I looked into it, and it's a series of Gmod shitposts that are getting like 20 million views a day per video. The channel Da Fuck Boom is a classic like Gmod shitposter, and over the last month he has gained over 2.9 billion views, over 7.2 million subs, and every month now for the last couple months is getting at least 2 billion views. He is blowing up all because of Skibbity Toilet. And that's the gift that keeps on giving, because everyone's suckling from that milky bosom of Skibbity Toilet, because anyone that's even making content around Skibbity Toilet, such as like, here's what you didn't understand about Skibbity Toilet number 33, hidden moments of Skibbity Toilet number 41, is this the end of Skibbity Toilet Cameraman in episode 42? Like all kinds of like speculative like game theory Skibbity Toilet videos are also getting tens of millions of views every day. This is probably the biggest branch of content I've seen since Minecraft first blew up, and maybe even bigger than Roblox. Like, it's crazy how huge Skibbity Toilet is. It's got the Midas touch. If you just put that in your title, you're guaranteed success. So I went over it a little bit more on stream for anyone that doesn't know what I'm talking about, but I imagine most of you have heard it by now. It is big with children. It's content that is primarily being consumed by the younger generation, which is why a lot of people, you know, around our age here in the retirement home haven't heard of Skibbity Toilet, but I want to put it on the front of your radar, because for the first time in a long time, this is popular content geared towards younger viewers that I actually feel isn't dog shit, whereas most of them I think is just actual trash. This one I think is pretty entertaining. I still didn't watch the latest Skibbity Toilet, I can't wait. That's just wild that that's a sentence I comprehend now. I was completely oblivious to this, and this is one of like the biggest phenomenons I've ever seen on YouTube. So I really wanted to talk about this because I think it was 2 days ago I saw a post on Twitter saying, I bet if you're over the age of 16 you've never even heard of this, and it was Skibbity Toilet. And I thought it was one of those memes where it's like, oh, you're so old you probably don't even know what Baby Gronk rizzes up Livy Dunn becoming the new Drip King even means. These words don't have meaning to you, I bet. And I thought it was just going to be fake. But no, it turns out this Skibbity Toilet thing is unbelievably massive. Like, super huge. Look at these views. 21 hours ago, 14 million. And what's crazy is I recognize this channel from a long time ago. They struck gold with Skibbity Toilet. Every episode, well over 20 million views, pretty much. Like, it's unreal. And it's the gift that gives to the whole community. Like, you got the whole middle school lunch table spitting milk out of their nose with it. So all of these YouTube shorts are like digging into the lore. So they're like, it's actually the deepest lore ever. This is on par with, you know, some of Tolkien's best work. I've never seen such a such a lexicon of knowledge here, a cornucopia of little hidden Easter eggs. Like, it's mind-boggling how big this is. Like, they're putting it on the same level of, like, Game of Thrones, or rather, Song of Fire and Ice, I suppose, like, when it comes to lore. So I got deep into this skibbity toilet rabbit hole. It's so... Like, I'm actually happy that this is what's popular, though. I don't want to make it seem like I'm shitting on it, because this is actually reminiscent of what a lot of us in early YouTube grew up with as well. Someone made a great point on Twitter that no matter how much the internet changes, no matter how much humanity evolves, somehow there's something embedded deep in our DNA that has us gravitate towards Gmod content. Because this is just like old YouTube poops, this is just like old Gmod shitposts, and it's huge, all the same. So I am actually, like, this is the first time in a long time where I've been happy that something that I was completely oblivious to that's big with children, I think is actually good content. Like, Skibbity Toilet, I think, is fine. Like, it is very reminiscent of, like, old YouTube poop culture and all of that. So it's cool. It's like getting back to the grassroots. The world is resetting. Maybe finally the internet's beginning to heal. Because again, like, look at this. Like, just scrolling down a second. Skibbity Toilet, 48 secrets. And there's like 1,000 of these videos. Like, anything that even has Skibbity Toilet in it is a actual glitch in the YouTube ecosystem that guarantees you at least 1 million views. Anything Skibbity Toilet. It's a cheat code right now. Like, look at this Skibbity Toilet origin story. Like, they have been blessed with Skibbity Toilet. What the fuck is this? Play one of the videos? I don't know if I can. I think it's copyrighted music. But it uses basically that old viral TikTok song. It's like this generation's fucking Crazy Frog. Fine, I'll play it real quick. Here, let me do like one of the first ones. Probably this one would be the best one. So this. It uses that, and then it does like a bunch of wacky things, and it evolves and grew into like a giant fucking war between Skibbity Toilet, the cameraman, Mr. Ass Blast or some shit. I don't know. It's got like layers to the narrative now, all stemming from that. It's literally old Gmod shitpost content, but blowing up in 2023. 2023 years after the death of our Lord, and we are still appreciating Gmod content. I just find that to be poetic and wholesome almost. Our species peaked with good shitposts. Why move from that? We did. For a while, we were straying from the light of God with like TikTok garbage content, like dumb challenges and dumb dances. But now, Skibbity Toilet's the new hotness. We're back. I'm gonna be honest, I think we're starting to get back to where it all began. We've got Skibbity Toilet, which is fucking huge. Gmod shitpost classics. And now we had that guy naring his butthole, like bare asshole. Fucking 30 million views on that. We're coming back. We're like, a flip has switched somewhere along the space-time continuum, maybe after we discovered all those gravitational waves. But things are starting to fall into place again. It's feeling pretty good. How long till MySpace profile songs make a comeback? Oh, I'm telling you, give it 3 months. I bet Threads is going to make a thing where you can make a song autoplay on your Threads profile. I feel like we're like going back in YouTube or in internet history. Give it a couple months. And then you'll be able to do your top 8s again on Threads, where you can organize your top 8 follower friends on your homepage or some shit. What was your MySpace account name? It was just my name, Charlie. I had a website, a Pixo website. I've talked about this before. It was coldflames.pixo.com, where I used to talk a little bit about RuneScape, but I also posted a lot of like music on there from bands I liked, and unfortunately at the time my favorite band was Lost Prophets, So I had like Last Train Home or something playing on the homepage, and then I had an entire section dedicated to Rooftops from Lost Prophets. And then it turns out that the lead singer of that was one of the biggest pedophiles in the music industry's history. So that website didn't age very well. Did Gunner make a video on that cologne? The, what was it? I forgot what it was called. He sent me a DM about it. It's a cologne by some goofball. Jesus, what was it called? It was called, like, Take Your Panties Off Scent? Scent of panties being off? What was it? Hold on. Oh my god. What is the name? Liquid Party Remover. There it is. LPR Liquid Party Remover. It's just... I don't even think I could show it on Twitch because he just has a bunch of, like, women shaking their ass and shit, saying that if you put on Liquid Party Remover, you're gonna get laid. It is so goofy. Gunner sent me that in a DM like a week or so ago. I thought I saw him make a video on it, but maybe not yet. Oh, it's Liquid Panty Remover? He needs a different font. Is it Liquid Panty or Liquid Party Remover? I think it might be... I think it is Panty. God, his branding is trash. Jesus fucking Christ. It is Liquid Panty Remover. Why would you remove a party? Brother, I don't know. This guy's brain is fried by Trin and Cologne. I don't know. I thought it was just a stupid name. Which it is. But I thought it was Liquid Party because the fucking cursive font he uses makes it seem like the N is an R because it doesn't fully finish. But yeah, it's Liquid Panty Remover. The party is only starting. True. Mobile game ad. No, he actually makes mobile game ads, but for his cologne. And with more ass. Actually, probably about the same ass as normal mobile game ads, to be fair.
Called Liquid Panty Remover.
You see what I mean? Does that not look like Liquid Party Remover? That looks just like Liquid Party Remover. 100 fucking %. You can see why I got confused. It wasn't like a blatantly obvious panty remover.
Which just sounds like a date rape drug, honestly. Crazy brand.
True.
And this is a commercial he's
It
made.
does sound like a date rape drug.
If this shit's for real, check it out. It just ain't a fragrance.
It's a lifestyle.
Everyone's wondering, is this shit for real? Well, look at me in this bathtub with 2 women. This shit's for real.
Everybody who missed their chance to buy, this is your time to shine.
I always find it really fascinating in these things that the guy who sells it absolutely always looks like he's going through the most brutal midlife crisis ever. This guy is not young. He's got fucking frosted tips. He is straight out of, like, Backstreet Boys era. Trying to recapture those golden glory days of high school second-string offensive lineman or something. And yet always do this same shit and look exactly the same.
What do they need to do, Louis? Click that link.
Buy it now.
Remember, you're a savage lion.
Amen, brother. I am a savage lion. Urgh.
Tell me I was fucking lying. Women are like in the bathtub with him, like yeah, liquid panty remover, that got us in here. We don't even like this guy at all, actually. We hate him, but he smells so good that we have to be here with him, is I guess the promise of it. I don't know much
Which is a
else
great
about
promise, honestly. That's a nice little cheat code. You'd have the worst personality look like actual dog nuts, but as long as you're wearing a really smelly, great cologne, gonna get laid. That is great. If such a product existed, he would have been a multi-billionaire.
I'm a savage lion. That was the outro.
Mm-hmm.
You need to get my cologne with pheromones.
Oh, yeah, that's his big thing. His cologne has pheromones in it, like unicorn tears or something. And that's what sets it apart and makes it so potent to make women just unable to say no to you. Throwing themselves at you. The pheromones infused with his fragrance.
I mean, goddamn. Funny to have a tattoo of Jesus and you're selling something called liquid panty remover.
True.
That's just not congruent. Here we go. This is another
Yeah, but Jesus fucked. I bet. You won't find that in the good book, but I bet if you ask anyone from back in the day, they'll be like, yeah, that man laid pipe. So, I mean, I think it tracks.
Think it was gonna work like this? I can't even go to the grocery store anymore. See? All I wanted to do was get some milk and some fried chicken.
There you are.
Can you please leave me
We're trying to get milk and fried chicken. Why are you in the cleaning aisle?
alone, random girl?
Good point. He can't even get the continuity right.
Do you see?
I can tell you why, though. There was already somebody in that aisle. And he felt a little bit of shame.
The women are fucking running into the window.
I repeat, don't do it. You don't want these type of pros.
How many girls did he hire?
Click the link.
Not enough. He should have had this like a World War Z situation where they just start like trampling each other, getting closer to the window until the pressure finally breaks it and it just shatters on Billy. That would have been ideal. That would have been fucking hype.
Bad taste.
If she don't like you,
What a
not
great
everybody's got
shirt.
good taste. Remember, you're a savage lion.
Okay, got it. So these are
Fucking awesome tee though, brother. Do you think he wears this out in public? I bet he does. I don't even know why I'm asking. I know he does. Fucking epic. I bet all of the freshmen in college love when Billy comes over bringing in beer and a keg, doing keg stands with him.
fuck else is going on here. It looks like he threw every graphic from PNG.com that they let him download for sex. This is ridiculous. Now this one's weird.
And it's not enough.
He is replying to someone else. Daily Loud says famous
Yes,
adult film
this is what I was
actor
talking
Ron
about.
Jeremy committed to mental hospital. I didn't even know that. And then Billy responds with, Ron was a big fan of liquid panty remover cologne. Link.
Which is amazing, by the way. So, for those that don't know, Ron Jeremy has like fucking 60 counts of rape. And a laundry list of other charges. He is a fucking massive sexual criminal. And Billy is so dumb that he thought this was like a good time to drop this ad saying that the fucking rapist, is a big fan of liquid panty remover. You couldn't draw up worse PR for a brand. I'll make Ron fucking Jeremy the face of liquid panty remover. At least that was the idea. He's done this to a ton of other tweets though, but this one was a really special one. Man seems scarily self-aware in the goofiest way. Oh yeah, you'd be an idiot to think that he's not self-aware. He is self-aware to a degree. Like 100%. Absolutely. This is not self-aware. This is self-sabotage. This is like masochism for your company. Like, that is such an awful idea. It's not even like a good meme. How can anyone take this seriously? I mean, it's not to be taken seriously, but to actually buy it as like a real consumer takes a level of absolute delusion that I think is almost admirable. Like, I 100% believe there are some young teens that think this guy's the coolest. No doubt. Like, holy shit, Billy Nolan is surrounded by bitches. Yeah, no, they're not paid to be there. They probably just really love the smell of liquid panty remover on Billy Nolan. What if it actually smells good? It might, I don't know. I will say, you have to tremendously fuck up to make cologne or perfume smell bad. Hard disagree. I don't know, man. I've smelled 1,000 of these goddamn fragrances. When I was doing the Gwen Stefani vaginal candle, or Gwyneth Paltrow vagina candle and her orgasm candle, I got deep into that fragrance game from all those goofy fragrances people used to push. I've never smelt one where I was like, this is offensively bad. There's some that are too strong, but it's not like they smelled shitty. They were just too strong. Like, I never smelt one that was, like, offensively shit unless it planned to be. Like, there was one that was, what was it, like, sewage and cigarettes or something? I don't know. It was a meme fragrance. It was meant to smell like shit, and it did. But I never smelt one that didn't try to be shitty that was bad. Axe spray? Even Axe, like, okay, Axe chocolate, I'll give you, is probably one of the worst fragrances that doesn't try to be shitty. I remember that one when I was a kid. I was even like, wow, it's going to get me thrown out of school if I wear this. But like all the other Axe, they don't smell bad. They are just too strong. But you can't argue that because it is too strong, it is bad. I will give you that. I'm just talking about from like a pure aroma standpoint. It's not like the actual fragrance reminded me of like sewage and cigarettes, for example. According to his Wikipedia, Billy Nolan is single. I don't think the cologne works. Well, that's it working at maximal efficiency. He stays single by choice because he wants every woman on the planet. He's like the villain from Kingsman, but instead of like that signal that gets sent to people's brain that makes them fight each other. He has a smell that gets into women's brains and makes them want to fuck him. So as he walks around, like, women are just drawn to him, like in a cartoon where someone smells like an apple pie and they start like floating to it. That's Billy Nolan with the liquid panty remover. He can't afford to get attached. The other women would kill whoever he chose. True. He does it for their own safety. Like the guy from Black Widow. Actual Black Widow plotline, yeah. Spoiler, I guess. But the main villain, his superpower is he's stinky. He wears a cologne that makes it so they can't hurt him. Actually, yeah, that is literally the plot point. He wears a stinky cologne that's subtle. So when Black Widow's about to kill the main villain, she's like, "What? I can't kill him." And he's like, "That's because you smelled me." So he goes on to explain that he engineered a cologne that when smelt makes people unable to, like, do him harm. So the way she gets around it is she breaks her nose so she can't smell it anymore. It's so fucking bad. I've said this a few times and I'll say it again. We have truly reached the golden age of scams. I think people today are more susceptible to a bunch of hullabaloo nonsense than we have ever been in the history of our species. Even all the way back to, like, the medieval ages when people would peddle snake oil, just a bunch of nonsense like, here's a health potion, right? And it's just like, you know, river water mixed with a little dirt, and they sell that, and people are like, oh, it's working, you know, that kind of stuff. I think even the people back then were more privy to scams than they are today. People buy into actually anything at all, and then they subscribe to that belief forever. They refuse to acknowledge that they have been scammed because I guess maybe their pride stands in the way of it, or maybe they truly convince themselves that it's working. Today we have a very interesting one from a Instagram influencer or TikTok influencer, I'm not exactly sure, who's trying to convince her audience that optometrists are lying to you and that glasses are the devil. They're a scam. They don't work. In fact, you can heal bad eyesight through spiritual exercises as well as general exercises and something she calls eye yoga. That's going to fix your eyesight. She also thinks a lot of the reason that people have bad eyesight is because they believe they have bad eyesight. So if you just stop believing you have bad eyesight, all of a sudden you're going to be fucking 20/20 vision. And of course, rub some essential oils from her MLM multi-level marketing scam on your eyes twice a day, and you'll be seeing through people's clothes, basically. Your eyesight's going to be so good. You'll be able to see the future. It's a beautifully ridiculous scam that some people have truly bought into, which is very sad but not surprising in the current climate of the world. And there's a TikToker named Mallory's Thoughts who actually took her course in order to see this outlandish nonsense firsthand, and she reported it to the masses. And it's even more bizarre than I could have possibly envisioned. I don't care how many carrots you eat or how much eye yoga you do, your eyesight still won't be good enough to see this coming. It is so wacky. So huge thanks to Mallory's Thoughts for going to the seminar and conveying all the information to the rest of us. It's a beautiful disaster. Have I seen the Samantha Lotus MLM scam saying we don't need glasses? How optometrists scam you. The anti-glasses influencer who claims she can fix your eyesight but is slammed as harmful by experts. Well, that's just because they don't understand her methods.
What's the one thing that your optometrist doesn't want you to know about? The fact that you do not need glasses. That's right, you may have been told that you need glasses, but that's actually a lie.
I knew it.
There are mental, emotional, physical, and even spiritual reasons why you may not be seeing, and I'm here to tell you that that can be healed.
I love spiritual as one of the culprits. You haven't believed hard enough that you can see. Your faith in God has clouded your judgment. That's like actual Star Wars shit. That's why your eyes are so blurry.
If you want to learn more, read the comments. What's the one...
Does she expand on... What? I'd like to hear her methodology here. You've got me hooked. That's a huge scam. She told her Instagram followers she healed her own eyesight and is offering to teach others to heal the spiritual, emotional... Yeah. It incorporates positive psychology, CBT. How's cock and ball torture going to help? Psychoneuroendoimmunology, metaphysics, energetics, nutrition, and alternative natural medicine into her healing protocols. She broke down Lotus course in a video and garnered 2.5 million views. Mallory, a popular TikToker.
I am happy to report that I paid $11 this morning to attend so that you didn't have to.
Thanks.
We are off to a great start here with a legal disclaimer saying I'm not a pharma doctor. And if anyone wants to explain to me what pharma doctor means, that'd be great.
Yeah, I can do that for you. She's not educated in any way, shape, or form. Like, she's just actually fucking stupid. That's the best I got for you. This is holistic education and empowerment purposes. Ah. So science, then.
So suggesting that you can't see 20/20 vision because you have unbalanced spirituality, because you have some sort of blockages. So, you know, it's like
Chakra
all your
blockages will
fault,
do that to you.
basically. We did a few eye health breaks, like eye stretching. She kept calling it eye yoga. That's pretty much the nicest
Can you
part
show
of
me
the whole
one?
thing. At this point, she suggested that
Wait, what is eye yoga, I wonder? Hold on, does she have any courses on that? Now I'm very interested. As an optometrist with a degree, I can tell that she is completely bullshitting. As a man who is not an optometrist, I can tell that she is completely bullshitting. I would hope most people will hear this and know that it's bullshit. We're reaching a point where people will believe anything and everything, but that's only if you do it as a counter to something. You can't lead with your craziness. It's only if you counter something with craziness where they're like, that's the truth. Because no one wants to trust anything. So if Samantha, if you're here, let me give you some free advice on how you could have sold this on Twitter to the absolute lunatics there. If you had said, Big Pharma is trying to vax all of us and send us to these optometrists to keep glasses on us as a muzzle, here's the truth, you would have crushed it. You would have absolutely nailed it. But you didn't lean into that hard enough. Instead, you led with your lunacy. So now everyone shits on you. See, it's all about framing. You have to put an enemy, and you have to put yourself as the ally. And that's how you can sell anything.
could in fact change your eye color through cellular cleansing and proper detoxification. At this point, we're about 30.
That's fantastic news. I've always wanted to have green eyes. Does she have any courses on that somewhere that still exist? Man, I need to pay $11 to go to this seminar. Mallory's hogging all of the secrets, the cheat codes. What kind of detox do I need for green eyes?
Says named best vision in the military. What the fuck does that mean? Where did that award come from?
It's a prestigious award. It's like in high school when you're like voted most likely to, you know, be a football star, most likely to be a crack addict, whatever. Like, I'm sure the military does that, right? Best vision in the military award? Take a peek. It's probably a very prestigious list here. What the fuck? There's no Wikipedia page dedicated to this? The best eyesight? Come on. The Guinness Book doesn't have it. Yeah, I can't believe it. Why wouldn't the Guinness Book be on it? They'd love that.
Again, this like, you can't see because you just need to let go of the belief that you can't see. And she talked about how like,
that's what I was saying.
There's just a barrier between you and the rest of the world. And like, what are you hiding from? Then we said some affirmations together.
I've always said that's how you fix most things. You just gotta stop believing in it. If you don't believe in it, it's not real.
Says that you can use eye strengthening oils -Immortel. I know that Samantha is a rep for doTERRA, sells essential oils under a multi-level marketing structure. And I have been waiting for her to mention it.
This goes very deep. I see. So, she has her own MLM scam. So that's what this is all about? Immortel, Samantha Lotus. A doTERRA. So this is the grand scheme. Now all the puzzle pieces are coming together. While our products can be used to promote a healthier lifestyle and achieve certain wellness benefits, they cannot be used or marketed as capable of preventing, treating, or curing any disease or symptoms associated with a disease. So the doTERRA essential oils, the Immortel and the Solubel, our top oil blend.
Immortel is a doTERRA essential oil.
Mm-hmm.
And so now this whole masterclass is starting to make sense. It's a Trojan horse to pitch an MLM.
It's more than that. You're also paying for the Trojan horse. Very interesting strategy, actually, from Samantha. She's quite the pioneer.
And that bottle looks awfully familiar.
Oh, it's the Immortel,
Remind you
yeah.
what this one looks like.
Saved his life.
Third line from the top, essential oils around the eyes 2 times a day. with...
I love this essential oil craze that we've come back to. I remember when I was a kid, my mom for a little while was really into the essential oil stuff, and then eventually she's like, wow, this is just bullshit. Because at some point you realize it doesn't do anything. Like, it doesn't even work as a placebo for anything. But somehow we're just ignoring all of that now. It's like, yeah, it's not working, but that's because I haven't done it for 50 fucking years straight. Then it'll start working. It's just people now just get so invested in these things because they don't want to be looked at as a fool. You should just cut your losses and realize you've wasted tons and tons of money on essential oils that don't do what they claim for a lot of these scams. I don't think there's anything inherently dangerous about them or anything, but they keep getting marketed as like these panacea, like elixirs that will cure everything if you just use essential oils. SamanthaLotus.com, Natural Solutions for ADHD, the Reality Hacking Podcast. Fortunately, the holistic health model offers a different explanation and more productive solution. Extensive scientific studies have shown that refined sugar, artificial sweeteners, and chemical food additives, as well as nutritional deficiencies, preservatives, and food allergies are all causes of ADHD. Additionally, other correlated causes are stress-related. Where's your solution? Cut out sugar? Come on. Oh, that is your solution. A diet rich in vegetables, quality health fats, organic lean protein, fruit, and whole foods is the key to a healthy brain. So that's how we beat ADHD, is a better diet. Thanks, Samantha. She solved it. ADHD has been defeated. I'm eating a donut. Well, enjoy contracting ADHD, swine. Should have listened to Samantha. What does it say? Ultimate co-creator? What does that mean? Is she God's assistant? What do you mean the ultimate co-creator? Am I reading that correctly? What a title. Ultimate co-creator. A time-space portal where some of the world's greatest leaders, seekers, and game changers come to achieve complete personal and professional mastery. Now, this is something she sells. Our leading-edge clients, tribe, are those relentless in the pursuit of excellence. They are different. Being at peak expression and experience is the drumbeat of our soul. We do not settle or accept mediocrity in any aspect of the human experience. We want the best because we are the best. We embody excellence. If you are here for human and planetary flourishing and are ready to step into the fullness of your power and share your message and medicine with the world, you are where you're meant to be. That said absolutely nothing. So what is it? Is this how you sign up to the MLM? Sacred Money Archetype. What the fuck is this? What class is that in Baldur's Gate? The Sacred Money Archetype. I recognize you. You are here to make waves in the collective. You're at the leading edge of consciousness, bringing humanity forward in your own unique way. You light the way and pave the path, and yet this path isn't without pain. The constant inner urge to innovate, create, lead, expand, and evolve is all too often accompanied by the challenges of balancing health, relationships, happiness, and true lasting fulfillment and freedom. Thanks for recognizing me, Samantha. That means a lot. What an interesting rabbit hole. All because she doesn't believe in glasses and thinks optometrists are lying to you about glasses being real or necessary. I think influencer is just a disgusting word. I feel like when you hear the word influencer, you should react the same way as when people hear the word moist, just uncomfortable and grossed out. When someone calls themselves an influencer, I immediately just think they're a self-absorbed douchebag, especially on Instagram. Like, when you hear someone claim, like, I'm an online Reddit influencer or powerhouse on Instagram influencing, it's basically just saying they're a professional narcissistic asshole. I also don't really know where the term influencer fits in. It's not like they're actually influencing shit, except for maybe the sales of Hydro Flasks and Raid Shadow Legends. Not that there's anything wrong with taking those sponsorship deals or anything like that, but I wouldn't necessarily call them some kind of marketing wizard just because 100 extra people signed up for a fucking water bottle after seeing their ass cheeks on Instagram. But anyway, let's see how Instagram influencers are handling the protests going on right now.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
I figured we'd start with the most popular one. This one right here, a woman borrows this man's drill to pretend like she's helping, just for a picture that she could post online. There's something about her, she reminds me of like a Borderlands character, an NPC, but without any of the personality. This one's actually kind of a unique case because it turns out this woman actually wears two different capes. She's quite the well-rounded superhero of narcissism. She's a self-proclaimed internet influencer as well as a reporter. Well, more specifically an intern reporter, an apprentice reporter, whatever they're called, a fucking Padawan reporter, I don't know. But she has since been fired because of this video. I've talked about it before, but clout chasing is really a disease. People will go so far to score internet points and attention, so far to stage a fucking, photo opportunity like this, trying to capitalize off of what's going on in the world right now. It's just despicable behavior. It just seems like some of these influencers have this insatiable appetite for internet points and internet attention and trying to make themselves seem like the best person the world has ever seen, like literally God's angel fallen down from heaven to post pictures of their ass on Instagram. So they'll take all of these opportunities and try and make it all about them, which is just gross. And what's even worse about hers in particular is how shitty the picture looks. It doesn't even look convincing like she's doing a good deed and helping. It looks like she's actually just stolen this man's drill and he's surprised about it, and she's doing nothing. It'd be like if I took a picture with my car's hood up and a sledgehammer in my hand giving a thumbs up towards a camera. It doesn't look like I know what the fuck I'm doing, it just looks like a dumb photo. I can only imagine how much further she would have went if this clip didn't go viral, if no one was filming this. I wonder if she would have kept doing these fake good deeds, like in the next photo she posts the day after this one, she has a picture where she's giving a PlayStation 4 to a homeless man while smiling.
Her boyfriend take a picture of her in front of a Smash T-Mobile. Oh my god.
Barefoot Beth out here taking a very thought-provoking and powerful picture in front of a T-Mobile that had its shit absolutely blasted. It seems these Instagram influencers truly are making a statement and showing they care. I can already imagine the wonderful and moving caption to this photo she posted. 50,000 people used to shop here. Now, here's my ass. This one's actually kind of interesting. This looks like a scene right out of 101 Dalmatians with Cruella de Vil here taking a dumb fucking picture. One thing I've noticed about every single one of these is it's always some girl's boyfriend that's taking the picture, and I feel so bad for them because there's no way they actually want to do it. When they're looking through the phone and seeing what it's capturing, they have to be disgusted. There's no way their mind isn't registering it as a bad idea. There's no universe where they see that and be like, yep, she's right. This is up there with some of Marilyn Monroe's best work. Yeah, I mean, a lot of these influencers really are treating the protests like it's Coachella. They're just there to take photos and leave. Like this girl was just hiding out to the side like she was in the penalty box in hockey and then just hopped in there, got the photo, and got the fuck out. It's pretty sad shit, but unfortunately not surprising just given the nature of influencers. There's like 20 more of these videos that I've seen, but they're all just kind of the same thing, and yeah, that's really all I just wanted to talk about. That's about it. See ya. There's no shortage of awful entitled influencers, but today I've got a real special goofball to show with all of you. His name is Icy Wyatt, and he was recently arrested for pistol whipping some guy during an incident of road rage, and now the body camera footage has just been released of the arrest. And he seems to be one of the most insufferable people I've ever seen in the content creator sphere. He's a TikTok star, a word used very loosely here. He has about 1 million followers there, but I'm pretty sure like half of that's gotta be bots or legitimate lobotomy victims because he gets no engagement and people just make fun of him there. So I don't know how that number even got so high to begin with. I assume it's just people that like shooting spitballs at him and giving him wedgies online because that's all he seems to be used for, just this little punching bag on TikTok for them to make fun of. And he's so proud of that.
The guy got out of his car and pistol whipped me with a gun.
The calls continued to filter in.
Yeah, there's a guy driving around in a pink Mercedes. He almost just hit a lady with pushing a little stroller with his kids in the shopping center.
This fairy tale unfolds in the beautiful land of dreams that's near and dear to my heart, Florida. Florida's done it again with yet another banger. I'm sure you all just expected by default that this happened in Florida, and you're correct in that assumption. It did. Now, on the day of the road rage, a ton of 911 calls flooded in because there was a pink SUV that was driving recklessly, almost hitting a woman and her children, and eventually culminating with him hitting another man with the gun that he was waving around like it was some kind of fucking toy. Now, there is a video that exists showing him driving recklessly in this parking lot, though it cuts off before any of the pistol whipping stuff. But you can at least see the way that he handles his little clown mobile here. He drives like he's in GTA Online, but is also lagging. He is a shit driver. He almost wrecks, and he does almost hit someone in this video.
A video. This was after he
After he hit him?
Yes. He was chasing them inside the parking lot. Like a crazy.
Good shit, Icy Wyatt. You just graduate from doofus school as valedictorian, you fucking idiot. Absolute piece of shit. Apparently, him and that truck had recently got into a bit of a tiff on the road where Icy Wyatt was accusing him of brake checking him because he recognized Icy Wyatt's car and wanted his attention. This guy is so fucking delusional that he thinks everyone in the world knows who he is because he's like the second coming of Christ. So he thought he got cut off and brake checked by that truck because it was a fan trying to get his attention. And eventually it ended up with this situation you just saw, and then it led further into Icy Wyatt pulling out a gun, threatening him, and then eventually just hitting him with the gun.
Hey, put the car in park. Put the car in park. Let's go, put it in park. All right, put both your hands out the window. Put your hands out the window. Put both of your hands out the window, kid. We're not fucking with you.
I don't know who I am.
Nope.
It's almost impressive how unlikable Wyatt is. He chose the one sentence that'll immediately make everyone in the world hate you. The cops are confronting him and he's like, you guys don't know who I am? I have 1 million followers on TikTok. That means I'm above the law. Put the guns down, guys. It's not a big deal. I can pistol whip whoever I want. I'm a TikTok superstar. You guys, oh, you must want autographs. Okay, I get it. Sorry. Wyatt is clearly suffering from terminal clout hunger. There is no cure. He's become delusional. He's in the final stages of it. He can no longer separate reality from fiction. He is trapped in this delusion, this fantasy land where 1 million followers on TikTok means the whole world knows who you are. He holds himself up like he's Jesus Christ because he has 1 million followers, and the laws don't apply to him anymore. He's achieved a level that normal mortals can't get to because he has a small TikTok audience. 1 million followers is a ton, but his actual core audience is not 1 million. Like I said, nobody engages with this guy unless they're throwing tomatoes at him and booing him. It's like that episode of SpongeBob where the guy in the crowd goes, "Oh, brother, this guy stinks." That's Wyatt's whole life. What's up? You come up here to make fun of Icy Wyatt too? Hmm? I know, he's pathetic. I know.
Take your seatbelt off and get out of the car. Do it now. Take your seatbelt off and get out of the car.
Though Wyatt denies he has a gun in his vehicle, several witnesses allege that they saw him with one.
Where's his keys? Just like got keys or a fob.
Wyatt's lecturing the police like he's the substitute teacher in a rowdy classroom. Show some respect. I'm a TikTok star. Please, have some decency. I'm above you. It is infuriating. Everything Wyatt says is like the worst dialogue options in a video game that make you hate the fucking character you're playing as. He is actually finding all of the worst possible responses that would make even his biggest fans hate him. It's so impressive. It is a speedrun for the most unlikable TikTok star ever. So, he wasn't really cooperating with the officers. They do eventually tackle him. They get him with like a fucking Goldberg spear. And it was pretty satisfying to watch, I'm not gonna lie, because this guy's a fucking douchebag and deserved it. So I think that busted up his nose a little bit, which is why you'll see him with a bloody nose. And then he apparently denied having a gun, despite so many witnesses saying he did. And he eventually just gave them permission to search the car, and they immediately found the gun. It wasn't even a difficult scavenger hunt. The Easter Bunny would be disappointed. He did not hide the eggs well here. They found the gun the second they got to the car, basically.
I have something else to say about the incident.
I don't hit nobody.
Well, they're saying otherwise, and they described the gun and everything, and there was somebody else
So
that
my
was watching.
girlfriend can't be a witness too.
Was she with you?
Yes. I pulled the gun out to show them through the window, like, don't f with me, and they all went back in their car.
Yes, he came home after being attacked by 2 hillbilly crazy people in a truck
But he pistol whipped them over the top of their head.
because they attacked him. Okay. So what are you trying to do so for? Just like defend the hillbillies who got punched in the face with a gun?
Well, if they got pistol whipped with a gun, then they're victims.
His girlfriend heroically arrives at the scene. It's the fourth quarter. Icy Wyatt's down by quite a bit, but now his girlfriend is here to really help win the game for him. Except she's playing for the other team. She comes here and immediately confirms that Icy Whiny Wyatt was lying once again. Fucking weasel. She immediately validates the claims of the pistol whipping happening. She confirms that Wyatt did in fact hit them with his gun, something that Wyatt is denying having happened at all. She swooped in here and offered key evidence against her boyfriend Wyatt here. It was fucking poetic justice. She came in here and just told the truth, which is a real thorn in the side to Wyatt. Pistol whipping is no joke. That shit can be fatal. Like, that is very dangerous. But luckily for the victims of the assault here, Wyatt's got some wet noodles for arms. He's got the scrawniest little arms I've seen since Slender Man, so he wasn't able to generate enough force to, like, really hurt them, but it was enough to still cause a bit of damage to one of the victims, as I understand it. Now, his girlfriend does say that that truck was, like, speeding around them, so that's the attack she's referring to, I believe.
He's a victim of being attacked while driving. They were speeding in front of him. So you guys not aware of like the full story?
We heard that there was some kind of a road rage incident that started it.
That's not really an attack, though. This isn't Twisted Metal. They didn't speed in front of him and start dropping spike trips and homing missiles out the back, firing fucking torpedoes at Wyatt and his vehicle. It sounds like it was an instance of them maybe cutting him off or speeding around him, and he took it personally and got really offended, and then went way hog wild with the whole thing, following them into that parking lot, getting reckless and crazy, hitting them with the gun, all that shit.
You can't take my phone.
Actually, by law, they are allowed to take his phone.
You can't take my phone. This is my possession, so now you're going to be a thief? Now you're going to be a thief. You're under arrest. You're not allowed to have the phone, okay? Wow.
Unfortunately, that was going too far for Wyatt. The good boy was about to go bad. He never envisioned a world without his phone in the palm of his hands. So when they took his phone, he was fucking flabbergasted. And now he's got a chip on his shoulder. He gets real unpleasant and even more obnoxious and annoying.
You don't see any problem with this. You don't see the problem that somebody with a bright pink car who is famous online gets with on the freeways all the time, and that's why I carry a gun. That is it. That is, you said legal was in Florida. It is legal in Florida to have a gun in your car. There's nothing illegal about that. So where can you prove, show me the video proof where I hit him with a gun?
There is video proof of the reckless driving and nearly hitting people in the parking lot, and the victim who got pistol whipped showed the injuries, and his girlfriend also confirmed the pistol whipping. So I'd say there's a high level of confidence behind the pistol whipping being the real story and Wyatt being full of shit, just a load of dirty barnacles. It's almost impossible not to laugh at Wyatt. In fact, after Wyatt got even more rowdy and rambunctious and insulting the officers, starting to kick them and shit, they started making fun of him too. They started calling him Joe Exotic. And when they were bringing him into the police station, they said, "Welcome, Tiger King." And that gave me a hearty giggle. I actually thought that was a pretty good one. Wyatt is just a fucking clown. So his statement here, he drives a bright pink SUV and people fuck with him all the time on the freeway because he's famous. So they recognize his car and mess with him while he's driving, which is why he carries a gun. How delusional do you have to be? He actually has a mental illness. He has main character syndrome. He believes that since he has a high number of followers on TikTok, everyone in the world knows him, and everyone in the world is out to get him, or, you know, try and get his attention. They're all vying for his attention, and they'll do anything to get it.
Did you guys actually get in an accident? I mean, he's got a big ass, like, knot on the back of his head. No, but there are independent witnesses. So. I mean, not everybody knows who you are.
It doesn't matter. I have 58 million followers, baby girl. Everybody who's been on TikTok or Instagram has seen Wyatt.
This is where I think his delusion is actually kind of dangerous and scary. So he obviously can't tell the truth under any circumstances, I guess. Fucking Wonder Woman's lasso of truth would be useless against this guy. I don't know if he's ever been honest about anything ever. Like, all he does is lie. He's full-blown Pinocchio here. He doesn't have 58 million followers, you absolute goober. You have 1 million followers on TikTok, which is your only platform, really. Very odd thing to lie about, but then it gets into what I consider a very scary territory where he's talking about how people make shit up about him all the time because he's so famous. Everyone on TikTok and Instagram has seen his face before. The dude must be trapped in like a perpetual genjutsu straight out of Naruto. He is in a paranoid delusion. Not everyone in the world knows who he is, and not everyone is out to get him. Holy shit.
I said you don't know that this guy knows who you are.
Oh, he so did.
Oh, did he say something?
When somebody swerving into my lane, brake checking me, wanting me to stop, wanting me to race my car, coming out the car, I know that's a fan.
One other thing that he's done multiple times throughout the conversation, and does many more throughout the conversations going forward, is he calls her baby girl. It's like making my skin crawl. It's so fucking cringe. He'll call her baby girl sometimes. It's really creepy. But I mean, clearly he is mentally unwell. Someone swerving into your lane is not a fan trying to get your attention. Holy shit.
Oh, okay. Nobody tased you, though. What? You didn't get tased. Okay, I'm not gonna tase you. I'm just saying you didn't get tased. Because you just said so.
I actually think there's a good chance he's on drugs right now. He starts rambling about absolutely nothing, like tasing from out of nowhere. And then she's like, well, you didn't get tased and we're not gonna tase you. And then he took that like as a threat. So then he makes a threat back saying that if she tased him, he'd fuck her up and go to jail for the rest of his life. I don't think you could fuck up anyone. You would probably lose in a fight to an inflatable, wacky, arm-flailing tube man. You are not built for fighting. You would get your ass beat. You would get turned inside out. So I don't know why he's threatening physical violence against this woman. And I don't know how stupid you have to be to threaten physical violence against a police officer too. She was very, very patient with this guy, because she just brushed it off and laughed at him. I guess because he is so pathetic, all you can really do is laugh at someone that's this embarrassing of a person. But goddamn, like, he is so fucking dumb, it's unreal.
You're dumb, girl.
Am I?
You're real dumb. You might want to try modeling.
I definitely can't do that.
You definitely might want to try modeling. So you just,
I definitely can't do that.
This is what I'm talking about when he just goes off on these weird fucking tangents saying that she needs to do Molly so she can shut the fuck up. Like, what are you talking about, man? Like, I don't even think he's in the same dimension that the rest of the planet is in. He is all over the place. I really do think that the entire day he spent in like some kind of fucking meth-induced haze or some shit. He is actually just all over the place.
Why are you going?
Let me see you do it first then.
What?
You're not about to take $30,000, $40,000 worth of jewelry without me knowing exactly where it's going.
And I'm gonna come on now. I don't.
You this to me the whole entire time in the car.
So nice to you.
No.
Things really popped off when they told him that he can't really take the jewelry into jail with him, so he put up a big fuss. He eventually started kicking the officers, and now he's facing a lot of charges. I think he goes to trial next month. So I'm really curious to see how that plays out, because for some reason he seems to believe that he's in the right, so he started threatening lawsuits against the officers after he was kicking them and shit. So very goofy situation here, very goofy guy, and I just had to talk about this. What an insufferable little asshole. So yeah, that's Icy Wyatt for you. Someone I'm sure none of you have ever heard of before and will most likely forget about very quickly, because he's just a forgettable little worm of a person. That's really about it. See ya. I still remember being a toddler, so easily startled, my parents playing peekaboo and I freak out. But then all of that changed when I watched the first Pokemon movie and Ash Ketchum turned to stone. I knew in that moment that I had to be better. I had to expect the unexpected. And since that day, I've never been surprised. Until today, that is. Casey Anthony announced that she's going to become an influencer. Yeah, the Casey Anthony. You know, the one that murdered her daughter? Yeah, she has come out of the shadows to become an influencer, and she made a big video about it. And I hate it. I absolutely hate it. I'm not here just to regurgitate what I feel most of you know about the Casey Anthony case. If you don't know what I'm talking about, I highly recommend watching some videos or researching it, because it is one of the most deplorable miscarriages of justice since the OJ trial. It is still infuriating.
I sweat to death. Okay. Today is Saturday, March 1st, 2025. This is my first of probably many recordings.
Hopefully this is not the first of many videos, Casey. Hopefully this is the last one. Maybe the case just gets reopened spontaneously so justice can finally be served for when you killed your daughter. That'd be hopeful. Also, if you're gonna film a video, can you at least take it off of like this slant? It looks like I'm falling down like a fucking water slide trying to watch this. Got the goddamn audience with the drunk goggles on here trying to see whatever you're yapping about. Like, why would you even film a video when it's like this? All cattywampus and shit.
On a series that I'm starting. I am a legal advocate. I am a researcher. I've been in the legal field since 2011.
Really? That's a big statement. In the legal field since 2011, eh? What happened in 2011, Casey? Oh my god. It's just kind of sickening because she's just gloating about it. This is like a victory lap about how she got away with murder and now all of a sudden she's a crack shot legal advocate. I already said I wasn't just going to yap about her case directly, but I can't help it since she just kind of brought this up here. She didn't do shit! Her lawyer worked her like a goddamn flesh puppet, like it was a ventriloquism act. Her lawyer is an evil mastermind who was able to convince a jury of lobotomites that they had been emotionally compromised by everything they had been hearing throughout the trial. Meanwhile, he was emotionally manipulating the jury to throw doubt in there so that way they would reach this impossible verdict. He pulled off the most outrageous Hail Mary. Casey didn't do shit. She also got very lucky that for some reason her searches weren't really used in court, such as things like foolproof suffocation methods. Casey Anthony is not some fucking Phoenix Wright level legal advocate. Her lawyer is the one that made the deal with the devil to get her acquitted on this.
And in this capacity, I feel that it's necessary, if I'm going to continue to operate appropriately as a legal advocate, that I start to advocate for myself.
Boo! Boo! Boo!
And also advocate for my daughter. For those of you who don't know, my name is Casey Anthony. My daughter is Kaylee Anthony. My parents are George and Cindy Anthony. This is not about them. This is not in response to anything that they have said or done. That's not to say that I'm not going to respond at some point to some of the things that they have said and done. The whole point of this is for me to begin to reintroduce myself.
Like introducing poop to a toilet. This is not the first time she's tried to reintroduce herself. She should be reintroducing herself to a prison cell for murdering her daughter. She did try and get her name back out there a few years ago with a Peacock docuseries called Casey Anthony Where the Truth Lies, I think is what it was. And it was her telling her side of things. And to me, it feels like she uses her name and infamy as a money-making tool. So now she's once again using her name and infamy as a means of having a platform online to become an influencer to make money off of her name and infamy. And what's sad, it's working and will continue to work. She has a ton of people who unironically support her, even knowing she murdered her daughter and got away with it. They don't care. That's the current climate of things. It's become very clear that no matter who it is or what they've done, as long as their name made it to a news headline or got spread around in some way, shape, or form, that person will have supporters. Fucking O.J. Simpson, before he kicked the bucket, before he met his maker, had a brief bout as an influencer. Like, it doesn't matter that she killed her daughter in the eyes of these absolute fucking troglodytes that just for some reason want to champion anybody at all.
I'm doing this both personally for me, but in a professional capacity. Moving forward, the majority of what you will see will be me speaking in a professional capacity. My goal is to continue to help give a voice to people, to give people tools and resources that they can utilize so they actually know where they can turn to. So with that, please join me on Substack.
No thanks, Casey. I think I'll pass on that. I think I'd rather join the Cock and Ball Torture Enthusiast Club than listening to you pat yourself on the back about getting acquitted of murdering your daughter.
If you have questions, I will set up an email address where we can correspond directly. Up until this point, that has never happened. And it's only going to be on a limited basis regarding legal issues, legal matters.
Don't have any questions on legal matters, but since you're talking to us in a professional fashion, may I ask you a professional question? Where the fuck are you? What are you doing in that car right now? You can hear her turn signal is on. Or maybe she has a metronome in the car? Is she trying to hypnotize us through the video? What is that? Why is your turn signal on? Are you filming this while driving? She's doing this at a red light or something? Imagine being one of the poor souls behind her. She just sits in her car filming a fucking 5-minute video at the red light.
I feel that it's important that I use this platform that was thrust upon me and now look at as a blessing as opposed to the curse that it has been since 2008.
Wow. How brave. What a hero, Casey. Yeah, that platform that was thrust upon you. Time to turn it into a blessing. Right. That's very strong, very strong. I cut around some of her blabbering, but I really wanted to show you that part. She takes on this tone that she's some kind of victim, and now she's rising from the ashes like a phoenix from this circus she was put through to use her expertise as a legal advocate to give a voice to the voiceless. And now she's here to help all of us. Too fast, too furious. Casey Anthony is back. She was a victim. A curse thrust upon her, but she turned that curse to a purse where she's gonna make a lot of money off being an influencer and a legal advocate for everybody's benefit. Yeah, Casey Anthony, wee. It goes on for another minute. I'm not gonna bother even going through the rest of it. The turn signal stays on for the remainder of the video, or whatever the fuck that noise is. But overall, Casey Anthony rebrand is pretty successful. More successful than IHOP to IHOB back in the day. That didn't go over nearly as well as the Casey Anthony rebrand. And it's really fucking sad. That really sucks. Imagine a world where you are arguing what Casey Anthony said, as if it means anything, as if that has any real merit or value. Well, I was following Casey Anthony, and she gave me this unbelievably great advice. Oh, you were following Casey Anthony. Full stop, that's where I would write you off as an absolute, unstable, unwell lunatic. That you would be taking advice from Casey Anthony. But that's the world we're in right now. There are people that are now following Casey Anthony as a champion. It's so disgusting. I just can't even picture what kind of rotten dweeb maniac would unironically turn to Casey Anthony of all people for advice on anything at all, unless it's how to get away with killing someone. It's just, we've got some wild shit going on here. It's what I think to be a pretty obvious, blatant attempt at just using her name as a means of making money off people who right now, we live in a time where people will follow and support literally anybody and anything, no matter what. So she's trying to capitalize off of that. So I think it absolutely sucks. That's about it. See ya. On TikTok, you can convince anyone to do anything, and you don't even have to really try that hard. Right now, there's a man on TikTok fighting the good fight to try and convince people that urine is basically the cure to every ailment on the planet.
Now, this therapy is not right for everyone. It's very esoteric, and it takes a Jedi mind trick to get over your conditioning, your industrial age school system, your propaganda programming, etc.
This is urine therapy. I really love how therapy's lost all meaning and weight. You can kind of just slap that word on anything and people just believe in it off rip. I wouldn't be surprised if they start preaching about deep fried therapy on TikTok, where you go and jump into a deep fat fryer in order to give yourself a golden crispy body armor, and it's supposed to open your pores and make you immune to bullets or something ridiculous. But the evil programming that he's talking about here, that you have to Jedi mind trick Men in Black neuralizer out of your brain, is the common sense knowledge most people have to not drink piss, and certainly not use urine as a sunscreen, and definitely not using pee-pee as an anti-balding agent. It's not exactly propaganda programming that he's preaching it as. It's literally common sense. It's pretty much basic human instinct.
Particular situation right here, this is aged urine. This is about 6 months, maybe a little bit longer, give or take. It's got that nice brown tint to it.
A vintage brew. Exquisite taste. No doubt fermented in an oak barrel while Mozart played in the facility while this was festering. So, it's got the nice brown tint to it that everyone loves their pee to look like, and he's very excited. This is a delicacy to this guy. The fucking urine utopia here. He's got everything he could ever need. A nice 6-month-old piss jar.
And then, of course, oof. Gnarly. Smells like ammonia. I don't always drink this, but the research that I've shown is it's good for parasites, it's good for your gut microbiome. It's gnarly, so it's going to have that element of power.
I don't always drink this, but when I do, I end up projectile vomiting in my toilet, and that's proof to me that it's detoxing my body and deparasiting me, obviously. The research I've read, none of which I cite and none of which actually exists with any real merit to it, all says that drinking piss is 2 thumbs way up. So I do it. Daily. I can't help but giggle at that belief that if something is so turbo shitty, it must actually be good for you. This is so gnarly, thus it has that element of power to it. No, goofball, you're drinking piss. The only power that has is to leave stains in a gas station toilet seat. That's it. It's not doing anything for you. Just because it's gross and gnarly doesn't mean that it's somehow carrying these, secret benefits underneath all the garbage. That's not how that works at all. And he keeps talking about it being like an ancient therapy. I will never understand why people want to go back to the ancient ways. People barely made it to adulthood back 5,000 years ago. Most people were dropping dead by 12 years old. It's not like the ancient civilizations had it figured out. Like, their techniques were the best ones. People live longer now and healthier now than they ever were back then. So I don't know why all of a sudden we're putting so much stock in the ancient ways.
So typically I use it topically. It's excellent for energy in the sun, boosts my testosterone. I just feel it in my muscles. It really gives me a lot of clarity and energy. But I have it open and we're talking about it, so of course we can drink a little bit and see what happens. The first thing that we get is it's very gnarly smelling. However, once it goes on your skin and you get some sunlight on it, I like to ride my bike.
A great swig indeed. The exquisite flavor of pee. Scrumptious piss. Now, to be fair, it's probably not that much worse than just drinking a Miller Lite, but the thing is, at least Miller Lite's not preaching all of these ridiculous health benefits that he's about to drone on about, all of which are a bunch of fucking hooey, and then he starts lecturing about how he uses his 6-month-old piss as a lotion, like basically a sunscreen, and how it helps make his muscles feel better and he gets a pump out of it and all kinds of just nonsense gobbledygook.
Put it on my body, either lay out here at the pool or put it on my body and go out for a ride in my bike, even when it's 110, 115 degrees out here. I mean, I know how powerful this is for me. It's not the greatest tasting delicacy on the planet, but it's kind of like eating oysters or uni, sea urchin. I know it's good for me. It's loaded with minerals.
It's not good for you. That's something that's reserved for a life or death situation where you need piss to survive. This isn't something that you just wake up and do as part of your daily morning routine. That is so outrageous. He just really thinks for some reason it's good for him because he let his fucking pee sit in a jar for 6 months and now is drinking it and using it as sunscreen. Now, he doesn't need to age his urine. He is fine just pissing and drinking it every morning like fresh urine, right from the source, ethically sourced pee from his cock. He's fine doing that. It's not necessarily the aging that he thinks makes it good for him. He just really thinks drinking urine and using urine in a variety of different ways is just the best thing for you. Inexplicably. It's so ridiculous. And he talks about how he puts it on his body and then goes for a bike ride. My heart breaks for any unfortunate souls that happen to just be walking down the sidewalk when this guy rides by on his bike. I can't even imagine the smell. That must be unfathomable. Like having your senses assaulted by 15 dump trucks all unleashing that Methodist right to your nose. Like you could probably smell this guy coming from a mile away, wearing 6-month-old dried piss as a cologne as he's on his bike ride, his morning commute. Like that scene in SpongeBob with like taking the stink with him. It's crazy how awful that must be.
Cell salts, amino acids, stem cells, antigens, antibodies. But the way I like to use it ultimately is topically. So you put a little bit in your hand there, and then you just rub it on your skin. And so once it's out in the sun for a little while, it mixes with your own pheromones, and it smells like perfume.
I highly fucking doubt that. I imagine you just smell like piss. Look, the logic there makes no sense. He even opens that jar and says that it smells gnarly. So how would you take something that smells gnarly, put it on your body, and then all of a sudden it magically turns into something that's like perfume? That's the whimsy of urine therapy, I suppose, the magical mystique of it. He throws out a lot of buzzwords about the benefits that urine has with the antigens and the stem cells and all of that. And I decided to look into it. There's like some research about some of the stuff that is in urine, but none of it recommends ever consuming it or using it on your body in any way, because at the end of the day, it's waste. It's literally just your body's waste. Yeah, it has some shit in it that is like, if you're dumb, like an actual Neanderthal brain, sounds like it's gonna be good, like stem cells. But what you don't realize is it's not like you drinking that urine is somehow like blasting your whole body with stem cells from piss.
It's a little musky, if you will. And so this is what gives me excellent color. And I don't always practice this, but when I do, it makes me feel great. So I took some time to create some jars earlier last year. See me getting it on his legs. I like to get it in where my lymph nodes are. So in the creases of my elbows, behind my knees, on my ankles, where the sun hits me the most, my shoulders.
Now, of course, he's not the only enthusiast of pee-pee. There is an entire community of urine therapy cultists that swear by it. Like, they love this. Like, they really think they're becoming superhumans, beating every possible ailment ever just through piss. It's like the ultimate panacea to them. But that raises an important question. Why not poop? Why is it only reserved for urine? Why doesn't this extend to the butthole as well? Why is this guy not a shit-eating specialist? Why isn't he preaching the gospel about the hidden benefits of feces consumption? I'll tell you why. It's because they're all cowards. When you drink piss, you're not usually going to make yourself super sick from it or anything, so it's a little safer. But when you eat shit, you can make yourself sick. So they're just afraid. If you want my respect, you'll start eating poop as well. So this guy says he gets up most mornings and drinks some pee. Well, how about you drink that pee and wash that pee down with some poop? Then I'll be impressed. You tell me when this guy starts using poop as a sunscreen. Like, it's probably even better than urine in that respect. It's a little thicker so you can get like a nice good lather on it. Yeah, then I'll say maybe this guy's onto something. This whole fucking thing is so ridiculous. Like, it's so ridiculous that you can just make an argument for actually anything and have people believe it. Even drinking their own piss and using it as sunscreen.
I know people that wash their hair with it. They have gotten rid of some premature balding. It's used for all sorts of stuff. I don't make any claims. I just love it. And I've been using it for 20 years. And I love the way it makes my skin look and my muscles feel.
How in the fuck would urine on your scalp prevent premature balding? If anything, it would scare the follicles into submission even quicker. The follicles would kill themselves if they started getting drowned in piss. Like, that's such a ridiculous thing to say. And then he goes on to say that he's not making claims, even though this is exactly what you're doing. These are claims you're making. Like, that's exactly what's happening here.
So every morning I pee in a mason jar and I drink it. I put it in a neti pot and I clean my nose with it. If you want to age it, this is a 64-ounce wide mouth mason jar.
I don't really need the piss brewing tutorial, to be honest. It's pretty self-explanatory. Pee in a jar, let it sit for 6 months. Like that, I think anyone in the world can follow that with no problems and no education required for that. Also, that's gotta be the worst breakfast of champions I've ever heard. Waking up every morning to piss in a jar and drink it. That's atrocious. What an awful start to the day. And then he says that he uses his pee in a neti pot to clean out his sinuses. That's galaxy brain. Brother, this isn't a therapy, you've got a fetish.
For tight muscles, pain, not making any claims whatsoever. I just experienced this, and it feels amazing in the sun.
You pretty much get the idea. That's the whole pitch here on urine therapy. You convinced yet? I know I'm not. So, I just had to share this. I saw this earlier today, and it is just a baffling video and concept that he's talking about here. I had to talk about it. That's about it. See ya. There's no profession less respected nor more meaningless than influencers. The fucking people that clean up cum from porn sets are more respected in the professional world. The two dudes that make the liquid ass spray have a more valuable contribution than the influencer's content. The term influencer has such a negative connotation to it, it just becomes synonymous with narcissistic asshole and giant douchebag. When most people hear the word influencer, they immediately think of those Instagram marketing cyborgs that look like they're human, but they're actually just ventriloquist dummies for companies to stick their hand up their asshole and make them talk about products, every single post being a sponsored advertisement. But I imagine very few people think of cold-blooded killers in this kind of profession. But today I'm going to tell you about a man, nay, greater, an influencer, who took a very dark path when his ego lost control. Today I learned about a man named Rossi Adams who was sentenced to 14 years in prison for attempting to murder a man over a domain name. So Rossi Adams owned the popular Instagram account Do It For The State or State Snaps. I'm really not sure. He had like 1,000 different accounts. This dude had more fucking accounts than World of Warcraft gold farmers. And he accumulated over 1 million followers. And the content was just amateur porn from college students. And he recycled it across all these accounts constantly. And he had a website called doitforthestate.com. But he didn't like it because it was do it for, the number 4, thestate.com. But he wanted do it for, F-O-R, thestate.com. Really petty shit, but to him, this was the Gordian knot that needed to be cut. If he could get that domain name, this would launch him in the same playing field as the greats such as Elon Musk and Steve Jobs. This was going to be his magnum opus, if only he could get that damn domain name. But unfortunately, it was held by a different man. And this wasn't just any man. This was a guy born with bulletproof skin. I swear to God, they must have broken into fucking 50 Cent's house for this domain name. I'll get to that in a second, but just to paint the scene, from 2015 to 2017, he was in negotiations with the doitforthestate.com domain holder to try and buy it from him, which he didn't want to budge. He didn't want to give it to him. He did at one point say he'll sell it to him for $20,000, but Rossi Adams declined, saying it was too high. So when his desperation finally hit its melting point, he hatched a scheme, Ocean's 11 style, but with none of the actual thought process behind it. His plan was to hire his cousin, who was a convicted criminal, to go to the guy's house and scare him or murder him into giving him the domain. Now, on June of 2017, his cousin Sherman goes to the guy's house in Iowa. They tracked him down, they found his house. Sherman goes into the house and starts pistol whipping the man until he's ready to budge on the domain. The man never budged. I don't know who the fuck's house this was. I don't know who owns doitforthestate.com. Maybe it's fucking Jack Bauer from 24. I don't know. Dude's getting pistol whipped, still doesn't budge. Wasn't giving away the domain name. So Sherman shot him in the leg. And this is when he went a little too far. He bit off more than he could chew on this one. The condom was a little too big for this penis, because when he shot him in the leg, the domain holder lashed out, wrestled the gun away from Sherman, and shot Sherman in the chest multiple times before calling the police. The police get there, both men survive. Sherman is now getting 20 years in prison, and Rossi Adams 14 years for the conspiracy here to commit this crime. That is fucking hardcore. I tried to visit that website because I thought it might put like a little extra hair on my chest, make me a little taller, my muscles bigger or something after this kind of story attributed to its fucking securing of the domain. But unfortunately, when I try to go to doitforthestate.com, it just brings me to GoDaddy. So I'm guessing it means he's not using it, which is just a fucking disservice to the world. To the brave fucking bulletproof man who owns doitforthestate.com, do something with it. You went to war over that shit. You fucking bled for that. You shot men for that website. Fucking use it for something now, man. God damn. I've got to see what he's going to cook up for this website. It's got to be big plans. This could be the next Apple, for God's sakes. My God, what a story behind that. Such an innocent sounding domain name. Obviously, he's probably just a domain squatter, which is very possible, but let's hope for this one exception, he'll turn it into something great. Incredible, though. This just goes to show how some influencers' ego is just truly out of control, where they feel they're entitled to things that they're absolutely not entitled to, and it shows a scary side of them. I think that's the lesson to take away from that behavior. And if you don't believe me about some of these people being psychopaths, just go look no further than the American Influencer Awards. Those just happened like a month ago. I have never seen a group of more narcissistic, deplorable degenerates than I have watching the American Influencer Award. It is 4 hours worth of them just sucking each other's assholes, and it's pathetic. I don't think there's anything inherently wrong with considering yourself an influencer, though if you're going around calling yourself an influencer, you're probably not a lot of fun to be around in the first place. But I don't think there's anything inherently wrong with that kind of identity, you taking on that kind of identity. But please, stop being like these kind of awful people. No one wants to have the term influencer shoved so far down their throat that they're just unable to breathe. And I think that's what it's becoming, which is why people have such a negative view of influencers and view that whole profession as just incredibly toxic. That's all. I just really wanted to share this story here and talk about influencers in general, I suppose. That's about it. So yeah. What are your thoughts about the whole eclipse situation on April 8th? So many political and biblical theorists are going nuts about it. What the fuck are you talking about? What kind of... Like, I understand maybe going, like, rapture for that, like, going down that path. We've seen that before. But what do you mean political theorists are going nuts over the eclipse? What could that possibly be in a political sense? What do you mean? That sounds like some absolute made-up nonsense on TikTok. How the eclipse ties into the Clintons or something. Bro, I work at a hospital and we're planning for it like it's the apocalypse. That is so concerning to hear. You work in a place of science. Why would you be planning for an eclipse like it's about to be doomsday? What? Okay, is there something special about the April 8th eclipse? What's happening? Is the Fire Nation about to attack with Sozin's Comet? Like, I'm so confused. What? It doesn't even seem like it's particularly special. I mean, here's what not to do during the total eclipse on April 8th. Total solar eclipse on April 8th. Millions of people from Texas to Maine preparing for a once-in-a-lifetime event that want to ensure they enjoy it safely. Total solar eclipse happens when the moon passes between the sun and the earth, completely blocking the sun's face for up to several minutes. Do not look directly at the sun. You don't fucking say, huh? Except for the lucky people in the path of totality, it is not safe to look directly at the sun without proper eye protection, and sunglasses won't cut it. To safely view the total solar eclipse in 2024, you'll need glasses with solar filters, also known as eclipse glasses, or with handheld solar viewers. According to the American Astronomical Society, those glasses or handheld solar viewers need to meet the ISO 123122 international standard for direct sun viewing. Only when the sun is covered completely will it be safe to remove eclipse glasses, and they must go back on before the partial eclipse resumes and portions of the sun become visible again. Even if clouds obstruct your view during the April 8th total solar eclipse, special glasses or handheld viewers still need to be used. Cloud cover is not enough to protect your eyesight from the sun's rays. Classic fucking deep state trying to prevent me from getting superpowers from staring directly at this total solar eclipse. I'm not going to let the government dictate what I do and do not wear when looking directly at the sun. TikTok wasn't around in 2017, so we didn't get all the brain rot eclipse takes. Can someone... To the guy who said there's a lot of political theories regarding this total solar eclipse, can you send me one? Like tweet me one real quick so I can take a peek? Because what in the world? I don't understand. I can't even wrap my noodle around how that could make any sense. Employees at my dad's workplace said their local priest told them that the eclipse will result in 3 days of darkness, which is what allegedly starts the apocalypse. See, like, that kind of stuff I get. That happens all the time, anytime there's a solar eclipse. Like, there was that radio host who convinced his followers that rapture was coming in a month, so everyone quit their job, bought an RV, and went on a road trip and waited for themselves to die, be taken to heaven. And it didn't happen, and the radio host was like, damn. Must have got some wires crossed, I guess. Like, that happens all the time. Big thanks to Opera GX for sponsoring this video. You know how much I love Opera GX. If you ever tune into any of my streams, you'll see Opera GX exclusively being used because it's the browser I use for everything. I think it is the best in the business. It has tons of fun customization features to really make it feel like your own. It has a ton of really useful tools like a built-in ad blocker, which really comes in handy with the modern landscape of the internet, which is basically unusable without an ad block. And it has a lot of other really helpful tools, such as the ability to import your current settings from whatever browser you're currently using into Opera seamlessly, which makes it super simple, super seamless. Just very great browser all around. It's also very light, so it's not going to be tanking your performance if you're playing games while having Opera open. You can keep all of your messaging apps in the Opera browser, so it's nice and convenient. Also, there is a mod for me in there. I have my own Opera GX mod, and it gives you a wallpaper and some really fun themed sounds around myself. Yeah, baby! So yep, I think it's good fun. The Critical Moist mod goes pretty hard. Again, big thanks to Opera GX for sponsoring this video. Definitely check them out in the description. Remember when the world was supposed to end in 2012? Yeah, but at least that one had, like, historical backing because of the Mayan calendar. I remember being a stupid kid back then, and I was like, man, the world really might end. Like, I get that. You go back and look at the Mayan calendar. They were very smart people. The calendar ends here. It must mean that's when the world ends. Pack it up, I guess. I was a freshman in college during that point, and I was still a virgin, and I was like, damn, it's gonna suck dying a virgin. I did everything I could to make love before that day came, the day of judgment. I used to go out every weekend praying for the best. But when that day rolled around in December of 2012, I spent that day playing Halo 4 with a buddy of mine, knowing that if I'm sailing into Valhalla, it's going to be in the saddest manner possible. The eclipse is just Joe Biden's domain expansion. That's why there's political theories. Yeah, it's Dark Brandon. He's casting his infinite Tsukiyomi. So fucking cool. Actually, I wouldn't be surprised if that is the level of the political theories on it. Oh wait, there was more to this. Solar eclipse travel could be treacherous. What, like driving at night? Like driving in some darkness? For those living in the narrow path of totality, little if any travel will be necessary to take in the full astronomical event. However, people across the US and likely the world will descend upon communities that aren't used to the popularity, and that has officials concerned. So much so that cities and towns have issued disaster declarations or declared states of emergency, while others have decided to close schools due to the expected increase in traffic and to keep kids safe from distracted drivers during dismissal time. I see. So this is why your hospital's prepping. Anticipating a bunch of fucking brain-dead zombies are just going to be too busy looking up at the sky and flooding areas that have like a totality view of it and just causing a ruckus and getting themselves hurt. I see now. You and the boys should make a video on who can look at the sun the longest during the eclipse. Actually, that's such a good idea. You know what we should do? We should do perineum tanning for it. That's the taint greasing, not taint greasing, the taint sunbathing, where you put your legs over your head and have your balls and shit facing the sun. I bet you'd get a crazy boost in testosterone from a total solar eclipse blasting you. Should have you be like the Hulk from gamma radiation or something. The sperm would go blind. Yeah, it'd be so powerful. I'm in the direct path, and certain drive-ins and movie theaters are holding little tailgating events. I like how we're talking about it like it's a fucking asteroid hurtling towards Earth. I'm in the direct path, meaning I'm in a really good spot to look up at the sky. Well, that's cute, though. That actually sounds wholesome. Please look up the red heifer cows. That's the issue. Wait, I actually know that. I actually know a little bit about that. But what does it have to do with the eclipse? I keep seeing people tripping about the eclipse and some red cow sacrifices. Some dude in Texas claiming to be a Christian sending cows to Israel for a Jewish sacrifice to usher on the rebuilding of the Third Temple. Pardon? I checked into it. Here are my thoughts if you care to listen. Take it with a grain of salt. I'm no expert. Can you even really be an expert on sacrificing red cows? It's nothing to be concerned with. There will be an eclipse and some extremists are going to kill some cows. If you're a conspiracy theorist and a Christian that was concerned, don't be. No man is going to get Jesus Christ to return. Only the Father will tell him when it's time. Nobody knows. So are we trying to summon Jesus? Is that what's going on? Like a ritual during the eclipse? Sacrificing red cows? No, this summons the Antichrist. Huh? No. Isn't the Antichrist, I think it's like a week before Doomsday or something, and it's supposed to be like a really powerful person presents himself, gains a lot of influence really quickly, and he's the Antichrist who ushers it all in or something? I don't think it has anything to do with the red heifer. So does this happen every eclipse and we just don't know about it? Great question, I don't know. They're actually doing it, look it up. Well, I have no doubt there's probably some people sacrificing red cows. Like that, I totally believe there's some craziness afoot with that. As we await... Oh, this happens every time. Yeah, wait, this is from 2017. As we await the eclipse of 2017 AD, this post examines the possibility that the dramatic repentance of... Yeah. So it looks like this does happen on every single eclipse. My mom told me to call off on eclipse day and get as much food and necessities as I can because she thinks there's going to be no light. It's like, I don't know, that's kind of cute. Like, I can't even falter for that. That's just kind of cute, I guess. But I mean, we conquered the darkness already. We have the technology. So let's just assume the eclipse for some reason takes away all natural light. Brother, half the people in this stream right now haven't seen natural light in years because we have fucking light technology in our house. We'd be okay. We'd make it. But what about the plants? Fuck them. Who needs them? We conquered nature too. We'll eat... We'll find an alternative. We'll eat I don't know, filter feed or some shit. I don't know. We'd find something.
With the fact that God created our universe. I mean, their symbol does have 3 sixes in it. And you guys remember the symbol I talked about earlier?
Oh.
This comes from their opening ceremony. You may be wondering, what even is that? As that is the head of the Baphomet. As you can see, it is a satanic symbol. Big question is, why would they have that at their opening ceremony?
Does CERN have opening ceremonies like it's the Olympics or something? What? I didn't know that. That's news to me. That opening ceremony looks out of this world, though. Is that the particle accelerator people were tripping over and saying that'll open a hole to another dimension or something? You're right and wrong. You're just getting a couple of different things confused. So when the LHC first got operational, there was a doomsday theory that by colliding particles at such a rapid speed, there was a small chance of creating a penny-sized black hole, which could eventually swallow the world. But that turned out to be a bunch of hullabaloo. As an engineer, it'd be so freaking sick if we were summoning demons or hopping dimensions or whatever, and not just calibrating sensors for hours. Yeah, I'd be happy to hear about that kind of stuff, different dimensions and shit. I feel like anyone would be excited about that. I don't know. We look at it as a bad thing. So what? A couple demons come through or something. We just close a portal on them. They don't have the technology in hell, clearly. And it confirmed the existence of hell, which would be a net positive for everyone, I would think. Then we'd know. Open my third asshole. Well, you're a little confused, but you've got the right spirit. That's a scientific mind right there. But anyway, come April 8th, get ready. The eclipse is coming and you can't stop it. And CERN's opening a portal on it or something. This week I saw something so baffling that it's really genuinely making me question if the human brain is devolving, becoming smoother, less wrinkles. It's the case of the TikTok giant. For those that don't know, there was a TikTok creator who filmed a giant, mysterious figure on top of a mountain. Was it Sasquatch? Was it the Loch Ness Monster? Perhaps Goatman? No. He claimed that he had seen a giant. And TikTok absolutely ate that up. They devoured it like it was a full course of spaghetti and meatballs. Not only TikTok, though, it then expanded to Twitter, where even more people started to believe that they had just seen irrefutable proof of a giant, because there was something on top of a mountain that was big. This whole thing is like a child believing the tooth fairy's real because when they put their tooth under their pillow, there's a quarter there. It is easily debunked and has been multiple times now, but then they just throw away the truth that's facing them because they prefer to live in the magic of there being giants walking amongst us here. It's a beautiful delusion, albeit very sad too, because people are also convinced that not only was this proof of a giant, it's proof that the CIA murdered the guy for filming the giant. I think people are at this point where they are legitimately believing everything as if we're back in the actual early ages of humans. I saw on TikTok and Twitter, this blew up. the TikTok giant. God, what was the guy's name though? There was a guy on TikTok who took a video of a mountain and there was a big figure on top of the mountain. It's like, oh shit, it's a giant. And then people believed it. They're like, we've seen the proof, the giants are real. And now the person behind the account's not posting. The person's gone missing. So they're like, the government must have got him and killed him for exposing the truth. It's so fucking crazy how, like, I actually think there have been irreparable damage done to the human brain because of TikTok. These are people, adults, actual adults. Why don't I just pull up the Twitter account that was talking about it? Talking about how it's the truth, there was really a giant there, we've known all along, and now that this guy blew the lid on it, the CIA got him and killed him. And then the guy leaned into it, he made this video about how it's all fake and it looked like a hostage video, and they're like, oh my god, irrefutable proof, you can see that the CIA is making him say these things. Where's the original post? Here's the video in question though. Andrew Dawson, thank you. Oh, it's a giant
person, dude. No, seriously, pull over, pull over. No.
I knew they were here. I've known all along the giants existed. They called me a fool. Also, it's dangerous to scroll in the comments, but I'm pretty sure, I'm not even gonna bother with the Council of Cock being down there as a possibility. Someone went on like Google Earth. They went over that mountain. And it turns out it's just a tower. It's just legitimately just a tower. But that didn't dissuade the believers. So what they're saying is they must have built the tower after this video came out in order to hide the truth that there was a giant there. I shit you not. That was their explanation for it being a tower over there. They said that they made it. They put that tower in place in order to obfuscate. But this is what's on the other side. I think the top comment on this is still, the government put that there in order to hide the truth. I'm gambling, but I think I'm right with this. Okay, not the one. You, another person that's trying to keep information no one cares about hidden. Everyone knows it was a giant, everyone still doesn't care. We care about the man being murdered for discovering it, though. We don't trust you. Isn't that crazy? They think the government killed this guy because he caught a video of a giant. That is the human brain in 2023. He did exactly what I told you guys I wanted to do with this whole gullible TikTok brain rot. Remember when I was telling you guys my plan of doing like haunted videos around the warehouse where like chairs move on their own? He did that with this. So after he got that video, he made this video where he leaned into it, exactly what I said I would do in order to farm.
Sorry to disappoint you guys, but all of the videos that I posted were scripted. They were just fake. They were just strictly for it.
So, he leaned into it. He made this video like, it's all fake, this and that, and he made it look like he was under duress. So people are like, clearly the CIA got to him. They're making him say these things. He did every single thing I said I would do with my farming of these fucking idiots. And they believe him fully. They believe he found a giant up here. And then the government killed him. It's so good. We live in an age where everyone has access to a video recording device at all times. Pretty much every nook and cranny of the world's been explored, and a fucking giant would be one of the hardest things to miss. And somehow, this is a confirmed giant, and it's just a coincidence that there happens to be a tower on the other side of this. Wholeheartedly believe it. This isn't even the biggest Twitter thread about it. There was a thread by this lady who's in her early 30s talking about how the government can't be trusted because they're killing us for finding the truth of things they don't want us to know about, citing this video as an example of the giant. And I believe the same woman also started talking about how they're killing people who are finding gnomes. But I may be getting her confused with someone else that was talking about it. People legitimately are believing in fairy tales again. We're going so far backwards. Charlie working for the government. I'm trying to keep you guys from the truth. You're not ready for giants. Those fucking bastards. Filthy monsters they are. I'm doing you a favor. You're not ready to... You can't handle it. Now, looking into it, there was an obituary posted for this individual from a local news source. So it is possible that he did pass away in early 2022, but people are attributing that death to a mysterious circumstance, and it being the CIA that took him out, like it was fucking Jack Bauer on a vendetta to kill this man because he had seen a giant. Why? Well, I don't know. That's not a question that ever gets asked in these situations. Just going through any natural thought process here and breaking it down, what would the government have to gain from hiding giants? Unless they have some kind of secret alliance with the giant tribe, there's just absolutely no reason they'd want to shut this shit down, put the kibosh on it. Or unless if you look at a giant in the eyes, it gives you eternal life or something, and the government's hoarding that to themselves, or their urine acts like the fountain of youth. Just nothing adds up here when you start connecting the dots. This isn't like a Men in Black situation where they're hiding aliens by going around and neuralizing everyone who sees alien activity, where the excuse there is they don't want people to panic. When it comes to giants, that'd be the hardest thing in the world to keep the lid on. Like the cat would get out of the bag so quickly, because it's a fucking giant. They're huge. They're enormous. This one, assuming patient zero here was truly a giant, this one was spotted on top of a mountain fucking 40 miles away. So you'd have a real tough time. You'd have your work cut out for you to keep that under wraps. It just, like, and even if there were giants, the existence of them probably wouldn't cause a panic on the same level as, like, aliens or anything. There's absolutely no reason for the government to be hiding the existence of giants. And I can't believe I even have to say that. I feel like I'm having a conversation with, like, the D&D club at a middle school.
I think that's that same vehicle from... Hey!
Now let's break down this little humdinger here. People use this video as proof that the CIA was hunting him down and stalking him because he made this video. He's very clearly leaning into it if you ask me. But let's do a basic thought experiment here. How likely is it that this is staged? Very. It got millions of views, so there's real incentive to play on it. How easy would it be to fake? Extremely. All you need is your friend to sit in a car outside and then drive away when you come out and yell at them. Like, just look at the video. There's just a random car out there with their lights on. So if they're stalking, they're doing a terrible job. They're just sitting right in plain view outside of his house with their lights on. That'd be the worst tale ever. They would be fired from the CIA immediately because they're fucking terrible at their job. Like, at that point, the CIA might as well have a sign out there saying, "We're watching you. Honk if you like government surveillance." Like, this would be genuinely the worst stalking ever from the CIA. And then the guy comes outside and scares the car away like a flock of pigeons on the beach. It's an extremely easy thing to stage. Where's the proof that that is some kind of unmarked CIA vehicle and an operative in there stalking him? The video just starts where he looks out the blinds and the car's already just sitting there in front of his house with his lights on. I think this is so clearly staged in order to play off of the success of the giant video, because it got a lot of attention and a lot of engagement. Now, he hasn't posted on TikTok since 2022, and like I said, there is an obituary posted in a local news source, so it is very possible he did pass away, but I will tell you right now, I highly, highly, highly doubt the government had anything to do with that. Because, again, there's no such thing as fucking giants out there. Sorry to ruin Christmas, but it's the truth. It's a tough pill to swallow, but one you've got to grow up and take right now. I would love if there were giants out there. No one would be happier than me. I would absolutely be ecstatic to learn that giants really are out there and they're coming back. You know, and then they start their own sports league or something. It'd be amazing. I'd be super excited about that. I'd also love if there was a such thing as psychics and telekinetic abilities, as well as being able to form a Kamehameha ball in the palm of my hands if I focus real hard. I would love all of that kind of fantasy shit to be real. But it's not. So there's just nothing the government would do here about a man filming a video claiming he saw a giant, because giants aren't real. So they're not gonna fucking care. It's not like he actually exposed a government secret. They'd have no reason to go silence him. This is just a wild case of people believing anything and everything they see, for no reason other than they have fun believing it. And then they fight tooth and nail for it, even when they are faced with the absolute truth of what the situation is. It's wild. So yeah, I just wanted to talk about this a little bit. That's about it. So yeah. You all know how much I love conspiracies, reptilians, flat earth, the revival of JFK Jr. and his upcoming presidency announcement, 5G, Wi-Fi, reprogramming gamer DNA, fucking microchips hidden in our spaghetti. I love all of it. But what if I told you there's a new and growing conspiracy that makes all of these look rational? I'm talking about the secret space program. The secret space program, to break it down, is basically a group of people who believe that they were at one point selected by space Nazis to fight intergalactic threats, and they are augmented super soldiers that have lived on Mars for 300, 400 years in some cases. They command high-tech mechs like Gurren Lagann shit straight out of an anime. And it's people who genuinely believe this. They have their own seminars, the meet and greets, they have their own community. I was recently made aware of this thanks to a YouTuber named Oki's Weird Stories, a fantastic channel, and a lot of work went into a video he produced where he talked about and infiltrated this conspiracy group. It's truly amazing. We watched it on stream, and I'll play clips of that now. But I'd encourage you to watch the full video to get like the absolute all-encompassing experience, because I can't do it justice. There is so many layers to this onion, not even Shrek could get to the bottom. It's fucking amazing. But my god, I was blown away by what I was seeing and learning. So I've of course done my own research on it now, and it is even better than I could have possibly imagined. The secret space program is where LARPing, fanfic, and main character syndrome all collide into this singularity, this fucking supernova of entertainment. It is amazing, and it wouldn't be nearly as enjoyable if people didn't actually believe it. From everything I can see, this isn't some kind of joke movement or anything. Like, of course you have the fun ones like birds aren't real, but you all know, and not to spoil the surprise or ruin Christmas, tell you Santa's not real, the birds not real movement is made as a joke. And I know that's kind of blasphemous to say, but in comparison to the secret space program, which is taken very seriously.
Person for the White Dragon Society. With me here is Chodoin Daikaku. He's the head of the world's martial arts societies, and if necessary, and in an emergency, he can summon up an army of 200 million people worldwide.
This guy? This guy looks like a sex doll. Is there a human being here? Or, like, the quality's so bad I can't even tell. Is this flesh? He can summon up an army of 200 million people, and he's the head of the world's martial arts committee?
Here on my right is Alexander Romanov, who is a grandmaster of an Illuminati group that claims to have started the French, Russian, and American revolutions.
Wow!
Imagine if someone told you they lived out the plot of the movie Total Recall. That they thought they were living a regular life until one day they recovered memories of being a secret agent fighting an evil organization on Mars.
I'd say that's a fucking good man.
Who is an Akashic reader, healer, and telepath. And he also remembers being in a facility that trained his shapeshifting abilities, in which I was also a participant of. He recalls experiences
Can you still shapeshift?
As a super soldier in Kruger, and has done training missions with zombies and vampires.
Well, there was one kid.
There were zombies and vampires on Mars?
There was another a female that
surely we could
turned
cure
into an evil,
zombieism,
and that was used for surveillance. I myself was a blue wolf.
Upon realizing this, I started to formulate a plan. What if I made up a story about being in the secret space program?
Well, that's all they do.
And share it with his community.
That's easy.
And that's how I finally found an angle that compelled me enough to make a video about this topic.
You don't join the SSP, swine.
So if my goal still sounds too vague to you, I set up a criteria for 2. Get onto a major platform.
Well, just say you're part of the Blue Wolf
and share my experience. I developed this criteria after thinking what's required to become an SSP whistleblower. Before World War II, the Nazis, who were interested in mysticism and alternative views, searched the planet for fantastical powers. They found Maria Orsek, a medium and leader of the Vril Society, who channeled Nordic and Draco reptilians who offered the Nazis the schematics behind anti-gravity technology in UFOs. The Draco reptilians told the Nazis about ancient alien technology hidden in Antarctica, and in 1938, the Nazis traveled there. And by 1950, the Nazis were on Mars.
The new Schwabenlanders didn't want to support Hitler at the end of the war because they considered him.
Let me catch up on the lore myself here at base 211. The new Schwabenlanders. Was that like a real division in the Nazi Germany, or is that just what the secret space program made up? The new Schwabenlanders. No evidence. Bro, we don't use the E word when we're talking about the secret space program. We just feel it. They have unlocked memories, dumbass. Evidence. Fuck. What are you? Huh? Some kind of science believer? Idiot.
Insane.
This guy's lived for 330 years on Mars. Okay, you don't understand.
The Nazis capable of space and time travel became the Fourth Reich.
You don't have the lived experience.
Antarctica in space while refusing to proceed, and began an aggressive expansion out into the solar system, setting up.
So is the entire secret space program Nazis?
The Kuiper belts and etc. Capable of time travel, the space Germans also traveled back in time to settle on planets around the galaxy.
In their own lore, they made themselves Nazis? Why? So they're part of the new Schwabenlanders? Alright, give me 1 second. I'm going to go say goodnight to Tiana. And then maybe interrogate her to see if she's part of the secret space program and she's lying to me.
Offering services to help recover secret space program related memories. At the top of the list was James. And for $200 USD, I could book a guided meditation regression session with him.
Draco reptilian humanoid hybrid. And then I think I also got like Anunnaki.
Do you know who you might have been in a past life?
Have you heard like the Black Samurai Yasuke?
You were a samurai?
Yeah. Dude, I'll show you something. Check this out.
That's pretty dope. And I was a gladiator.
Oh no, that's awesome.
Oh wow!
The goal here, I want us.
You could learn a lot from James.
Let's put a gold sheet thought into it. Just imagine what do you think?
Imagine Oki just becomes a real believer.
So let's start with that, and tell me what you see.
I see Kevin Spacey, or his clone.
Paul Serene. He was on the governing council of the ICC. So his clone is Kevin Spacey.
We're in a gymnasium.
Wait, what? So wait, is that part of SSP lore? Kevin Spacey is like a figurehead in the secret space program? Oh, okay, so Monarch is responsible for human trafficking, sex, mind control, experiments, and chemtrailing. I knew it. Fucking Kevin Spacey was behind it all, that son of a bitch. Evil bastard, thought he got away with it. Didn't expect us to be hot on his trail. Luckily we broke away from Atlantis though, so we cut the connection. But Kevin Spacey himself is a clone of Paul.
We're in I think I see...
Oh nice, thanks for the rubber feet.
Mr. Beast.
Today we will be planting 20 million trees.
Okay, so they're probably programming him. But he's the guy that was near to give away a bunch of free stuff on the videos.
Yeah.
They must have looked into his future and... Okay.
So a few days later, I traveled to Las Vegas and landed at around 12 p.m. after a 4-hour plane ride.
Man, he went all in for this video.
I'm here.
Traveled fucking 5,000 miles for a 45-minute interview.
Disclosure, 5D events.
This is going to be an exercise in patience for me.
No, this is going to be an eye-opening experience for everyone. We're all going to leave here thinking we're super soldiers from space.
Golden Nugget.
And experience this up on the starship.
Is he the only one here?
I spoke with the commander, the Arcturian commander, who I am connected to.
That's how we connect?
This concert, this Travis Scott concert, where 800 people were injected with these drone mosquitoes. You know, you see, wow, they can go around.
So that's what happened.
People.
Jesus Christ. It is... Whoops. It is so hard to believe that people like that exist, man. Not only exist, but have other people that believe them. Like, they have influence over other people. That's fucking wild. Think about that for a second. I've said this a million times. No matter how stupid you are or how outrageous your beliefs, you will always have an audience thanks to the internet. You will always find people that agree with you, support you, worship you, or just at the very least provide camaraderie in a positive echo chamber because you are connected to everyone at all times through Twitter and Facebook. So that guy who thinks at the Travis Scott concert 800 people were injected with, what was it, some super space mosquitoes or whatever, he's got 100 other people in his Facebook group that all think the same thing. Wild.
We got to go to How to Become a Jedi Warrior.
I'm excited about that one.
That should be productive.
Unfortunately, when we showed up to the How to Become a Jedi Warrior workshop, no one was there, not even the speaker, so it was canceled.
We just got in here. We have no idea.
Oh man, what the fuck? Well, they're too busy having sex, I bet.
Just gave up.
On Mars.
Quantum spoon bending, parentheses, bring your own spoons, close parentheses.
And the quantum spoon bending lesson was underwhelming since, instead of learning how to bend a spoon with our minds, we were instructed to physically do it with both hands.
What the fuck? It's real! Oh my god.
While walking around the venue, I noticed that James had sent me a text inviting me to his hotel room for an interview. Suddenly, a wave of anticipation and euphoria washed over me. This was it. Finally, after several months...
He ends up getting like Harvey Weinsteined by James.
I ran back to the workshop room, found Night Docs, filmed the interview, and to get to Jay's hotel room as soon as possible.
Night Docs, go with him. Keep him safe.
Therefore, being late
oh
was
my
not
god.
enough. Night Docs, who was behind me, was still trying to
The
attach
super
his
soldier's
camera to a
unpredictable.
gimbal, which would not fit. By then, any nervous anticipation I felt leading up to this face-to-face sit-down had completely dissipated.
Yeah, you just get to come in here
knowing that I was more than prepared
make some
to
shit
speak
up.
about my time in the Secret
Have
Space
some fun.
program in a convincing manner. The interview lasted 1 hour, and here's what happened.
Okay, so my name is Oki. So it started from before I was even born, where they genetically enhanced my DNA. And by the time I was 6, I was put into a special program run by Monarch. I was under direct tutelage of Paul Serene, Kevin Spacey's clone. There was 12 children.
Oh my god. Luckily, James didn't pick up on that. He just got the lore wrong. Paul Serene is not the clone of Kevin Spacey, Oki. Kevin Spacey is the clone of Paul Serene. Oh my god, the whole operation just went tits up. There's no way James didn't just... Oh my god, there's no way James didn't pick up on that. Oh my god. He blew it. He fucking blew it. SSP's on his tail now.
Who were trained
He's hunted.
directly
He's
under
a hunted
him,
man.
including myself and the YouTuber Mr. Beast.
So
every method they could to use MK Ultra programming and to create killing machines. And I was able to just look at a photo of a target and make their head explode. Because I mean, there was billions of dollars spent on each and every single one of us. I particularly liked
that sounds like Kevin Spacey's research.
I liked my my 2 daggers. I had a form of EMP that I could take out there.
He's a Reddit assassin.
In my past life, I was
on Mars.
Yasuke, the Black Samurai.
Did any of your clones ever get changed into a zombie?
I had a clone.
I like how that's one of James' core questions. Have any of your clones been changed into a zombie? James makes it sound like he doesn't even know what the fuck a zombie is. He makes it sound like it's a state of mind. The clones would have to die first, James, and then Kevin Spacey and Paul Serene would have to do a fusion dance in order to bring out the proper necromancy on Mars at the Knockwaffen to revive them for them to be zombies, James. Jesus Christ. He's getting lost in his own sauce. He's not even following his own rules in the secret space program.
That clone actually was fighting zombies and vampires. And there was also Yetis that they were fighting.
What about vampires? Do you recall any scenarios fighting vampires?
He just said that,
This
James.
particular thing. This is
He's
something
killed
I learned
1,000
about
of them with his
vampires,
bare
actually,
hands.
Is that they can't help but count. From what I remember, most clearly is
He
that
wanted
I
that
do
so
have
bad.
many different clones of myself with used pretty much as like kamikaze pilots.
Typically, at least what I heard, black people require a different protocol of brainwashing.
Time flew by, and I was
That's-
struck by the effortlessness of
The super soldier is many things, but a coward he is not. He will ask the hard-hitting questions. He will go where no other space program super soldiers will.
story which I crafted. I spoke for 1 hour.
He
with
actually
ease
fucking
and told
said
my
that.
story so coherently. I was playing a role, and even though I created the role, while I was performing it, it was like a switch in my brain went off, and everything I said felt real.
That's
At that moment, I
100%
managed to
true.
delude
That's how it
myself
works.
to speak matter-of-factly about
That's
being
why these
trained
communities
by Kevin
exist.
Spacey's clone, along with Mr. Beast. Whistleblower testimony that they've heard on James's channel so far, and one person even said that they cried the whole way through the video. So that's that.
Oh my god. Hold on, I want to read that. I'm so sorry you had to do that. Thank you for your bravery. Oh man. God, like, to a certain extent, I feel bad for them. Not in particular the secret space program, like them too, but in general, people that truly believe these things, like wholeheartedly separate themselves from reality to exist in this new made-up world. It is sad to a certain level. God, that was amazing. This is criminally underrated for the work that went into this. Dude flew out from Canada to Las Vegas to a secret space program meeting in order to have an interview with the #1 figure in secret space program super soldier lore. The 330-year-old ass-beating, ass-eating super Goliath James. Yeah, I love conspiracy theories, but this shit is getting out of hand. There's a new insane conspiracy every single day, just some wacky, goofy shit. I wouldn't be surprised if there's a fucking group on Twitter that thinks Reptar cereal is the instrument of Hillary Clinton to brainwash children into worshiping the devil or some garbage. You see it all over the internet every single day with these people that like to think that they're so special and intellectually enlightened that they have opened their 3rd, 4th, and 5th eye, they've awakened their Sharingan, and now they're seeing the truth behind everything. There's nothing wrong with questioning things, it's extremely healthy and extremely important to do, but when you question every single thing ever and discredit science and come up with some actual diarrhea dog shit, maybe you're the crazy person. Like, you have people saying, water's evil. In fact, we've been lied to all our lives. The human body doesn't require water. In fact, water was cursed by Bill Gates over 3 millennia ago, and we're not even drinking water. We're drinking a mind control potion that Bill Gates has got to us. In fact, the only fluid we should be consuming is a Diet Coke via enema. Please, join me, enlightened brothers. And you'll have like 50,000 people on that Facebook page that all agree with that. It's just crazy shit. Like the Wayfair conspiracy is another big one where everyone said they were human trafficking people in fucking wardrobes and shit and pillows. It's actual nonsense, but everyone likes to think that they're seeing the truth, which is what makes conspiracies so appealing. And once you get ingrained in a conspiracy, once you start believing in it, you're never going to change that belief, or at least the majority of people don't. Like flat earthers, for example. Flat earthers are like Looney Tunes villains that can't do anything fucking right to support their point. Flat earthers in their own documentaries have proven themselves wrong multiple times and then just throw that away. Like in the end of the most recent documentary I can think of on flat earthers, they proved the earth is round with their own experiment and they said, that's interesting. Must have done something wrong. Even doing their own experiment perfectly correct and proving the earth was round, they just said, no, it's still flat, even though this proved it was round with our own science. You can't convince people of these things because they just don't want to believe it. They'd rather stay believing in some garbage to make themselves still feel like they're special. Like people that think the moon is fake, you could literally fly them to the moon and they would say it doesn't exist. They'd say you drug them and just put them in Nevada on a CGI set or something. No matter how many times and how thoroughly these awful conspiracies get debunked, people are always going to believe them. it is what it is, so now I just kind of enjoy the chaos of it all, and there's been some absolute bangers when it comes to bullshit conspiracies recently, like spirit cooking is a really good one. There's also a wild one about the tablets of Thoth being used to resurrect an ancient deity from the underworld who's going to rise and exterminate Earth for its sin. Another really cool one I've been into is that Atlantis is real, and the previous god of Atlantis is very upset with the state of the world, so to get back at us, he started cloning celebrities. I don't know how exactly that, punishes us to just clone celebrities, but apparently that's what the god of Atlantis is doing, according to a bunch of people. It's just some really fucking incredible stuff. Like, these conspiracies make Sonic the Hedgehog fan fiction sound sane. And when I mention conspiracies like this, it's not like one person who's having some kind of bad acid trip and writing this shit down in some kind of journal. It's communities of people that believe this. I'm deep into conspiracy Facebook groups and stuff, just kind of reading about all of it and getting a little bit of a giggle out of it. But admittedly, it is sad to see people genuinely believe some of these things and be fearful of this boogeyman who's coming from like the 12th dimension as a time-traveling pedophile to steal away people's families or something. It is sad to see people kind of believe these things and act so out of fear online about shit that absolutely isn't true at all. But that being said, I thought it'd be fun to add some fuel to this fire here, and I'll bring up a conspiracy that I believe in. I'm sure some of you might remember this. Berenstain versus Berenstain Bears. I made a video on this a few years back, kind of blowing this shit wide open and spreading the cheeks of this conspiracy to get into the meat of it. And I think it's time, in the current climate of things, we reopen this one. We gotta open this wound up again and pour some salt on it and figure out what the fuck is going on. So, to break down the Berenstain versus Berenstain Bears conspiracy, growing up, there was a very popular book series called The Berenstain Bears. Or at least that's what the government and the reality puppeteers would have you believe. What I remember growing up, having written reports on this book series, was it was always called the Berenstain Bears. And the majority of people in my age range, 25 years old, also remember it as Berenstain Bears. However, if you check the so-called official records and the history of this planet, you'll realize that it's never been called the Berenstain Bears. It's always been Berenstain. There wasn't some kind of rebranding from Steen to Stain. It has always existed as the Berenstain Bears. When I learned about this, I went back through all of my Berenstain Bears books to see, for proof, look, it was called Berenstain, only to realize in shock and horror that my once authentic Berenstain Bears books had been subtly changed to Berenstain. As if some kind of adjustment bureau, some kind of, legion of tooth fairies or something came in when I wasn't looking and they very subtly changed the name to Stain over Steen. Semi-chubbed and in a panic, I began searching throughout the entire internet for proof that it was once Berenstain Bears in this corporeal dimension we inhabit. However, everything points to the fact that it was always Berenstain Bears. So then what's the explanation? Well, most people chalk this up to the Mandela effect. For those that don't know, the Mandela effect is when a large group of people remember events differently than they actually occurred. Basically, it's just a large group of people that misremember something, and oftentimes when faced with the truth, people say the truth is wrong because they have these vivid memories that don't match up with it. And yes, memories aren't the most reliable source when it comes to figuring out what's real and what actually happened. However, in this case, fuck you. I am not wrong. You can hold my nutsack in your goddamn mouth. It was definitely Berenstain Bears at some point over the last 25 years. Like I said, I used to write reports on these goddamn things, and I used to write it as Berenstain Bears, because I didn't know what the fuck steen was, but I knew what a stain was, obviously, because I was fucking staining my diapers with fucking shit constantly, so I knew what a stain was. So I'd write Berenstain, only to lose points on my reports, teachers just fucking scratching it out. Charlie, you're never gonna make it in college with this kind of garbage. Because they said it's not Stain, it's Steen, so I'd lose points, and then I got it really fucking ingrained in me that it's Berenstain instead of Stain. So this has like a personal connection with me. I fucking know it. I still believe it. And so, what is the other explanation? Well, a lot of highly intellectual truth seekers believe that at some point in the last 25 years, the multiverse has collapsed in on itself. So the multiverse theory suggests there's infinite number of universes, and at some point in the last 25 years, our Berenstain timeline collapsed on top of the Berenstain timeline, causing subtle changes in the two, as we transformed into this Autobot of disappointment. And that's why we're left with Berenstain instead of Steen, and only some of us remember it as Steen instead of Stain. The chosen few, the cream of the crop that remember it as Berenstain. So there's a fun little conspiracy to play around with, I think. Hey, that one's got some meat to it, I will say. The Berenstain versus Berenstain one that one's near and dear to my boners. Like, that shit I think is really weird. Because, like I said, I really do remember getting points off for writing Stain, because I thought it was Berenstain as a kid, but I was told it was Berenstain. And I wish I could find those reports, but obviously I don't have homework from 20 years ago. But anyway, yeah, that's about it. So yeah. I'm sure by now the majority of you know that I fucking love conspiracy theories. I love to just spread a conspiracy theory's cheeks wide open as far as possible and just dive in and get to the meat of it and really see what it's all about. See if maybe there's any truth to it. I just love it. And luckily my nipples have been tickled thoroughly thanks to a brand new conspiracy theory popping off online about Wayfair trafficking human beings, children, through their website. I haven't been this interested in a conspiracy theory since the Berenstain Bears versus the Berenstain Bears multiversal collapse theory. This is an incredible conspiracy theory and I can't wait to share it with all of you and present my findings. Spoiler alert, this is a pretty fucking wacky one. This one's like believing in reptilians or believing that Jesus Christ died because of Fortnite or something. This one is fucking insane. So let's go ahead and start at the beginning. This conspiracy theory developed on the home of intellectuals, Reddit. It was blown open by someone on Reddit presenting some evidence that these expensive cabinets had names that matched missing children's reports. And from this, people started to just spiral out of control. Wow, oh wow, this is fucked up, this is weird. Why are these cabinets so expensive? And why does it have the name of a missing child? And there's cabinets that look identical with different names on them that all correspond to a missing child report. And it's not just cabinets, there's also pillows that are like $10,000 that also have the names that correspond to a missing child on them. And the question arose, well, why are they so expensive? And when there's other products similar to it, why are they like $30 versus the $10,000 for this one pillow with this weird name on it? So people then started to connect the dots. They started to see the strings that hold the universe together and really piece together the truth. And they came to the conclusion that people must be sex trafficking children through Wayfair, obviously, as any rational conclusion would lead you to. And when I first heard it, I was like, yeah, it's kind of fucking weird, right? Like, why are these cabinets so expensive? And a pillow, I'm not paying $10,000 for a pillow unless it's coming with 15 strippers or something and a nice giant fucking birthday cake. I mean, why is it worth $10,000? And then I decided to look into it today, and it goes deep. This is a fucking rabbit hole. I mean, Tom Hanks comes into play here. Tom Hanks is apparently like the Thanos of Wayfair sex trafficking. Like, it's weird. So first and foremost, for those that don't know, Wayfair is a website where you can buy furniture and just like household shit. Typically supposed to be affordable things, but recently people noticed that there's this extremely expensive shit like this here that has a name that matched a missing person. Or so they thought. It turns out the majority of the people that they've used in their examples in this conspiracy are children that have been found, and a lot of these kids, they themselves have come forward and said, hey, look, I'm not actually missing.
And then he gonna put his little, why is your caption even that? That don't even make sense. If you posting motherfuckers who actually missing, you trying to get motherfuckers to share the shit, what are y'all talking about? Y'all all sound stupid talking about why am I mad? Because I'm not missing. Fuck out of here.
Now, a lot of people in the comments on Twitter and on Instagram that I've seen were actually attacking the girl in the video I just showed you, saying that she must be in on it. You know, she must have just broken out of the cabinet she was sold in and is being forced at gunpoint to say these things. Which is really weird to just start attacking her for being upset that people are perpetuating the idea that she was literally sold into sex slavery. That's a pretty fucking bold thing to say. That'd be something that'd make me mad if people were like, hey, Charlie, I remember when he was 14 years old, he was sold into sex slavery. I'd be like, hey, wait a minute. No, it wasn't. And that's kind of a mean thing to say. That just didn't happen. But people are so wrapped up in this conspiracy theory, they don't care that it was just outright disproven that this girl is not missing, nor she was sold in the cabinet. They just fall into this delusion and this crazy amount of denial where that doesn't matter. No. See, in fact, this actually proves our point because she's clearly being held on a UFO that ordered this cabinet from Wayfair, and now they've mind-controlled her to say these things, so obviously it proves that we're right and all kinds of crazy bullshit. It's like a shitty B-movie plot. And it's not just this girl that was revealed to not be missing, nor has ever been, like, sold in a cabinet. A lot of the popular pictures that were circulating, you could look up those kids and then find stories about when they were found earlier. Like they were never in a Wayfair, shipment facility or anything like that. Like this kid here with this pillow, people speculated that the pillow must not have any stuffing in it. It was stuffed with the kid's bones and blood. When it turns out, no, this kid was found quite a while ago. And now just because a lot of the kids were found and were never shipped through the evil laboratory of Wayfair or anything like that, it didn't stop the conspiracy theory. That didn't halt it in its tracks. People still believed it. And that's fine. Maybe there was isolated cases like, oh, we were wrong here. That doesn't mean the whole thing's wrong. Just because these were false doesn't mean it's all false. But it does, because, you can actually prove exactly why it's all wrong. We won't even go into Wayfair's official statement, we'll get to that in a second, but let's just use some common sense here. I believe the statistic is 1,250 missing kids are reported every day. 500,000 every year. Something like that, in that general ballpark. That's a lot of fucking names. That's a ton of fucking names. You could probably find some Xbox Live gamertag level names in a sample size that big, like fucking XX Shadow Slayer went missing a year ago. And you could find an XX Shadow Slayer Wayfair pillow that's $9,000, I bet. It's a lot of names is what I'm saying. So it's not impossible that these companies chose a random name that happened to correspond to someone who went missing. And a lot of them are very common names. There's one that was circulating on Twitter that was Annabelle. Annabelle's a super fucking common name, and they just took that Annabelle listing of an expensive cabinet and matched it up with an Annabelle that was missing. That's not a good connection. It's a very common name. That's clearly something that could happen on accident. But then there are those really specific ones like I showed you with that boy and that pillow. But even that kid was found. He wasn't missing, and he wasn't ever stuffed inside of a pillow like some kind of crazy fucking Frankenstein experiment. He was just found. So it's not unfathomable that these random names they chose just coincided with kids that were missing at some point. But why were they so expensive? That's the biggest question. Why the fuck are these mediocre items so expensive? And I found the answer, or at least the answer the government, the man, wants us to see, I suppose, if you still want to subscribe to the conspiracy. A lot of resellers, what they'll do, when the item is out of stock, they jack the price up to an absurd level that they know nobody's going to try and buy, so that way they can keep it listed, as opposed to saying it's out of stock and taking it off listing. They jack the price up, they hold its spot until it's back in stock, and then they drop it back down. That's the tactic I saw a lot of people talking about that actually use Wayfair. That's what they were saying is commonly done there. I think that's a dumb practice, and Wayfair themselves have cracked down on it, it seems. Wayfair's statement says, that obviously it's all wrong, but we did take these down because the names and the pictures don't exactly match why they're as expensive as they are, and the practices or some shit like that. It wasn't a great statement that did nothing to help their case in it being false. It just made it even more confusing because they just took the shit down, which made a lot of people believe that Wayfair was admitting guilt and hiding something. But according to a lot of people that use Wayfair, it's not something uncommon where they jack this price up to a point where no one's going to buy it just so they can hold their listing. And that does make sense. It makes a lot more sense than fucking pedophiles using Wayfair to sex traffic children. Are there sex trafficking rings from extremely wealthy, powerful people? Abso-fucking-lutely. Yeah, there's a ton of evidence to point to that. But I highly doubt they're operating through Wayfair. That's like saying these people are using, fucking Twitch to start trafficking children through an XQC chat. It doesn't make any sense. Why would they be using something like that to do some shit like that? They'd be using the dark web or something. They wouldn't be going on fucking Wayfair just in the public's eye right under their nose like some kind of comical supervillain trying to fool everyone by doing everything in broad daylight. That just wouldn't happen. These are public listings. Someone could have accidentally ordered one of these expensive items. What's going to happen? They buy this cabinet and then all of a sudden they have a kid shipped to them. They open the box and then bang, a kid pops out and they just fucking jump scared. Oh, whoa. Where's my cabinet? That's just not how it would happen. In fact, I actually tried to test this myself. I went on Wayfair with every intention of buying one of those $10,000 pillows that matched the name of a missing kid, and I was like, shit, this is going to be expensive as fuck. I'm either going to get a terrible pillow or I'm going to save a kid's life. It's worth it. But I couldn't place the order because the fucking item didn't exist, which made me more convinced that, yes, this is probably just a common practice where when the item isn't in stock and it's not there, they just jack the price up, hoping nobody places an order or tries to, and wait until it's back in stock to drop it back down, just so they don't lose listing. This is another thing I saw develop today, actually. A lot of people saying that the CEO of Wayfair has resigned. Well, the problem with that is it's not true. He hasn't resigned. There's no reports of him resigning. Unless this Twitter account right here is working with the, NSA or some shit, the CIA, and he's got some insider information, then I don't know what to tell you. But according to every possible fucking source, the guy has not resigned. He is still the CEO of Wayfair. So this is just an outright lie. Now we get to the main course. Everything I just told you about this conspiracy and all that shit, just an appetizer. Now it's time for the entree. And trust me, it's not raw. This is coming out well done. Tom Hanks, the puppet master. Beloved actor? No. Demon. Fiend. Tom Hanks has been roped into all of this because of one old Instagram post. This right here. It's a picture of a glove next to some chalk that says SRC USA or something similar. That's what it looks like. And this post right here is a very suspicious one. Now, admittedly, this is a weird fucking Instagram post. I don't know why Tom Hanks would just take a picture of a glove on the ground next to some fucking street chalk or anything like that. But it's correlation to everything going on here. People, Reddit detectives and Twitter experts, the analysts, they were able to crack the code. They realized if you type in a lot of the item numbers onto a Russian search engine called Yandex, it brought up pictures of children. So if you typed in SRC USA and a bunch of numbers, it brings up pictures of children on a Russian search engine. So they speculated these were pictures of the kids that were being sold in those cabinets, or being sold with the cabinets. It varies depending on who you talk to on whether or not the kids were actually stuffed in the furniture or just came with it or something. It's, as like some kind of package deal, like batteries included or something. It varies on who you talk to, but that was the speculation. You type in this shit, you do it on the Yandex, and you get an image of what you're buying or some shit like that. And Tom Hanks has this really weird picture that does have something that looks like it says SRC USA. Except in this case, it goes so far above Tom Hanks, it's laughable. This is bigger than Tom Hanks. This goes all the way to the top. This incriminates the construction and utility workers. You see, SRC USA is construction utility code for Underground Service Alert. It's to let other workers know that, hey, at this location, with these, the white brackets and chalk there you can see, there is something that runs underneath the pavement, whether it be a power line, cable, water, it doesn't matter. There's something running underneath there, so just be aware. You can find this shit marked on streets all over the place. It's not something unique to Tom Hanks. I don't think he went out there with sidewalk chalk and wrote SRC USA to brag and then threw a glove on the ground. It's a stupid fucking picture. It's a weird, creepy little picture. The caption was like, give me a high five or something. I don't know. It's a weird picture. You're not going to argue that. But that right there is just an extremely common thing that you can see probably outside of your own house right now if you want to experiment. It's nothing unusual because it's actual just construction utility code. And that pretty much sums up Tom Hanks' involvement because of that one Instagram post. I don't think it goes any deeper than that I could find. But just because that's wrong doesn't mean the whole thing's wrong. I mean, Tom Hanks could still be this evil mastermind behind all of it. I don't know, he could pull in the strings. Maybe he has equity in Wayfair. Couldn't tell you. But in this case, I don't think Wayfair is selling human beings through their website. I don't think that's what's going on here. But again, just because everything about this conspiracy theory is wrong doesn't mean the conspiracy theory's wrong, It's 2020, baby. We believe anything, whether or not it's factually true or not. Who gives a fuck? And that's about it. See ya. You all know I'm a big fan of conspiracy theories as long as they're harmless, fun ones such as, reptilians controlling the world, talking about zippers on the sides of some powerful people's necks that reveal a giant lizard underneath the human skin suit. Flat Earth is always a classic fun one to play with. But then there's they're very dangerous ones, and I think one of them that's really taking a huge upswing in the amount of people that believe it is 5G causing the coronavirus. A month ago, this was a fucking joke across the entire internet. But now, in the last month, everyone's quarantined, locked down, desperate, bored, and I think they're getting fucking dumber. Because there's so many people that are now unironically believing 5G is the cause of coronavirus that I actually can't believe it. These same people probably believe chocolate milk comes from brown cows. It takes mere minutes of research outside of Facebook anti-vax groups, actual scientific research. It takes only minutes to immediately disprove that and find there's no connection between 5G towers and coronavirus. That shouldn't be shocking to the majority of people, but to some people, I'm speaking blasphemy. I am a puppet of the Illuminati to some people for saying that, because these people see the truth. These high school dropouts that failed every fucking course, no, they're the ones that understand the 5G connection to coronavirus. Not the scientists, not the experts. These fucking limp-dicked fucking idiots sitting in their basement for fear that the government's listening to them through their alarm clock so they have a tinfoil hat and condom on. Those are the real intellectuals. And they're spreading this kind of shit on the internet, which is laughable and it's fun to make fun of. But now they're starting to set cell phone towers on fire? It's fucking crazy. It's getting actually dangerous now. So, how did this start? I'm not here to be a fucking science professor, so I'm not going to tackle every angle of this. I'm just going to point out the most common and the most obvious fallacies in this logic of 5G being the coronavirus culprit, the one that's really controlling it all, and how the government, big brothers, got us under their thumb. They don't want us to see the earth is really flat, so they're using coronavirus to keep us inside and erect more 5G towers. We'll start with the origin of this conspiracy, at least in regards to coronavirus. In China, Wuhan, a 5G tower was rolled out at the end of 2019, so just a little bit before coronavirus broke out, and people are attributing the tower as the cause. That is ground zero of coronavirus. The tower caused it. That's pretty much where that logic ends. And then as it spread to the United States, they're saying the 5G towers are the cause of coronavirus in the US. Not because it's contagious through, spreading and being around people, but because the towers themselves are emitting too much radiation and it's causing the coronavirus. And the coronavirus itself isn't even real. It's a made-up hoax to cover for radiation poisoning. I've spent a few hours researching the conspiracy theory and looking around what everyone says on Twitter in these circles that truly believe this stuff, and they seem to all agree that coronavirus itself isn't real. What it is just radiation sickness, because the symptoms of radiation sickness are similar to those that are being reported with coronavirus. So that's basically the whole conspiracy in a nutshell. And it is fucking ridiculous. So 5G towers have existed in the US since early 2019. While the idea of 5G has existed much longer, and most people seem to think we've had 5G for longer, we really didn't start getting 5G until early 2019 with actual towers and everything being built around the US. Those aren't make-believe. That's not like Tooth Fairy shit. It's real. You can go see those 5G towers in the real world, in person. It's not smoke and mirrors, no magic tricks. That shit is there, and it has been there since 2019. There were no cases of coronavirus in the US throughout all of 2019, and there were no cases of coronavirus in the US until the China incident where coronavirus started to explode. And then, you know how the story goes from there. It spread throughout the entire world. But they seem to think that it's not actually spreading from human to human contact. It's being transmitted via the beams from the towers of 5G. That seems to be their accepted belief. I'm going to immediately poke a hole in that. Israel has 7,400 cases of coronavirus with 39 dead. Israel has no 5G towers. None. So how the fuck can that happen by this logic? Some enlightened Twitter users will be quick to point out that the radiation sickness was transferred. Someone who was infected by a tower in the US or some other part of the world traveled to Israel and started spreading it that way. Well, that's impossible via your radiation sickness hypothesis, because radiation sickness isn't contagious. You watched Chernobyl on HBO and you think you understand everything there is to know about radiation. Well, I'll tell you one thing Chernobyl got wrong. You are not some kind of walking fucking virus with radiation sickness. If someone you know has radiation sickness, they cannot transfer that onto you. If their entire fucking clothes, their entire wardrobe is covered in dense radiation and they try and suffocate you with that, maybe. But as a whole, radiation sickness itself is not contagious. So you'd have to immediately throw out the radiation sickness hypothesis because it wouldn't be able to spread. It'd have to be coronavirus, which does exist and is very, very contagious, which is why people are being ordered to stay inside. If it was radiation poisoning, radiation sickness, it wouldn't matter if you were around 1,000 people. No one is going to catch that from you. It's easy to poke 1,000 different holes into this 5G coronavirus conspiracy. You can turn this shit into a fucking pincushion because it is so weak. But so many people still believe it just because I think they want to. They want to believe it's something bigger, like some grand conspiracy, just the man trying to keep them down or something. It's so silly. If you look into it yourself, it's going to be hard not to laugh at it because the leaps and these conclusions they draw are so nonsensical. It's ridiculous. I just picked two quick ones to point out because those are the two most obvious ones that they have really no answer for that I've seen. And I'm sure there's going to be some comments on the video that immediately disregard shit and still try and promote the idea that 5G coronavirus thing is real, which is just pathetic. But anyway, I know I don't need to poke holes in it because it's already so goddamn silly if you even look at it for a second. I don't like having to be your fucking science teacher here. I graduated from university with a human sciences degree, so I do understand a lot of this stuff. Granted, I'm not as brushed up on the whole field as I used to be, because, I barely fucking use that knowledge anymore. But I do get it, and I understand where this fear comes from. You're locked inside, you're desperate, you're looking for answers, and you have no idea what else to turn to. So Twitter has this giant fucking platform full of lunatics that seem to believe this and are promoting it as a real thing. And since you're constantly on Twitter with nothing else to do besides jerk off and read garbage Twitter posts, you see this and you start to accept it. I get it, and I'm not blaming those people. But it is a very dangerous thing to just blindly follow this shit with no science and not doing any research on it at all. Now, what I do find interesting is there is a community of real scientists that are apprehensive about 5G's implementation and the future of 5G and what health implications it could have down the line. The conspiracy side of things is using this to promote the idea that scientists are afraid of it and they think that the scientists believe that it caused coronavirus. That couldn't be further from the truth. None of those scientists that are afraid of 5G's implications down the line have said anything about it being coronavirus related, which is what I'm focusing on. The scientists' main concern is they haven't been able to study the long-term health effects of what 5G could do in the future. There's nothing about coronavirus or anything like that. This community just wants a little more research done on 5G before it's implemented, and they think it's perhaps a bit rushed. It has nothing to do with the fucking scientists thinking that it's the cause of coronavirus. Again, this isn't a small community either. If you look up any 5G video on YouTube right now, it's overwhelmingly disliked with thousands of comments saying, "This is bullshit, don't trust them, rise up sheeple, it's time we take back our lives, don't let them control our minds, don't let anyone tell you what to believe," as they're being told what to believe by somebody else. I'm all for questioning the media and questioning sources and doing a lot of research to form your opinions, but I find it seriously hypocritical how this community keeps saying, "Don't trust anyone, but trust me." It makes no sense. Like, don't listen to anyone, don't let anyone tell you what to believe, as they're being told what to believe by some dude in his shit-stained underwear in a chat room somewhere. It's fucking silly. It's very hypocritical. Again, I'm all for questioning things you see in the media and online. I think that is the most healthy thing you can do. But when you start just entering an echo chamber and only looking up things that support what you want to believe, you're not getting anywhere and you're only making the problem worse. Now, I'm only focusing on the coronavirus aspect of this conspiracy theory. It goes much deeper with 5G. 5G itself is a rabbit hole for a crazy amount of conspiracies, especially on YouTube. For some reason, it seems a lot of YouTubers and YouTube commenters really believe that 5G is this ultimate boogeyman, like this final boss that's holding back the human species. Like, 5G is the one that's keeping us from growing wings and opening our third eye. It's weird. I don't know why everyone's latched on to 5G as this mega evil mastermind shit, but they have. But in regards to coronavirus, which is all I want to focus on, there is absolutely no possible way that 5G has caused coronavirus. You can just look at data, like real time, because it's only been a couple of months. You can see that 5G had no role to play. You can pretty much trace where coronavirus started in each area that it's in. It's right there at your fucking fingertips. You only need to look for a second in real, actual fucking sources outside of bad Twitter shitposts, anti-vax Facebook soccer mom groups. Just do real fucking research and form your own opinions. But this one is very silly, and lighting 5G cell phone towers on fire isn't doing anyone any good. You're causing more damage with the chemicals you put into the air from fucking burning that thing than the 5G rays, the beams. This fear of cell phones and networking has existed for as long as communication has, and it's always been ridiculous. It's always been silly and laughable, but Twitter is the place that now, no matter how outlandish and how ridiculous a belief is, it's going to blow up and it's going to have a big movement behind it. It doesn't matter what it is. Like on Twitter, for example, there's whole communities of people that fuck dogs. Like this community that would never find a home anywhere finds a home on Twitter, and there's thousands of them. There's pages on Twitter that actively talk about fucking their dog and have tens of thousands of followers that all support that and do the same thing. It's absolutely fucking disgusting. So then you'll have these people that believe that cell phones are the evil, dangerous thing, and you'll have people that just want to feel like they're smarter than everyone else. They're the ones that saw the truth, peeked behind the curtains and got the truth. So they'll believe these things, they'll spread it on Twitter, and then people that are gullible, bored, or just susceptible to misinformation start believing it, start getting real riled up, and then it leads to just absolute chaos, and that leads to setting a 5G tower on fire for no fucking reason. It's just crazy shit. I don't get why people are targeting 5G for coronavirus specifically, because there's really nothing there. The only piece of evidence that's even remotely true is that there was a 5G tower built in Wuhan a couple months before coronavirus outbreak. There's another thing I see tossed around how this one's just so fucking stupid. This community plotted out every major pandemic or every major flu and correlated it to mobile towers and networking, as if that has any correlation at all. So they have like the Spanish flu and then world's first prototype mobile network. Coincidence? No, I don't think so. And there's like 6 of these and it says 6 coincidences? That's impossible. It's just so fucking stupid. You can go through history and correlate every single one of those pandemics or flus to something else too. You know, peanut butter sandwiches invented in 1914. 4 years later, Spanish flu. Interesting. Peanut butter and jelly sandwiches start getting packaged in the, the next one. It's just dumb. This is just such fucking terrible research and evidence. And yet people are believing it at face value, probably just out of boredom from quarantine. But I just wanted to talk about it because it's got me fucking fired up because this shit is just wacky. This isn't the same kind of fun to laugh at conspiracy theory like flat earth and all that. This one has people believing it's fine for them to go outside and just spread fucking shit all over the place, especially in a time of pandemic like this because they're convinced they know the truth that it's the cell phone towers, not coronavirus. So then it has them hurting everyone around them. I think it's just terrible. So I just wanted to talk about that. That's it. See ya. Earth. In a time before humans and before cringe, this planet was ruled by the dinosaurs until they were evicted by an asteroid, banishing them to the Shadow Realm, never to be seen again, but giving rise to the flesh. Well, I guess dinosaurs are flesh too, but like human flesh came with acne and stuff. And now we humans live here, but who's to say that Universal Landlord might not come knocking again with another asteroid? And by who's to say, I mean, we're all saying it. Everyone knows. Like, I'm sure you've seen the headlines. There is an asteroid heading towards Earth. Right now, it is at a 1.5% chance of hitting. Earlier today, it was at like a 3% chance of hitting. A couple days ago, it was like a 2.5% chance of hitting. All of which are actually really high. Some of the highest recorded probabilities of a huge asteroid hitting this planet in a long, long time. That dirty bastard out there, I've been shaking my fist at it for the last couple hours saying, scram, get out of here. But from what I can tell, it's not working. It is big, but it's not, a planetary killer. The size that, should it actually impact Earth, it would destroy a city. So it's a city killer, which is really big. And that's pretty concerning. So I was watching and researching, trying to figure out, well, are the odds actually as high as that seems to me? Because as a RuneScape player, 3%? Those are good odds, actually. Like, that's pretty fucking solid. So I was curious about these estimates. Now, again, it has gone down. It is no longer 3%. It's dropped to about a 1.5% chance that it impacts in 2032. The only thing that's known for sure is this asteroid does pose a threat of actually impacting, and should it impact, it won't be pretty.
Of the destruction we wrought on each other in Hiroshima and Nagasaki, this is 500 times more powerful than that, just because of the energy of it coming through the atmosphere, causing shock waves, and because of the heating, exploding. So it's like a grenade. A grenade is no bigger than your fist, but it can do damage over a wide area. This is a grenade that's 60 meters across.
This is astronaut Chris Hadfield briefly going over the destructive capabilities of the asteroid, and then it got me wondering, well, if the percentage continues to climb, is there anything we can do about it? Are we just hopeless sitting ducks out here waiting to get fucked? Like, what exactly do we have? Because I recall we have DART, which I remembered successfully did change the trajectory of a space rock. Like, we confirmed that it can be done, but can it be done to something on this scale? Or are we truly just like square one? Now we're going to need to figure out maybe some kind of defensive protocol, like maybe we send me out there with a cartoonishly large tennis racket to bat it away. Like, what do we have? So that led me to a YouTube channel, Scott Manley, who was talking about it.
So the name 2024 YR4, that tells us that, well, it was discovered in 2024. Y means it was discovered in the last 2 weeks of the year, and R4 means that they've discovered about 100 asteroids before that. But they get numbers and designators towards the end to tell just the order it was discovered in the year.
Yeah, the rock has a name, so you can curse it. It's not Voldemort. Go ahead and say its name. 2024 YR4. I highly recommend watching Scott's full video on this because he gives great coverage and goes over like exactly how they even get to these numbers, which I found very interesting. So he was talking about the observation as they were following this asteroid and looking at the orbits. He also does mention that there's going to be another encounter in 2028, but that one will definitely miss. This is something they can say with certainty. So 2032 is the main impact that the story is breaking on because As it climbed over 1% last month, it is increased even more as the uncertainty starts to get less and less uncertain.
I expect that what's going to happen is that we're going to see that we've seen basically the probability slowly rise over time, and this is a pattern we've seen in the past. What happens is you get a very large error section, and as it shrinks down, the Earth becomes a bigger and bigger part of that fuzzy error, or where it could arrive. But eventually, it shrinks down and the Earth is suddenly outside. So the probability goes up, 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 and then suddenly it drops to zero very quickly. That's probably what we're going to see.
That sounds wonderful. That'd be a great play from John Madden's book if we see that happen. Because right now we're at that point where it is going up and up and up, but it just recently has dropped down to 1.5% chance of hitting. So maybe we're in that stage where as the error is shrinking, the Earth is looking more and more outside of it and will hopefully drop to zero. But let's say it doesn't drop to zero. That space rock is real stubborn. It's an old battle axe up there. It said, let's get this farty sharded. And it only continues to go up. So it dropped today, but maybe it spikes back up tomorrow. We never actually leave that error. And as it becomes less and less uncertain, the percentage chance of it hitting us grows too. Well, Scott Manley talks about what our options could be in the case of an impending impact of an asteroid of this size. But before showing you our defensive options, whether we'd play a zone defense or man-to-man, I would like to show you what Scott said about the size of the asteroid, because not even that is fully known. We don't have enough data to know for certain the density or the size, so right now we're using some other factors to try and estimate.
It was unfortunately discovered too late to get any radar observations in on it, so we don't have a really good constraint on the size of the object. What we're doing is looking at the brightness and saying, based upon its estimated surface reflectivity, albedo, it could be anywhere from 40 to 90 meters across, which, that's a factor of 2, but because it's a volume, it's squared, and because we don't know the density, this object could be anywhere from, say, 25,000 tons to 1,000,000 tons of mass.
Yikes. 1,000,000 tons of anything is usually bad news. That's a recipe for disaster. I can't really think of 1,000,000 tons of anything that's positive. You know what they say? 1 ton, calm down, son. 1,000,000 ton, now I'm not having fun. My whole city's fucking dead. It's all done.
Which, if you do the math on that, it says each, pound for pound, kilogram for kilogram, it would have 37 times the energy density of TNT. So that means that 27,000 minimalist low-end version is a 1 megaton blast. The big one is potentially about 40 megatons. So this is, strategic scale nuclear device yield equivalent. This is something that could absolutely devastate a very large area.
Douchebag universe shooting nuke rocks at us? Like, come on. What assholes, right? I mean, pardon my French, but the universe can be a real jerk. Space sucks. I'll say it. I'll be brave. Space sucks. You can't breathe out there in space without specialized equipment. No gravity, so you can't even get blood to your wiener and jerk off if you wanted to. Like, it sucks. There's nothing good about it. And then you can't even exist peacefully on your own little space rock without another one coming your way, fucking speeding like it's late to something and causing a ruckus.
We know based upon the timing that it would have to hit along this very narrow strip of the Earth. And this is a thin section that runs from like Central America across the Atlantic. If it lands in the ocean, that's probably not such a big deal. If it lands in a relatively uninhabited part of the world, probably not a big deal. But if it did land in a more inhabited area, well, we might want to evacuate it. That's one thing you can do. When it's something of this scale and you have 4 years of warning, it's absolutely something that you can plan. You could probably constrain it sufficiently that you could decide to make sure that no one was in that area.
Unless it's Florida. You bet your sweet bippy, if Florida was in the crosshairs here, if it was like bullseye, this asteroid is going to hit Florida, you should evacuate. I promise you, bet your bottom dollar, that sweet bippy, there would be so many Florida people that are like, hey, I don't believe it. I'm going to hunker down. I can handle hurricanes. I can absolutely handle a little fucking pebble falling from space. You know what I mean? And then you'd have that shit come and it'd look like Independence Day when the White House blew up. Like, Florida got lucky if all this data stays this way, where Florida is not within that zone, because if it was, you would not be getting them out. The only way you'd be getting people out of Florida is if you literally, like, cryogenically froze them and transported them out yourself. Shit, I'm not gonna lie to you. Born and raised in Florida, never lived anywhere else. If I saw Florida in that line, like, if they had that, like, in the sniper scope, like the asteroid was gonna hit, I'd be sitting there scratching my chinny chin chin going, could I take that, you think? Do you think my house could tank that? I mean, like, Florida houses are built for, like, Category 5 hurricanes, right? I mean, this probably isn't much stronger than that, right? Like, I'd have a debate with myself. Isn't that crazy? Like, I'd actually be thinking, what if, though? That'd be a crazy stream, right? I mean, that'd be a nuts stream, and we don't know for sure. Like, we don't know if a house can stand up to an asteroid. It's never been tested. Yeah, we've got a lot of data and a lot of common sense that says it stands no chance, but data also said I'd be 5'8". I'm 5'6". Sometimes miracles happen. You never really know, you know what I mean?
We have recently demonstrated with the DART mission that humanity now has the ability to change the orbit of asteroids. It is possible that if it was going to, say, come down over India or something where there was sufficient self-interest and money, then the orbit could be changed. And the way you change the orbit is you hit the asteroid with a spacecraft, and there's a bit of momentum transfer, and that changes the period of the orbit ever so slightly. Now, in the case of the DART mission, it was able to move Dimorphos, which was a bigger object, by the way, by about a few hundred kilometers in the last couple of years.
So there's DART that I mentioned earlier. So I am happy to hear that this would theoretically work against this asteroid should it be necessary. However, he goes on to mention that when you're changing the velocity, you're moving it along that line he already drew. So you're changing it and it'd still be within that line and it'd become a trolley problem fundamentally, as he described it, which I'm sure all of you have heard of the trolley problem before. Changing the orbit of the asteroid becomes very complicated on international levels because as Scott mentions, if it was looking to impact somewhere over India, and India then starts trying to push it east to maybe get it off of Earth, well, it's going to go over China, and they're obviously not going to be too thrilled about that, and if it doesn't fully get off Earth and impacts China, well, that's going to be a local disaster for China and also an economic disaster for the rest of the world, so it just becomes a very tricky, complicated issue. While we can change the orbit of these asteroids with DART, it becomes very difficult to assess how and where. It gets very complicated. Scott then goes on to mention that while this is the highest probability of an impact, 2032, it's not the only one. He mentions that it could miss us, narrowly miss us, and then still come back around and impact us at a later date. So Scott Manley said, and I think this is a great clip that I'd like to play you because he's 100% right, that even if this one is a miss, and even if the one after it is a miss, all of these go to zero, one day it won't.
I think we're going to find that in the next few weeks that the probability goes to zero, but one of these days it's not going to go to zero, and then humanity is really going to have to embrace the power of the DART program and change the universe around us. I'm Scott Manley. Fly safe.
I think he's 100% right on the money here. Now, of course, I'm just a smooth brain idiot. I'm not an actual smart person or anything, but I think he's 100% correct. There will come a time where we're not going to get lucky. It's already happened before. Earth has been hit by a fucking planetary killing asteroid. RIP to the dinosaurs out there. Pour one out for them. And I think we will need to really fully start to look at DART, improve it, and really, like, go hog wild with it in order to protect the planet. And I like that statement of changing the universe around us, because I think it's going to get to that point at some stage. So yeah, I don't know if this asteroid's going to hit. Nobody knows right now. It's only estimates. Hopefully it doesn't. But I just wanted to talk about it because I've been kind of glued to the subject today. That's really about it. So yeah. I was just going to ignore this alien update here because it's so outrageous that it actually is insulting that people believe it, because if you look beyond the headline for just 2 sentences, you only need 2 sentences worth of work, you will realize that this is the most stupid, dumb fanfic that has been written since Tumblr was popular, about giants who built pyramids on Mars. This has gained some traction because a CIA document was declassified that talked about this experiment. If you can even call it an experiment, it feels more like everyone at the CIA headquarters was on PCP and just journaling their experience. It's about as much of an experiment as me putting my finger in my butt and seeing if it smells bad. Their method for reaching this conclusion, if you can even call it that, that's a loosey-goosey usage of the word conclusion, was they induced an altered state of consciousness through sound frequencies that split a person's spirit from their body, and they astral projected them 1,000,000 years before humanity onto Mars, where they claim they saw giants building pyramids. That is the actual intelligence gathering method the CIA used to crack the mystery of Mars. It's about as reliable as me saying I had a dream about giants building pyramids on Mars, thus it must be true. Like, whoever came up with this was watching way too much Doctor Who at the time. So it was stated in one of the CIA projects, Stargate, in the report, Exploration of Mars, May 22nd, 1984. Literally 1984, holy shit. However, the sensational data was obtained in extremely dubious ways, according to British Daily Mail. By the way, the Daily Mail is like the main source that all of this comes from. I can't believe Daily Mail has made such a fucking comeback as a tabloid. It's unbelievable. But anyway, so what happened is, the agency recruited people who claimed to have psychic abilities. Well, that sounds trustworthy. People claiming to be psychics. Surely nobody lied about their psychic abilities. They fucking recruited Mob Psycho out here. Then they included binaural rhythms, simultaneous listening to sounds at different frequencies, and semi-synchronized audio to induce altered state of consciousness, separate the spirit from body, and send it traveling through the astral. It's a fucking anime plot. Like, this is something you'd see from, like, a garbage tier anime of just mumbo jumbo. But this is something the CIA apparently actually did. And according to one of the psychic subjects, they got sent to Mars 1,000,000 years before our era and found out Mars had pyramids similar to the Egyptian ones, but then the giants had to look for a new place to live because their environment was spoiled. Well, that settles it. I always knew that that's what was going on with Mars. And thankfully now we have irrefutable proof. Because one guy said so. He said he went 1,000,000 years before our era. Let's just play with that for a minute. How would you know that? Let's say he actually did somehow fucking astral project because he listened to Led Zeppelin backwards or whatever the CIA was pumping through those headphones. And he goes 1,000,000 years back to the past, like Samurai Jack here, on Mars. How would he know he's 1,000,000 years before humanity? How would he know that? Did they have a calendar on Mars that he was able to check? Then he could put it against the start of humanity and check like, oh, well, the upcoming patch notes for humanity aren't for 1,000,000 more years. Oh my god, I'm 1,000,000 years before humanity. Like, how in the world would he have possibly had any available information to deduce that he is 1,000,000 years before humanity on Mars? Like, how would he even know he's on Mars? It could be any other planet in the fucking universe. Was there like a welcome to Mars sign that he entered like through the fucking pearly gates or something? Like, how anyone could have actually conducted this experiment and thought there was any valuable information from it is beyond me. It makes me so mad, actually. Like, at this point, people will just believe anything at all. Not to go off on too big of a tangent, but it somehow flat earth always comes up because I think it's just the shining example of people just wanting to believe something because they want to, and no matter what you do, you can't convince them otherwise. No matter how many times flat earthers prove themselves wrong, they still just wipe their ass with it and don't care. There was just another one done called The Final Experiment, where a bunch of flat earthers were talking about how there could be no 24-hour sun because the earth is flat and it doesn't fit into that model. Well, The Final Experiment brought those flat earthers out, and they, with their own fucking peepers, confirmed that, yep, there is a 24-hour sun in Antarctica. And then instead of just accepting that and being like, I guess we were wrong about flat earth, some of them were saying like, well, doesn't mean that we're wrong about flat earth. Now we just need to figure out how a 24-hour sun works with a flat earth model. So no matter how many times you have overwhelming evidence to suggest something is wrong or can't be true, people will still just believe in it because. And what do you do about that? Nothing. You can do nothing about that. And to tie that into the giant pyramid building Martians, there are people that are now running with this and saying like, finally, the CIA has confirmed what we always knew to be true about alien life and Mars and pyramids. And if you just look at how that data, if you can call it data, was collected, you should be able to realize that it's a load of hooey. It's fucking baloney. Project Stargate was meant to be a weapon against the Soviet Union that aimed to basically create psychers from Warhammer 40k. I'm sure all of you know by now some of the torturous experiments the CIA performed on people. I also imagine the psychics that signed up for this program were probably also treated like shit by the CIA just because the CIA has a history of doing some absolutely inhumane tests on people. So I think there's a chance that the psychics in here also had that kind of mistreatment, which is a terrible thing. Project Stargate was shut down in 1995, and then leading up to its closure was Mars Exploration, May 22nd, 1984, which is a document that was declassified in 2017, but only recently resurfaced. And it kind of goes over the entire kit and caboodle of how they even came to this Mars giant theory. Basically, it boils down to a bit of an interview where the subject is just saying things. He's just kind of talking about some stuff that he's imagining. So, like, the administrator asks him to focus his attention on 40.89 degrees north and 9.55 degrees west. And the subject responds, sort of looks like, kind of got an oblique view of a pyramid, or pyramid form. And this kind of dialogue goes back and forth for a while and concludes with the subject saying that the people there are looking for a way to survive, but they just can't because their environment is full of corruption. The subject claims to have even spoken with one of the people who told them that the group had left in what looks like the inside of a larger boat. Maybe some kind of ark, perchance, drawing inspiration from the Bible on Mars maybe, who knows? Also, how would one of the people have spoken to the person that astral projected there? You're telling me that the ancient giant Martians saw a fucking Force ghost pop in there like Obi-Wan Kenobi and they just started like trauma dumping to the astral projection? Really? Like, hey, far be it from me to question the wisdom of the Martians, I suppose. The administrator keeps pressing the subject to go further until eventually, bringing him back to 1984. And that's where all of this comes from. That is the declassified CIA document about life on Mars that some people are now taking as the gospel. That this has confirmed alien life on Mars at one point. It's just sad. Please, just do yourself a favor. Read it, and then actually just like marinate on it for a second and ask yourself, is this a reliable way of gathering data? Does this really prove alien life on Mars? Because if the answer to that question is yes, you need to take a hard look in the mirror. Like, it's crazy. What if I told you there's life on Pluto right now? You can't really prove me wrong, per se. You haven't been there yourself. But why would you just blindly take that at face value? Like, I have no real evidence to prove there's life on Pluto. Neither did the CIA experiment here. So why believe in it? Why not wait until there's some actual substantiated evidence about these kind of things? There's no reason to marry yourself to this kind of belief based on an absolute nothing burger. You don't have to do that. You can just say like, oh, that was an interesting read, but I'm not convinced yet. I'll wait. But it's food for thought. Nothing wrong with that. I just don't understand how people just like fucking cannonball into the deep end here for these kind of things. Read past the headline. Just read past the headline on that, and I really think it should have been obvious that this is not real. So anyway, that's the most recent alien update. That's about it. So yeah. There is countless theories on the end times and how the world will end, and signs that will showcase the end of the world is nigh. And I hate to be the one to break this news to you, but I have been sending you signs that there is a doomsday along the way. I have been dressing differently, aside from today. Today I'm back in the white t-shirt, but on the whole, I've been wearing black t-shirts, gray t-shirts, and as God is my witness, I tell ya, I'm almost ashamed to admit it, but a V-neck sweater. And the thing is, I've been working on upgrading my wardrobe. This is one of those telltale signs, I think it even ties back into the Bible at some point about how, the apocalypse will roll through, that the end of the world is on its way. And now we have confirmation that there's a chance. Apophis 2029. I don't know how many of you heard about this. I'm of course exaggerating. It's predicted, and I think it's like almost 100% certain to miss Earth, but it will be a close call, and it is a giant space rock barreling in this direction. Now, of course, that's nothing new. That's business as usual in the cosmos. The only thing that makes this a little different is typically something of this size gets intercepted by Jupiter, who basically plays goalie for us. Jupiter absorbs a lot of things that would potentially hit Earth. We're in a really fortuitous position to be where we are in the solar system, but this one is going to get around Jupiter here, get past that defense system, and it is going to make a pretty close pass to Earth. But even that's not that unusual either. There's a lot of fear-mongering headlines about Apophis coming up, and I just went over it on stream and kind of want to talk about it a little bit, mainly because its name is the God of Chaos. So it's a pretty scary sounding name, like straight out of a fucking anime. And I just find it to be extremely interesting. I don't think there's anything to worry about come 2029, but I thought I'd at least put it on your radar. If you remember the Apophis asteroid, you can see how close it will get if you go to... You can see how close it will get if you go to Eye on the solar system and set the date to April 13th, 2029. Well, it's not going to hit us, so I don't care how close it gets. Fuck it. But that was an interesting read when we went over that. Okay, wait. Hold on, there's a new headline. NASA launches mission to intercept God of Chaos asteroid before it scratches Earth's orbit. What the fuck kind of headline is that? Wait, this one says it's the Demon of Chaos. Which one's the correct one? Looks like God of Chaos. A NASA spacecraft recently returned from deep space has been relaunched for a mission to study the God of Chaos asteroid as it begins to near Earth's orbit. The agency's spacecraft OSIRIS-REx, now named OSIRIS-APEX, has been set off to study the asteroid Apophis' extremely close flyby of Earth in 2029, the likes of which hasn't happened since the dawn of recorded history. Well, I wasn't worried about it before, but reading this, I'm starting to get a little concerned. The God of Chaos, huh? Apophis, known as the God of Chaos, is expected to fly by Earth on April 13th, 2029, only about 20,000 miles away, closer than some man-made satellites, and could even be visible in the Eastern Hemisphere. That would be the most terrifying thing imaginable. You're just hanging out outside. Maybe you're coming back from playing a little pickup ball with the boys, and you look up and you're like, oh my god, it's a fucking asteroid. That would be terrifying. They ruled it basically has no chance of impact. Well, that's what I read last time. But now, reading these headlines that they have a mission to intercept the God of Chaos, it's like, well, are we sure there's no chance? The rock, which measures about 370 yards across, only comes this close to Earth every 7,500 years. Earth's gravity will affect the space rock as it nears orbit, and OSIRIS-APEX will study the aftermath to see how its surface changes. The effects of Earth are expected to change the length of the asteroid's day, which is currently around 30.6 hours. It could also cause the God of Chaos to experience landslides and quakes. Apophis is a giant cobra and the Egyptian demon god of chaos. The sun god Ra fights him every night after the sun goes down. Oh, that's the lore. We know that tidal forces and the accumulation of rubble pile material are foundational processes that could play a role in a planet formation. They could inform how we got from debris in the early solar system to full-blown planets. The spacecraft will meet the S-type asteroid on April 13, 2029, but will not land on it, rather operate in proximity to it for 18 months. Not only will it look at surface changes, but it will map the surface and analyze the rock chemical makeup. Thanks for membership, Zach. It will also go within 16 feet of the rock's surface so it can fire its thrusters downward to see what stirs up, giving scientists a peek at the material that lies below. Although the rock is still 5 years away from Earth, scientists will be watching as it nears its first of 6 close passes with the sun. Earth server shutting down? I hope not. 2029, that's way too early. Florida won't even be underwater by then. What a shame that would be. If it was confirmed to hit in 2029, what would you do with your last 5 years on Earth? Probably find a way to get off Earth. I don't know. It's a prime topaz. I wouldn't just like wait for it, and I wouldn't do like, I mean, I'd of course do things I've always wanted to do but was afraid to, like go to Japan and all that. But I'd also just try and find ways to survive. I wouldn't just like, you know, put it in the books. I'd be like, all right, there's got to be a way. You're afraid of Japan? I'm afraid of flying. Yeah, I guess I said that wrong. I'm afraid of flying, which prevents me from going to Japan. Bro just wants teleportation. Absolutely, who doesn't? That'd be the best invention we'd ever come up with. Teleportation would be the handiest thing imaginable. I couldn't think of a more important discovery. You jump right at impact so you wouldn't die. Oh, you'd get iframes. So when the asteroid hits, you'd survive. Interesting. But I feel like it'd be a lingering hitbox. It's not just going to be the impact itself. It'll be everything that comes after. So you probably wouldn't be able to outlast the hitbox. I really feel like we have to have the ability to destroy an asteroid, right? They can't be that strong. It's just a fucking rock. It's just a space rock. It doesn't even have conscious thought. It's not even sentient. I feel like we could absolutely just blow it up. Nuke it. Maybe a giant laser. We already redirected an asteroid with DART. Did we? I feel like that, actually, that does sound familiar. I feel like I read about that. This year, an asteroid came as close as 17,000 miles. This one is 22,000 miles. It'd be really handy if we could, like, slow it down and just bring it to Earth and just harvest it. I imagine you get so much good materials from that shit. Maybe what we need is a giant net to catch it. And, like, gently bring it in. Or even don't even bring it in. Just keep it in orbit and mine it. That's what they tried to do in Don't Look Up. Yeah, they did it wrong, though. They should have had me theorize how to slow down the asteroid. I've got a good idea. A giant pitcher's glove, or catcher's glove. Giant mitt. Just let it blast into it. There's no material strong enough to catch an asteroid moving at 10,000 meters per second. Well, what do you know? I'm sure we have something. Maybe like a giant diamond net. Diamonds are like really strong. Or maybe we slow it down with a few nukes. Like we blast it a couple times and it's like, ooh, shit. And it starts pumping the brakes. If you nuke it, then the nuke rocks would still fall on us. Which is why we have tinier little gloves out there catching those before they get to Earth. Basically what I'm setting up is Earth with just a bunch of giant mitts. Like I'm putting us in a bubble. Would you rather have teleportation or the Force? Stupid question. Teleportation. Why would I care about the Force? Teleportation is so much more useful. I heard that there's new material made out of human DNA and glass that's 4 times stronger than steel and 5 times as light. I'm not sure, though. I haven't heard anything about that. It sounds like you were watching anime or something. Human DNA and glass? How do those two even mix? So what's the plan if Florida suddenly goes under? Underwater or hit by an asteroid? Because if I'm hit by an asteroid, I don't have a whole lot of planning time. But underwater, I have time. Florida will eventually be underwater. That's going to happen. And my plan for when that happens is I'll just go a little up north. The video of 1,000-mile-per-hour ball from Dustin, Smarter Every Day, debunks your theory. Which theory? I've proposed like 6. Which of my bulletproof theories gets debunked? For far too long now, the unexplainable mysteries of our universe have plagued humanity's greatest minds. But now, that time has passed. We've entered into an age of enlightenment. And I actually am convinced now that those so-called intellectuals, those scientists, weren't all that smart to begin with, because those idiots never even thought to ask a YouTuber what the secrets of the universe hold. Because YouTubers know far more than anyone else on this planet. I'm just going to say it. I'm going to say what everyone's thinking. YouTubers are probably the smartest people humanity has to offer, period. Bar none. And then under that, maybe then we could talk about astrophysicists, but even then, the gap between first and second place is so wide. When it comes to the intellectual food chain of society, YouTubers are at the tippy top, the cream of the crop. We're the apex predators of big brain. So what am I talking about here? Well, Logan Paul, with his degree in influencing, flexed his mega mind, all the billions of wrinkles in his brain, firing neurons working overtime in order to produce irrefutable evidence in how the universe actually functions, and he posted the receipts. He posted that proof on Twitter. He just flopped that meat on the table and said, here, I'll do it myself then. And I gotta tell you, it's impressive stuff. It's very compelling, and I think all of us are smarter now for having witnessed it. Please tell me you've seen Logan Paul's tweet about understanding the universe. Infinity as a concept doesn't exist in natural universe. Sphere, circle equals God shape, celestial body. Universe is likely finite. 3 contained, 3 spherical. Time infinite. Eventually all stars will die equals no more light. That's an and? What? This is an and? I've never seen that. That doesn't look anything like a normal and symbol, but alright. Eventually all stars will die, no more light. If universe is contained, has an end, can we assume apple in a box theory? When everything is dead and dust and becomes a dense collection of matter because gravity, black holes everywhere. Bro, what did he go on like an ayahuasca trip or something? Like what the fuck is this? The universe essentially collapses on itself, high density and temperature, Big Bang. Universe repeats. Life is cyclical. We become the apple again. Conclusion. Nothing matters except the time we have now and each other. Love. A force of attraction similar to gravity. Black holes, wormholes, laws of physics no longer apply. Infinity exists. Multiverse. But who/what created and why? God. He's done it. He's achieved nirvana. He's in the mainframe of the universe. It's all laid out right in front of us. We can see her bare bottom. On the table, he has placed it upon us. We get to gaze into the infinite wisdom and see the universe for the truth of what it is. This is like some filler shit they'd have in like a B movie for a villain. Like right before the villain commits some kind of horrible atrocity, they're like flipping through his sketchbook and it's like, oh, what the fuck is this? What the fuck is this? And then the next page is like burning bodies. What in the Moonfall? This is some very Moonfall shit. I'm surprised he didn't go into like mega structurist kind of shit. Exactly, yeah. Moon hollow, but why? Because infinite temperature, but apple. I don't think Logan's an idiot. I think he knows exactly what he's doing with this shit. I think he was hoping to get people talking by posting some lunacy. I don't think it like really worked for him though. This didn't get like crazy engagement. He just kind of got laughed at, it seems. He's trying to get people to buy Prime. I know. I am curious if Logan Paul actually converts and gets people to buy the product. Because I feel like it's KSI that actually does all of the heavy lifting. I feel like every promotional piece Logan Paul does is laughable. Like, I feel like he actively deters from people taking it seriously. Meanwhile, KSI fucking crushes it. This looks cool. What the fuck is this?
Of all the galaxies in space.
God damn. This is some crazy production for a YouTube video. What the fuck? Have you seen porn? Yeah, I've heard of it before, yeah. What about this video brought that question up? Is that what you get out of aliens? Look at that shithole.
What we see around us is staggering.
Dumbass fucking space rock.
First, you need energy.
Uh-huh. Gamer energy.
But
fundamental to all life.
Well, planets are great.
How much do you think this was to make?
And our early Earth was almost...
Definitely more than like $100. Or maybe someone on Fiverr made it, to be fair. People on Fiverr are so fucking talented. I was looking at the artists on Fiverr the other day. Those people are crazy good.
Contain huge ocean.
Oh god. It's like a James Bond intro. This is so well made. Like, I feel like I'm smarter now for having watched this. God, that must have been miserable. Stupid idiots should have just waited till 2020. Dummies. Then they would have the internet and shit. That's only 12 light That's only 12 light years away. That's like a brisk walk. Fuck, the water got stuck. I wish we could just fucking find aliens already. Can you imagine if we found aliens, what that would do for our species? I really feel like finding aliens or aliens visiting us and making like a YouTube video or like a fucking Twitch live stream of saying like, hey, we're fucking aliens on your planet would be so good for us. I think they would hate us. No, I don't think... Why would they hate us? I mean, if they went on Twitter, they would, but we could just give them the best parts of us. No, what if there's no disease out in space, though? Like viruses, bacteria, and all that shit doesn't exist in space. No. There's no proof. We've never seen a virus in space. Is that a fact? I'm gonna look that up. Bacteria is... That would count as life, man. I don't think we found bacteria in space, have we? Let's see. Like Mars bacteria? Evidence for microbial life on Mars. Fossilized bacteria. Nope. So that's as close as we've gotten, it seems. Yeah, so chat's wrong. Like I said, we haven't discovered any bacteria or viruses out in space. Maybe they don't exist. Maybe it's only like really large-chested, beautiful space women out there. And also, if aliens visit us and they die to our viruses, who gives a fuck? We only need them for like a minute. Just to prove they exist. Then they can vaporize or whatever. It doesn't matter. God damn. Yeah, but if there is life in our solar system, they're just as dumb as we are. It means they haven't figured out faster than light travel yet. I wouldn't even want to meet them. Their IQ's probably low as fuck. How would we communicate with them? I don't know, man. The Rosetta Stone? I have no clue. Fucking Duolingo? You're asking the wrong guy.
We're going to understand the implications of that.
Intelligent life probably isn't common, though. No, I bet it is. I bet they have some fucking bomb-ass Battle Royale video games in space.
Potential signs of habitability in their atmosphere. And here we are, on the verge of finding that out.
It would be so fucking cool. Even just to see like a tiny bacteria somewhere out in space to know it's there. And then just kind of monitor it, like a little pet out in space. Why is the music ramping up like this? Is it about to reveal the aliens are coming? Christ! No, tell them not to! Holy shit! We're going too deep! God, they nuked outer space! Fuck! Man, the universe is such a weird thing. Like, what a goofball, right? Like, just spontaneously combusting into creating, like, an entire fucking giant, like, unimaginably huge place. Like, it's crazy. How silly. See, this is exactly what I fucking proposed, which NASA's kind of doing. We send missiles of cum to space. We can seed other planets. We just need to find a way to keep the cum warm while it travels. Man, look at all this space out here behind the Big Bang. Who lives out here? Galactus? Man, the universe is such a fucking crazy concept. Just from nothing, from nowhere, there just was particles, and they just blew up one day or whatever. Crazy. The universe is cringe. Yeah. Universe is kind of posting cringe. We very well could be alone. Maybe our memes are too dank and they want nothing to do with us. It's anyone's guess. That'd be rough. These two sides would never get along with each other here. Oh, it'll absolutely take the form of Redditors. A whole planet of Redditors. Can you imagine the paradise, the utopia? That's the optimal form for life. This is where Yahoo Answers brings us. Yeah, if only we'd listen to Yahoo Answers, we could have civilizations like this. Now I feel very small in such a big world. And very small by Earth standards too, I suppose. Well done, Melody Sheep, that shit banged. Flat Earthers versus scientists. Can we trust science? Well, before even watching it, I'm gonna go ahead and answer that. Yes. If there's one thing in the world you can trust, it's probably going to be science. The fucking hot dog man or flat earthers probably aren't the most reliable source of shit you can trust, I would say. That's like trusting the guy who sells you laced weed behind the dumpster to trust him with your finances. Alright, now I'm ready for action. Let's see if we can truly trust science. It's been a question on my mind for a long time. I'd always debate who's more reliable, a flat earther who's sniffing their own farts and shitting in their diaper, or science. And it's really a toss-up.
Hey guys. Puzzle piece. And then one of those pieces just wasn't fitting.
I'm always open to...
To who? Who went through their whole life hollow, knowing that they've been lied to, that the world is not a globe and a piece of them has been missing, and that's why they're still a virgin at 40 years old?
I'd like to tear them to pieces.
That looks like a flat earther. Part-time biker, full-time alcoholic abusive father. Definite flat earther.
My name is Dan Glatman. I work as Dan the Waterman in the drinking water filtration.
Earth was created by a higher power.
Dan the Waterman doesn't believe in God?
Well, I've been...
He must have seen Rick and Morty while cleaning a pool once.
The scriptures in the Bible that point to a flat earth.
I'm all for religion and believing what you want to believe. I think it's very important to find your own answers, but why use books like the Bible as a source of irrefutable evidence?
My name is Wendell. I am a
That's such a sensitive name. Wendell.
And scientific flat earth.
Kind of guy that cries when he jerks off because he feels like he's disrespecting the actresses with his sin.
I had a lot of questions. An observation at Salton Sea, and things just didn't add up down there. So we've gone back probably a dozen times.
Well, you can't argue with the facts, I guess.
There is no...
I looked at the water once, and well, it wasn't falling off the side of the planet, so there's no way it's curved.
Discussion groups, panels. We've gone against opposition.
I have a sneaking suspicion all three of these are anti-vaxxers as well.
Flat Earth is its own worst enemy.
Well, they say in 14 of the documents.
You should read what NASA says, and you should listen to what NASA says. I would love to see...
I would also love to see that. In fact, I'm sorry, Wendell, to step on your toes over there, because I know you're a cornucopia of great information and calorie crusading, but I have to know. Is there actual documents from NASA saying the Earth is flat?
I'm what you call a globe denier.
So an idiot. A fucking idiot. A limp-dicked loser. All synonymous with globe denier.
Would find it to be an ice plane where we have a localized sun and our environment thrives there. You know,
I too like science fiction.
Have misled us on alternative media is just a thing of beauty for me.
When he says alternative media, he's not even talking about alternative media. He watches 4 subscriber YouTubers that are on the run for drug possession charges and child molestation who talk about flat Earth, and then he goes and raves about that video on his anti-vax Facebook groups.
And they're my mind because my mind isn't set. NASA is solely designed to change my mind.
Which it would if you'd read anything from them.
Has been a television program.
Foundation for why I believe the Earth is flat. And
well, it is, right?
I have evidence that proves it's
Shelby, show us.
What type of We're being misled. We're being deliberately misled.
But that's not evidence.
So what's your evidence?
We see too far. We see too far. We should
That's not
be able to
evidence.
see. I live in Dana Point.
Okay.
I can see San Clemente Island. We're 60 miles away.
I wake up in the morning and I can see the sun.
I'm on the beach.
The evidence, it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. By gobs of science.
It's gotta suck being a scientist in 2019. There was like a golden age of science and like a...
What is the question?
I don't understand.
Man, it almost goes as far back as like maybe the 70s to 90s.
Anything is possible.
Scientists were like revered, but now there's like these fucking limp-dicked lunatics and dusty cootered old soccer moms that all of a sudden think science is evil.
With people that argue the...
Just for a second. You're never going to get 100% of anyone. There is scientific...
Except when you're talking about globe Earth. That's 100%.
Scientific consensus on evolution.
You'd be hard-pressed to find a scientist say that's wrong. And if you do, then that's a scientist that should not be in that profession.
Access to media and limited exposure. Until we're in university curriculums, we will continue to appear uneducated.
Well, what are the odds of that, Dan the Waterman? The dude who pisses into the filtration systems of homeowners' pools and rants about flat Earth and sheeps that believe it's a globe? It's weird that you'd seem uneducated in a university situation.
Authentic one, closer and closer to the truth. We never get there. Never.
Well, I know that's true for you. And
no, that's a science.
Jesus, Wendell.
Many billions of people do not believe, including myself.
And many more billions do.
So what?
So who's right?
Of course I can.
When you say that we stole
Checkmate. Wendell wins again, baby. The 40-year-old virgin has come with the gloves off and the condom on today.
No, you're not. You're making
Sure,
okay.
we do make assumptions.
God, it's gotta suck arguing with people with the mentality of an 8-year-old.
If gravity is an assumption, you show me the scientific method how you isolate gravity.
She doesn't believe in gravity.
It's the same thing. I have never seen one flat earther use math to prove their point.
You're wrong, actually. There's on a serious note, there's a flat Earth documentary where they did use math and immediately proved themselves wrong at the end of it, so I appreciate it. What the fuck? Didn't the three of you all just use NASA to prove the Earth is flat?
Obviously, any organization.
So you don't even trust your own source? What?
They have individual.
That's absolutely not true, Jim. I wouldn't lie to you.
And the other
NASA's lying to you, my friend.
If there's one person you can trust, it is Dan the Waterman.
Perpetuate this massive fraud. Why would they?
Mind control, Spencer.
Okay, the benefit of it.
And make our dicks smaller.
$2 a day. Follow the money.
No, the little
Follow
guy.
the money.
The little guy.
That's what then when you
hear the reasonable voice and say, yeah, that makes more sense than having this pizza shit.
I mean, Spencer, you can argue all day, but Shelby came at you with some concrete shit saying, we see too far. What does science have, huh? How far does science see? You know what I mean, Spencer? Checkmate.
I used to.
Thanks for the
agree
resub,
to.
Ruthless.
So I completely understand where you're coming
Menopause has not been kind to you, has it, Shelby?
Look, anybody who can overturn Einstein or some major theory is going to be eventually written in the halls of science for the rest of their lives.
And it could be
But
Dan the
they have to come up
Waterman.
with the goods. They have to show good science-based evidence.
Wait until you see the drawing he did on a napkin, Spencer. It once and for all proves that not only is the Earth flat, but men that are above 5'6" are fake. Actors, robots, reptilians, it's all proven. I used to make fun of flat earthers. I thought it was all just a bunch of bullshit until today. Today I found two very convincing videos that grabbed me by the dick and led me towards the light. Evidence so compelling it's opened my third eye. I'm going to share the videos with you, and I trust that you will also now become part of the flat earth cult as a result of watching these videos. This shit's powerful.
Hi, flat earthers. Y'all know me, right? I am here just to tell you something. I want you to stay flat. Because if you don't, then the next generation is gonna suffer. Eh? Remember, flat.
When I saw jolly old Saint Nick preaching the good word of flat earth theory, I knew maybe this wasn't bullshit. Maybe there was something more to this. There's only two people I trust, and it's Santa Claus and Logan Paul. Both of them believe in flat earth. Maybe there's something to this. It's like the old Christmas jingle goes. Santa Claus, he'll fuck your bitch. Miss Saint Nick can suck a dick. Milk and cookies, fuck that shit. Leave him flat earth and a bottle of piss. Not a bad freestyle. What I'm saying is, fucking Santa Claus knows what's up. And if Santa Claus believes in flat earth, maybe I should too. So I started watching videos from the experts in the community, and then I finally found one that puts NASA to shame. Evidence that's indisputable, extremely compelling evidence, and I'm going to share it with you now.
Don't worry though, there is a way to scientifically prove that the Earth is flat, and it's a pretty simple experiment. I'll explain with the Lego Earth. Here we have a small, flat Earth.
I think that's about all we need to see here. Checkmate, round Earth sheep. Was that a little too much for your little reptile brains to comprehend? When the Lego set comes out, that's when you know shit's getting serious and scientific. I remember when Isaac Newton first proved gravity's existence using his Lego set and the world was blown away. And now this pioneer is doing the same, proving flat Earth is true.
BenderForest.com.
It was actually this video right here that convinced me without a shadow of a doubt that the Earth is flat. Now, the symbolism here and the little nuance of the video game he's created might go over your head if you're some primitive round earther, but if you've opened your eyes, if you're a euphoric being like myself, who can see that the world is obviously flat, you would understand what the creator is trying to say here. He's like a fucking Mozart here, playing this beautiful symphony of truth with flat Earth. You have to be injecting heroin to think the world is round and is spherical. It's the stupidest thing in the world. You have to be out of your mind, literally, to think that the world is round. Now, if you go into the comments section, some blasphemer was saying that the world is absolutely round, but luckily, this brave hero was able to disprove him with some just downright straight fucking facts. Just laying down a butt-fucking of facts into this man's butt-fuck hole. And with a name like Unbelievable Productions, you knew you didn't stand a chance in a debate against him. He will unbelievably butt-fuck you, especially with his production value like this. Now, let's get serious for a moment. Yeah, Flat Earth is a big fucking joke. The content they produce on YouTube is some of my favorite because there's shit like this and it's always super enjoyable to laugh at. But I do think the movement as a whole, which is somehow gaining steam, is super dangerous. Thinking the Earth is flat, that's fine if you want to be some type of fucking troglodyte. I don't care if you believe that. But it's the idea that science is wrong and denying science where I get upset, and that's what's genuinely detrimental to society. Anti-vax and flat earth, they're basically the same thing, but for some reason they hate each other and think the other one is fucking dumb. But they're the same. They're born from the same idea that science is wrong and hurting us. And that's dangerous because these fucking idiots can't recognize that science is the only reason they're even alive today. Because half of these goddamn idiots would have already died fucking choking on a rock they ate because they thought it looked appetizing, or bathing in sewage and getting an infection. Perhaps eating a block of plutonium because it smelt nice. These people would be dead without science. And yet for some reason they're the first to turn around and bash it and say it's wrong and a lie. Logan Paul, I don't think believes flat earth. I'm 100% certain he's just there to capitalize on the money there, sell some maverick flat earth merch to them, because these fucking idiots have so much disposable income that they seem to just want to get rid of all of their money, tossing it at lunatics building rockets in their backyard. So Logan Paul's smart to get into that market, and I don't think many of the people in the Flat Earth Society actually believe it. Like I said, I think they're just there to capitalize on all the disposable income they all seem to have. And you know what, that's completely fine by me. If you want to take money from these Tide Pod eating douchebags that are just too fucking dumb, I don't really mind, because they genuinely are promoting a dangerous idea to the impressionable children that science is evil and always lying to you. Don't believe science, just believe us. It's this weird indoctrination shit, a very strange cult. But yeah, anyway, what I wanted to really talk about today was the beautiful content they produce, and I really hope they do keep making these because I watch them pretty often. And I wanted to make this today because the big news about Logan Paul being a flat earther and the flat earth movement is really growing again. I'm seeing a lot of posts on Facebook from dumb friends of mine in the past like, here's the truth, removing anyone that doesn't believe, bless up, 100 emoji. Just shit like that. But keep up the great content, flat earthers. It's always nice to laugh at, and good shit. So yeah. Flat earthers, it's low-hanging fruit. It's by far the easiest group to criticize, insult, poke fun at, etc. There's really nothing to be proud of. You're not a big man for doing it or anything, but I'm still going to do just that because I find the flat earthers to be the most fascinating and entertaining group of Cro-Magnon that are currently stumbling through this planet of ours. And today I just so happen to be watching a BuzzFeed video. I know it's almost as bad as believing in flat earth itself just by watching BuzzFeed, but this was beautiful because it was a collision of two worlds here. Flat earth and BuzzFeed, some of the worst shit there is. And it was great because they have a staff member who believes in flat Earth and went about why he believes in it and such, and talks about the science behind it. I'm putting science in quotes because it's just kind of like I banged two rocks together and I believe it's flat. But anyway, Ned Flanders here from BuzzFeed's going to take us through the flat Earth basics. Take it away, diddly do. The whole video screams satire, but the problem is they commit way too hard to the role, and it makes it very hard to discern whether or not it should be taken seriously. Based on what I've learned about BuzzFeed Blue, and more in particular the cast here and the purpose, it was meant to just be an over-the-top, entertaining, but still thought-provoking piece that tries to convince you that the Earth is flat. I really am not 100% sure, but A, it's not entertaining. The humor just comes because this guy's wearing a fake mustache and doing exaggerated facial expressions. Wow, that's fucking clever. And B, they focus very hard on what flat earthers actually believe in an attempt to convince you it could be flat, so it's just super fucking hard to know for sure if it's satire or not. I'm going to treat it as though it's not satire because it's just not even well done if it is. Video I've ever seen, they all use children's toys to show that the Earth is flat and convince you that it's flat. So at least they can understand their audience that it's just a bunch of 6-year-old brains inside the body of greasy men and unattractive women. Third level experiment, or at least as far as BuzzFeed was willing to research into it. I like how he drew a little penis there to represent the man looking through the telescope, but it's a shitty experiment that was immediately debunked even during its time. The reason you could see the boat from one end to the other is due to atmospheric refraction. A man named Wallace actually set up discs along the same canal and showed that the middle disc is higher than the other discs because of the curvature. Usually I wouldn't even bother talking about how it was debunked, but because of all these soft micro penis in hand flat earthers using the Bedford level experiment to become a flat earther, I thought it was at least necessary. And it's fucking laughable because it shows they did no research of their own. And it'd be as if a man turns to Scientology because he watched an episode of Gurren Lagann. It's just fucking dumb. And there's almost 5 of us now. Look at these super successful intellectuals that are famous because of how smart. Seeing it made out of Play-Doh here looking like a fucking 3rd grade art project, I'm a believer. It's not crazy at all. I feel like I was crazy to ever even believe science and logic. Well, shucks, now I gotta fit in with the flat earthers. I'm gonna have to start denying climate change and having sex with my old yet asshole. Gravity is a fucking fib. The universe, the sun, everything bends and moves around the earth because the earth is the protagonist of the universe's manga. Open your fucking eyes, you goddamn troglodytes. The front in the sun, it's like a fucking NASCAR race and we're just the pit crew on board. Yeehaw! Can I get a hoo-wee? Photographs are easily faked. Absolute genius.
Listen, global warming is gonna melt away that ice wall.
Global warming? You're not coming into the Flat Earth Society anymore, bud. We're rescinding that invitation. But yeah, thanks BuzzFeed for the eye-opening material, honestly. Really great shit. Earth is flat. Globe Earthers, I can't... You sheep. Stop believing the government's chemtrails. That's it. See ya. What's up, everybody? It's Critical. Today I saw a video that really salted my rectal flaps. It's from a flat earther as he harasses a NASA employee at a Starbucks, and it's truly just infuriating. I'm not gonna go into depth about how stupid flat earthing is, so I'll just sum it up by saying to anyone who truly believes the earth is flat, you're wrong. It's not an opinion, it's genuinely just you're wrong. Also, I'm sorry in advance that this troglodyte filmed this vertically. I guess flat earthers also don't believe in horizontal videos. Those must just be a scam from government reptilian humanoid officials. But anyway, let's dive in.
Pardon me? Alright guys, I'm here with a real NASA employee. Legit NASA employee.
So here's our protagonist. I didn't mean to pause it during a shaky cam screen, that's my apologies there. I know this looks like one of the fucking photographs from the Ring movies, but for how stupid this man's actions are from this point forward, I think it'd even be better if he had blurred his own face out.
And I asked him, I said, astronauts have almost died in space. They got water in their suit and they almost drowned. And he said it was because of saliva.
I'm gonna get this out of the way. I don't know what the fuck he's talking about here. I don't know about astronauts drowning in space, except maybe drowning in pussy when they get back from space. That makes sense to me. But as far as this man's lunacy is concerned, I don't know what the fuck he's going on about. I also don't see why this topic is the smoking gun for flat earthers. Astronauts have a dangerous job. We knew it. The Earth is flat. Also, this badly bearded biker-looking dude is the founder of an official Flat Earth Talk panel and website or something, and they were really excited that he ran into a real NASA employee in the video description.
This guy right here, hold on, I'm gonna wait for him to get at the front of the line, and then I'm gonna ask him some more questions. There's a real NASA employee right here.
Just wanted to point out this badly shaven beard here. This is a weak beard game. It looks like a hairy toilet seat. If you do this with your beard, stop. I know why he's doing this. He wants to make it look like he has a stronger jawline than he has. And it doesn't even look like he has a jawline, judging from this angle. It looks like his neck is trying to eat his cheeks. And with the way his beard is shaven, it looks like armpits. If I didn't see his nose, I would be 100% convinced I'm looking at a close-up of an armpit.
Hey, my man, sir. Just the spacewalk. He won't talk to me, sir.
Now this Mongoloid is starting to attract attention to himself. The other customers have now been made aware of his presence, and unfortunately for them, they're in for quite the shit show coming up.
Look, he was all nice. He gave me NASA cartoon friggin' emblems.
That is a sticker, you stupid, soggy scrotum of a man. It is a fucking sticker. It's not a cartoon thingy emblem, it is a sticker.
Now he won't talk to me. He won't talk to me at all. Sir, just tell him why they almost drowned in space. Please.
Have a nice day, okay?
Come on, you won't even chat with me?
Nope.
You hate Americans? Is that it?
Excuse me?
Yeah.
How the hell did you get that? Don't ever accuse me of that again.
Well, hey, I'm just curious. If you won't chat with me and answer my question.
Now this fucking degenerate makes his move and starts harassing the NASA employee and then accuses him of hating Americans because by not answering one lunatic's stupid questions, it means you hate all of America. I guess at no point in this man's underdeveloped brain did he happen to think, maybe it's a little uncomfortable for him to answer a question on camera while I'm being a dick to him.
I don't have to chat with you.
Yeah, that's true. That's
Step
true.
over there, okay? I'm done.
You're not the boss of me, bro. I'll leave because you asked me to. It's fine. But this NASA's a fraud, bro. All right. They lie about everything. That's cool. I was just trying to ask questions.
I love that line from the Lord of Greece and Ignorance. You're not the boss of me, bro. It's like a fucking toddler who just got told the Power Rangers aren't a real crime-fighting organization. It's amazing, and he says this right after he was demanding answers from the NASA employee. It's just, holy shit, amazing.
Yeah. Well, I just got kicked out of Starbucks for asking NASA employee questions because he's lying. He's a blatant liar.
You didn't get kicked out because you were asking questions, dipshit. You got kicked out because you were harassing him and being a general fucking inconvenience to everyone around you. When you go into a room, you bring everyone's mood down. You sweat incompetence, and people can smell that and they don't like it. I'm all for letting people believe whatever they want to believe, but when you're gonna be this big of an asshole about it and try to actively go against scientific evidence, then I take an issue with it. Not gonna play any more of the video because it's just him outside saying he got kicked out for trying to uncover the truth, NASA's a fraud, everyone's being lied to. Basically just the same shit over and over again. I don't think I'll ever truly understand why all of a sudden people in our society go against science, like the anti-vaccination crowd, or also police agencies who say their drug whisperers are more reliable than proven science. It just doesn't make any sense to me. These people really just aren't smart enough to realize that everything in their lives right now is the product of science. Half of those people probably wouldn't be alive today. If they were born 100 years ago, they would have already been killed off by something like measles or perhaps an infection that they couldn't cure because they didn't have antibiotics. No one can really understand that concept. I just don't get it. I'll never understand it. But yeah, anyway, condoms off for that NASA employee for putting up with this bullshit and not throwing hands with this dude. And yeah, that's it. See ya.